The four great continents welcomed yet another day. This is the ancient wilderness, the very heart of myriad realms. The 3,000 worlds encircle the wilderness, with the outer expanse being an endless sea of chaos. Countless worlds exist, yet all pale in comparison to this place that I in the southern continent of Jianbu. This is the territory of the human race. In this era, the emperor of humanity, whose reign is named Shang, has emerged. The fateful dark bird descended, bringing forth the Shang dynasty. The current emperor, known as De, stands at this moment as all 800 feudal states of the southern region bow before him in reverence. The human race flourishes, vibrant and bustling with life. At this time, in an unnamed immortal mountain of the southern region, mist swirls and lush greenery thrives. The mountain's height is not what grants it renown, but the presence of immortals does. At the summit lies a blessed cave with an opulent interior, ethereal palaces nestled beside mountains and waters, where woodland spirits frolic in playful abandon. In a pavilion, a solitary figure stands, clad in a flowing robe of deep black. Long dark hair cascades down his back, his brows shaped like swords, eyes shining like bright stars. And a gentle smile graces his lips, as if lost in a tranquil reverie. Such rare tranquility, the wilderness has become much more serene. The young man opened his eyes, gazing at a golden light that hovered between illusion and reality, and spoke. "Spare me, O immortal! I should spare you." The young man blinked and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, the world transformed. The golden light appeared to glimpse an expansive ocean, filled with a system. "Spare me, O immortal, spare me." The golden light's thoughts echoed with urgency, as if genuinely fearing to become part of that vast sea. "Enough of such trivialities," the young man replied with a faint smile. "Now, let us proceed through the motions. What system is this? What abilities does it possess? Who is the host? And what are your intentions in the wilderness?" The golden light trembled, its tone weakened. "I am but a chat group system. My host is named Chun Shi, and my arrival in the wilderness was purely accidental. I beseech you, O immortal, spare me." A chat group system indeed. The young man's eyes sparkled, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. In a moment of daze, the chat group system sensed its impending doom. How infuriating! It had only just begun. How could it have randomly landed in such a world? Randomness could not possibly yield such a result. "Very well. I grant you a small boon," he declared, snapping his fingers as profound mysteries and boundless transformations converged into a luminous essence that entered the system. In that instant, the system's aura multiplied several-fold. "Thank you, O immortal, for sparing my life." "Do not mention it," the young man replied with a smile. "Just let me join the group." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense as if the system had a face. Its smile would have vanished, frozen in disbelief. "You wish to join the group? Are you intent on annihilating us? My host is merely a teenager yet to leave the novice village, a pitiful underachiever. O immortal, let us discuss this. My host is but a wretched soul." The system seemed to lament, its pleas tumbling forth in a cascade of desperation. Yet the young man paid no heed, still wearing that smile which sent a chill through the system. "I insist on joining the group. Do you understand? Please fill out the form." O immortal! In a flash, it submitted the registration for group entry. The young man glanced at the information to be filled out. It seemed tailored specifically for him. The system structure was based on the laws of creation and was not weak within the myriad realms. Before long, he completed all the fields. Username: Wandering Cultivator of the Wilderness. Name: Yun Qing. Identity: Wandering Immortal of the Wilderness. Realm: Great Luo Golden Immortal World. True Wilderness Strength Evaluation. "Do you agree to join the chat group of the heavens? Agree or refuse agree?" A phantom screen appeared in his mind, and Yun Qing pulled it forth, clicking agree. He felt somewhat uneasy leaving this matter in his consciousness. Yun Qing, a great Luo Golden Immortal, was neither a true traverser nor a mere wanderer. Here lies the wilderness, at the center of myriad realms. Of course, this title is merely a poetic embellishment among the myriad worlds. In this realm, being a great Luo golden immortal does not equate to invincibility. There are beings of higher stature, such as quasi-sages, sages, and the Tao itself. However, after 3 cycles of epics leading him to the great Luo realm, Qing unearthed the truth of this place. A great Luo golden immortal stands at the pinnacle, yet there are varying degrees of strength among them. And this wilderness is but a world crafted by a top-tier great Luo golden immortal Hongjun. Qing was not entirely aware of the particulars, but it seemed to be tied to the attainment of true Tao. To create this world, he vaguely recalled the moment when past and future converged, revealing the brutal scene of the wilderness. What cruelty it was, as the venerable Taoist Hongjun was mercilessly beaten, cries of despair echoing in the air. Who was it that struck him? Qing's heart was clear as a mirror, yet he dared not intervene. There was no choice that was the true figure standing atop the myriad realms. Hongjun had created this world, incurring the wrath of many. This. Qing could only lament the futility of it all. The wilderness is a scripted world, an era that cycles repeatedly, with the wilderness reopening anew. For instance, if Hongjun's script displeases certain formidable figures, this epic is likely to reset. And Qing, under such circumstances, forged his path and achieved the title of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Of course, such an attainment is rare. Most who become Great Luo Golden Immortals were already of such caliber. Much like Qing, who is but a celestial lotus, a fragment of the soul traversing myriad realms. Even after attaining the Great Luo, Qing chose to retire here, not for any particular reason, but because witnessing Hongjun being reprimanded was rather amusing. Of course, the wilderness is fraught with its own perils. For instance, there are always systems watching over this world. The system's principles stem from a certain powerful figure among the myriad realms, engaging in nefarious activities to siphon resources from all realms. Many have ventured into the wilderness as well. Otherwise, Qing would not possess a stockpile of over a dozen systems. This merely reflects the scale of the current epics, which in Demon Calamity script. As for why the chat group system was able to perceive so many. After all, those are Hongjun's reserves. Qing had only traversed 3 epics, yet Hongjun, since the inception of this realm, has witnessed countless epics unfold. Amidst the system's anxiousness, the panel before Qing finally transformed, resembling a chat group interface produced by a certain factory. Several functional options appeared below, nearly identical in nature. A glance at the online status revealed the first member, marked as the group leader, with a username Qin. This must be the true host of the system. Surely, he does not intend to fleece me? Qing chuckled inwardly, recalling the myriad chat group leaders who fancied themselves as unparalleled fortune tellers, always seeking to exploit others. Wandering cultivator of the wilderness has successfully joined the chat group of the heavens. Qin is a newcomer here? Common mortal. After half a month, we finally have a newcomer. Common mortal. I am Zhang Zhuwei. Pleased to meet you. General with closed eyes never crashes. Ah, it's indeed rare for a newcomer to arrive after 2 months. Chapter 2. The Great Immortal joins the chat group. Sun Goddess. Yet another man? This group is overly masculine and lacking in femininity. Sun Goddess. Judging by the name? Ordinary mortal. Old man. You must be one of us. Most pretentious one. Most pretentious one. Welcome, newcomer. Qin. I told you, Reina, enough already. Hurry up and welcome the newcomer. Qin and I am a woman. Let me reiterate. I am a woman. General with closed eyes never crashed. Welcome, newcomer. Welcome. General with closed eyes never crashed. Given your name, you must also be one of the esteemed individuals of my celestial realm. We can consider ourselves half fellow townsfolk. General with closed eyes never crashed. I am the immortal of the roaming floating celestial vessel, Jingyuan. Qin Jingyuan. Sun Goddess. Wonderful, it's Jingyuan. We are saved. General with closed eyes never crashed? Why has Miss Reina joined in? Sun Goddess. Oh, just copying and pasting. The group leader keeps repeating it. Meanwhile, Jingyuan, situated in the Divine Strategy Bureau, couldn't help but twitch at the mention of Jingyuan. After all, he is a general of roaming floating. Yet he has been reduced to Jingyuan. The character prison certainly carries negative connotations. On the other side, Qing felt a wave of familiarity wash over him upon reading the messages. It is indeed quite intriguing, this type of chat system. Sun Goddess, quickly. Let us get the process going. Let us reveal the newcomer. Chun-Shi. Don't speak recklessly. Be careful, or I'll mute you. Sun Goddess, you reveal first, and once you're done, I'll gladly accept the mute. General with closed eyes never crashed. I can't shake the feeling that Miss Reina is saying something amiss. Contemplation. JPG, most pretentious one. Humph. Chun-Shi, most pretentious one. Children shouldn't listen to such things. At this moment, in a modern setting of the 21st century, yet not an ordinary one, this place is eerily resurrected, teeming with monsters and even indescribable strange creatures. Group leader Chun-Shi exists in such a world and has awakened the chat group. In an ordinary residential building. Within an ordinary room, the walls are adorned with posters and various dolls. A girl with 2 bun hairstyles and wearing shorts is visibly agitated. She lies on the bed, her long, slender legs thrashing about, her feet as pale as snow, smooth and unblemished like pearls. That Reina. Once I master my skills, I shall reform the atmosphere of the chat group. Chun-Shi pouted, lying on the bed, determined to strive for improvement, but in the next moment, she succumbed to laziness. Forget it, let us check on the newcomer. Balancing hard work and relaxation is essential during my journey to mastery. As the group leader, retrieving member information is a basic operation. Moreover, the term Hong Wong Loose Cultivator sounds entirely foreign, something she has never encountered before. While the term Hong Wong raises suspicions. Retrieving member information. Member, Hong Wong Loose Cultivator. Name, Yinqing. Age, 3 years. Strength, world background and identity. Hong Wong world, great immortal. What on earth? A great immortal. Chun-Shi typically refrains from cursing, but this is beyond her control. The chat group would not deceive her. This information cannot be fabricated. Suggestion. Host should refrain from provoking this deity. System? You can actually speak? Chun-Shi was utterly astonished, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Until now, her chat group system had never uttered a word. Yet, upon this newcomer's arrival, the system suddenly became chatty. System, is this truly a great immortal? You're not deceiving me, are you? Chun-Shi gulped, overwhelmed with astonishment. There is no denying it. A great immortal is terrifying. Words associated with such a being include eternity, transcendence, infinity, and so on. Please consider carefully, host, and act within your limits. System, please explain. Where did you find this deity? The system intended to clarify for Chun-Shi but was at a loss for words and thus fell silent. If it weren't for Yinqing's sudden appearance, it wouldn't have engaged in conversation with the host at all. Maintaining composure and being a dignified system is preferable. ISNT it, but alas, it genuinely fears this host might invite disaster. Please, do not entertain thoughts of swindling a great immortal. Although this host is somewhat of a recluse and possesses a Mother Teresa complex, her worldview is quite sound. Nevertheless, the system is still apprehensive about her actions. The system itself is baffled as to how a great immortal was suddenly pulled in. After all, it is not even capable of ascending to the upper realms. Speak up. System. Chun-Shi was filled with anxiety. What kind of great immortal is this? Is it truly a time-traveling counterpart of the nuclear bomb saint trying to deceive me? No. His strength assessment genuinely indicates he is a great immortal. Chun-Shi muttered to herself, a bold idea forming in her mind. If I were to kneel and call him foster father, if, by chance, I could truly latch onto the leg of a great immortal, wouldn't I become invincible in this world, capable of suppressing all? But in the next moment, her expression fell. The reason was simple. She is somewhat socially anxious. A transparent figure in her previous life, she has traversed into a world of eerie resurrection. Were it not for her decent family background, she might have long since become fodder. Although she is the group leader, she is yet to engage in any deceitful or coercive actions towards others. To put it plainly, she has been handed opportunities on a silver platter. While trading spoilers for useful items from others might seem simple to other time travelers, for someone with social anxiety, this is an insurmountable challenge. Social anxiety is one aspect, and furthermore, the members of the group are not easily deceived. Who are they, really? Uchiha Sasuke, Master Zhang Jiwei of Longhu Mountain, General Jingyuan of the roaming floating celestial vessel, and the sun god Emperor Reina. How could one possibly hoodwink such brilliant minds? Though they may appear not very bright, they are all deities. An ordinary person like her. Are you suggesting I attempt to extract benefits from someone capable of accelerating planetary demise and triggering supernova explosions? Such aspirations are the epitome of folly. Even the juvenile Uchiha Sasuke is beyond her reach. Firstly, she risks facing collective backlash, resulting in social demise, which is akin to true death. Secondly, that young Sasuke is more capable than her. After all, she is the group leader, possessing a novice gift pack, perhaps a token of the system's goodwill towards her. Within it lies techniques and tools that could temporarily ensure her safety. If she could obtain even a fraction of the great immortal's power, she could likely relax. Qin was lost in thought, contemplating the future. The other prominent figures in the group could be slightly set aside. This one, however, is a great immortal. According to the chat group's description, this being transcends the river of time and space, untouched by causality, eternally carefree. Although not the strongest in Hong Wang, he is undeniably a dominant force. Yunqing blinked, observing the messages within the group. Quite interesting indeed. Familiar faces abound. Chapter 3. Zhang Jiwei, Reina, Jingyuan. Uchiha Sasuke. While Qin was deep in thought, Yunqing effortlessly began to peruse the other group members. Although he could not see their identities, he could make educated guesses. Without needing sight, he could calculate. Analyzing matters across the myriad realms is a simple task for a great immortal. As long as there is a cause present, the effect can naturally be discerned. The most active member, the Sun Goddess, is referred to as Reina, the Sun God of the Super God Academy, a technological world, yet not completely so. Ordinary mortal Zhang Jiwei, the old master of Longhu Mountain, is also a familiar name from a nostalgic anime. The most pretentious one. A child? Yunqing raised an eyebrow, unable to deduce their identity. As he pondered, a faint blue light emanated from his fingertips, resonating with the rhythms of the Tao. With a flick of his fingers, a world resembling a tree appeared in his mind. Through this tree lies a galaxy, within which resides a water-blue planet. Home to a village. Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke? Yunqing glanced over, spotting a charming young boy, perhaps no more than 6 years of age, dressed in black, seated upon a tatami mat. Uchiha Sasuke. The unsettling memories of a previous calamity flashed through Yunqing's mind. A time dominated by the compulsive urge to spend money on gacha games. Having traversed countless realms, that period remains vividly etched in his memory. The corners of Yunqing's eyes twitched slightly, revealing the depth of resentment he harbored toward those days. Surveying the surroundings, he recognized familiar faces. With the exception of this master of survival, who, surprisingly, was not a con artist but rather quite decent. Engaging in chat was a delightful pastime, otherwise. Yunqing might not have been caught in this situation. The great calamity of the Hong Wang era, whether it would persist, remained uncertain. In the previous 2 instances, they had not even reached the calamity, and this epoch had reset. Sun Goddess, why is the newcomer so silent? Don't be shy, we're all good people here. General with closed eyes, generally speaking, even villains claim to be good. Tea sipping. JPG, Qin, shameless woman, be quiet. And you too, Lao Jing. Don't speak recklessly. The newcomer is a celestial being, an unparalleled immortal. Sun Goddess, what celestial being? General with closed eyes, a great love immortal? Ordinary person, so he is an immortal. How terrifying. Qin, Lao Jing, it turns out you. Wait, the newcomer is a great Luo golden immortal. Do you comprehend the significance of those 4 words? Ordinary person, beyond time and space, eternally immortal and unrestrained? Ordinary person, I am Zhang Jiwei, the 65th generation celestial master of Longhu Mountain, honored to meet the immortal. Ordinary person, kneeling. JPG, not merely sending a kneeling emoji. Zhang Jiwei genuinely knelt down. The great Luo golden immortal, the pinnacle of Taoist aspiration. Their fervent admiration for the great Luo golden immortal was unparalleled among these Taoists. Sun Goddess, no. Really? You believe it? Reina found this utterly absurd. Would anyone genuinely believe such a thing? Wandering cultivator of Hong Wang. There is no need for such reverence. I am but a humble cultivator. Zhang Jiwei's enthusiasm embarrassed Yunqing slightly. He had initially intended to remain in the shadows a while longer. Wandering cultivator of Hong Wang, I am known as. Suddenly, Yunqing had a realization. Wandering cultivator of Hong Wang, I am a wandering cultivator from the Deshang. Feel free to call me Qing. Qin, honored to meet Qing the immortal. Qin's rapid kneeling left both Jingyuan and Reina astonished. Could it be true? An immortal. A being of such stature might rival the star gods. No, one must not view this through the lens of their own world. Jingyuan felt an urgent need for a comprehensive encyclopedia. Yet, regardless of perspective, this new group member undoubtedly stood on par with the star gods. Within the Divine Strategy Bureau, Jingyuan closed his eyes in contemplation before sending a message. General with closed eyes, honored to meet you, Qing. Smiling, JPG, Wandering Cultivator of Hong Wang, friends from afar. Greetings to you all. Qinshi, you are too courteous, Immortal. Qinshi, family, let us warmly welcome Qing the Immortal into our great family. Qinshi, applause. JPG, Ordinary person, applause. JPG, Most pretentious person, applause. JPG, Sun Goddess, applause. JPG, General with closed eyes, applause. JPG, no one was left out, even Reina joined in. Quite the spectacle indeed. Yinqing pondered for a moment. Being overly reserved would diminish the enjoyment. Wandering Cultivator of Hong Wang. You are all too kind. Wandering Cultivator of Hong Wang, Qinshi, how does one send red envelopes? Qinshi, hey, you've come to the right person. Just hit the plus sign in the lower right corner to send one. Qinshi beamed with joy. Spring was finally approaching, was it not? The great Luo Golden Immortal. Even a mere flatulence could shatter countless worlds. A crude expression but with an underlying truth. Wandering Cultivator of Hong Wang, I cannot send it. Yinqing felt somewhat helpless. He had intended to toss in a couple of hair strands to gauge the chat group's strength, yet even that was impossible. Sun Goddess, nevertheless, Qinshi. Is there truly no spoiler? Qinshi, none. I know absolutely nothing. Qinshi spoke genuinely. Apart from knowing that Yinqing was in Hong Wang, he truly knew nothing else. Sun Goddess, such a pity. Wandering Cultivator of Hong Wang, spoiler? Qinshi. I just realized, the Immortal doesn't require spoilers at all. Sun Goddess? What are you talking about? Qinshi's words left everyone, except Zhang Jiwei, utterly perplexed. Qinshi, ahem, as the group leader, let me clarify. Qinshi, though Qing the Immortal hails from Dashang, it is not the historical Dashang, nor the Dashang of the investiture of the gods, but rather the Dashang of the Hong Wang world. Qinshi, in that realm, powerful beings abound, and immortals are as numerous as the stars, to clarify. Immortals can at least obscure the heavens with a mere snap of their fingers. Qinshi, moreover, Qing the Immortal is among the very best. A great Luo Golden Immortal represents the ultimate in immortality. Qinshi, a thought can last an eternity, transcending the river of time, a glance capable of annihilating the universe. Observing the cycles of countless realms. Thus, it is wise for everyone to be respectful to the Immortal, especially you, Reina. Do not show any further disrespect to our esteemed teacher. Sun Goddess, wow, so impressive. In the world of Super God Academy, on the sunlit planet, Reina, initially reclining on her bed reading group messages, was taken aback by Qinshi's sudden introduction, causing her to sit upright. Revealing a considerable expanse of fair skin beneath her dragon robe, her flawless limbs swaying at the edge of the bed. A great Luo Golden Immortal? A thought can last an eternity, transcending the river of time? A glance capable of annihilating the universe? To obscure the heavens with a mere snap of the fingers is merely foundational? Did she truly want to hear what she was saying? Chapter 4. Group Member. The great Luo Golden Immortal is indeed terrifying. Sun Goddess. Qinshi, I feel compelled to suspect you are merely flattering. General with closed eyes, no need for suspicion. The Master of Survival is indeed seeking favor. Qinshi, Lao Jing, why do you also call me the Master of Survival? Qinshi, warning for silence. Be careful, or I will expose you all. Sun Goddess, oh, so you're spoiling me now? Most pretentious person, the newcomer claims to be a wandering cultivator. Why does the group leader insist he is a great Luo Golden Immortal? Qinshi, have you been possessed by Naruto? Most pretentious person, who is Naruto? Qinshi, oh, I forgot to explain it to you. Qinshi, Sun Goddess. You explain it to Sasuke. Sun Goddess, I explain? What should I explain? Qinshi, spoilers. The plot I previously shared with you. Sun Goddess, you mean your so-called prediction of the future? Sun Goddess, the spoiler you mentioned was so brief that I regarded it merely as entertainment for newcomers. You never elaborated on it. Sun Goddess, I simply found it amusing, a pastime to pass the time. General with closed eyes. In fact, what the Master of Survival said does hold a degree of truth. Jingyuan reflected on the spoilers that Qinshi had shared when he joined the group. He had to admit, Qinshi had a profound understanding of Luofu. Qinshi, what I said was indeed true. Qinshi, I spoke little, fearing you might not be able to accept the reality. General with closed eyes, Luofu possesses the Taibu division, and the Qiongguan array is granted by the Lord of all wisdom. However, both are merely calculations of probabilities. Jingyuan recalled what Qinshi had mentioned. It was indeed somewhat unbelievable. For instance, the celestial vessel might be quietly invaded by a formidable sovereign of annihilation. Although Jingyuan was not particularly convinced by this news, he nonetheless kept it in the recesses of his mind. Mortal beings, he mused, celestials possess extraordinary abilities. The art of divination may merely be a trivial skill in their hands, far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary man such as myself. It seems the group leader is also a remarkable figure in the realm of immortals, he continued. Not at all. Qin interjected, I am just an ordinary person. In my world, I am hardly worth a mention. Which realm do you hail from, fellow Taoist Qin? Would you care to engage in a philosophical discussion? Came a teasing remark from Hong Wang, who had long seen through Qin's true nature, a reclusive high school girl who had traversed into a bizarre, revived world and subsequently bound herself to a chat group system, a rather simple affair. Please, esteemed immortal, do not elevate me. I truly am just an ordinary individual. Qin replied, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Why was her role as group leader so different from others? Why did others command respect with mere words while she struggled to gain any belief in her words? Perhaps she was not destined to be the protagonist after all. You all must be jesting, exclaimed the solar goddess. Do you genuinely believe in the words of the group leader? There is an 80% credibility, replied the unblinking general. I think the group leader is quite impressive. It is indeed remarkable that I can share the same space with a great Luo golden immortal, remarked the ordinary being. Then why is there no foretelling for me? Qin felt a wave of frustration. The greatest flaw of a socially anxious person is their tendency to overly concern themselves with the emotions of others. At this moment, the solar goddess's skepticism weighed heavily upon her. To be a charlatan solely intent on extracting value from group members was far too challenging for someone like her. In this age, even being a charlatan seemed to require innate talent, while omniscience may be unattainable. Traversing the river of time and managing the past and future is a trivial task for a great Luo golden immortal, mused Hong Wang. Since the group leader claims to foresee your futures, I should address you as a fellow Taoist. Hong Wang continued his performance, relishing the rare amusement. If Qin were to swiftly portray herself as a charlatan, his own stock would surely increase. Meanwhile, Qin was drenched in sweat. Feeling the pressure of confronting a true master for the first time, this was overwhelming. A great Luo golden immortal? She possessed no such capability, if she truly did. That would be a different matter altogether. In this group, apart from the young Sasuke, who among them was not compelled to kneel and plead for mercy. In this world, the strength of ordinary individuals was not significantly superior to that of the previous Blue Star. Moreover, this world primarily revolved around spirit tamers, whose main means were to control spirits. The physical prowess of humans, even those legendary king-level beings, was comparable to, perhaps even inferior to Sasuke's future self. Qin held a novice gift from the chat group, a visualization method, and a marrow-cleansing pill, which could temporarily shield her from some malevolent spirits. However, this did not equate to her possessing any true self-defense capabilities. Should an entity of B grade appear, she would likely find herself on the path to the underworld. This was not the time to ponder such matters. Confronted with the doubts of her group members and the misunderstandings regarding the great Luo golden immortal, she had to address the issue. Regardless of her social anxiety, pretending to be dead? That might very well lead to her social demise. Esteemed immortal, you jest. A great Luo golden immortal is the pinnacle of cultivation. It is not so easily attained. I merely possess a slight talent in this area, Qin explained. Moreover, this talent is something most individuals possess. It is hardly worth mentioning. Her explanation did not reference her strength, leaving an air of mystery. Oh, it appears the group leader hails from a higher civilization, as the means to predict the future seem commonplace, remarked the unblinking general. The group leader is indeed formidable, Qin exclaimed. Oh, Master Taoist, please refrain from repeating that. Then what should I say? Perhaps I should gasp in astonishment. Upon seeing Hong Wang's comment, Qin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Something was amiss. This master was far too knowledgeable. Esteemed immortal, you. Oh, I happened to see it in a lower realm. The inhabitants there often gasp in astonishment and exclaim how terrifying it is. Qin gasped in response. You are the true terror. You actually witnessed Xiaohuahua? Observing Qin's reaction, Hong Wang chuckled, satisfied with the outcome. Compared to the morally corrupt charlatans, Qin was undeniably a breath of fresh air. She was on the verge of a breakdown. With a casual gesture, Hong Wang pointed at the trembling golden light nearby. In an instant, boundless creation surged, and the void quivered, causing the vast expanse of the cave sky to tremble incessantly. The void birthed the essence of creation, flooding into the chat group system. In the 5th chapter, the message appeared, "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for sparing my life. The little system shall certainly follow your lead in the future." A trivial matter. Hong Wang squinted and smiled. At the very least, this system and its host were commendable. As the boundless creation began to fade, a notification popped up in the chat group. Ding! A remarkable member has joined the chat group. The novice period of the chat group has concluded. Ding! The chat group is upgrading. Please wait patiently. 159:57. The countdown for the chat group's upgrade appeared, steadily decreasing. A minor transformation led to a simple enhancement of the laws of creation. After all, the laws were somewhat weak. Merely at the level of a golden immortal, which was rather disappointing. Perhaps these group members could offer some assistance? Hong Wang pondered for a moment, concluding that while they might not be entirely useless, their current utility was limited. Being in the primordial chaos was undoubtedly advantageous, with the heavenly Tao present here. Though the heavenly Tao could be likened to Hong Jun, he could be considered the foremost figure beneath the true saints, standing atop the myriad realms. Above the great Luo golden immortals, the true saints were also known as the heavenly lords. The great Luo golden immortal could only be deemed half transcendent. The dreams of countless great Luo golden immortals revolved around the so-called heavenly lord realm, a state that seemed to exist both within and beyond the great Luo golden immortal. This mystery remained unknown to all, a phenomenon that could be deemed the most enigmatic across the myriad realms. Perhaps they were the essence of the Tao itself. Yet, amidst the infinite realms, there were merely a handful of such beings. Countless epochs had passed, yielding only a few. Hong Jun had taken a unique path, opening the primordial chaos and using numerous deities as stepping stones, which was also the reason he faced such backlash. Hong Wang remained in this realm for similar reasons. If one's strength as a great Luo were to be rated as 1, then Hong Jun would be a 9. Among all the renowned great Luo beings, Hong Jun could be regarded as the pinnacle. Thus, Hong Wang chose to reside in the primordial chaos, for the heavenly Tao here greatly aided him. In a moment of clarity, Hong Wang conceived a bold idea. This chat group might indeed prove to be quite beneficial. The mere thought ignited a desire within him to create countless chat groups and scatter them across the myriad realms. Dear group members, do not let me down. With this thought, Hong Wang's resolve solidified. He would test the waters. If it succeeded, he could potentially stand shoulder to shoulder with Hong Jun. Hong Wang turned his gaze back to the chat group. I still do not believe it, unless the group leader provides me with solid proof. The solar goddess insisted. In the world of Naruto, Sasuke rested on the tatami, holding his breath in deep concentration. At the tender age of not yet 6, Uchiha Sasuke is brimming with curiosity about everything, including the chat group in his mind. Eager to integrate himself, he nonetheless feels a profound disconnect. Despite the apparent familiarity among the members, Sasuke is acutely aware of the underlying strangeness. He ponders whether he, too, possesses foresight into the future. Does his brother spend enough time practicing with him? Does his father take pride in him? Has he become a ninja worthy of their admiration? Faced with these doubts, Chunshi remained silent, merely typing away. Initially, he wished to interact with them as an ordinary person, yet their aggressive demeanor leaves him feeling alienated. If he doesn't alter his mindset, even with the aid of a chat group in this daunting world, survival may prove impossible. Chunshi, very well, I shall oblige you. Chunshi, to all present, with the exception of the esteemed Qingshang, I am familiar with each of you. Chunshi, General Bimu, who has never fallen from grace, Jing Yuan, and General Xianzhou Luofu, you are under the command of the Celestial Hunter. Chunshi, you wield the powers of the divine, serving as the supreme commander of the Luofu celestial vessel. Chunshi, your tale can be encapsulated in 4 grand characters, the 5 heroes of the clouds. Chunshi, if you remain skeptical, observe whether a merchant named Luo Cha is present. Take note of his coffin, for your former mentor resides within. Chunshi, commoner, the 65th celestial master of Longhu Mountain, a pinnacle among the extraordinary, unrivaled in the realm. Chunshi, you seek to preserve the grandson of Zhang Huai, and preparations for the great ritual of Luotan are underway, ensuring his legacy within the celestial master's estate. Chunshi, sun goddess, Delena, the divine sovereign of the solar system, one of the 3 monumental projects of divine creation, destined to become the commander of the future Legion of Heroes. Chunshi, born in 1992, standing at 178 centimeters. With measurements. Sun goddess, stop. How can you divulge such information? Sun goddess, wait. How do you even know this? Chunshi, of course I know. Are you unaware? Sun goddess, unaware? Hold on, let me measure myself. Sun goddess, no wait. What does this have to do with measurements? Are you serious? Chunshi, I have stated that I am aware of all your stories, even your futures. Chunshi, naturally, there are many who can achieve such feats. There is nothing to boast about. Sun Goddess, let me search for a moment. Reina sits on her bed, a wave of pure white surrounding her, feeling an overwhelming tension. Can he truly know the future? It seems preposterous. In the dark dimension, she immediately searches for Qin, only to find a plethora of information unrelated to this peculiar group leader. Seeing no results, Reina searches for the names of other group members, ultimately finding only one connection, Uchiha Sasuke. Sun Goddess, Qin, what exactly is your name? How can I not even find you? Qin, it's rather peculiar that you can find me. We are not even in the same realm. Sun Goddess, Uchiha Sasuke. Is that the child in our group named Uchiha Sasuke? Reina remains somewhat skeptical, for the child's presence is indeed minimal. Although he is perpetually online, his words are scarce. General Bimu, the group leader, is indeed remarkable, I believe. Commoner, count me in. I, too, am convinced. Most pretentious one, is there no foreshadowing for me? Qin, as for Qingshang, I cannot comply. Wandering hermit, no matter, it is a problem that you can achieve such a feat, Qin. Yet, it truly is quite hurtful. Most pretentious one, why does Reina recognize me as well? Sun Goddess, wait a moment. Wandering hermit, because your stories have been rendered into films or written records. Wandering hermit, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Wandering hermit, your existence and these records are akin to the interplay of yin and yang. Wandering hermit, it is as if your tales have reflected into another realm. Or perhaps the birth of these stories has given rise to your world. Wandering hermit, this is akin to the entanglement of dualities, where they both generate and counteract one another. Chapter 6, a primordial chat group leader with insight, Sun Goddess. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I, like Sasuke in the group, am merely a character from a narrative? Qin, essentially, yes. Sun Goddess, how dare you? The material I found on Earth reveals the sordid nature of humanity. Reina blushes, staring at the plethora of unsightly materials discovered online, rendered speechless. Wandering hermit, I have not seen them. Sun Goddess, do you not understand what I am saying? Wandering hermit, I do. It pertains to some crude depictions of characters from narratives on Earth. Qin, by the heavens, narrative. Allow me to speak. Sun Goddess, so, are you saying you are just an ordinary person? Qin, quite so. Possessing a modicum of extraordinary power, yet it is hardly noteworthy. Qin, my world is also fraught with peril. It is possible that one day, the group leader will need to be replaced. General Bimu. So, does that mean the group leader possesses my entire storyline? In the halls of the Divine Strategy Bureau, Jing Yuan's gaze suddenly deepens. The prospect of possessing complete foresight into the future, for one who is merely a character in a narrative, or whose story has projected into another realm as a narrative, such a notion is not difficult for him to accept, especially after Yunqing's explanation of the entanglement of dualities. He finds it rather appealing. Does this imply that both the group leader and this esteemed immortal possess my complete narrative? Jing Yuan, who usually orchestrates plans with ease, finds himself momentarily perplexed. Is it better to know the future or remain in ignorance? The answer is evident. Knowledge is preferable. However, knowing the future also implies the potential for change. The more one knows, the greater the variables. Perhaps my future has altered the moment I entered this chat group. After a prolonged silence, Jing Yuan softly murmurs to himself, chuckling. What is there to be unsettled by? Much like a calculation, he is merely traversing a branch of a path. The Great Annihilation Monarch, you say? General Bimu, Qin, group leader, I wish to inquire in detail about the Great Annihilation Monarch. Qin, it seems that you, Lao Jing, have the most faith in me. General Bimu, awkward. JPG, General Bimu. Why do you always call me Lao Jing? Did I suffer imprisonment during my tenure? Qin, not at all. It is merely because you were incarcerated in the game. General Bimu, game? Qin, yes? The three of them are from anime, while you are from a game. That is the distinction. General Bimu, am I the special case? Qin, no. You are merely the one who was imprisoned. Qin, back in the day, as a player at the launch, I was fooled into believing some nonsense and started with 01 Lao Jing. I stood up in every version. General Bimu? Commoner. Are you implying that I, too, possess a complete narrative? Most pretentious one. When will it be my turn? Sun Goddess. You all go first. I shall follow. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment washes over Qin. The system, may I upload my memories? Of course. With a broad smile. Qin promptly uploaded all the memories from his mind, ensuring to set the necessary privacy settings. Group leader Qin uploaded the group file Honkai, Star Rail 1, 0 to 2. 7. Accessible only to group members. Blind General, who has never crashed. Group leader Qin uploaded the group file under one person. Accessible only to group members. Ordinary folks. Group leader Qin uploaded the group file complete series of Super God Academy, accessible only to group members. Sun Goddess. When it came to Sasuke. However, Qin found himself hesitating. The uploads from others were commendable. The prison scenery had always been the pinnacle of the plot, without a single flaw. The old master was invincible in that world, so there was no need for concern. Although Reina's future was bleak, indeed, she faced severe humiliation, she still fell within the realm of acceptability. After all, Reina was an adult, the supreme deity of the raging sun's way, and had already taken precautions. Yet, Sasuke was a different matter. He left Qin rather uncertain. In an odd twist of fate, Qin opened a private chat with Qin. Qin, Master Qing, should I really send this to Sasuke? Surprised by Qin's message, Qin couldn't help but marvel at the group leader's humanity. This was true empathy, showcasing the traits of a primate. Qin closed his eyes, reflecting for a moment. Sasuke Uchiha, the second male lead in Naruto, also known as the second pillar. Currently, he was merely a 5-year-old child, not yet 6. His tragic life would begin the following year. From his perspective, his brother had killed their mother and father, slaughtered their clan, all for the sake of revenge and strength. He allied with Orochimaru, a minor antagonist at first, and grew stronger, his obsession with vengeance driving him to ultimately kill Itachi Uchiha in the Pacific Ocean. Then, suddenly, a Uchiha named Kiyoshi appeared, revealing that his brother had done everything to protect him, that he loved him dearly. In a fit of rage, Sasuke nearly lost his sanity. Beginning his quest for vengeance against Itachi once more, battling the Eight Tails, seeking revenge on Danzo, merging with the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, participating in the Fourth Great Ninja War, and wielding the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Though he reached his peak, he found himself utterly alone. Finally, through reason, Naruto managed to persuade him, allowing Sasuke to grasp the power of bonds, reconcile with Naruto, return to Konoha, and secretly protect it. Naturally, there followed a series of absurd developments that need not be discussed. Qin's concerns were entirely understandable. Imagining Sasuke's mental state after discarding the entire plot was daunting. However, these worries seemed somewhat unnecessary. Perhaps it could be detrimental to his growth? Qin pondered for a moment. Wandering in the wilderness. Do not concern yourself with it. For words, that was Qin's conclusion. Qin gasped upon receiving the message, trusting the expert. At this moment, in the chat group, the other 3 had already received their files, while only Sasuke remained puzzled. The most pretentious, group leader, what about mine? The most pretentious, is it my turn? On the other side of the screen, little Sasuke felt a twinge of grievance. Why did the older siblings in the group seem to look down on him? Everyone else had their spoilers, yet he felt overlooked. This situation mirrored his recent practice with the Uchiha Fireball technique, which hadn't even garnered a glance from his father. Chapter 7 Master, how do you know the script of the primordial chaos? Blind General has never crashed, so that's the case, truly extraordinary. Blind General has never crashed, but why is there no sequel? Qin, I don't have the sequel either. I haven't seen it. It hasn't been updated. Blind General has never crashed, the great lord of absolute destruction, breeding remnants, steps of calamity. Blind General has never crashed. Why are we, in Luofu, beset by misfortune? Jingyuan rubbed his forehead. The influx of information was somewhat overwhelming. If there were more disturbances in the future, it seemed the demonic shadow might soon be upon them. Ordinary folks, alas, the Jiaxin Rebellion, the grandson of that big-eared thief. Wandering in the wilderness, I have glimpsed your world. Ordinary folks, wandering in the wilderness. If things proceed as normal, it is likely there will be a battle between Zhang Chulan and Chu Tong at the end. Both sides will feature inheritors of the 8 extraordinary skills. Besides the Daluo Cave, nearly all other skills have 2 inheritors aligned with either side. Qin, Master Qing can directly see our world, wandering in the wilderness. Indeed, observing it poses no issue. In the realm of blessed lands, Qin withdrew his gaze. Observing the myriad worlds was effortless for a Daluo Golden Immortal. However, interfering with the lower realms was another matter entirely. Qin dared not. The myriad worlds were divided into upper and lower realms. This division was primarily due to the fact that the slightest action from powerful beings could upend countless lower realms. It was said that this separation was established by an unnamed heavenly sovereign. With a single stroke, he cleaved through eternity, creating a rift between the 2 realms. As time passed, the treasures of the lower realms were plentiful. Many forces or great beings coveted the lower realms. However, the vast majority were eventually accounted for. It was precisely for this reason that few Daluo would contemplate interfering with the lower realms. After all, attracting the attention of the heavenly sovereign was not desirable. Regardless of the treasures present in the lower realms, one could not touch them recklessly. Yet, as time progressed, phenomena such as the Master God space and chat groups emerged, rekindling the connection between the upper and lower realms. The talents from the lower realms were abundant. In summary, the winds arise at the edge of the azure, and the lower realms host countless worlds, even infinite parallel worlds where innumerable geniuses may emerge. In contrast, the upper realms generally consist of true realms, unique worlds, with the primordial being one such example. Only this primordial is the genuine article, all others are mere projections. The primordial resides at the center of the myriad realms. Originally, it was not in this position, but due to the multitude of great beings, it was difficult to maintain order without placing it centrally. Thus, Hongjin opened up the heavens, forcibly establishing the primordial at the center of the myriad realms, surrounded by the celestial universe. And so, the primordial came to be. Ordinary folks, truly worthy of being a master. Ordinary folks, may I inquire if the master has a title? We at Longhu Mountain would like to establish a tablet in honor of the master. Wandering in the wilderness. No need. I have no desire for incense offerings. Wandering in the wilderness. Furthermore, my world is rather unique, a fusion of countless mythological tales. Qin Shi, indeed, Master Qing, in the primordial. There are the calamities of dragons and phoenixes, the conflict between the shaman and the demons, the war of sealing the gods. And even the journey to the west is included. Wandering in the wilderness. The group leader is quite close. The script roughly follows this trajectory. Qin Shi, Master you. Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback. How could this master be so modern, even aware of the script? Wandering in the wilderness. I have perused it. Smile. JPG, of course, if the master can gaze into their lower realm, how could he not see the script of the primordial? At this moment, Qin Shi was tempted to ask, then, Master, what do you intend to do during the calamity of sealing the gods? However, it was evident that such a question was a perilous endeavor, the most pretentious. At this moment, in the world of Naruto, Sasuke curled up in the corner of the tatami mat. Today was a particularly disheartening day for him. There was no father-'s gaze, no brother-'s company, and his mother was also absent. Only the older siblings in the group were chatting, and yet, he felt entirely ignored. Yunqing watched this scene, somewhat speechless. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a scenario. No, perhaps in the primordial. He had never deliberately observed such things. Throughout the entirety of Naruto, it seemed he was the only one who was truly normal. The principles are sound, and the intelligence is intact. Hongwang Isanshio, exclusive red packet. Hongwang Isanshio, Zui Zhuang Ji Run. Here is something for you. Sun Goddess, behold. An esteemed figure's red packet. Sun Goddess, alas, this goddess cannot claim it. Zui Zhuang Ji Run has received the red packet. In the world of Naruto, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke gazed at the red packet released by Yunqing, his eyes gleaming as if stars were twinkling before him. Upon clicking to claim the red packet, a cherry of a crimson hue appeared in his hand. This cherry was remarkably plump, nearly the size of Sasuke's palm. He could not discern precisely what it was, as it seemed to possess some extraordinary quality. Zui Zhuang Ji Ren. Brother Qing, what is this? Brother. Yunqing chuckled softly. Hongwang Isanshio, a delectable cherry, the most common variety in the vast wilderness. It is cultivated by the spirits of the mountains and the cave realm. However, this is a blessed land, where innate spiritual energy flows. In such an environment, even the most ordinary cherry becomes a great fortune for an ordinary person. Ascension to the heavens is beyond reach, yet extending one's lifespan is quite feasible. The innate spiritual energy can indeed add thousands of years to one's life. With further refinement and cultivation techniques in the hands of human practitioners, even a single cherry could enable a breakthrough to the transformation realm. Refining essence into energy. Refining energy into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity, the four great realms of Qi refiners. Among humans, there exists also the golden elixir path, a method established by the Ta Ching saint, which is disseminated throughout humanity. Qin Shi, goodness, how enviable. Commoner, the treasures surrounding the immortal must be extraordinary. Qin Shi, indeed. How could anything from Hongwang be lacking? A mere mortal might attain the golden elixir after inhaling a few breaths of spiritual energy. Hongwang Isanshio nowadays. It's not quite so mystical. We are on the eve of the canonization. Honghuang Isanxiu. However, becoming a true immortal is indeed easier. Zui Zhuang Jiren. Brother Qing, could this be quite precious? Sasuke hesitated, uncertain whether to consume it or not, as it seemed to be of great value based on the comments of the other group members. Chapter 8. I, Emperor Reina, shall never accept this future. Honghuang Isanxiu. It is not precious. It is merely a product of the wilderness spirits in the cave realm. Most wilderness spirits hardly qualify as immortals, with only a rare few possessing the talent to ascend. Blindfolded General has never crashed. By the way, what is the world of Brother Qing truly like? This undoubtedly piques the curiosity of everyone. Qinshi. I am curious too. Commoner. I too wish to behold the grandeur of the immortal. Sun Goddess. Count me in. I wish to see just how formidable the Honghuang realm truly is after all the boasting by the group leader. Qinshi. Goodness. Have you seen your own storyline? Can you still smile? Sun Goddess. What is wrong with my story? I am the supreme deity. Sun Goddess. Do you understand what it means to be a supreme deity? Zui Zhuang Jiren. Sister Reina, are you afraid to look? Sun Goddess. Nonsense. This goddess would never shy away from viewing. Zui Zhuang Jiren. Qinshi. Group leader. Am I giving spoilers? Qinshi. Little Sasuke, you must prepare yourself mentally. Qinshi, it's not that your sister is withholding spoilers. Sasuke was deeply concerned about his narrative, overly eager for what lay ahead. Holding the large cherry. Saliva involuntarily dripped from his mouth. It looked so tempting. Swallowing hard, Sasuke stuffed the entire cherry into his mouth. Immediately, a surging wave of spiritual energy coursed through his body, cleansing his muscles and marrow. It felt as if a warm current flowed rhythmically within him. The innate spiritual energy surged through him, ultimately converging 3 inches below the navel, where the Dantian resides. His body's meridians interconnected, brimming with energy. This energy would be stored within Sasuke's body. If he practiced any cultivation technique, it would all transform into magical power. The moment he extracted a bit of chakra, that chakra was entirely replaced by the innate spiritual energy. The quality was simply incomparable. Oh, a foul odor wafted from him. Sasuke looked down to find himself drenched in sweat. The process of cleansing muscles and marrow expelled impurities from within. At this moment, all of it manifested as sweat pouring out. Sasuke, invigorated and radiant, dashed into the bathing chamber. Zui Zhuang Jiren. Brother Qing is amazing. Zui Zhuang Jiren. I feel I could best my brother now. Honghuang Isanxiu. It's a small matter. If your brother annoys you, just give him a slap to teach him a lesson. The Uchiha's mental state needs a good shaking. Observing Sasuke rushing into the bathroom, Yinqing shifted his gaze. That cherry was likely a century old, perhaps even unripe. If it had truly ripened, it might have caused Sasuke to explode instantly. Of course, this was also aided by Sasuke's own physique, which was at least 5 times that of Qinshi. The innate physique of individuals in the Naruto world inherently surpasses that of ordinary humans. Qinshi. Brother Qing, what is happening with Sasuke? Honghuang Isanxiu, nothing much, just an untainted body, probably akin to foundational establishment. If he were to fully harness the innate spiritual energy within, cultivating the golden elixir path would pose no challenge. Honghuang Isanxiu. If utilized well, the golden elixir would be merely a minor achievement. Commoner, terrifying indeed. Qinshi, instant golden elixir. Tears streamed down Qinshi's face. The golden elixir. Sasuke, without lifting a finger, was on the verge of attaining it. Is this the power of the mighty? Is this the essence of the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal? Sun Goddess, goodness. Qinshi Sun Goddess, tell me. Is this my future? Is this my storyline? At this moment, on the Sun Star, Reina donned a golden silk nightgown. Having just finished watching an entire season of the Super God Academy, her heart was increasingly unsettled. With her long legs crossed elegantly, her bare feet, glistening like pearls, unconsciously drew closer together, their soles imbued with a delicate rosy sheen. Even her toes were straining. What kind of absurd future is this? A mere gluttonous civilization? Do they even deserve it? Out of respect for the supreme deity, they left behind 2 items? On what grounds? Even 2 gluttonous soldiers dare to insult her as the Sun Goddess. This is utterly ridiculous. It's as if someone were crazily feeding history while riding on her head. Ultimately, in the narrative, she even let go of. This was the most difficult aspect for Reina to accept. A mere gluttonous civilization. How dare they? The degree of this insult was intolerable. Reina, seething with indignation, felt waves of fury rising within her, her white skin exposed. Her companions in the Sun S embrace were all fools, a 2,000-year-old regent with 1,000 years of scheming. Upon reaching this point, Reyna couldn't help but laugh. The regent, strutting to another S doorstep, flaunting his might, even pretending to act innocent, displaying himself. As for the angel civilization, crowning you as king, they were already the established monarch. A single pill fed to them could strip them of their throne. Honestly, one must question the regent's intellect. The actions of the filthy monkeys on earth would never be undertaken, yet this one, with a millennium of schemes, does just that, truly, relying on great power. She, Emperor Reyna, shall never accept such a future. Just the actions of the gluttonous civilization make her wish to raise an army against them. Sun Goddess, can I lead an army against the gluttons? Hongwangi Sanxiu, I have no objections. Commoner, though I do not comprehend the details, I will follow the immortal. I have no objections. Though I find myself perplexed by the discourse at hand, I shall join in without objection. I, too, perceive merit in the notion presented. Yet I wonder if it may be somewhat excessive. Wherein lies the excess? Is it not a greater affront to my divinity to endure such indignities? I am indeed a deity, the god of the fiery sun. What right does a mere civilization of gluttony possess to challenge me? I lend my support, believing that you ought to learn from your war-criminal father, such as bringing a sun into the dark dimensions, rendering you invincible within the cosmos. The realm of the Super God Academy is devoid of uniqueness. It is merely an illusion of reality. This notion has been thoroughly examined by Qing. If one were to seek intrigue, it would be in the figure of Principal Kirin, who possesses mastery over time and space. A faint smile graced Qing's lips. As this was the sole captivating aspect, for even the golden immortal status seemed lacking, bordering merely on the level of the celestial immortal. Such a dramatic decline. In the entire Super God universe, there exists not a single entity who could rival a true immortal, save for that old man. Perhaps Lena could be considered a half. Indeed, it is a world comparable to that of celestial immortals. Chapter 9. The chat group evolves. This absurd primordial realm ding. The chat group has successfully upgraded. New features. Check-in new features. Training room new features. Small points system new features. Strengthening fusion new features. Universal tasks new features. Universal tier titles new optimization. The maximum item level for the red envelope feature has been raised. Current level, Tier 6. Qing swiftly reviewed the features. Overall, it constituted a significant enhancement, with no secrets concealed within the system. All it offered was a testament to its capabilities. The check-in feature allows for normal attendance, yielding points ranging from 10 to 100. The Points Mall serves as a venue for utilizing the points acquired through check-ins, notably featuring a section for free trading. The items that can be stored here extend beyond the mere Tier 6. Next, the training room and the strengthening fusion aspects were introduced. One provides an ideal environment for cultivation at a cost of 100 points per hour, where an hour in the outside world equates to a full day within. Further expenditure of points yields additional time. Strengthening and fusion involve the consumption of points to enhance an item, albeit with an element of chance. With a guarantee of up to 90 attempts. The points required increase in accordance with the item's tier. The tasks trigger randomly within the worlds of group members, with rewards that vary widely, easily comprehensible. Lastly, there are the universal tier titles. Tier 10, Qing blinked. This level corresponds to the Golden Immortal, the highest echelon. If one were to push the boundaries further, perhaps an additional tier could be added, yet such figures are exceedingly rare across the myriad realms. Moreover, they may indeed belong to the ranks of the Golden Immortal, the nature of which remains uncertain. The Heavenly Sovereign is shrouded in enigma, far beyond Qing's comprehension. It is not a matter of modesty. The Golden Immortal is merely one among the seekers of the Tao. A mere Tier 6? Qing raised an eyebrow. This tier is hardly lofty. It aligns with the standard of true immortals. If we were to categorize the chat group according to the celestial realms, beginning from Tier 6, they would correspond to True Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, and Golden Immortal. In terms of destructive capability, the tiers break down as follows. Tier 1, 1 against 10, possessing extraordinary strength. Tier 2, 1 against 1,000, able to disregard bullets and other mundane weaponry. Tier 3, capable of annihilating cities with bare hands. Tier 4, capable of cleansing the strongest beings based on Earth. Tier 5, capable of exploding stars. What madness is this? Am I merely a Tier 5? Tier 2 reporting in. I am embarrassed. Old Heavenly Master, Tier 2 is already quite commendable. Smile. JPG, though it is a consolation. This comfort is rather. Qinshi, what about you? Does it concern you? Understood. Tier 1. What of Tier 1? Does it consume your rice? My Tier 1 does not signify eternal Tier 1. I believe I am Tier 2. Qinshi's expression froze. A 6-year-old Sasuke is Tier 2? Surely, you jest. I concede that my voice was somewhat raised earlier. Why? Why is the group leader the weakest? Hongwang Yusangxiu, what of you? Screenshot. JPG? Tier 10? You cannot be serious? As expected of a celestial being, truly terrifying. In my Taoism, celestial beings represent the highest realm, eternally present across the heavens. Is this what a golden immortal is? How fearsome must the saints be? Qinshi felt a wave of numbness. Primordial. That is truly primordial. If the golden immortal is already Tier 10, then what of the quasi-saints? What of the saints? The true nature of the saints remains unknown. However, the primordial saints are merely golden immortals. The few saints of the primordial realm are, after all, just golden immortals. After all, the creator of this world is also a golden immortal, merely defining himself as a saint. The realms of others must inevitably descend a tier. For example, Yinqing in the primordial realm should also be regarded as a saint. After perusing the messages within the group for a while, Yinqing rose and strolled leisurely through the cave realm. Upon reaching a sacred tree, he crossed his arms and gazed upward, beholding a 3-legged golden crow. Its plumage shimmering with golden light, its chest edged like a sword. Upon noticing Yinqing's approach, the 3-legged golden crow was filled with alarm and flapped its wings, attempting to flee. Yet Yinqing, not permitting such an escape, confined the surrounding space and chuckled, "Old friend, why the haste? I merely come to retrieve a few items." "My old friend, I am but a wisp of a dying soul. What could I possibly offer you?" The 3-legged golden crow settled upon the sacred tree, its round, glistening eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. "Oh, what of your usual trinkets?" Yinqing blinked, observing the 3-legged golden crow. The remnant soul of Emperor Jun is in such a wretched state. However, it matters not. Once the next epoch commences, he shall be restored. Thus, since saving him, Yinqing had never concerned himself with the matter. Of course, this Emperor Jun did not perish during the battle of the Wu and the Lich, but rather much earlier. "What trinkets? Those are my treasures." The wings of Emperor Jun flapped, conveying a sense of indignation. "Enough of that," Yinqing scoffed. "This sacred tree is not a true sacred tree. The trinkets you forged do not even qualify as innate spiritual treasures. The items you cultivated are not even roots of spirituality. Treasures, you say? You, Yinqing, I shall accuse you of defamation." Emperor Jun became agitated, and the 3-legged crow prepared to confront Yinqing. Unfortunately, the current state of Emperor Jun is merely a remnant soul, and in terms of Dao realm, he barely qualifies as a celestial immortal, his essence woefully diminished. "Produce the items," Yinqing demanded, arms crossed, fixedly gazing at Emperor Jun. "Impossible." Emperor Jun was further incensed. "I rely on those items for rebirth, to return to the primordial realm." "Why return?" Yinqing shrugged. "What is there to return to in the primordial realm? It would be far better to await the next epoch's reopening. I shall assist you in achieving golden immortal status." Emperor Jun fell silent. The two locked gazes for a considerable duration before Emperor Jun finally spoke. "Old friend, when I embarked on my journey, I was already beset by crises, struggling for survival." Laughter echoed. Yinqing could not contain himself and burst into laughter. If one were to ponder who among the myriad beings of the primordial world was the most unfortunate, it would undoubtedly be Jun. Why, you may ask? It is because, prior to the onset of the great cataclysm of the witches and demons, during the tail end of the dragon and phoenix tribulation, this individual nearly fell prey to a time traveler. Chapter 10. Jun, I have endured 3. Yinqing sent a small red envelope. "I have faced 3 instances of transmigration." Jun stood upon the branches of the Fusang tree, reciting, "Firstly, there was the devouring system, which sought to seize my essence when I first attained the golden immortal state. Fortunately, with the protection of the chaos clock, I managed to survive and ultimately vanquish the system. Secondly, there was the choice system, which aimed to claim my being when I first reached the Tai stage. Thanks to the safeguarding of the chaos clock, I continued to exist, yet the system was wrested away by the Dao ancestor. Thirdly, there was the Heavenly Emperor's blessing system, wherein I had already ascended to the Great Luo and had vanquished the soul of the time traveler, acquiring its system. I believed I was destined for greatness, only to discover that this system was also a traveler, leaving me with but a wisp of my former soul to languish. Thus, it can be said that Jun had already faced defeat before even entering the primordial realm. Alas, most systems and time travelers tend to choose this pivotal moment. It is indeed an era of great contention, and given Di Jun's identity as a born emperor, he was fated to face such trials. Having been transmigrated thrice, he found himself a mere remnant before the game could even commence, left behind by Qing. Now, Di Jun harbors but one wish. He has yet to behold the primordial realm. How he longs to venture forth and explore. Therefore, within this cave abode, Di Jun diligently practiced his arts, studied alchemy, cultivated spiritual roots, and forged magical treasures. He employed every conceivable means to grow stronger, biding his time until he could emerge invincible. At long last, through perseverance, he attained the true immortal realm. Before this achievement, he had lost count of how many times he nearly perished due to insufficient lifespan. Were it not for Qing's protection, Di Jun's remnant soul would have surely perished long ago. Old friend, spare yourself the turmoil. This epic holds no promise, he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Cursed time travelers. Why does the Dao ancestor not banish them all to the void? Because Hong Jun also requires resources, Qing replied with a shrug. Time travelers come equipped with their own resources, and in order to stabilize the strongest beings of the myriad realms, such elements are indispensable. Moreover, have you not noticed that after each cycle of epochs, the power of countless beings seems to increase? Di Jun was left bemused, his head adorned with question marks as he gazed at Qing. Oh, I forgot. You have yet to attain the Great Luo. In that case, there is no remedy. True Great Luo corresponds to the saints of the primordial realm. Di Jun, through countless reincarnations, has never succeeded, regardless of the variables. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's demeanor drooped, for such words were painfully disheartening to the Golden Crow. In the next epoch, I shall assist you in achieving Great Luo, Qing declared, gazing at Di Jun. Now, relinquish your tattered goods to me. Qing, I shall reiterate, these are not mere rags. Di Jun retorted, but soon, he ceased to hesitate. With a spurt of essence blood, his aura immediately waned. Qing, quick of hand, caught the essence. Following that, Di Jun produced 2 branches of the Fusang tree, a few red pills adorned with alchemical patterns, and several spiritual fruits. Without exception, all were below the 6th tier. There was no alternative. Di Jun was far too weak now. A remnant soul, all his essence had been lost. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the son of the Lady Nuwa residing in the palace was exponentially stronger than him. This is all I possess. Di Jun lamented, his eyes filled with reluctance as he relinquished his belongings. Qing cast him a sidelong glance and then pointed to a small cave within the Fusang tree. Inside, there lay countless treasures of comparable rank. Di Jun, heed my advice, in the future, refrain from pursuing such futile endeavors. You are far too mediocre and wasteful of precious materials. Di Jun remained silent, merely standing on the Fusang tree, gazing at Qing. Qing did not linger on him any longer, taking a single step to traverse the boundless void and returning to his pavilion. Primordial Realm Casual Practitioner, Lucky Red Envelope. Primordial Realm Casual Practitioner, encountering one another is fate. A small gift to express my sentiments. Group member Closed-Eyed General has snatched your red envelope. Obtaining a mouthful of Golden Crow Essence. Group leader Qinshi has snatched your red envelope. Obtaining 3 Millennium Vermilion Fruits. Group member Most Stylish Person has snatched your red envelope. Obtaining 1 Heavenly Emperor Sword. Group member Ordinary Person has snatched your red envelope. Obtaining 1 Yuan Shaodan. Group member Sun Goddess has snatched your red envelope. Obtaining 3 Fusang Tree Branches. Qinshi, thank you for the gift, esteemed immortal. May you be blessed like the Eastern Sea and live longer than the Southern Mountains. Primordial Realm Casual Practitioner, no need for such formality. Next time, refrain from such wishes. The Southern Mountains have already collapsed. Qinshi retracted a message. Qinshi, many thanks, esteemed immortal. You are invincible. Sun Goddess, wait. Tree branches from the Celestial Realm? In this bizarre world, Qinshi blinked, staring at the 3 vermilion fruits in her hands. Delicately pinching one of the fruits, she examined it from left to right. How rich in spiritual energy. That should be an apt description, right? Qinshi could not decipher the inscriptions upon it. Yet the Millennium Vermilion Fruit. This group has truly achieved great mastery of divine arts. Ha! Closed-Eyed General has never fallen from the skies. Thank you for the gift, esteemed immortal. Wait for me a couple of days. I too shall prepare something. Ordinary person, esteemed immortal, your generosity is overwhelming. Yet I possess nothing worthy of a gift. Most stylish person, elder brother Qing. Would you care to try some tricolored dumplings? I adore this treat. Primordial Realm Casual Practitioner. No need for such reciprocation. We are all part of the same group. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a family. Shinshi, indeed. Welcome to our family of the Myriad Realms chat group. Applause. JPG, Sun Goddess, to grow strong and achieve brilliance anew? Sun Goddess, wait, what is this branch doing? Why does it resonate with the Sun Star? In the world of the Super God Academy, as Lina took out the Fusang branch, a searing heat surged forth. The entire Sun Star began to tremble. And the piece of withered Fusang branch in her hand swayed incessantly. Whoosh. Just as Lina sent that message, the Fusang branch in her grasp pierced through the void, penetrating the Sun Star and reaching the cosmic expanse. In an instant, a radiant white light shone brilliantly, eclipsing even the luminescence of the Sun Star. Suddenly, the Sun Star began to flicker, prompting countless inhabitants to venture outside. On the martial arts arena, Panjin furrowed his brows, perplexed by what trouble the Master God had stirred up this time. The brilliance flickered for a considerable duration, leaving Lina momentarily entranced, ignoring the messages flooding in the group. Eventually, the Fusang branch plummeted, its radiant white light illuminating the starry sky, and, in a heartbeat, it restored the Sun Star's former glory. Have I perhaps stumbled upon a treasure? Lina stared in astonishment. Just then, Panjin burst in. Lina, what have you done? Lina snapped back to reality, glaring toward the entrance, her voice booming. Leave. This is my royal chamber. Panjin was taken aback, gazing at Lina in disbelief. Is this really you, Lina? Such a forceful rebuttal had never been witnessed before. Moreover, when did she ever refer to herself as I in such a manner? Chapter 11. Changes among the group members. Sun Goddess. The Fusang branch actually restored the Sun Star. Sun Goddess. Moreover, it only required a single piece. And I still have two. Sun Goddess, what did you all manage to snatch? Shinshi, just enjoy your luck. The esteemed immortal's casual discards are enough for us to last a lifetime. Ordinary person, may I be so bold as to inquire, esteemed immortal, what exactly is this Yuan Xiaodan? Shinshi, surely, the immortal's pills possess extraordinary benefits. Primordial realm casual practitioner. It nourishes the physical body, replenishes vitality, stabilizes the soul. And if one possesses sufficient comprehension, it may even lead to insights into the golden core path of cultivation. The wilderness and the unrefined, a creature of the wild forged this, and his alchemical skills are not yet fully developed. In his current state, how is Dijun not akin to a creature of the wild? Moreover, this Yuan Xiaodan was originally bestowed upon humanity by the Supreme One, crafted specifically for them. Dijun had once aspired to reincarnate as a human, thus he prepared these items. Yet, alas, his original soul had become irreparably fragmented. Even when Qing sent him for reincarnation, he could not transcend. However, perhaps now, that might be possible? Qing pondered, considering the remnant soul of Dijun could indeed be an invaluable avenue. Shinshi, excuse me, esteemed immortal, what about this Zhu fruit? The wilderness and the unrefined. It is an ordinary spiritual root, with effects similar to that cherry of Sasuke's. Shinshi, a foundational golden elixir? The wilderness and the unrefined, provided you possess a cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were familiar to her. She had a visualization method. Without hesitation, she seized her first external aid and promptly set to work. Grasping the Zhu fruit, she swiftly refined it. A surge of abundant spiritual energy converged within her. And within her visualization method, signs of progress finally emerged. It seemed as though an endless azure sky unfurled, alongside ethereal lotus blossoms blooming. Meanwhile, Sasuke was lost in contemplation, gazing at the sword in his hand. The Heavenly Emperor's sword? Such a name is undeniably formidable. However, this sword was far larger than he, measuring over 4 feet in length. The most pretentious, Brother Qing, what of this sword? The wilderness and the unrefined, forged by a creature of the wild. The name sounds impressive, yet it is merely an ordinary magical artifact, serving little purpose beyond being wielded for combat. If one were adept in swordsmanship, they could also control it, but otherwise, it holds no extraordinary capabilities. The wilderness and the unrefined, young Sasuke, you can channel your internal magical energy to manipulate this sword. The foundation of sword control lies in the transformation of the sword itself. This is not difficult. Simply refine the sword with your own magical energy. Sasuke understood Qing's intent. With a firm grip on the sword's hilt, he focused his thoughts, enveloping the sword with the magical energy from his dantian. In the next moment, a profound clarity washed over him, as if the sword had become an extension of himself. Overjoyed, he realized he could now command the sword at will. With a mere thought, he swung the sword. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and a three-zhang wave of sword energy erupted, cleaving a house in twain. Before the structure could collapse, Sasuke hastily fled outside. This commotion instantly drew the attention of other members of the Uchiha clan. What transpired over there? It seems to be the clan leader's residence. Quickly, inform the clan leader. His home has collapsed. No, we must first rescue people. The young master and his wife are still inside. The wife has already left this morning. We must still save the young master. In the realm beneath one person, at Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jue sat in a secluded chamber, gazing at the miraculous elixir in his hand, utterly astonished. The fragrance of the elixir filled the air, penetrating his nostrils and refreshing his spirit. Nearly inhaling it cleared his mind, alleviating years of mental burdens as if they had ceased to be obstacles. What caliber of elixir is this? Zhang Jue took a deep breath and placed the elixir in his mouth. The Yuan Shaodan melted upon entry, and an endless stream of pure spiritual energy coursed through his body, nourishing his organs and limbs. Zhang Jiwei's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not delay and promptly began to circulate and refine the Yuan Shaodan. A boundless spiritual energy gathered at the place of his innate qi, continuously washing over and solidifying it. The essence of human birth sees the innate qi flow through the body. And this innate qi is the foundation of a person's cultivation within this realm. Upon entering his body, the Yuan Shaodan instantly fortified his innate qi. Even a century's worth of cultivation could be amplified many-fold in mere moments. Furthermore, its quality continuously ascended. The 9 transformations of the Golden Dan. The initiation of the immortal path. Zhang Jue felt a surge of spiritual awareness awaken within him, deeply moved. This is the Golden Dan pathway. This is the supreme alchemical method, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to nurture oneself, circulating through the meridians, and establishing a purple mansion to store this energy. Then, converting this energy into one's magical power. This is the essence of the Golden Dan pathway. Expanding the purple mansion, condensing the internal magical energy into a liquid state, ultimately transforming the body into an immaculate, innate form. From this point forth, one could abstain from consuming impurities to prevent contamination of the Tao body. The magical energy within solidified into the Golden Dan, thus entering the Golden Dan realm. A beginner's initiation into the Golden Dan pathway. The Golden Dan connects with the forces of heaven and earth, permitting the cultivation of foundational divine abilities. Upon the 3rd transformation of the Golden Dan, the primordial spirit is born, termed as the transformation of spirit. Upon the 6th transformation, the primordial spirit becomes inseparable from the pure Tao body, returning to simplicity, also known as the return to the void. Upon the 9th transformation, the final step on the path to immortality, the essence, spirit, and energy reach complete fulfillment. One need only transcend tribulations to ascend as an immortal. The method of ascension. Zhang Jiwei's aura erupted instantaneously, like a tempest sweeping through the chamber, causing it to nearly explode under the force. Outside, a golden light spread across the land for miles, revealing an infinite divine majesty manifested in Zhang Jiwei. 1 Yuan Shaodan, and he stood as a Golden Dan. A century's accumulation along with this Yuan Shaodan transformed Zhang Jiwei into what seemed like a true immortal of this realm. His silvery hair gradually regained its color, and the wrinkles upon his face began to smooth. In that moment, Zhang Jiwei opened his eyes. His once small eyes now shone like brilliant stars, glimmering with golden radiance. Who was in the back mountain? Such overwhelming aura left the disciples of Longhu Mountain in awe. Wait, is that the master? The master has broken through? He can still break through. He must be on the verge of ascension, right? The younger disciples began to murmur among themselves. Such a might, such golden light, was indeed astonishing. What they cultivated and what their master cultivated were worlds apart. Zhang Lingyu observed the aura emanating from the back mountain, her brow slightly furrowing before she chuckled softly. It seems master has broken through again. Lingyu, accompany your uncle to the back mountain to find your master. Xiaoyu pushed Tian Jinzhong forward. Zhang Lingyu nodded, her gaze shifting to Xiaoyu, who understood and took a couple of steps back. Zhang Lingyu pushed her wheelchair towards the back mountain. Chapter 12. Yun Qing's calculation. Has he developed a murderous intent towards Gong Qing? Yun Qing chuckled lightly, retracting his gaze. It is only natural. A seasoned celestial master familiar with the story would never allow this little brat to survive. Not only because of the secrets of the Jiashan rebellion, but also due to his actions against Tian Jinzhong, he must not be allowed to live. Scanning the conditions of the group members, it seemed that all but Jing Yuan were utilizing the items within this red envelope effectively. Let me take a look. Yunqing directed his gaze towards the Shang dynasty, since he had resolved to take action amidst this grand calamity in hopes of a breakthrough. The first task at hand was to devise a strategy. How to strategize so that it can be deemed as calculating the Tao. Calculating heaven, calculating earth, calculating humanity, calculating immortals. Calculating sages. These are all within Yunqing's capabilities, yet calculating the Tao remains elusive. The great Tao cannot be calculated, as its existence is inherently uncertain. However, the minor Tao can indeed be calculated. Let us begin with the heavenly Tao of the wilderness. Who says one must follow Hong Jun's script to have a script? Engaging in a game with the heavenly Tao is immensely enjoyable. If successful, after this grand calamity, he would surely stand shoulder to shoulder with Hong Jun. Counting the script of Hong Jun's grand calamity, there are only a few decades until its conclusion, achieving the pinnacle of the great Luo in mere decades. And attaining such an accomplishment as opening the center of myriad realms was something Yunqing had never even dreamt of. However, this chat group bestowed upon him new inspiration. What is the Taoist friend observing? An aged voice resonated in his ear. Yunqing smiled slightly at the mention and replied, observing the wilderness. The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. Taoist friend, you promised this poor Taoist not to interfere in matters of the wilderness. It was for this reason that I allowed you to remain. Yunqing glanced sideways, as if an old Taoist in gray robes had settled opposite him. Indeed, he had made such a promise. Yunqingdo, however, in my humble opinion, if we were to follow your script, this time we would likely still be unable to pass the tribulation of conferring the gods. Upon hearing this, the voice fell silent once more. Throughout countless cycles of reincarnation, this is the first time encountering the script of the conferring of gods. This is the closest we have ever come to the conferring of gods. If this script were to succeed, then this realm would be as stable as it could ever be. Yet, regrettably, it has never succeeded. The primal chaos has never witnessed a successful conclusion. Do you have any insights, my friend? The voice of Hong Jun resounded again. Who else could be here but Hong Jun? My friend, I have never intervened in the primal chaos all these years. The remnant soul of Emperor Jun was merely an accident. Yunqing shrugged, however. Are you fully prepared for this grand calamity of conferring the gods? I have not seen any travelers in recent years. Hong Jun manifested his form. An old Taoist clad in a gray robe. His aura of the Tao was completely concealed, appearing as an ordinary mortal. He cast a glance at Yunqing, an unspoken understanding between them. This is an exception, I assent it. Yunqing chuckled softly. This is something I fished out from the sea of chaos. Do you intend to use this object to interfere with the grand calamity of conferring the gods? Hong Jun's expression remained as calm as an ancient well, responding lightly. It is not interference, but rather a contest. Yunqing also maintained a serene demeanor, stating, just as you have crafted the script of conferring the gods, it is also a contest between both sides. Besides those few, in truth, only you and I possess the true Tao of Great Luo, alongside that troublesome fellow over there. Why not engage in a contest between us? The corner of Hong Jun's eye twitched slightly, although he was indifferent to many nuisances. He had already offended everyone in the primal chaos. Yet, Yunqing's sudden proposal might introduce countless variables. However, Yunqing had always been a law-abiding citizen. Perhaps the grand calamity of conferring the gods pertains to his path. Yet Hong Jun acquiesced. There was no harm in this. If there were no one to contest with him, he would lose the thrill. Over the years, Hong Jun's temperament had become quite tempered. Even if the primal chaos achieved the utmost heights, it would be difficult for him to become a heavenly sovereign. Thus, it would be better to engage with Yunqing in this grand calamity as a contest of doctrines. Change does not necessarily imply misfortune. In the past, Hong Jun would have never entertained such thoughts. However, Yunqing was a remarkable case. He had achieved the Tao in Hong Jun's primal chaos. What an incredible feat! Achieving the Tao. A great Luo golden immortal had emerged so vividly within his primal chaos. Hong Jun had thought this individual might be another innate divine being. Yet he had never anticipated it to be Yunqing, achieving great Luo as a traveler without a system. Of course, this was merely due to Hong Jun's ignorance of the specifics. Would Yunqing inform him that his achievement of great Luo was because he inherently was great Luo? That was impossible. Then, my friend, shall we each gather our forces? Upon hearing Yunqing's words, Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback. Was it necessary to gather forces? It was merely a matter of different camps. Hong Jun replied nonchalantly, there is no need for such trouble. That is acceptable. Yunqing chuckled lightly. Then I shall await your move in silence." Hong Jun turned his head, gazing deeply at Yunqing before nodding and vanishing from sight. One must admit, Hong Jun had indeed granted himself numerous privileges. After all, he was one of the only 3 true great Luo in the primal chaos. Why only 3? That is certainly because some individuals are merely reflections of a certain heavenly sovereign. These individuals are the 5 saints, the Western Jain saint, the Eastern 3 pure ones, and the Nuwa saint of the Nuwa palace. Hong Jun derived the meaning of the saint from their titles as heavenly sovereigns, hence their name. After Hong Jun's departure, Yunqing pondered for a moment, then donned a dark robe. With a wave of his hand, he exited the cave and sealed the great formation. With a single step, the distance seemed trivial. If one were to inquire who the most vital figures in the grand calamity of conferring the gods were, without a doubt, these 2 individuals resided within the Jade Void Palace. Once again, he was to meet the primordial saint. Yunqing felt a twinge of trepidation. Meeting the primordial saint was, to be honest, somewhat intimidating. After all, this is a reflection of a heavenly sovereign, although not the true form, according to Hong Jun. Everything is no different from the true form. Otherwise, he would not have been excluded. Kunlun Mountain, the ancestral mountain of all mountains in the primal chaos. Aside from the Nanzhong Mountain, of course, it has now become the true ancestral mountain, the most powerful cave paradise, bearing the fortune of the 3 saints. Its mystical nature needs no further elaboration. The Kunlun mountain range stretches over 50 million miles, having produced numerous great beings in the past. And this is merely the superficial extent, not to mention the various cave paradises within. Now, this place serves as the Taoist ground for the primordial saint and is also the site of the Chan teaching. The disciples of the Chan teaching are few. The 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th generations add up to merely over 300 individuals. It would not be surprising if a single person from the Chan teaching occupied an entire cave paradise. At the foot of the mountain, Yunqing gazed at the boundless mountain range, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Kunlun Mountain, the most coveted place for seekers of the Tao in the primal chaos. It is a pity that the threshold for entering the Chan teaching is exceedingly high. Talent is not the most crucial factor. Character is paramount. The heart-testing formation laid down by the primordial heavenly sovereign is undoubtedly the foremost heart-refining formation in the primal chaos, with very few able to pass through it. And this is merely the first assessment for entry into the Chan teaching. Chapter 13. Worshipping the Mountain Kunlun. Why have you come here, my friend? A white crane alighted in front of Ji Hung, lowering its red crown, and inquired. Yunqing returned a bow. I am Yunqing, a scattered cultivator from the Taishu Cave Paradise, seeking an audience with the primordial saint. I would appreciate it if you could relay this message. The white crane youth replied, Please wait a moment. I must inquire with the Lord. Yunqing smiled. Thank you, my friend. White crane youth, please lead him up. A deep and authoritative voice echoed through the mountains. The owner of this voice needed no introduction. It was naturally the primordial saint, the heavenly sovereign of Jade Void. Upon hearing the voice, Yunqing bowed toward the mountain summit. Thank you, saint. There is no need to refer to me as a saint. Let us address each other as friends. The voice responded once more before fading away. Subsequently, the white crane youth guided Yunqing up the mountain. Jade Void Palace. A magnificent hall where a middle-aged Taoist sat, exuding a faint aura of the Tao. The Taoist's expression was devoid of sorrow and joy, his eyes slightly open. Yunqing merely glanced once, and it was as though he beheld the cycles of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, in the boundless chaos. Insights flooding his heart. Although it was not his first encounter, he was still greatly astonished. Compared to his own, which was not of the heavenly Tao. The aura of these heavenly Tao saints was profoundly intricate. Yunqing suppressed the realizations welling up in his heart and bowed. I, Yunqing, have come to pay respects to the primordial saint. There is no need for excessive formality. The primordial one opened his eyes, returned Yunqing's bow, and then rose to welcome him. After rising, the primordial one surveyed the surroundings. The white crane youth understood and promptly exited the grand hall of the Jade Void Palace. The primordial one smiled at Yunqing, then turned his back and walked toward the rear. Yunqing closely followed. The two traversed the grand hall of the Jade Void Palace until they reached the entrance of a cave paradise, where they halted. The primordial one raised his hand, and the cave entrance opened. My friend, please. After you. They entered the cave paradise, one after the other. This cave paradise is named the Three Pure Ones Cave Paradise. It has long been spoken of in the primal chaos, yet none had ever laid eyes upon it until now. This was Yunqing's first encounter. The cave paradise was surprisingly small. Spanning merely a few dozen miles, nestled among mountains and waters, it featured a thatched cottage, a pavilion, 3 or 4 top-tier innate spiritual roots, and a table with 3 stools. This was the location where the 3 pure ones resided during their early years. Were it not for those few top-tier innate spiritual roots, who could discern that this was the dwelling of a saint? Huang Zhongli. 5-needle pine Yunqing could only marvel internally, affirming the reputation of the primordial saint. All those famed spiritual roots of the primal chaos were in his possession. The primordial one led Yunqing into the pavilion, where they sat facing each other. My friend, you have defied the Tao to achieve the state of Hongyuan. You have truly concealed it from us all. The primordial one chuckled softly, looking at Yunqing. Yunqing grinned sheepishly. Senior, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. Achieving Hongyuan is no mere stroke of luck. The primordial one shook his head with a light laugh. In the past, Hongyun, Kuanpeng, Tai, and even the current Zenyuanzi have not achieved Hongyuan, yet you have managed to stand out. This cannot merely be attributed to luck. Yunqing chuckled casually, brushing aside the matter and steering directly to the crux of the issue. His gaze pierced through the celestial realm towards the Jade Void Palace. Yuanshi followed his gaze, and where their eyes converged, they beheld an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, holding the Jade Clarity Dao Cannon. Unbeknownst to him, the old man was dozing off, muttering incomprehensible phrases. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Yunqing's mouth. The talent of Jiang Zia was indeed remarkable. Yunqing found it utterly elusive. Flying bear aspect. Yuanshi's eyes darkened as he turned to Yunqing. My friend, do you also wish to partake in this great calamity? Not at all, Yunqing hastily replied. I merely sense that this calamity is extraordinary, and with the flying bear aspect being destined by heaven, I wish to witness its true nature. Alas, Yuanshi sighed deeply. It is unfortunate that Jiang Shang's talents are lacking. He seems more interested in the military treatises left by Guang Qingzi. This calamity may not differ from hunting deer occurring among mortals. Yunqing nodded in agreement. It is inevitable. Humanity is favored by heaven and earth. After a moment of silence, Yuanshi gazed at Yunqing. He had contemplated much during the previous quietude. My friend, your visit to Kunlun is not solely for this, is it? Indeed, Yunqing admitted sheepishly. I primarily came to borrow a person from the esteemed elder, Jiang Shang. Yuanshi narrowed his eyes. Not him. Yunqing shook his head. I seek to borrow your 5th disciple, Tai. Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback. Precisely. Yunqing smiled gently. I have heard that the esteemed Tai Yizhenren possesses a renowned reputation for alleviating suffering. I require his assistance, hence my pilgrimage to Kunlun. Yuanshi fell into silence for a while. Yunqing's actions were undoubtedly linked to the great calamity. It seemed that Tai Yi was deeply entwined with this impending disaster. Yuanshi, despite his ability to control and deduce, found it increasingly difficult to interpret the heavenly secrets at such a tumultuous time. Even he was unable to unravel the celestial mechanisms due to the prevailing fate associated with the Chan sect. The Chan sect was embroiled in the calamity. While Yunqing appeared to be an outsider, disconnected from this monumental upheaval, having secluded himself for many years. After pondering briefly, Yuanshi inquired, My friend, do you have a place to return to amidst this calamity? Yunqing blinked. Was he inquiring about which side he would align with? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied. None. I have come solely for Tai Yizhenren. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, though Yuanshi interpreted these words differently. Excellent. Yuanshi exclaimed with a bright smile. Clearly delighted. Yunqing's meaning was unmistakable, almost as if he had inscribed I stand with the Chan sect upon his visage. Both smiled at each other. Their intentions clear without need for further words. Before long, Yuanshi communicated with Tai Yizhenren, who appeared in the celestial realm shortly thereafter. Clad in a flowing purple robe, the youthful figure bore an air of nonchalance. This was Yunqing's first encounter with Tai Yizhenren, and his purpose in seeking him was evident. Neza, one of the pivotal characters in the conferred god calamity, the first step in the grand scheme began at Chernang Pass. Greetings, master. Tai Yizhenren bowed respectfully to Yuanshi. Good, Yuanshi replied, opening his eyes. You shall accompany Uncle Yunqing on this journey. During this calamity, remain by his side. Upon hearing this, Tai Yizhenren rose and turned to Yunqing, promptly bowing. Greetings, Uncle Yunqing. Too kind, Yunqing responded with a smile. In that case, I am grateful to you, esteemed Yuanshi. They exchanged knowing smiles, leaving unsaid what needed no words. Thus, Yunqing departed from Kunlun, now accompanied by Tai Yizhenren, who gazed curiously at him. The youth's appearance was quite rare, although his name was not widely known. Fellow disciples of the three sects were aware of him to some degree, having heard that he was a figure on par with the likes of Jin Yuan de Xian, and of the same era as their master. Chapter 14. 1,000 points for the great Luo Golden Immortal. Quite reasonable, isn't it? Your cultivation has indeed progressed considerably. Master Nephew. Yun Qing glanced at Tai Yi, smiling. You flatter me, Master Uncle. Tai Yi grinned broadly. One must grow, otherwise it would bring shame to our master. The great Luo Golden Immortal, of course, referred to the primordial great Luo. This realm was akin to the initial stages of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal across myriad realms. Indeed, it is true, Yun Qing nodded. It is essential to uphold the dignity of the esteemed Yuan Shi. Without revealing his intentions, Yun Qing refrained from steering the conversation toward the main topic. Instead, he conjured clouds and guided Tai Yi to Qin'ang Pass in the southern province. The current commander here was Li Jing, and it had not been many years since the ascension of Emperor Xian. Tai Yi appeared puzzled as to why they had arrived in such a place. Master Nephew, do you know of the calamity? I know a little, but not much. Tai Jinren replied, shaking his head. To speak plainly, this place will give rise to the child of calamity. You may observe this family here. A year from now, we shall meet again and discuss further, shall we? The child of calamity? Tai Yi was not foolish. He grasped the implications. Furthermore, this child of calamity might have some association with him. Was he to seek a Dao partner? That seemed amiss. The commander was clearly male, and thus unrelated to the matter of a Dao partner. Contemplating this, Tai Yi's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he regarded Yun Qing. Yun Qing, curse it. How has the primordial realm transformed into this? I truly wish to see what resides in that dog's brain. Observe closely. The opportunities of the great calamity lie within. With that, Yun Qing vanished in an instant, leaving Tai Jinren standing alone, bewildered in the wind. Wait, he just left like that. He simply abandoned me here? As Tai Jinren grappled with his confusion, a commotion erupted from the commander's residence below. Sir, the lady has given birth. In astonishment, Tai Jinren concealed his form in the void, peering towards the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Yun Qing returned to his celestial abode, reclining in the pavilion once more. Tai Jinren was merely the first step. Should he comprehend the situation, he would naturally send the spiritual pearl for reincarnation. That would mark the beginning of the second step. Ah, another year of tranquility, he mused. I truly cannot compare with the other sages. They can effortlessly wield their influence with a mere gesture or a few words, controlling myriad circumstances without leaving their doors. Yet here I am. The disadvantages of solitary efforts becoming increasingly evident. Laboring personally is indeed a hassle. With nothing pressing at hand, he decided to open the chat group. At that moment, the discussions within were already fervently underway. Qinshi, does anyone understand? Qinshi, 3 Crimson Fruits, the leader of this group, has achieved mastery. One of the Qinglian Sword Immortals. A contemporary king, invincible in the world. Blind General never crashed, Qinglian Sword Immortal, boundless magic. Ordinary fellow as a Sword Immortal. Should you not suppress all earthly foes? Qinshi, all thanks to our esteemed Qing Shangxian. I am confident that with one sword strike, I can slay a king-level specter without issue. Blind General never crashed. Speaking of which, I recalled something. Blind General never crashed. Last time we inquired about the world of Shangxian, it seemed there was no follow-up. Jing Yuan was exceedingly curious. The blood of the Golden Crow was something he had yet to utilize. However, the chat group had given it a 5-star rating. Moreover, Jing Yuan could sense that the impact would be catastrophic. If this drop of blood were to fall into the void, it would likely shatter the stars in an instant. And Qing Shangxian was regarded as a so-called 10-tier powerhouse, the apex of supremacy. In the myriad realms, Jing Yuan's capacity for understanding was relatively strong. They inhabited a realm composed of countless worlds. Yet the concepts diverged. Here, a single civilization equated to a world, while the group offered them a grander worldview. Countless worlds converge to form a singular universe. Among the myriad realms, there exist countless worlds akin to theirs. Thus, what might the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, standing at the pinnacle of all realms, resemble? Ordinary person. Surely, the celestial being possesses boundless powers. Ordinary person. A seemingly inconspicuous Yuan Shao pill in the hands of the celestial being enabled the old Taoist to break through consecutively, reaching the golden core. Ordinary person. The golden core path, indeed, lives up to its legendary status. Sun Goddess. Goodness, is this not the most outrageous thing ever? Sun Goddess. A mere branch restored a star? A star, do you comprehend? General with closed eyes never crashed. Astounding. Merely a twig repairing a star is an unimaginable force. Even a commanding figure could not achieve such a feat walking along the path of destiny. Even the mightiest cannot reach such heights. And this twig, it seems, is a creature of the wild under the celestial being's command? In other words, such entities are as numerous as the stars. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, 1,000 points? Yun Qing blinked. Wasn't the maximum 100? System voice. The celestial being is profoundly blessed, the supreme being among worlds. 1,000 points is entirely reasonable. Yun Qing smiled and said, all right. Points like these hold little value in my hands. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, lucky hand red packet. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, the points obtained from the previous sign-in. Sun goddess. What? 100 points? Sun goddess, did I manage to snag all of them? Most showy person, why do I have 500 points? Sun goddess? Do you even hear what you're saying? Most showy person, yes, it's 500 points, no doubt. Sasuke examined his balance closely, confirming 562 points. No issue there. I obtained 500 from the previous red packet. Most showy person screenshot. JPG Sun goddess. Ordinary person, Qin. General with closed eyes never crashed. A screen full of question marks erupted. Qin, setting aside the 500 snatched from the celestial being, Sasuke signed in for 62 points. General with closed eyes never crashed. I don't think we should ignore that. I also grabbed 150 points. Ordinary person, the old Taoist secured 130 points. Qin. Goodness. The celestial being's sign-in yielded 1,000 points? That's utterly absurd. Sun goddess? Qin, Sun goddess, are you there? Check your balance. Sun goddess, get lost. No. Why do I only have a total of 110 points? General with closed eyes never crashed, so Miss Reina is the safety net. Ordinary person, the celestial being is profoundly blessed, the supreme among worlds. 1,000 points is indeed reasonable. Chapter 15. Uploading Naruto, Wandering Cultivator of the Primordial Era. Points hold no value for me, nor do the items in the group marketplace. Qin, grateful for the celestial being's generosity. Qin, however, celestial being, there is still the Pangu axe in the marketplace. Wandering Cultivator of the Primordial Era, a counterfeit. Ask the system if it can currently create the Pangu axe. Such tricks only deceive the uninformed. Moreover, in their possession, with 9,999,000,000,000 points. No one can afford it, merely hanging there for show. Sun goddess, I never expected such a chat group. General with closed eyes never crashed, displaying divine grace. Items like the Pangu axe, with their exorbitant prices, indeed possess a certain elegance. Ordinary person, disciple expresses gratitude to the celestial being for the divine pill. Ordinary person, kneeling. JPG, wandering cultivator of the primordial era, Yuan Chao pill? No matter, it is of no use to me. Yun Qing spoke candidly, such items in his possession were worthless. Who would regard such trifles as treasures? Ordinary person, perhaps this item holds no value for the celestial being, yet for the disciple. It has facilitated my ascent to the Golden Core realm. Ordinary person, the Golden Core's third transformation, the primordial spirit self-generating, extending life for 1,000 years. Ordinary person, such a scenario, in my previous existence, I would not have dared to even imagine. Qin, the Golden Core's third transformation is indeed terrifying. Most showy person, I must also thank the celestial being. Most showy person, exclusive red packet. Most showy person, celestial being. This is a 3-colored dumpling. I too relish it greatly. Yun Qing paused, glancing at Sasuke's red packet with mild surprise. He chuckled softly, accepting the packet. My, so much. 3 entire trays. Over 100 skewers of 3-colored dumplings. Yun Qing took a skewer, pocketed the rest, and sampled a bite, finding it quite delectable. Eating seemed a long-forgotten pleasure. The 3-colored dumpling was sweet, with a hint of milk, perhaps a delightful snack among humanity. Yun Qing blinked, contemplating for a moment. His gaze then fell upon a certain human city in the southern region. Within the city, there was an inn, and in the inn's kitchen, a goat-bearded chef toiled. Without a second thought, Yun Qing sent a tray of 3-colored dumplings. The goat-bearded chef, stirring soup, was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the bamboo tray and the unfamiliar skewers. Baise, taste how this fares. Is it suitable as a snack in the mortal realm? The goat-bearded chef was instantly agitated, hastily looking towards the void, yet seeing nothing. Yun Qing proclaimed his name. Baise was even more astonished, promptly bowing to the void. Baise pays respects to Saint Yun Qing. There's no need. I do not consider myself a saint. Just try this delicacy. If it proves satisfactory, it may suffice as a mortal snack. Baise complied. He hurriedly bowed and seized a 3-colored dumpling, swiftly refining it. This divine being, unlike others, was acutely aware of the significance. This was a saint. Throughout his life, he had only glimpsed him during a sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, afterward disappearing without a trace. Should anyone underestimate this being, it would be a grievous error. He, by Zay, commanded the art of innate deduction. Mastering strategies, he could predict the fate of heaven and earth. He was the auspicious beast among auspicious beasts, capable of bringing good fortune and averting calamity. His reasons for residing among humanity were straightforward. The safest place is often the most perilous, and the most dangerous place can be the safest. Although humanity appeared tranquil, it was undoubtedly the next site of great calamity, for there was no other location where such calamity could unfold. And as this impending doom was the most perilous, hiding among humanity ironically became the safest choice, especially here. Known as Shiqi, Yun Qing's commands were naturally to be obeyed. Others might be unaware, but he understood this being was not on the same level as Jin Yuanzi. He had already attained sainthood, albeit not as a heavenly Tao saint. Hiss, sugar, milk, and perhaps even some oil. Bai Zai frowned slightly, quietly analyzing the ingredients. Without employing magical powers, some aspects proved rather challenging. Meanwhile, Yin Qing chose to disregard it further, merely regarding this delicacy as a potential snack. Among humanity, Bai Zai was the most familiar figure. Surviving to this day demonstrated his prowess. Look at Di Jun, that was truly tragic. Hong Jun had effectively blocked the paths of the travelers. Yun Qing pondered for a while, demonstrating his resolve regarding this narrative. Otherwise, on the eve of the investiture of the gods, this would have been a time when travelers soared through the skies. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, I'm back. I just tossed the 3-colored dumplings to a friend. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, perhaps a mere snack could sweep through the great merchant? Ordinary person, ha ha ha. It's unimaginable what it would be like for modern snacks to appear suddenly thousands of years ago. Chen Shi, am I the only one curious about who the celestial being's friend is? Chen Shi was genuinely curious. Could the friend of the immortal be a renowned figure from the primordial era? Wandering repairman. No one special, just Bai Zai. He has been living in seclusion among the human race as a chef. Commoner. The Bai Zai spirit beast diagram. Chen Shi, one of the 10 demon gods. Wandering repairman. That is a thing of the past. He now refers to himself as a divine beast and would not dare to call himself a demon god. Furthermore, the Bai Zai spirit beast diagram was created when he sought the protection of the human race's fortune. He provided Xianyuan with a copy of the spirit beast diagram, which could also be considered the 10,000 beasts diagram. It essentially cataloged nearly all the beasts, detailing their habits, weaknesses, and temperaments. Almost everything was documented. It could be seen as a declaration of allegiance, as the human race is the dominant force of the heavenly principles, and he is quite adept at seizing opportunities. General with closed eyes. Terrifying indeed. Wandering repairman uploaded group, file primordial era. Wandering repairman. Inside, there are scenes I conjured with my magic, which essentially depict the overview of the primordial era. If everyone enjoys it, once the crossing feature is activated, you are all welcome to the primordial era. Chen Shi. I only regret that the crossing feature is not yet available. Most pretentious person. Chen Shi. Where's my spoiler, group master? Chen Shi. Little Sasuke, call me sister. I am female. Sun goddess. You crack me up, still calling him group master. Chen Shi reminisced about Yun Qing's words to not pay any mind. Sasuke. It seems he has grown much stronger. Perhaps it's time to share. Having delayed until now, Chen Shi felt a bit embarrassed. Chen Shi, little Sasuke, be mentally prepared. Most pretentious person, I am ready. Sasuke held his breath, his gaze intense. Chen Shi uploaded group file Naruto, Young Era, Shippuden, Boruto Young Era part. Viewable only by most pretentious person. Chapter 16. Sasuke. I will never acknowledge this. Chen Shi showed no regard for Sasuke's feelings. She had genuinely uploaded the entirety of Naruto. The narrative of Naruto is far from a gratifying tale. It is devoid of the typical male protagonist tropes. Sasuke's life can be aptly described with the word tragic. Before the age of 7, perhaps those were his last moments of joy. Of course, if one were to recount it in detail, those 7 years were not filled with happiness either. His father's disapproval was the most distressing matter. In comparison to his genius older brother, he appeared overwhelmingly mediocre. Chen Shi now comprehended Yun Qing's meaning. If Sasuke were to learn all of this in advance, could he alter the course of his future? Perhaps this is the very purpose of their chat group. If Sasuke's future were to change, she would gladly welcome Uchiha Itachi donning the attire of a Konoha Jonin. Although he is somewhat mentally unstable, if these events had not transpired, it would not pose a problem. To Chinshi, Uchiha Itachi is one of the two ninjas closest to perfection in Konoha. As a ninja, he is more than qualified. However, the massacre of his clan cannot be washed away. There is no cleansing it. He is indeed a madman. At 4 years old, he possessed intellect akin to that of the third Hokage. The moment Chinshi released the file, Qing's gaze fell upon Sasuke. Sasuke took a deep breath, filled with anticipation, and opened Naruto. Sasuke did not possess any extraordinary abilities. He could not digest everything as swiftly as the other members of the group. His experience was somewhat akin to completing a supplementary series. Qing was momentarily speechless, then lightly pointed. A stream of light projected across the river of time and space, following myriad paths, transforming into a green lotus drifting through the myriad realms. Amidst the chaos, the green lotus floated, traversing the endless void, gliding past an ancient scar that sliced through time. Ultimately, it descended into the world of Naruto. Ordinary individuals could not perceive this green lotus, and its speed was so extraordinary that it directly entered Sasuke's consciousness. Gasped. Qing inhaled sharply. It must be said, he was fortunate to harbor no malicious intent. The scar felt slightly painful on the spiritual level, yet it remained within an acceptable range. The Celestial Lord is not an unreasonable entity, devoid of malice, greed, or plunder. Passing through this absolute scar of ages is not particularly challenging. It is unfathomable that this scar has existed for countless epochs. If measured in years, it would amount to tens of billions, perhaps even trillions. Even now, it retains such formidable power, a testament to the Celestial Lord's might. Should a great Luo Golden Immortal recklessly pass through, they might. Qing shivered. They would likely be cast into the void of time, never to reincarnate. Even if a great Luo Golden Immortal were immortal, they could be eternally banished. At that moment, Sasuke absorbed the green lotus. Instantly, the memories within the file surged forth like a tidal wave. Graduating from the Ninja Academy, facing Zabuza, participating in the Chunin exams, encountering Uchiha Itachi, aligning with Orochimaru. These events left Sasuke bewildered as to why he acted in such a manner. And what of his family? Where is his brother? Why must he confront his brother with blades drawn? Why such hatred for his brother? And who is this blonde individual? Why does he persistently oppose him? Sasuke grew increasingly frantic. As the Shippuden began, the two would meet again, to confront Orochimaru, to confront Uchiha Itachi. Why? Brother. Why did I kill my brother? At that moment, the perspective shifted. Sasuke stood as an observer, watching his 7-year-old self walk towards home. On the power pole was his brother. Brother. Why? Sasuke screamed, tears cascading down his cheeks. Before his eyes lay his parents, lifeless in a pool of blood. Alongside his blood-soaked brother, Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Itachi looked up at Sasuke, his pupils trembled, yet he uttered chilling words. My foolish little brother. It was I who killed them. It was all my doing. Do not kill me. My foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me. Then harbor your hatred towards me, resent me, and continue to live an ugly life. Keep fleeing, simply to survive, and when you one day possess eyes like mine, then come find me to prove your worth. In the next moment, the Sasuke and his mind fell victim to Tsukuyami. The scenes of Itachi slaughtering their clan flashed before him. No, brother. The real Sasuke shouted, blood tears streaming down his face, leaving a crimson trail. The tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, transforming into a brilliant scarlet. Single tomo Sharingan. Father, mother, no. Why did my brother kill our entire clan? The narrative continued, unveiling the sudden appearance of the masked man and the truth about Uchiha Itachi. In that instant, Sasuke completely shattered. His brother killed the clan to protect him. And he killed his brother in pursuit of vengeance. So painfully real. So real it felt surreal. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his spiritual energy coursing throughout his body, gathering towards his brain. The single tomo spun rapidly, blood tears flowing freely. No, I refuse to accept this. Double tomo. Triple tomo. The tomo in his eyes continued to spin rapidly, an increasingly dark aura erupting from Sasuke. I refuse. I do not want this future. Sasuke. Upon hearing Sasuke's cry, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto hurried towards him. As they arrived, they found Sasuke sprawled on the ground, his Sharingan glaring crimson. Triple tomo. Fugaku's pupils widened in shock. What on earth is happening? Sasuke seemed to hear their voices and lifted his head at that moment. The tomo in his eyes ceased spinning, forming a 6-pointed star pattern. His eyes bulged with rage, blood vessels engorged, blood tears cascading down. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Brother. Sasuke murmured, but he was already exceedingly weak. With a thud, he collapsed onto the bed. Sasuke. Sasuke. Fugaku stood frozen in place, while Makoto quickly scooped up little Sasuke. "Dear, hurry and take Sasuke to the hospital." I'll go. I'll go." Fugaka hastily spoke up, lifting Sasuke and vanishing in an instant, rushing towards the Konoha hospital. What had just transpired? Sasuke's eyes were the Meijiki Sharingan. There could be no mistake. What on earth was happening? Fugaku was acutely aware of the reasons that could trigger the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan. What had Sasuke witnessed? In a place unnoticed by anyone, the Azure Lotus in Sasuke's mind quietly dissipated. Qing also withdrew his gaze. Though Sasuke had fainted, the unfolding events continued. And when he awoke, he would become a person privy to all truths. However, the Sharingan seemed rather intriguing. A smirk of amusement graced Qing's lips. Chapter 17. The achievements of Amaterasu. It was unexpected that Sasuke could awaken the Meijiki Sharingan at such a tender age, under 6. This clearly indicated the profound impact the unfolding narrative would have on Sasuke. Furthermore, had he not consumed cherries earlier, his body might have succumbed long ago. And he would have never unlocked the Meijiki. A cascade of bloodline ailments would surely have emerged thereafter. The unique energy, his innate chakra, combined with the heavenly aura. The elements within Sasuke's body were indeed Amlang. The special energy originated from Indra's chakra. When Sasuke's eyes opened, that unique chakra surged forth, flooding his mind. The Meijiki Sharingan was indeed a fascinating phenomenon. Rarely did Qing exhibit such mirth. A wishing machine of the ninja world? Perhaps that was a fitting title. Sasuke's powers would no longer be confined to Amaterasu. Could it be that the intense emotions led him to awaken the Meijiki? What then was the limit? Qing pondered this in his heart. Regrettably, he lacked the Uchiha bloodline. He could only wait for Sasuke to awaken and see if a blood transfusion would reveal more. Qing was intensely curious about this wishing machine of the ninja world. In a frail realm, one often encounters remarkably unexpected phenomena. For instance, this would manifest different abilities based on one's fervent desires. Shinshi Sasuke? Sasuke? Shinshi, where is Sasuke? Blind General never crashes, little Sasuke has vanished? Sun Goddess, what the heck? He not even online in the chat group? A ripple of concern surged through the group as they noted Sasuke's offline status. Shinshi. No way. Something must have happened to Sasuke. Shinshi suddenly felt a pang of regret. This future was surely unbearable for Sasuke. Ordinary person. Why not consult the omnipotent immortal? Wandering hermit. It's nothing. He just opened the Meijiki and fainted. Shinshi. You scared me. Thankfully. It's just, Shinshi. Wait. Open what? The Meijiki Sharingan. Sasuke directly activated the Meijiki? Is this the same Sasuke who lost his entire clan, pleading for his life before unleashing a single Tomo? Wandering Hermit. The Meijiki Sharingan. Wandering Hermit. This ability is quite intriguing, as it is determined by the strong desires and emotions of the user. Blind General never crashes. Alas, while I wish to comprehend what you speak of, we truly do not understand little Sasuke's world. Sun Goddess. I understand this. Sun Goddess. The Meijiki Sharingan is a bloodline inheritance of the Uchiha clan. Sun Goddess. It typically awakens due to intense psychological stimulation. Sun Goddess. Sasuke's original ability was Amaterasu, accompanied by Kagaya's divine flame. An eternal black fire that never extinguishes, capable of altering its form and extending countless abilities. Sun Goddess. However, it appears this ability lacks notable achievements. Lena quietly analyzed the world of Naruto on Earth. Though Amaterasu seemed powerful, an eternal flame that never goes out, why were there no significant accomplishments? It appeared that apart from a few white Zetsu, no one had been incinerated. Shinshi, an indestructible Amaterasu, Shinshi, indeed lacks any accomplishments. This is the truth. No need for rebuttal. Yet one must not underestimate its power. Shinshi, however, it is true that Uchiha Itachi nearly incinerated the Three-Tails Jinchuriki with Amaterasu. And had he not ceased, it would have certainly resulted in death. Sun Goddess. Truly troublesome. Shinshi, the group leader, why not make the group files public? Sun Goddess. Ao Jing and the old Celestial Master are oblivious. Shinshi, I did it to consider your feelings. Shinshi, you tell me. Would you want your future to be seen by others? Shinshi felt a wave of irritation. Was she wrong for this? The future was sorrowful. And if everyone could see it, how painful would that be? Sun Goddess retracted a message. Blind General never crashes. Miss Lena made a salient point. Yet I have a suggestion. Blind General never crashes. Everyone could share an overview of their world, akin to the immortal, thus fostering greater understanding among us. Wandering Hermit. I have no objections. This proposal is quite commendable. No one would lose face, and it would enhance mutual comprehension, though for oneself, everyone remains transparent. Blind General never crashes uploaded group file. Star gods. World, history of immortal ships. Blind general never crashes. This is our world, which should be classified as a celestial body. Qin, when humanity's stars shine brightly. Blind general never crashes. I feel as though the group leader's word suggests something ominous. Qin, hee. Wandering hermit, though it bears two meanings. I believe you refer to the all-stars. Qin, my gosh. Immortal, you truly are remarkable. You even know this niche reference? Wandering hermit, if everyone is recognized, you can add yourself in. Qin, no way. I refuse to join. Ordinary person, General Jingyuan's worldview is astonishingly vast. Ordinary person, it seems I am the only one lagging behind. Ordinary person uploaded group file. Qi, primordial Qi, major powers of the other world. Blind general never crashes. A splendid world indeed. Blind general never crashes. Such extraordinary abilities may be influenced by the world's limits. Blind general never crashes. Here, I am still in a world of primitive tribal warfare. Sun goddess, though I am reluctant to admit, Ao Jing's world does seem superior to mine. Sun goddess uploaded group file. Super God Academy, basic knowledge of major civilizations in the universe. Wandering hermit, Sun goddess, you are already quite impressive. Sun goddess. Immortal, could you refrain from such consolation? Qin, Sun goddess, you are indeed remarkable. Blind general never crashes. Sun goddess, you are truly remarkable. 1. Ordinary person, Sun goddess, you are indeed remarkable. 2. Sun goddess, damn it. Group leader, do you wish to provoke a supernova explosion? Qin, with so many praising you, why not seek out the immortal? Sun goddess, do I even need to ask? Of course, it's because I cannot compete. And he's the one I rely on. Wandering hermit uploaded group file. Overview of the Naruto world. History. Wandering hermit. I posted this on Sasuke's behalf. It is quite a fantastical world. Chapter 18. Points. A mandatory course for the great Luo Golden Immortal Ordinary Person. Every time I observe the Immortal's world, it truly leaves me in awe. Ordinary mortal. The Immortal snaps his fingers to obscure the heavens, wielding boundless power. The Golden Immortal commands the laws, and the great Tao springs forth. Ordinary mortal, such magnificent might truly represents the pinnacle of the great Tao. The lifelong pursuit of a Taoist seems to pale in comparison, as any immortal from the primordial chaos can effortlessly achieve it. Wandering ascetic of the primordial chaos, it is merely a matter of the world's circumstances. Wandering ascetic of the primordial chaos, had you been born in the higher realms, you would surely not be confined to this level. Yet, the efficacy of the Yuan Shao pill has not fully manifested in Zhangji Wei. Yun Qing speculates that it may be due to the world's suppression of him. Under normal circumstances, a mortal martial artist in the primordial would have no trouble achieving the 9th transformation of the golden elixir after consuming a Yuan Shao pill. After all, this pill is produced by the great pure sage and forged by Emperor Jun. Although Emperor Jun may lack prowess in alchemy compared to true practitioners of the Tao, the Yuan Shao pill was originally intended for his own cultivation, implying it possesses some effect even for true immortals. However, in Zhang Jiwei's case, he has only achieved the 3rd transformation of the golden elixir, which is somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiwei's talent is far more than this. The fervor of youthful passion in old age is not without merit. Sun goddess, speaking of which, our group is quite eclectic. Sun goddess, especially regarding Lao Jing. I find your world rather perplexing. Is it a realm of cultivation or technology? What exactly is this world? General with closed eyes never crashed. By universal rationality, the dominant force in our world should be termed fate. Qin, agreed. Qin, the Genius Club has individuals capable of crafting the burning heaven divine weapon. Qin will never forget the shock he felt upon first encountering this subplot. It appears that the combat prowess in the world of Star Iron is concentrated in these realms. Sun goddess, what is that? General with closed eyes never crashed, same question. The burning heaven divine weapon sounds like a formidable weapon. General with closed eyes never crashed. I have heard a bit about the affairs of the Genius Club as well. Qin, it's a weapon specifically designed to annihilate planets. I'm not too clear on the details, but I've heard it can destroy entire star systems. Ordinary mortal, a weapon solely for the destruction of planets. Perhaps the old Taoist knowledge is somewhat limited. Wandering ascetic of the primordial chaos to an immortal. Stars are merely different concentrations of energy. Wandering ascetic of the primordial chaos, even humanity, in the eyes of the immortal, is merely a combination of soul and energy. Ordinary mortal, I am grateful for your elucidation. Esteemed immortal, I have greatly benefited from your profound insights. Yin Qing. This old celestial master seems to harbor an excessive admiration for himself. Sun Goddess, what on earth is this chat group selling at such exorbitant prices? Why don't they just seize it? Sun Goddess. Screenshot 3. Product name. Useless peach wood sword. Level 0, 1. Price 20 points. Note. Useless means exactly that. It inflicts minimal damage to spiritual entities. 0, 1 is the lower limit of the shop level, but not the lower limit of this peachwood sword. 20 is the base price of the shop, not the true value of this sword. Product name, Purifying Spirit Talisman, level 1, price 500 points. Note, after use. It can maintain a period of clarity and focus, and can also forcibly suppress inner turmoil. Do you require a long period of sage-like clarity? Product name, Golden Elixir, level 2, price 5,000 points. Note, originating from a certain immortal fantasy world, consuming a golden elixir grants one control over their fate. Do you believe the promotional claims from the immortal fantasy floor tiles? This item can be excavated and gifted. Shinshi, I can't believe it can be excavated and gifted. What's up with the floor tiles? General with closed eyes never crashed. Does the group leader know of this world? Wandering ascetic of the primordial chaos, exchanging elixirs as gifts. Ordinary mortal. The old Taoist finds it hard to comprehend how one might excavate a golden elixir. Wandering ascetic of the primordial chaos, you must understand. Each world has its own unique physiology. Shinshi, each individual's physiology is distinct. Ordinary mortal, this peachwood sword seems within my capability to craft two of. Shinshi, have some confidence, esteemed celestial master, that one is indeed useless, but yours will surely be of value. General with closed eyes never crashed. Nevertheless, the prices in this shop are indeed rather steep. Sun Goddess, what if it were like the upper limit, providing 1,000 points for daily check-ins? General with closed eyes never crashed. Then let us pretend I never said anything. Embarrassed. JPG Ding. The most pretentious member of the group alters the fate line, earning a reward of 20,000 points. Shinshi? Sun Goddess? General with closed eyes never crashed? A flurry of question marks filled the screen. Yunqing immediately redirected his gaze. The fate line, initially tinged with amusement. His expression shifted to solemnity as he fixated on the world of Naruto, in a realm unseen by ordinary eyes. Yunqing found himself in a unique space devoid of up, down, for directions, or any temporal laws. All existence seemed ephemeral. Before him lay countless threads, unique and intricately intertwined. Blue threads wove together to form a net. This is the fate line of the Naruto world. With a thought, Yunqing reversed time. And the fate line began to retract and reverse until just before Sasuke viewed the storyline. The shift of fate. Among them, a fate line uniquely belonging to Sasuke began to converge. Originally complex and interwoven with countless possibilities, it began to coalesce at the moment he watched. Thread by thread. Lines gradually vanished, and at the instant Sasuke collapsed, only one fate line remained. Moreover, it bore no future. The fate of an individual can be seen as a summation of the past, future, and present, termed the fate line. Generally, the past remains unchanged. The present acts as the central point, and both remain static. However, the future extends along countless lines. At this moment, Sasuke's fate line showed no trace of a future. Only the past and present. Transcendence? No, perhaps it can be said to have shattered the shackles of the world. Yunqing had initially paid little heed to this, as he disliked prying into others' fate lines. Fate and causality are inherently arcane, only truly grasped within the realm of the great Tao. Mastery over fate and causality is a fundamental lesson for the Golden Immortals. The strength of Hongjun lies partly in this, and at this moment, Sasuke's fate line bore only the past and the origin, devoid of any trace of the future, while countless fate lines of the world converged upon his. Chapter 19. Ascending to the Heavens. Heartlock. Yunqing termed this as the breaking of the shackles of fate. Hiss. Yunqing's eyes shimmered with an unusual light. If viewed from this perspective, this chat group holds significant meaning. Its true purpose is not merely to empower individuals or facilitate traversals, but rather, it is to enable individuals in each world to transcend the constraints of fate. It is well known that fate is the most challenging barrier to breach, to disrupt the original fate with power from beyond the world. The fluctuations between fate lines captivated Yunqing. What would it be like to completely alter a world's trajectory, to change the fate of an entire realm? Currently, it is still solely Sasuke. Yunqing replicated the process and observed the fate lines of others in the group. To varying degrees, alterations were present, but none were as profound as Sasuke's. His fate line was no longer under the world's dominion, having become an independent entity. Qing withdrew his gaze, seemingly having discovered the true purpose of the chat group. To comprehend the pathway of destiny, even the smallest of creatures possesses its own unique thread of fate. This holds true irrespective of the strength of any being. With clarity of thought, Qing redirected his attention back to the chat group, encouraging members to create disturbances, urging them to alter their fates. Quite intriguing. Qinshi, 20,000 points. Qinshi, that's enough to purchase a mystical flame. Qinshi, I'm going to rewrite the plot. Hong Huang, Yi Sanxiu, wake up. Your world lacks a thread of fate or a narrative. Qinshi. Sun Goddess, this goddess now has another reason to confront the Tao Dai. Ordinary mortal, I find the cultivation chamber quite fascinating. Blind General never crashed. I share the same interest. I wish to learn how one cultivates their destiny within. Blind General never crashed. By the way, I previously mentioned preparing some gifts for everyone, and today they are ready. Blind General never crashed. Lucky red envelope. Hong Huang, Yi Sanxiu received the envelope. Sun Goddess received the envelope. Ordinary mortal received the envelope. Upon opening the envelope, a flash of golden light emerged. A box of candied hawthorn, skewered Qiong sherbirds. Qinshi, a taste of the celestial vessel. Qinshi, is this skewered Qiong sherbird? Blind General never crashed. Indeed, everyone may give it a try. Blind General never crashed. This is a specialty snack from the celestial vessel. Blind General never crashed. Regrettably, my humble abode lacks precious gifts to bestow upon you all. Sun Goddess, oh, not bad at all. These are quite delicious. Do you have more? Qing found himself both amused and exasperated. After a modest taste, he found the flavor quite delightful. Thus, he sent another box of skewered Qiong sherbirds to Bai Zai. Bai Zai gazed at the box of candied hawthorn, lost in contemplation. The peculiar packaging, the unique flavor, and the extraordinary item. What on earth does this sage intend to accomplish? The three-colored dumpling that had arrived that morning had yet to be fully replicated, and now there was another candied hawthorn. Even I, Bai Zai, wished to engage in commerce. Bai Zai felt tears welling up, yet he could only weep silently as he consumed the candied hawthorn. At least I am assisting the sage in some manner. But has the sage taken such a liking to sweets lately? At this moment, Qing also exited the chat group. With little to occupy his time, his years of seclusion had largely been spent here. Under normal circumstances, he would likely remain engaged in the group indefinitely. However, the current situation was evidently different, for visitors had arrived in the cave dwelling. Having met the esteemed Qing Ping before, Qing greeted with a smile and led a young man in black attire to the pavilion. Qing Ping, one of the three corpses of the Supreme Pure Saint. Qing, it has been a long time. The Taoist Qing Ping laughed heartily and settled comfortably into a chair. It had indeed been a while since he had seen the elder. He missed him dearly. Qing engaged in customary pleasantries, pouring tea with fluid grace. Ha ha ha, too courteous. The Taoist Qing Ping, with a gleam in his eyes, declared without taking a sip of tea, my friend. The matter we previously discussed may require a bit more time. Qing was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, there is no rush. It is merely a trivial matter. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. That won't do. The Taoist Qing Ping asserted with righteous fervor. Years ago, the three of us received the transformative power of the green lotus, unaware that it was rooted in your essence. Unfortunately, that green lotus was incomplete, divided into three parts. Rest assured, I, the Supreme Pure, vow that before this great calamity concludes, I shall return the three treasures to you and restore your essence. Can I admit that I no longer require this? Though Qing felt inclined to express this, he refrained from denying the Taoist Qing Ping's goodwill. After all, it was a precious gift being offered. The transformative green lotus, once divided into three, became a treasure of the three pure ones. Yet, this treasure held great significance for Qing. Thus the karmic ties had indeed fallen upon the three pure ones. Upon learning of this, Tong Tian had solemnly promised to return the three treasures, resolving the karmic ties. In the past, Qing had not achieved true, great Luo. Meanwhile, the three pure ones had already attained enlightenment. This was one of the reasons why Qing addressed them as elders. During the climax of the witch and demon calamity, the three pure ones had already separated, and Tong Tian, in his eagerness, had forgotten how to reclaim the other two treasures. Qing had been immensely touched at that time, but eventually realized he was not in need of this essence. Although it was intertwined with his roots, he did not lack this fragment. Thus, he attained true great Luo, transcending the infinite, living in eternal freedom. At this juncture, these three items no longer served a purpose for him. Nevertheless, given Tong Tian's earnest words, Yun Qing had no intention of declining. No one would ever complain about having too many treasures. Even a fragmented 24th grade transformative green lotus remains a supreme treasure. During this great calamity, my friend, it is best you steer clear. The Taoist Qing Ping cautiously surveyed his surroundings before speaking softly. According to my teacher, even saints may not remain uninvolved. Although the reasons for our potential participation are unknown, it is prudent for you to exercise caution. I have retained this sword due to my teacher's warning. With that, Tong Tian removed the lock that hung from his chest. Once detached, it no longer concealed its Tao rhythm. The innate, indestructible spiritual light shone brilliantly, manifesting the great Tao. With the river of time and space swirling around the treasure, the heart-piercing lock, entirely golden, with a sharp tip, stands above causality. Its release spells certain death. The power of this treasure is truly formidable. Even a great Luo golden immortal from the primordial realm could penetrate your confines, traversing the river of time and space, piercing through your heart, obliterating your Tao, and destroying your very essence. To call it a lethal treasure would not be an exaggeration. And should it be wielded by a true great Luo? Chapter 20. Are you testing the cadre with this? The celestial realms of the primordial world were established by Hong Jun. The realms divide into two parts, celestial and mortal. Mortal cultivation primarily follows two lineages. The first is the traditional path of Qi refiners, established by the three pure ones in ancient times, refining essence into Qi, Qi into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity with the Tao. Each realm is subdivided into 9 stages. The second lineage belongs to the golden elixir path of the supreme pure saint. Of course, there are countless methods of cultivation in the mundane world, martial arts, unorthodox paths, and more, but these two remain the mainstream. Following this, we delve into the celestial path. There are 5 celestial beings: heaven, earth, humanity, gods, and ghosts. The human celestial path, also known as the martial celestial path, refers to attaining celestial status through martial cultivation, thus becoming a human celestial. Its upper limits are relatively low. The most formidable human celestial Yun Qing has encountered thus far is akin to the true celestial of the heavenly celestial path. Though their combat prowess rivals that of the heavenly celestial, the divine celestial path involves becoming a celestial through merit accrued from incense offerings, while the ghost celestial path pertains to achieving celestial status through the spirit. It is the weakest of the 5 paths. The focus lies on the heavenly celestial path and the earthly celestial path. The earthly celestial path was created by the innate great deity, Zhen Yuanzi. Among beings unable to overcome the celestial tribulation, they represent 75% of the world. Those who fail to transcend the tribulation face the threat of their souls being scattered. Zhen Yuanzi, compassionate, established the earthly celestial path. If one realizes they cannot pass the tribulation, they may sacrifice themselves to escape the heavenly calamity, transforming into an earthly celestial and becoming a spirit of the mountains or rivers. Of course, these mountain spirits and river gods are merely titles, essentially becoming deities of the land. However, this conflicts somewhat with the current celestial court. Specifics remain beyond Yun Qing's comprehension. Nevertheless, earthly celestials can never achieve the status of golden celestials, which is the crux of the matter. Lastly, we have the aspirations of countless Qi refiners beneath the celestial realms, the heavenly celestial path, successfully passing the heavenly tribulation and cultivating an immortal body, untainted and pure, birthing the pure yang Qi within. This is the pure yang true celestial. Above the true celestial lies the heavenly celestial. The pure yang Qi reverses the innate, thus no longer being bound. Following this is the mysterious celestial, where the innate pure yang ignites the 5 organs, coalescing the 5 energies within the chest, thus achieving the 5 energy subtlety. This is known as the mysterious celestial. The mysterious celestial is merely a transitional realm, focused on refining the energies within. Thus, for the most part, the Xianxian and Tianxian are collectively categorized as Tianxian. Above the Xianxian lies the Jingxian, who has transcended the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, self-cultivating the laws, comprehending the true self, and wandering freely through the cosmos. The Jingxian is classified into 9 grades, with the highest being Tai, who condenses the 3 flowers atop the head, representing one's essence, energy, and spirit. When the 3 flowers bloom, one's path reaches completion, culminating in the perfection of Tai. Beyond this, there exists the Daluo Immortal, who understands the heavenly path of the true self, transcending the river of time, thus enjoying the boundless realms of existence, where only the true self remains. Above this is the quasi-saint, leading up to the saint. Of course, when compared to the myriad realms, the distinctions become somewhat nuanced. The Daluo Immortal corresponds to the Tai Immortal of the myriad realms, while only the saints can be deemed the true Daluo Immortal. After all, this is a realm pressed down by Hongjun himself. He's also a Daluo Immortal. Can one truly claim that all Daluo Immortals amidst the primal chaos are the genuine article? Moreover, the Daluo Immortals who transcend the river of time are merely those of the primal chaos. This, simply put, serves as a ticket to the myriad realms. It merely grants you the opportunity to step into the chaotic sea. At this moment, Tong Tian presents a treasured artifact known as the heart-piercing lock. Categorized among the finest innate treasures, this spiritual artifact is indeed a tangible entity. Without a saint, no one can unleash the full power of such a supreme innate spiritual treasure. For instance, should Tong Tian wield the heart-piercing lock, he could likely slay a Daluo Immortal. The pathway of this spiritual treasure revolves around causality. In the hands of a saint, it could eliminate your past along the lines of your fate, as seen with the quasi-saint of the West, who, even as a true Daluo, stands a significant chance of perishing beneath its might. Thus, the name of this fearsome treasure is born. It bears resemblance to the god-slaying spear, albeit with lesser potency. Tong Tian possesses numerous formidable treasures, including the heart-piercing lock, the 6 souls banner, and even the 4 swords of slaying immortals. All are exceptional and unparalleled treasures. Friend, please accept this lock for your protection. Consider it interest, said the Taoist Qingping with a broad smile, relinquishing the heart-piercing lock. The lock, imbued with spirit, seemed somewhat reluctant, yet under a single glance from Qingping, it instantly subdued its aura and transformed into a necklace, adorning Yunqing's neck. Senior, this is too generous, Yunqing smiled, not refusing the gift. After all, who would be foolish enough to decline such a treasure that would hold utility across the myriad realms? No need for formality, Qingping replied with a grin, we are allies. And you have your causality with me from the outset. You must remember, this great calamity requires utmost caution. Do not get entangled. Senior, allow me to offer a word of caution. Yunqing suddenly spoke, catching Qingping off guard. The Taoist Qingping's expression grew serious as he inquired, what do you wish to convey? It may not be entirely suitable for you to suppress the forces of fate, Yunqing suggested. Qingping paused, offering a wry smile. I am aware, but regrettably, I possess no more fitting treasures. Tong Tian too seeks to exchange for a treasure to suppress fate. The 4 swords of slaying immortals are simply too ostentatious. To use such a fearsome artifact for suppressing fate now seems utterly ludicrous in retrospect. Perhaps the innate 5-element flag would suffice. Yunqing chuckled, the Chaos Bell? That artifact is no longer available. It remains in Hongjuan's possession. In this era, it is unlikely to emerge. Then we must settle for the innate 5-element flag. It will certainly be adequate, though all 5 flags currently have their masters, Qingping acknowledged. Thank you for the insight. I shall be more vigilant henceforth. It is I who must express gratitude for your generous gift. Yunqing bowed respectfully. Ha 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 ha. No need for politeness. Qingping laughed heartily. Observing this, Yunqing couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Perhaps he should offer further reminders? Closing his eyes, Yunqing took a deep breath and declared, Senior, in recent days, I traversed the chaos and gained profound insights. I believe this saying holds merit. When one fails to cut off what should be severed, chaos ensues. The courage to make a bold decision is rare indeed. Qingping stood in stunned silence, the mirth fading from his expression. Friend, does this calamity lie within the 3 teachings? Qingping inquired calmly. Yunqing remained silent, simply gazing at him. Excellent. Truly excellent. Qingping suddenly beamed with laughter. Friend, these words shall be etched in my heart. Upon my return to Jinao Island, I shall summon those rascals to pay a visit. Yunqing, why would they visit me? With that, Qingping laughed heartily and departed the cave, not glancing back. Yunqing was left in perplexity, pondering the depths of Tong Tian's thoughts. While he could see through Tai Jinren, he found Tong Tian inscrutable. Yet, it mattered little. As long as the words were spoken, he would remain vigilant. Both sides had already laid their strategies. Now it was Hongjuan's turn. Yunqing chuckled softly, returning to his grandmaster chair, swaying leisurely. Chapter 21. Reina, the plot is too distant. How can I earn points? Upon reopening the chat group, it buzzed with excitement. Qing found himself puzzled by the seemingly endless chatter between just two individuals. Perhaps it was simply a case of too much leisure time. The general with closed eyes has never crashed. The astral train has yet to arrive at the Black Tower space station for resupply. The plot's commencement may still be some time away. Ordinary person, the same goes for me. There is at least a month's wait until the plot begins. Ordinary person, however. That big-eared thief's grandson is already in the North China division. Sun goddess, damn, it's so far from my end. How am I supposed to earn points? Raina sighed, as she still had at least 3 years before the plot began. With such a long wait, earning points would not be easy. Qin, you don't have to wait for the plot to start to change it. Qin, Sasuke has already earned 20,000 points without waiting for anything. Wandering loose cultivator of the primal chaos, Sasuke has broken free from the conventional fate line, hence his points. He is no longer bound by the world's fate. Sasuke possesses a fate line that the world cannot extend into the future. That is why he can earn points. However, 20,000 points are hardly sufficient for much. Qin glanced at the group store, where items were being sold at exorbitant prices, evaluating what 20,000 points could procure. He noted that the most cost-effective item was the heart of the blue lotus fire, yet it was only a mere third-tier item, and in that world, it barely reached the emperor stage. Only those of the Dozong level could begin to wield its terrifying powers. A Do Huang would certainly fall short. The store's offerings were somewhat overpriced. Furthermore, compared to others, he didn't even have a cultivation chamber. Indeed, Qin lacked the functionality of a training room. The chat group provided no suitable environment for his cultivation. At this stage, there was little time left for arduous training. The most showy individual, Group Master, Senior. Is this my future? Has Sasuke awakened? Qin's gaze darted to the world of Naruto. He found Sasuke lying alone in a hospital room, propped against a pillow, his eyes vacant and lacking spirit. It was evident he had endured significant trauma. He had witnessed everything, the entire plot of Naruto. He saw the death of Itachi Uchiha, then his quest for revenge, the fourth great ninja war, and the sealing of Kagaya Otsutsuki, even the subsequent arrival of extraterrestrial beings from the Otsutsuki clan. All of this was too much for Sasuke to accept. He would never acknowledge such a future. In his unwillingness, his gaze transformed into a blood-red hue, unconsciously revealing the six-pointed star Sharingan once more. A chilling and dark aura enveloped Sasuke. Is this a trait of the Uchiha clan? Qin mused, sensing an ominous chill, though nothing seemed particularly special about it. Wandering loose cultivator of the primal chaos, Sasuke, after witnessing the future, your fate is no longer certain. Hong Wang. A wandering cultivator. The chat group has determined that you have successfully altered your fate. You may check your point balance. Qin. Indeed, the celestial being is correct. The past is irretrievable, but the future can be reshaped. Qin, little Sasuke, now that you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, what is there to fear in altering the future? Sun Goddess, the group leader speaks wisely. General with closed eyes, little Sasuke, there is no need for concern. Should you encounter any difficulties, you can confide in the group. Jingyuan spoke these words after much contemplation. Analyzing the chat group closely, it is evident that this is a sanctuary for mutual support. In times of trouble, assistance will surely come from all corners, even without celestial beings among them. The members would undoubtedly lend each other a helping hand. The pretentious one, I must counsel my brother. I will eliminate Danzo. Everything is Danzo's fault. Had it not been for him, the Uchiha clan would not have faced annihilation. General with closed eyes, I am quite curious about what transpired with Sasuke. Jingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. What could have caused a 6-year-old child to become like this? What kind of future did he witness? Qin, little Sasuke. Is this something you can share? Qin hesitated, for this concerned Sasuke's private matters. She had always been considerate of others' feelings, even refraining from disclosing group files. The pretentious one. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, leaning back on his bed, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. All his loved ones were gone. Obito Uchiha, Danzo. In just one night, Sasuke had truly matured. It felt as though he had witnessed the entirety of his own life. The pretentious one shared the group file Naruto series. The pretentious one. This is my future. Sasuke, have you awakened? A gentle voice floated in from outside the door. At the sound, Sasuke's expression changed, hastily wiping away his tears. Mikoto Uchiha entered, a faint smile on her face, though the weariness etched upon her features was undeniable. Sasuke, both your mother and father are deeply worried about you. Fortunately, the doctor assured us there is nothing seriously wrong. You simply experienced some mental strain. Mother, Sasuke stammered, his voice trembling as if tears would spill forth at any moment. During his time in unconsciousness, he had been immersed in the narrative. Seeing Mikoto again felt like a reunion after an eternity. Do not cry, Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha approached, gently patting Sasuke's back, cradling him tenderly. You are the strongest, little Sasuke. The doctor said if you woke up, you would need to stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation. If all goes well, you can return home. Sasuke, voice quivering, asked, Mother, how long was I unconscious? It has been 7 days. Mikoto took Sasuke's hand, her heart aching for her little son. Why had he suddenly experienced such a breakdown? The changes in him during this time were too great. First, he acquired a mysterious artifact, even more powerful than the Kusanagi sword, and then he unexpectedly suffered a mental collapse, which pained Mikoto immensely. Just then, 2 voices echoed from the entrance. One was clad in the uniform of the Konoha military police force, none other than Fugaku Uchiha. The other wore the garb of the Umbu, that of Itachi Uchiha. Nisan. Tears finally cascaded down Sasuke's cheeks, like a torrent unleashed. He leaped from the bed, rushing to Itachi's side. Itachi, momentarily taken aback, wore a faintly helpless smile as he lifted Sasuke into his embrace. This time, he did not push Sasuke away. Fugaku Uchiha remarked, what a troublesome boy. Even his own father is left out in the cold. Chapter 22 Celestial Being. No need to mind. JPG. The discharge procedures were handled swiftly, after all. The Uchiha clan leader possessed privileges. Sasuke claimed he was fine, and thus they did not linger for an extra 2 days. The family of 4 strolled through the streets of Konoha, returning to the Uchiha compound, located at the village's edge. Sasuke etched every detail into his memory. Konoha was far too dark. No, perhaps it was more appropriate to blame the 3rd Hokage's ineptitude. Sasuke now truly desired an opportunity to eliminate Danzo. Once Danzo was dead, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have no means to challenge the Uchiha clan. As for governance, Sasuke was clueless. He did not know how to proceed. Even if the Uchiha coup succeeded and he ascended to the Hokage's seat, it would hold no significance. Konoha was in a state of decline, incapable of producing a Hokage worthy of recognition. Upon returning home, Itachi intended to report back to the Umbu but was retained at home by Fugaku. Since the Hokage has already approved your leave, you should rest at home. Fugaku patted Itachi's shoulder, saying, Yes, father, Itachi replied, maintaining his composure. Fugaku cast a glance at Itachi, saying with indifference, Dear, why do you still wear such a stern expression? Mikoto smiled warmly, gazing at her 2 sons with affection, casting a mildly reproachful look at Fugaku. All right, this evening, let us prepare some of Sasuke's favorite dishes. Itachi, come help your mother. Mikoto tied on an apron and entered the kitchen. Itachi nodded, saying, Certainly, mother. Subsequently, Itachi removed his armor, donned his casual attire, and followed Mikoto into the kitchen. In the living room, only Fugaku and Sasuke remained. The 2 exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, Fugaku spoke. Sasuke, let us discuss this in your room. Yes, father, Sasuke nodded, trailing behind Fugaku. The room was quiet, the door shut by Fugaku. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke showed no inclination to speak first. It was Fugaku who broke the silence. Sasuke, have you awakened the Meijiki Sharingan? Sasuke did not conceal it, nodding in affirmation. The spiritual energy within him converged in his eyes, transforming them into the crimson 6-pointed star. Fugaku's body trembled. Indeed, I did not misjudge. The Meijiki Sharingan. To have awakened the Meijiki Sharingan before the age of 6. Fugaku had intended to commend him, but was this truly worthy of praise? A bitter smile crossed his face as he stepped closer, patting Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, I do not know what you have experienced, but I acknowledge my long-standing errors. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression dimmed. So now he begins to care for his youngest son? The Meijiki Sharingan symbolizes the power of the Uchiha clan. Yet this power comes at a cost. Fugaku's face bore a deep sorrow. If possible, all I wish is for you to enjoy a happy childhood and a fulfilling life. Remember, do not reveal your Sharingan before anyone, and do not overuse its power. The Meijiki Sharingan signifies tragedy. This is a consensus among the awakened of the Uchiha clan. Intense emotional stimuli and excessive use of the Meijiki can lead to blindness. Sasuke felt a lump in his throat. This was not what he had envisioned. Although his father's words were somewhat blunt, he could perceive the care within them. This was not a fade. It reflected Fugaku's genuine thoughts. All I hope for is your happiness? Sasuke pressed his lips together, gazing at Fugaku. Father, there is something I wish to share with you. Sasuke looked intently at Fugaku. his pupils transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan. Fugaku's expression turned serious. If it is difficult to articulate, there is no need to tell me. I will understand your silence. Your secrets will remain your own. No, it is not difficult to articulate. Sasuke's expression grew earnest. Father, I need your assistance. As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Fugaku, witnessing Sasuke's demeanor, was taken aback. A 6-year-old child, emanating such killing intent? What had he endured? In that moment, Fugaku felt a wave of relief. He was grateful for his early realization and for discovering the correct way to love his son. Illusionary art, Sharingan. Sasuke divulged everything he knew to Fugaku. This is somewhat complicated, murmured the general, eyes shut, as he pondered. Is it truly so intricate? Queried Shinshi, perplexed. If I am not mistaken, Sasuke is likely on the verge of a coup, remarked the ordinary man. Indeed. There are approximately 700 days remaining until the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the wandering ascetic confirmed, according to the timeline of the Naruto world. I find it rather straightforward. Countered the sun goddess, her confusion evident. As an Uchiha, Sasuke now possesses power. He could simply inform his parents, Shisui, and Itachi. Wouldn't eliminating Danzo suffice? Shisui's demise occurred in the past few days, the wandering ascetic replied. The coup within the Uchiha clan has been postponed for nearly 2 years due to Shisui's death. Oh, so Shisui is still alive? The general inquired. In that case, there may still be hope. What immense pressure rests on Sasuke, a mere 5-year-old child, the ordinary man lamented. Even the venerable Taoist could not help but express his sympathy for the burden of his clan and village, shouldered at such a tender age. By the way, might awakening the Manjiki Sharingan so early have adverse effects on Sasuke's health? Shinshi's question struck a chord. Sasuke, at just over 5 years old. Unlocking such power, could his body endure it? There is no need for concern, the wandering ascetic reassured. If the Ascended One deems it unnecessary to worry. It appears there are no issues, the ordinary man concluded. Could it be attributed to the cherries Sasuke consumed earlier? Shinshi pondered aloud. Close enough. Sasuke's body is perfectly fine, and in fact, his chakra has surged due to his awakening, the wandering ascetic explained. If there is a concern, it may be how to strengthen his physique. The innate spiritual energy is vastly superior to chakra. The natural energy of the Naruto world, the so-called sage arts, pales in comparison to the efficacy of spiritual energy. Perhaps what Sasuke currently lacks is a cultivation technique. However, the innate spiritual energy within Sasuke is ultimately limited, unless he continuously provides him with such resources. But that would render the endeavor meaningless. After a moment's contemplation, Qing deemed it essential to develop a technique tailored to different systems. Attention everyone, the wandering ascetic called out. Our cultivation systems vary significantly. Please share a bit of your blood with me. I wish to discern the differences and perhaps create a technique. Chapter 23, New Subject, Universal Techniques Across Realms. The Ascended One is invincible. Wishing the Ascended One eternal life. Shinshi exclaimed. Praise the Ascended One. I feel inadequate, added the ordinary man. There is no need for such humility. We are all friends here, and the chat group is limited to 6th tier matters. My contributions are negligible, the wandering ascetic replied. 6th tier. Merely a true immortal, holds little significance here. What trouble could this cause with just a flick of the fingers? These group members are merely my wool. Wool is sheared from sheep. And it must be well nourished. Shinshi sent a private message. Exclusive red envelope. Thank you, Ascended One. Exclusive red envelope, the ordinary man added. My blood may appear tainted in the eyes of the Ascended One. I hope for your understanding, he continued. Shinshi marveled at the old Taoist's eloquence. In comparison, her own words seemed inadequate. Why is it that an elderly person possesses such discernment? Is aging a form of enlightenment? Exclusive red envelope, the general commented. The celestial beings may have their flaws. I ask the Ascended One not to take offense. Though I am of the longevity species, I bear the curse of the demonic shadow. To put it bluntly, every celestial being in their twilight years faces misfortune, often succumbing to madness. Exclusive red envelope. The sun goddess interjected. However, as a deity of technology, does a cultivation technique hold any relevance for me? Exclusive red envelope. The pretentious one added, Thank you, Ascended Brother. Everyone is overly courteous. I shall study this further, the wandering ascetic assured. Moreover, the essence of life lies in its myriad forms, flourishing in diverse ways. This reflects the utmost respect for life. The deeper one delves into the Tao, the more reverence one holds for all living beings. This is the greatest power across the myriad realms. Life. Qing collected the blood samples from everyone and began his research. First, he examined the group leader's blood, which was rather ordinary, normal human blood, yet riddled with imperfections. Visualization techniques emerged as a promising option. By visualizing a particular object, person, or divine entity, one could gain power and enhancement. Amusingly, the group leader had visualized a blue lotus, a fine choice, indeed. The blue lotus symbolizes tranquility, representing the path of celestial clarity. In a sense, visualization cultivates a serene disposition, remaining unfazed even when the realms collapse around oneself. The technique of visualization is universal and straightforward. Perhaps it could serve as the foundation for a new cultivation method? The old Taoist's blood also revealed no peculiarities, yet it bore a hint of Yuan Shaodan's essence. It seemed he had yet to fully digest it. The golden light spell and thunder technique, though the incantations are similar, their levels differ from those of the primordial age. Would the expression of innate qi yield such results? The world of one person below intrigued Yun Qing the most, particularly the concept of innate qi. It truly presents no issues. When dissected, it embodies the triad of essence, qi, and spirit. The descent of emotional fluid, the ascent of kidney energy, and the convergence of spirit define innate qi. However, one person below showcases a unique state of unity from birth, aligning perfectly with the concept of internal cultivation. The soul also resides within the embrace of innate qi, a fascinating doctrine indeed. Its lower limits are modest, yet its upper limits are equally restrained. Nevertheless, this reflects the aspirations of conventional Taoism. Next, Yun Qing set aside Reina's blood for later examination, considering its technological genetic modifications, solar energy. The cost of the demonic shadow turned out to be surprisingly low. As long as vitality and mental strength are sufficient, along with a robust soul, longevity can be achieved. Based on the vitality displayed, if one were to embody a demonic shadow, their lifespan would exceed 10,000 years. The self-generating life force is intricately connected to fate's power. Should Jing Yuan wish to resolve the matter of the demonic shadow, it would not pose a significant challenge. Yun Qing was confident that even those in the group, aside from himself, could devise a solution for Jing Yuan's predicament. As long as mental fortitude is adequate, it ceases to be a mere debuff. If there is merit to be found, it may lie in the immense life force. However, Yun Qing's purpose was not to innovate but to observe their powers in order to develop a cultivation technique. The capabilities of this world are somewhat abstract, he mused. Fate, merely a manifestation of mental convergence, an idea that exists solely in concept. This concept, when inhabited by sentient beings, transforms them into star gods. The power they possess embodies the entire concept, that is, fate. They can wield the power of fate at will, yet remain firmly bound by it. In simpler terms, it is a concept. Once endowed with sentience, it becomes a star god, forever ensnared by fate. This abstract concept bears a certain resemblance to laws, such as the laws of time, space, and fire. As for the great Tao, it is evidently inadequate. This power is related to the human body, yet remains detached. Jing Yuan merely walks the path of destiny. He will cultivate what he deems necessary. Then, a question arises. What is the true extent of Jing Yuan's inherent strength? Upon contemplating this, Yun Qing awkwardly touched his nose. The hunting order relies entirely on the Divine Lord's endorsement. While Jing Yuan's inherent strength is not lacking, it is, in truth, not particularly formidable. Yun Qing then shifted his attention to the blood of Sasuke. This, indeed, is what piques Yun Qing's greatest interest. The wish machine of the ninja world. What is the principle behind this bloodline? Raising his hand, a droplet of crimson blood floated in the void. Following this, the Tao of creation manifested, transforming into a verdant halo that enveloped it. Yun Qing closed his eyes, and the surrounding void evolved into a cycle of life and death. The myriad realms revolving in an endless loop, with past and future interchanging. Ultimately, all converged into one, transforming into the light of creation that flowed through the void and soon penetrated Sasuke's blood. In that instant, the blood erupted with infinite crimson radiance, dazzling and resplendent. In the void, the blood metamorphosed, transforming into birds and fish, changing in myriad forms. A moment later, with heaven and earth as the crucible, and this droplet of blood as the primary ingredient, supplemented by the Tao of creation, it was refined in an instant. The myriad paths returned to tranquility. All energies were retracted and concealed. Before Yu Qing lay a crimson elixir. The Uchiha bloodline pill? Perhaps that is how it should be named. Yu Qing had comprehended the Uchiha bloodline. Through the Tao of creation, it could achieve unlimited production, albeit with subpar results. This substance remains limited in potential. Bloodlines are both a gift and a constraint. However, the wish machine of the ninja world lives up to its reputation. In the discussions, a voice emerged, revealing the intricacies of the techniques and energy conversion within their realm. Alas, the chat group's capabilities are limited, unable to transmute into innate spiritual energy. The celestial being remarked on the remarkable ability to convert various energies into the purest form of magical power. Indeed, even a scientific deity like her could achieve this transformation. The Daluo Immortal is truly otherworldly. Inquiries arose regarding the passage of time across their respective realms. Qing, having exited the chat while studying the two phenomena, found it essential to understand the flow of time in each world, for he could not interfere with the temporal currents below. After all, Sasuke had been in a coma for a week, whereas they had only conversed for mere hours. As the exchanges continued, the essence of strategies began to unfold, with Jing Yuan orchestrating a game of war upon an ethereal chessboard. The deep-rooted conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, exacerbated by Danzo's machinations, was laid bare. They deliberated on the course of action post-Danzo's demise, with Jing Yuan's eyes gleaming with a faint golden light as he proposed a peaceful resolution. Express goodwill to the third Hokage, demonstrating that there is no intention of a coup, but rather that it is the scheming of the petty Danzo that has driven the situation. In this manner, both sides will have a justifiable reason and can lay the groundwork for future negotiations. Given the character of the third Hokage, amidst the precarious state of Konoha and the looming threat of external enemies, his only choice will be to compromise. At this juncture, you may present your demands. Jing Yuan, with his flowing white hair, stood amidst a chessboard that revealed a decidedly advantageous position. The issues concerning the Uchiha clan are trifling. Firstly, their arrogant behavior. Secondly, their disdain for the police force. And thirdly, their growing sense of inflated pride. Chapter 25. The sole political mastermind of the group. Lao Jing. It is well known that the police force has made numerous enemies, wherever one goes. There will always be fools who label the enforcers as mere dogs. Such behavior, I often deem as lowly. Jing Yuan's assertions hold no inaccuracies. Yet, similarly, this group can easily be swayed by the tide of public opinion. The villagers of Konoha, akin to the uncivilized, have perpetuated the narrative against White Fang, while Naruto is branded as the Nine-Tails, leading to the Uchiha clan being perceived as bullies. These actions unequivocally highlight the ignorance of the masses, and such ignorance is often the easiest to manipulate. A mere scandal can sway the entire tide of public opinion. In addressing this demographic, the accusations leveled against the Uchiha clan likely stemmed from instigation. Furthermore, the pride of the Uchiha has rendered them indifferent to such slights, leading only to perceptions of their foolishness. Thus, the objective of inciting discord has been achieved. Shinchi exclaimed, "Wow, I suddenly feel this is quite possible." The Sun Goddess responded, "It is logical and indeed quite reasonable." The Sun Goddess added, "From my perspective, the villagers in Hokage are sheer simpletons." Shinchi retorted, "Well said." Bullying little Naruto. Shinchi had been infuriated countless times while watching the Hokage due to the villagers' treatment of her beloved Naruto. How could they be so cruel? The commoner remarked, "Though ignorance may be excused, the villagers of Konoha are akin to a murderous blade." The old master observed astutely. The wandering sage urged, "Continue." Jing Yuan cleared his throat and continued, "If possible, simply promoting the Uchiha's virtuous reputation, engaging in charitable acts, and showcasing Sasuke as a figurehead would suffice. For instance, if the young Uchiha were to help an elderly lady cross the street, his beaming smile radiating joy, it would surely garner admiration. I find the young clan member exceedingly charming and pure. A casual photograph could ignite a sensation." She suggested, "Should Sasuke adopt a stage name like Pearl?" The wandering sage retorted, "Silence, Snow Leopard." Clearing his throat again, Jing Yuan remarked, "Of course, this is a peaceful approach. The Uchiha could indeed ameliorate their relationship with Konoha, particularly in political terms. For example, appointing a Hokage advisor from the Uchiha clan or having a certain number of Uchiha members join the direct line of the Hokage's umbu. If peace is the goal, Sasuke's father would surely comprehend this himself." The Sun Goddess inquired, "Is there no simpler and more forceful method?" The blind general interjected, "Certainly. A coup d'etat, with the Uchiha as Hokage, is an option." The blind general continued, "Dominance is still a form of power. If the coup succeeds, the annals of history will be penned by you alone." He added, "Though external threats loom, the third's methods appear too feeble." He further stated, if a peaceful resolution is desired, one merely needs to await Itachi or Sasuke's maturation to succeed the Hokage. Chunshi remarked, I see. Lao Jing implies that rehabilitating the Uchiha's reputation would allow their clansmen to perceive the villagers of Konoha's foolishness. The commoner observed, the old sage speaks truth. Young Uchiha Obito was once a beacon of light. The commoner continued, based on the villagers' attitudes toward him, the possibility of rehabilitating the Uchiha is quite high. The wandering sage agreed. It is feasible, yet the choice lies with Sasuke. Sasuke, observing the messages in the group, silently noted them all, preparing to relay them to Fugaku. He had now fully revealed his intentions to Fugaku, who trusted the individuals in the chat wholeheartedly. Foreseeing the future, if it were not for such a fate. How could Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan have awakened in a fit of rage? The details surrounding their coup and the recent clan meeting were all too clear. This youngest son was far too unfortunate. He had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. At merely 7 years of age, he had never anticipated that the deaths of Mikoto and himself would so profoundly affect Sasuke, awakening the Mangekyou at such a tender age. Fugaku even conceived the notion that once Sasuke matured, he would attain the eternal Mangekyou. Indeed, Sasuke had only been shown the events of the clan's demise. The truth behind his awakening of the Mangekyou remains unknown to Fugaku. The most pretentious one proclaimed, with these abilities, alongside my current strength, I possess the power to alter reality. Chunshi gasped. It has manifested. The sun goddess exclaimed, by the heavens. The commoner stammered, this. The blind general remarked, this episode truly lives up to its name. The wondering sage added, what a relief. This is truly Sasuke. His words are golden. His retorts are impeccable. The sun goddess mused, so this is the origin of little Sasuke's name? Chunshi quoted, as long as I am momentarily inspired. I could take your life. Chunshi continued, this is the familiar Sasuke. The most pretentious one inquired, what is happening? Sasuke appeared bewildered. Had he said something amiss? His strength was indeed sufficient to change reality. It was merely the manifestation of his Mangekyou's power. The most pretentious one further explained. The ability of my right eye is called Amaterasu, and I sense its power has significantly increased compared to the original. He continued. The ability of my left eye is known as Tsukuyami, allowing me to rewrite reality, reverse time, and alter past events, enabling me to turn back time by 1 minute. He elaborated, moreover, on this foundation, my left eye possesses the powers of Izanami and Izanagi, with Izanagi lasting for 10 minutes. He added, this will not cost me a single Sharingan. He concluded, furthermore, I have a peculiar sensation. I feel that my abilities can still grow. Indeed. The 10-minute duration of Izanagi means that within this time frame, no matter how many times one dies, it will not manifest in reality, it will all be a mere illusion. This transcends mere genjutsu. Chunshi exclaimed, by the heavens, this is truly extraordinary. Chunshi demanded, what have I stumbled upon? Is this still Naruto? Is this still Sasuke? What unparalleled Mangekyou ability is this? Reversing time by 1 minute, rewriting past occurrences, and possessing a 10-minute Izanagi, capable of recording certain actions for infinite loops with Izanami. To not be blinded in one eye. What divine ability is this? Tears of envy streamed down Chunshi's cheeks. How utterly beguiling. Not to mention the third power inherent to the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo. The commoner mused, to rewrite time, to reverse the flow of time. The blind general declared, altogether, it is terrifyingly formidable. In the tumult of the vast wilderness, Chapter 26, Zhang Zhuwei, has the time for boundless riches finally arrived for me? I, along with my father, shall embark on a mission to halt the flood, proclaimed the most ostentatious one. Are we finally set to take action? Inquired the general, who had never met with disaster. Indeed, replied the ostentatious one, I have already conveyed the method suggested by Lao Jing to my father, and he finds it feasible. Indeed, Lao Jing's approach is commendable, added Chunshi. After all, the Uchiha clan currently leans towards a pro-peace stance, noted Hongwang Yisanshio. Perhaps this is largely due to Fujike's inclination towards pacifism, suggested Fanfu Suzy. Warfare is never a boon. Without it, many needless sacrifices could be averted, the general stated. The goddess of the sun opined, in truth, I believe that as long as Obito remains, future trouble shall persist. This sentiment was met with consensus within the group. As long as Obito lives, there will be lingering issues. By the way, why has little Sasuke claimed his red envelope yet? The exclusive envelope that Lena sent to him remains unclaimed, she remarked. It matters not. I possess the heavenly emperor sword, countered the ostentatious one. Dark Suayin truly is an embarrassment, the goddess mused. In its own realm, Dark Suayin suffices. But when compared to the heavenly emperor sword produced by the celestial beings, it pales in significance. Perhaps we should refrain from calling it the heavenly emperor sword. Hongwang Isanxio suggested, bemused. Dijun truly has a knack for naming such trinkets. Though his craftsmanship is commendable, had he followed the original path. Treasures like the demon summoning banner, the flying blade of immortals, and the sword of slaughtering witches would have originated from his hands. This highlights Dijun's authority in this regard. Even a mere remnant of his soul does not diminish his innate talent. However, the title of the Heavenly Emperor Sword is grandiose to the point of absurdity. In the vast wilderness, it is but a piece of scrap metal. To expect Dijun to forge it from the ordinary material known as the Great Luo Immortal Gold is unrealistic. The last vestige of the Golden Crow's essence cannot even conjure the sun's true fire necessary for melting such metals. Ultimately, the materials of the Heavenly Emperor's Sword comprise mundane treasures. Its power is limited to mere hardness, lacking grand principles, divine powers, or even a single restriction, truly a product devoid of any merit, not even worthy of being classified as a postnatal spiritual treasure. Even true immortals would find it shameful to wield such a thing. It is nothing more than a mere firewood stick. Very well, when action commences. Please summon me in the group. I have matters to attend to, Hongwang Isanxio concluded. Farewell, exalted immortal. Zhang Jiwei responded almost instantaneously. Yu Qing could not help but admire Zhang Jiwei's sincerity. There was no trace of deceit, just pure admiration for the exalted immortal. The pinnacle pursuit of Taoism, golden immortal. The abode of the highest Taoist, Daluo Ocean. The union of the two bestows the title of Daluo Xian, while Daluo Xian is also acceptable. However, golden immortal remains the supreme honor in Taoism. Is this what it means to be a Taoist? Yet, one must also acknowledge that beneath the heavens, there exists intriguing phenomena. Hongwang Isanxio, Zhang Jiwei, if you find the time, could you assist me? At your command, exalted immortal. In Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jiwei's face radiated surprise, his small eyes widening in astonishment. Has the exalted immortal finally summoned me to assist in tasks? Even a mere fraction of the exalted immortal's attention is an opportunity rarely encountered. I have never dared to hope for such a favor. You possess intriguing techniques in your world, with lofty aspirations. If possible, please help me gather some, Hongwang Isanxio requested. Naturally, we need not seek those passed down from places like Longhu Mountain. Primarily, I am interested in techniques such as Sanyi Gate and the 8 extraordinary techniques. Unfortunately, I cannot retrieve them personally. That would be somewhat excessive. Even with good fortune, one must endure considerable hardship, and with poor fortune, well, I truly do not wish to confront the celestial sovereign. Disciple Zhang Jiwei, at your service. Excellent. Upon completing his message, Yinxing exited the chat group and proceeded toward Dijun's secluded space. The moment Zhang Jiwei received the command, he could hardly contain his eagerness to descend from Longhu Mountain and clear the path for the practitioners of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Exalted immortal. Are there any treasures from our world that pique your interest? Chun-Shi inquired eagerly. Do not indulge in fantasies. What could we possibly offer? The goddess of the sun retorted. Perhaps the exalted immortal would find our celestial beings intriguing? The general suggested, albeit with a hint of regret. Alas, Jingyuan lacks such capability. My dear friends in the chat, the old Taoist shall take the lead. These items are indeed rather difficult to procure. However, for Zhang Jiwei, it poses no issue. In terms of Taoist realm, he has already reached the 3rd transformation of the Golden Core, with a self-born primordial spirit and a clear spiritual platform. In terms of power, declaring his thunder techniques as heavenly thunder would not be an exaggeration. 3rd tier. The chat group's evaluation of him has already reached 3rd tier status in the 8 extraordinary techniques. Zhang Jiwei gazed contemplatively. Undoubtedly, this is the exalted immortal's foremost request. Had this been earlier, truly profound practitioners would have disregarded the 8 extraordinary techniques. Even those who practice them would likely consider themselves inferior to methods of dual cultivation. Yet, after completing the narrative of one beneath, he comprehended the essence. The 8 extraordinary techniques are merely a manifestation. In Taoism, there exists no distinction between weak and strong, only precedence. The aspirations embodied by the 8 extraordinary techniques are exceedingly high. Each one represents the quintessence of celestial art. The Tongtian scroll is about transcending the heavens, while Fengho Chimen concerns mastering the changes of the cosmos. Given such aspirations, it is only natural that the exalted immortal would be intrigued. Even with Zhang Jiwei's ascension to the golden core ranks and his prolonged presence in the chat group, he could not help but be captivated. What captivated him? Naturally, the question of how the 8 extraordinary techniques found their way into this world of diminishing loss. This realm clearly does not resemble a place where the 8 extraordinary techniques would originate. Zhang Jiwei rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. He adjusted the cow's nose atop his head and donned a gray Taoist robe. With a flick of his feather duster, he embodied the essence of a Taoist. Surrounded by an ethereal and faintly radiant aura, enigmatic and profound, Zhang Jiwei opened the door and retrieved his mobile phone, dialing a number. The contact list bore the name Old Lu. Old Master Lu, come to Longhu Mountain. What's going on? Lu Jin replied. You old cow's nose. Just emerged from seclusion and now wish to summon me? Ah, Old Lu, after all these years of friendship, do you truly distrust me to this extent? Don't talk nonsense. Are you aware that your emergence from seclusion has become common knowledge within our circle? Do you know what your rumor is? Golden light covers 300 miles. The Longhu Celestial Master displays divine powers. Shouldn't you be avoiding the spotlight? Do you dare to invite me up the mountain? The old master chuckled softly. Remaining calm and composed. No matter, I cultivate for myself. If others take notice, let them do so. I summoned you due to a fortuitous event, one akin to what I experienced. Will you come? Hearing this, Lu Jin fell silent for a moment before bellowing. Of course. Why wouldn't I come? You old cow's nose. If you deceive me, I shall strike you. Well then, with your meager skills, you think you can strike me? Chapter 27. Di Jun is about to be reborn in flames. In the cool pavilion of the cave, Yunqing gazed at the young man transformed into a Taoist body before him, clad in golden attire, crowned with the sun. His sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded an imperial aura, albeit somewhat diminished, for his essence was severely lacking. It was already a miracle that Di Jun had survived. How do you feel? Yunqing inquired with a smile. Not too bad, Di Jun replied with a wry smile, but I am merely surviving, and it seems devoid of meaning. The futile resistance I have maintained for so long now appears somewhat laughable. Consider my innate divine lineage, brimming with potential. Yet, in my youth, I lacked the strength to resist those outer demons and systems. Since the great war of witches and demons, countless epochs have elapsed. And what is the outcome? I am but a mere true immortal, let alone returning to the wilderness. Regarding the various sects of Qi practitioners among the human race, it is estimated that he possesses little to no qualification to enter them. How could he have fallen to such a state? Cursed be the interloper. Di Jun cursed inwardly. Interlopers per se are not a concern. A mere glance from that faint remnant soul could extinguish them. However, it is the system that the interloper carries that had troubled Di Jun greatly in the past. My friend, do you think I will recognize you in the next epoch? Di Jun sighed softly and turned to Yunqing. In this epoch, he had come to know Yunqing, which he deemed a fortunate occurrence. Yunqing did not hold back and directly revealed to Di Jun the truth about the primordial chaos. Di Jun's response was one of indifference. Regardless of whether he aspired to dominate the primordial chaos, the world is undeniably real. The cultivation he achieved is equally tangible. Furthermore, if one could indeed reverse the path to sanctification, then all would be authentic. Achieving sanctification equates to becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal, a status synonymous with eternal singularity across the myriad realms, thus liberated from all constraints. Why await the next epoch? Yunqing smiled lightly. Di Jun was taken aback by these words, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Yunqing. What do you mean, my friend? Have you changed your mind? Yet even if you have, I am now so depleted of my essence that I am beyond redemption. Di Jun's expression dimmed once again. Depleted of his essence to this extent, now facing a great calamity, how could he turn the tide and reclaim the glory of your? Well, it seemed he had never truly possessed any glory. Before he could descend upon the primordial chaos, his body had already become someone else's. My friend, Fusang has not perished. Yunqing stated. I had not considered this before, but recently I have contemplated some ideas that require your assistance. Perhaps there are trivial matters to attend to amidst this great calamity? What do you mean, my friend? Di Jun's eyes narrowed instantly. It seemed that Yunqing had schemes in mind amid this great calamity. He could not discern what these schemes entailed, nor how they might connect with him. The Sunstar, Yunqing smiled faintly. I can send you back to the Sunstar, to settle in Fusang and replenish your essence. Along with the secret techniques of the Phoenix clan, I will speak to the Tao ancestor, and in return, you shall assist me in a matter during this calamity. Will you? Enter the calamity myself? Di Jun's eyes brightened suddenly, filled with eager anticipation, while others shunned the calamity. He yearned to plunge into it and engage in a gamble. In his excitement, He almost overlooked the earlier parts of the conversation. Indeed, to enter the calamity himself. Yun Qing regarded Di Jun with utmost seriousness. Moreover, this task can only be accomplished by you. The name Di Jun has faded from the annals of the primordial chaos. Hence I have kept you hidden in the cave for so many years. When I attained the Tao, it was already the end of the witch and demon era. And by then, it was too late to discern the truth. However, we are now faced with another calamity, a subsequent trial following the witch and demon era. This calamity is fundamentally a game of chance, or rather, a contest between myself and Hong Jun. I do not believe that Hong Jun will remain idle. Even according to his orthodox script, it would be sufficient to put me in a precarious position. What I intend to do is to align small forces with the greater trend, ultimately altering the entire outcome. The path of fate, if comprehended, can surely elevate one to new heights. But it is upon my friend to wield it. Di Jun rose and bowed. When a tiger falls to the plains, it is an honor for you to still call me a friend. For this, I feel a sense of guilt. If I can replenish my essence, I shall serve you dutifully, wholeheartedly, and without hesitation. Such courtesy, Yun Qing replied with a slight smile, not disputing his sentiment. Now, let us return to the sun. With that, Yun Qing waved his hand and tossed out 2 vials. The essence true water, with this substance as an aid, can accelerate the replenishment of essence. And within it lies the true meaning of the Phoenix clan's rebirth. In bygone days, Yuan Feng relied on these 2 items to achieve rebirth after being severed from his essence, advancing further in his Tao. Furthermore, in the final moments, he condensed 2 remarkable beings with his lifetime's essence. The essence true water is a rare item, and in some respects, it is even more precious than the 3 radiances divine water. This is indeed something that can replenish one's essence. Yun Qing does not harbor hopes of using this to restore the Qinglian in the future, for that would be a futile endeavor. After all, how easy is it to replenish a congenital supreme treasure? Di Jun, however, is different. 2 vials of essence true water could replenish the 4 seas of the primordial chaos. Such a treasure accumulated since the dawn of creation is not something one can part with lightly. Nonetheless, it is worth it. A pivotal piece on the chessboard must be shared between us. I wonder if we shall achieve the accomplishment of a father defeating his son? Yun Qing chuckled inwardly, placing a finger in the void, and then Di Jun transformed into a divine rainbow, soaring forth from the cave and rapidly ascending to the heavens. With a speed, he could reach the sun long before the conclusion of the Fengshen calamity. Replenishing one's essence is no trivial matter. My friend, have you gone too far? Di Jun had once bestowed upon you a considerable amount of gold coins. Yun Qing spoke softly. After this statement, no further sound was heard. Hong Jun acquiesced. Yun Qing was half deceiving. He himself was unaware of what the previous epics of reincarnation entailed. However, could Di Jun, in his current plight, have possibly contributed to Hong Jun's coffers? It is likely that half of the system's inventory was indeed filled with the gold coins of the Golden Crow. Given this, how would it matter if you permitted Di Jun to survive through this calamity? Hong Jun, fully aware that Di Jun was a pawn of Yun Qing, could not help but acknowledge the truth. He bore the karma of Di Jun epic cycle endlessly, and reincarnation perpetually restarts. However, one truth remains unchanged, that is the true spirit. Regardless of how many cycles of reincarnation one has undergone, the true spirit remains the same. Di Jun is eternally Di Jun, even if past lives are forgotten. It cannot be denied that he will always be himself. Thus, this is the reason for Hong Jun's karma. Of course, Hong Jun could manually eliminate this karma, such as by utterly eradicating Di Jun. However, doing so would inadvertently weaken his own power in the primordial chaos. Among the innate beings, Di Jun ranks within the top 20, possessing the potential to reach true great Luo. My friend, this shall not be repeated. Naturally, but this time does not count. After all, this concerns you, and Di Jun alone. Yun Qing remained calm and composed. Hong Jun's voice faded into silence. Yun Qing's Tao heart was exceptionally clear. If Di Jun replenished his essence, it would serve as one of his significant advantages. Awaiting the developments from Tai Yizhen Ren and Tong Tian, everything was progressing steadily. Chapter 28 Yun Qing. System, grant me 10 million points. Wandering Practitioner of the Primordial Chaos. Clocking in. Ding. Wandering Practitioner of the Primordial Chaos has successfully clocked in. Another 1,000 points, is it? Yun Qing blinked, then gazed at the projection before him, saying, grant me 100,000. Ding. 100,000 points have been credited. Grant me 1 million. Yun Qing's interest peaked, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. 10 million shall suffice. A mere million feels a bit trivial. Ding. 10 million points have been credited. Great Immortal, I beseech you not to distribute large amounts of points to other group members. The system was on the verge of collapse. How had this deity suddenly requested points? It was genuinely fearful, wondering whether to comply. Not complying was one matter. But if this deity were to become enraged and directly eliminate the host, what then? If granted, what if all the points were distributed to the group members? This system was indeed in a predicament. Come, tell me, why? Qing observed the screen with interest. This system seemed increasingly sentient. Qing knew that most systems possessed intelligence. They were not mere mechanical entities. Additionally, he was aware that the system had undergone 1,200 years of compulsory education, with different systems selecting various travelers. Subsequently, they would develop, grow, and nurture their hosts. Typically, those systems capable of existing in the upper realms are the elite among the system race. This particular system inadvertently entered the upper realm and was drawn here by him. The chat group system could be classified as a rather unique system. It nurtures not just one individual, but a collective. If one were to categorize systems by rank, the chat group would undoubtedly qualify as a high-level creation. The process of growth is essential for group members, rather than merely relying on shortcuts. Our chat group system will adopt a nurturing approach that not only enhances the strength of the hosts but also cultivates their character. Our aspiration is to foster kindness across the myriad realms, creating a united family for all. To be frank, Qing rolled her eyes. Master, we cannot rush through, otherwise our lives may be at stake. Accumulating achievements, still peering into various worlds, right? There are countless systems throughout the myriad realms. The Daluo Immortal casually crafts systems, and even those who have been cultivating individuals since epochs past exist within the myriad realms. It seems I must seek out the individual behind this system. Given the system's level, it's evident that its creator is not particularly formidable. They likely require these systems to attain something, possibly for an ascension. Perhaps they are even a Tai Golden Immortal. However, one thing is certain, they are definitely not from the Hong Wang realm. Qing remained unconcerned. She would confront whatever came her way. Those who genuinely comprehend the myriad realms are aware that venturing into Hong Wang is not a trivial matter. Without mentioning Hong Jun, even the side figures of these great beings, or the countless true Tai Golden Immortals, would be enough to terrify an ordinary person. Thus, the Hong Wang realm has consistently welcomed systems, rarely encountering outsiders. Qing's interest was piqued. It seemed fishing with this system was also a commendable strategy. Just moments ago, she had conceived the idea of entirely erasing the system's coordinates for her own use. However, she now reconsidered. Why not fish for law enforcement and wait for the individual behind the scenes to come to her? With her thoughts clear, Qing opened the chat group with a sense of ease. Hong Huang Loose Cultivator, Lucky Red Packet, Qinshi, Astonishing. Another grand red packet of 1,000 points? Most showy person, why do I only get 500 again? Sun Goddess, most showy person, Sasuke, can't you just not show off for once? Lena fumed, her anger flaring as she glanced at her balance of 220. Guaranteed, still a bloody guarantee. Blind General never crashed. It seems Miss Lena's guarantees have become a constant. Qinshi Laojing, why are you so cheerful? Blind General never crashed. Ha ha ha. This is quite the amusement. Sun Goddess, damn it. Laojing, you better watch out. You will have your guaranteed moment someday. Hong Huang Loose Cultivator, just a moment. Most showy person, hasn't it begun yet? Most showy person, tonight's action is set. My father and I are prepared. Qinshi, Isnt Danzo fond of the Sharingan? Let him feel the terror of the double Mangeki. How exhilarating. Before it even starts. Qinshi was already thrilled. The Hokage directly obliterated Danzo. Could there be a more splendid beginning? Ding. An invitation has been sent out in the chat group. Members will soon enter the chat group. Please be prepared, everyone. After this invitation, the chat group will enter maintenance mode, with only basic functions available. Upon completion of maintenance, the chat group will upgrade and provide compensation rewards to all members. Qinshi, awesome. Now there is a notification for adding members. And a version update is coming. Blind General never crashed. Are newcomers finally arriving? It's indeed been a bit quiet with just a few of us. Sun Goddess, this goddess doesn't believe it. If newcomers join, can this goddess still secure a guarantee? Blind General never crashed. Speaking of which, ever since the master entered the group, the chat group's level has been steadily rising. Qinshi, no doubt about it. The master possesses boundless power. Has the chat group system expressed gratitude yet? System. Within the cave, the system continuously expressed gratitude for Qing's assistance. Qing's eyes twitched slightly. This group leader certainly has a sense of humor. However, recruiting new members is indeed a good thing. A slight smile crept upon Yunqing's lips. Her little guinea pigs were about to increase in number. It was a pity that the Return to Origin Sutra had only just been initiated and was already about to undergo an upgrade. Sun Goddess, let us be honest. Is there any chance a newcomer could be a figure like the Master? Blind General never crashed. The likelihood is slim. Our chat group doesn't seem capable of attracting such talent. Qinshi, one must always have dreams. What if it comes true? Behind the screen, Qinshi chuckled foolishly, even absent-mindedly scratching her foot. A perfect portrait of a nerd, her face contrasting starkly with her demeanor. System, how many individuals are entering the group this time? Qinshi rubbed her hands together, filled with curiosity. At home, she wore a pair of denim shorts, her long legs gently swaying by the bedside. The life of a homebody is simple and mundane, characterized by boredom. When hungry, she orders takeout and remains unkempt at home, spending her days chatting and boasting in the group. Please check for yourself later, host. Well, if you want to say it, that's just stingy. Qinshi pouted, her full lips forming a slight frown, clearly displeased. Oh, host, how could you allow yourself to become such a loser? Chapter 29. Newcomers entering the group. Meanwhile, Yunqing sensed the spatial coordinates through the chat group. In her consciousness, 3 spatial coordinates from different worlds vividly manifested in her mind. It appears that 3 individuals are entering the group. However, it seems the chat group's invitation has only just reached the worlds and has not yet determined the recipients. Following tradition, Yunqing still directed her gaze towards the coordinates. The Tree Sea realm resembles a world akin to a fallen leaf. Yunqing's attention first settled here. Among the 3 worlds entering the group, this one appeared the weakest. The reason for her focus on this realm was simple. It coincidentally shared the same worldview as Jing Yuan's world. The chat group's invitation had just entered this leaf-like world. A notion of supremacy directly locked onto the chat group's invitation, seemingly attempting to trace its origin. In the next instant, an indescribable entity transformed into a white-haired woman, tearing through the void and morphing into a bizarre black-red form, rushing towards the chat group's invitation. The moment she came into contact with the mysterious light emanating from the chat group's invitation, the white-haired woman exploded. Ah! Yunqing's lips parted slightly, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation, unsure where to begin her critique. How did she discover the chat group's invitation? Why did she pursue the invitation with the intent to kill me? No, this seems to be the realm's overseer. What if she destroys the world? In an instant. Before Yunqing could ponder further, the world trembled violently. The heavens appeared to collapse, the universe on the brink of shattering, and the ground shook as if it were about to explode at any moment. Yunqing, in a cold sweat, hastily pointed a finger. Instantly, the river of time and space manifested within this realm, stabilizing it remarkably. Countless beams of mysterious light erupted from the river as the great Tao flowed. Above the river, a sundial materialized, the void shifted, wind swept through the remnants of clouds, and it expanded exponentially, eclipsing the sky. On the dial, the 12 zodiac signs glimmered incessantly, the sequence flowing as it evolved into myriad forms. Countless streams of profound yellow descended upon the river of time and space, while myriad great Tao shadowed one another, manifesting the cycles of birth and death across the realms. In their intersection, the diagram of yin and yang emerged, transforming into the 4 symbols, performing the cycles of life and death, generating boundless creation, time and space, evolution, and creation. The infinite mysteries lay within. Fortunately, Yunqing acted swiftly, stabilizing the entire world. Otherwise, she would have to consider invoking the great Tao of time and space, which would entail far too many complications. The beings within this realm remained utterly bewildered. One moment, the world underwent a cataclysm, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The next moment, countless obscure, profound phenomena obscured the sky, rendering them unable to glimpse the entirety of the scene. Yet at this moment, everything seemed to return to normal. A fractured world required someone to stabilize it. Yunqing felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What on earth was the realm's overseer doing? Upon entering the group, why seek my origin? Now, it seems you have caused your own demise. Yunqing has also come to realize the nature of this world. Once more, he cast a profound glance at this realm, as the invitation to the chat group returned, reselecting its master amidst the influences of time and space. On the ground below, a man clad in white robes, barefoot and hooded, gazed skyward. In a fleeting moment, it appeared as though he beheld an infinitely vast eye. What a gaze it was! Boundless, invincible, and devoid of mercy. In an instant, he seemed to witness the cyclical nature of countless realms, the the evolution of yin and yang across the heavens. In the moment wherein myriad paths converged into unity, all of this was exceedingly arcane. Ding. Would you like to join the multiverse chat group? A voice echoed in his mind. Join. Ding. The arbiter of cosmic order, the first rebel of the celestial court, has joined the chat group from the eastern and western rivers of the seven heavens. Qin Shi. Form a line. Welcome newcomers. The general with closed eyes. Welcome newcomers. Sun goddess. Welcome newcomers. One most stylish one. Welcome newcomers. 2 Ding. The arbiter of cosmic order has perished. The chat group invitation will reselect members. Ding. The war god has joined the multiverse chat group. Qin Shi. What the heck? A newcomer died instantly? What is happening? The others in the group were utterly bewildered. Was this even possible? Sun goddess. What is going on? Did the newcomer just die? Reina widened her eyes in disbelief. Such a scenario was unprecedented. In the cave realm, Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had calculated her self-destruction and it bore no connection to her. This did not count as interference in the lower realms. Due to this incident, Yanqing resolved to refrain from casually observing these worlds in the future. She was fearful. She dreaded that some inflated newcomer might repeat this folly and inadvertently obliterate themselves. This newcomer was truly amusing. Wandering sage of the primordial era, do not panic. I merely cast a glance at this world. Wandering sage of the primordial era, Qin Shi, this is Teyvat, and the arbiter of cosmic order sought my origin through the world's force. Wandering sage of the primordial era, I did not restrain myself in time. Thus, well, the great karma led to my own demise. Qin Shi grasped the situation. The arbiter of cosmic order attempted to eliminate a grand immortal, but, due to excessive karma, self-destructed instead. Even Qin Shi felt a bit embarrassed. Was the arbiter of cosmic order truly that audacious? To suppress unknown circumstances and, in turn, meet their end? But if the arbiter is gone, what becomes of Teyvat? 3 large question marks appeared above Qin Shi's head. War god. Was that gaze yours? Wandering sage of the primordial era. Indeed, I am the one. The arbiter has encountered some issues, hence I must intervene to restore this world. Without restoration, Teyvat shall collapse in an instant. Morux was greatly shaken. What immense power was embodied in that gaze? From the fragments of conversation within the group, he seemed to comprehend. The arbiter of cosmic order sought to inspect this individual's origins, and then vanished. Qin Shi, ahem. Everyone, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am the group leader. Qin Shi, welcome to the multiverse chat group. Let us temporarily set aside the earlier interlude and discuss it later. Qin Shi, as the name suggests, this is a chat group established among the myriad worlds. Qin Shi, all members hail from different realms or perhaps other beings. Qin Shi, in any case, we warmly welcome you to our family. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask me. The group leader is here to share all knowledge. War god, I have a question. Everyone here is from beyond the realms, correct? The general with closed eyes, indeed. New friends, we all come from different worlds, each with unique identities. The general with closed eyes, I am Luo Fuxianshou, Jing Yuan. I have met 3 new friends, but have yet to learn your names. Chapter 30. The first rebel of the celestial court. Astonishment, profound astonishment. Morix was utterly shaken. The multiverse chat group, everyone hailing from disparate worlds. And here, the owner of that earlier gaze was present. Terrifying. Meanwhile, at Yuling Mountain, Yang Jian stared at the wondrous images in his mind, still somewhat dazed. What is this? Yang Jian pondered, grappling with how to evaluate it. He wished to inquire with his master, but upon recalling that disheveled appearance, his desire to ask faded. Communicating across the myriad worlds? Everyone is from different realms? Yang Jian was deeply shaken. Is this real or merely a ruse? Although there were other theories, such as one flower, one world, or one leaf, one Bodhi, the illusory screen in his mind made him hesitate to fully believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Besides himself, there were 7 others in the group. In the world of super beast armament, a red-haired youth, known for his rebellious demeanor, awoke from his slumber in class. What voice was incessantly speaking in his head? Huolin Fei opened his eyes, muttering a curse. Who is messing with me? Can't a person sleep in peace? Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. The teacher at the podium had even broken a piece of chalk in half. Huolin Fei, get out of here. Huolin Fei? Why am I in class? What is this voice in my head? The multiverse? Different worlds? Various divine beings? Fine. Huolin Fei flicked his hair and swaggered out of the classroom. Such occurrences had become commonplace for him. Huolin Fei, the teacher, fuming, clutched his chest. Go find your class advisor. I can't teach this class anymore. Please, teacher, I'm just walking out. You continue with your teaching. Lin Fei smirked, giving a casual wave, then exited through the back door and leaned against the wall, perusing the chat group. Communicating across the myriad worlds, everyone from different realms? Who are they trying to fool? Let me see these liars. Huh, this ISNTA phone. It's directly in my head? What arbiter of cosmic order, restoring worlds, and whatever Luo Fu Xianzhou is? What names are these? Such creativity. On the other side, Qin Shi was similarly adept at examining the identities of the group members. The first, the war god, was undoubtedly established. The arbiter of cosmic order had perished, and the world stabilized by the immortal was still called Tevat. Who else could bear the title of war god? Chat group was indeed thriving. It was operational. The second, the first rebel of the celestial court. Qin Shi could guess quite accurately from the name, either Neza, Yang Jian, or the Monkey King. Retrieving member information. Member, the first rebel of the celestial court. Name, Yang Jian. Age, 15. Strength, level 3 to 5. World background and identity. The world of the Lotus Lantern. Rooted in the primordial era. Oh my. It's this one. The most handsome Erling Shun. Qin Shi's eyes lit up. What about the world S level? Qin Shi blinked and inquired with the system. Level 7. The Lotus Lantern, with its primordial background, is only level 7? Qin Shi felt a tinge of regret. Suddenly, a thought struck. Wait, only the immortals in the group are the true big shots. How could I think otherwise? Level 7 is already quite impressive. My little world of ghost taming only has a level 5 cap. Lastly, the 7 heavens of the eastern and western rivers? Qin Shi had heard of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and this name clearly indicated Xiaohua. But what about the 7 heavens of the eastern and western rivers? Member, 7 heavens of the eastern and western rivers. Name, Lin Fei. Age, 14. Strength, level 1. World background and identity. The world of super beast armament. An ordinary middle school student? A multitude of questions erupted from Qin Shi's mind. Where did this come from? In just 3 days, one could traverse from the east to the west. He was heralded as the greatest genius in history. How long would it take for an ordinary middle school student to evolve into a being with the power of 3? 5 black holes. Lin Fei epitomized what it meant to achieve in 7 days. The protagonist, who effortlessly multiplied his strength tenfold, had never lost a battle but had yet to win one. In the event of defeat, he would experience an explosive surge in power at lightning speed. Within 7 days, he traversed 7 parallel universes and returned to school to continue his studies. All other geniuses paled in comparison before him. While Xiaohua achieved the rank of Do D in his 30s, this individual conquered 7 parallel universes in just 7 days. Qin Shi, welcome, new members to the group. Sun Goddess, welcome is over. It's time for the next procedure. Most pretentious person, looking forward to it. General with closed eyes, enjoying tea. Wilderness wanderer, no need to pay attention. Qin Shi, why is the immortal still not paying attention? Wilderness wanderer, oh, I was discussing Tivit, but it's resolved now. God of War, I am Morix. Your strengths are extraordinary, and I find them beyond my comprehension. God of War, if I have made any errors, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed seniors. Qin Shi, not seniors, not seniors. Only the immortal here is truly impressive. Qin Shi, welcome, old dang. Oh no. Welcome Morix to our multiverse chat group. General with closed eyes, I heard you call him old dang. Qin Shi, shut up. Lounging. Sun Goddess, group leader. What about the customary procedure? Showcase your talents. God of War, what are you all referring to? On the earthly realm, Morix walked, his feet hovering 3 inches above the void, his mind keenly observing the chat group. He adapted swiftly and embraced belief even quicker. He was already familiar with concepts beyond this world, and the gaze he had received earlier left an indelible impression on him. The owner of that gaze was none other than the wilderness wanderer in the group. The laws of nature, have they perished? Has this realm truly embraced freedom? This day marked Morix's 800th birthday. Sun Goddess, ahem, let me introduce our chat group's tradition. Sun Goddess, our group leader, Qin Shi, possesses the ability to foresee the future, able to glimpse the destinies of new members who join our chat. Sun Goddess, hence, spoilers have become a cherished tradition among us. God of War, foreseeing the future? Truly extraordinary. Morix gasped in awe. In such a short time, he had encountered 2 remarkable individuals, one capable of world destruction and the other with foresight into the future. Observing the Sun Goddess's name, It was evident she too was a deity, not to be underestimated. What right did he have to be part of this chat group? Morix began to question himself. Chapter 31. Huolin Fei. Who do you suggest I fight? Chen Shi. Old man, don't listen to his nonsensical claims. Chen Shi. I possess no extraordinary abilities. Such foresight is commonplace in my world. Chen Shi. The immortal speaks truly. Every flower holds a universe, every leaf a Bodhi tree. Chen Shi. Countless worlds within the multiverse harbor innumerable stories. Chen Shi. Perhaps they are reflections of your worlds, allowing us to know these tales. Chen Shi, or perhaps it is the imaginative thoughts of my world that resonate with yours. Chen Shi, in any case. You may understand that I have merely glimpsed the script centered around you. It is nothing remarkable. Heavenly Court S. First Rebel, Chen Shi. Will I be able to rescue my mother? After lurking for so long, Yang Jian finally spoke up. Chen Shi's expression immediately fell. How could she respond? The sorrowful narrative of Yang Jian was truly disheartening. Wilderness wanderer, if there was no chance before, now you have one. Yun Qing replied on behalf of Chen Shi. After all this time, Yun Qing had discerned that Chen Shi was overly concerned with the emotions of others, lacking in emotional intelligence. If she were to be evaluated, she was akin to a child who had never ventured beyond her ivory tower. Did she possess a background in the wilderness? Yun Qing pondered. Nowadays, it seemed every world had traces of the wilderness, its influence sprawling widely. At this moment, Yang Jian was honing his skills in the mountains, nearing the time to rescue his mother. 7 days east and west. Heavenly Court S. First Rebel? No way. Do you really believe that? Heavenly Court S. First Rebel. Why not believe? Yang Jian gazed at his fellow group members, perplexed. Why not believe? Clearly, those in the group were all formidable individuals, beings of the divine. The ability to obscure the heavens with a snap of their fingers, to foresee the future, these were powers beyond mortal reach. Chen Shi, the immortal is correct. Joining this chat group equates to altering one's destiny. Chen Shi, furthermore, altering the course of fate in this group can also earn you points. General with closed eyes. If any new friends have questions, feel free to check the group announcement. After a moment, Jing Yuan posted a group announcement. To prevent future newcomers from being confused, the announcement covered the basics of the chat group, concepts of the multiverse, the origins of foresight, the purpose of the chat, and that within this group, everyone is like family, among other details. In total, it comprised over 1,000 words. 7 days east and west. This is absurd. 7 days east and west. Am I truly a protagonist? Can I even enter this place? Huolin Fei was nearly left speechless. Numerous worlds, different realms. The group files contained overviews of various worlds. Was this a novel or a film? Am I being played in a Truman Show? Chen Shi, you speak truthfully. You are indeed a protagonist. Chen Shi, you are about to bear the weight of saving the world, and you have only 7 days. 7 days east and west. What nonsense. Me? Save the world? Chen Shi. Indeed. 7 days east and west. This is even more absurd. I am merely a middle school student. Am I to save the world? Who am I to fight? My math textbook or my language teacher? Chen Shi, you will confront the overlord of 10 black holes, a formidable foe of extraordinary abilities. 7 days east and west. 10 what? I am poor at physics. Do not deceive me. Huolin Fei's face fell in despair. 10 what? Black holes. General with closed eyes. Black holes. Jing Yuan paused. His hand holding the teacup halted. By what measure? Black holes? Chen Shi, yes, indeed, they are black holes. General with closed eyes, are they of stellar mass? Intermediate mass or supermassive? General with closed eyes, the world of the new group member is remarkable indeed. A world where energy is derived from black holes. Even the weakest black hole, upon collapse, possesses a mass several times, if not dozens of times, that of the sun. This represents a curvature of space-time so profound that not even light can escape. The scale is terrifying. Intermediate or supermassive black holes can effortlessly annihilate entire galaxies. 7 days east and west. I am to battle the overlord of 10 black holes. Is this real? Chen Shi. It is undoubtedly true, but you will have allies. Chen Shi, remember, when faced with your foes, they will either flee in terror or be utterly defeated. Chen Shi uploaded a group file titled 3 Days of Cultivation Will Not Kill You. Then you are this. Thumb. JPG, accessible only to group members Qi Tian Hedong and Hishi. Wushan, is there one for me? Morix quickly skimmed through the files in the group. Each world is filled with wonders, especially the vast realm of Qing. Even the most insignificant true immortal in this group could effortlessly annihilate an entire world. Chen Shi, yes, my brother, indeed there are. I can share a couple more files like this. They are all future scripts for our group members. Hong Huang Yisanxiu. Why does it feel like the chat group is becoming a prison? Blind General never crashed. Who else belongs to the prison faction? Qin Shi. Well, if you're asking about the prison, then you're the only one. Qin Shi Huolinfei is already on his journey, having packed his bags. Sun Goddess. I've also packed my bags. Qin Shi uploaded a group file. The Tale of Splitting Mountains to Save Mother. Accessible only to group member Tianting Dai Fangkuzi. Qin Shi uploaded a group file. The Garden of the Brave Lord. Accessible only to group member Wushan. Hong Huang Yisanxiu. I suspect there is something fishy about this file name. Qin Shi Hihi. I can't stand it either. I've long since quit the game. I occasionally come across the plot, but the Brave Lord truly tests my patience. Wushan. This person no longer exists. Morix fell silent after reading the entire plot. With the heavenly principle of the seven nations now vanished, can the seven nations still endure? The common folk require protection. Perhaps it is time for someone to rise. Morix took a deep breath. This plot is ultimately unnecessary. And at this moment, within the cave. Chapter 32. The Earth is the origin of all realms. Do you think? Humorous. JPG, Immortal. This point should be awarded to you. The chat group system was distraught. The heavenly principle of Tevat had collapsed, leading to the world's fate being utterly shattered. It has truly become an open world. In this circumstance, the entire fate of the world has been irrevocably altered by Yinqing. This point should indeed be granted to Yinqing. No need. Yinqing waved his hand dismissively. He had no interest in points. The Pango acts of the chat group could not be genuinely conjured. He had not anticipated this turn of events. The heavenly principle was obstinate, utterly oblivious to the dark forest, and charged forth into the unknown without hesitation. What truly concerned Yinqing about Tevat was the tree and the sea. Tevat resembled a fallen leaf. According to the world's lore, it should have perished in collapse. A false starry sky and a deceptive heaven shrouded the world? That is how it should be understood. Immortal, what about the points? Yinqing smiled lightly. Let us regard it as if it never occurred. If Morix had something to say, he would make the amendments himself. The new group members alleviated Yunqing's concerns significantly. The Guyuan Sutra required no upgrades. Huolinfei was already a hanging brother. The upper limit of Guyuan Sutra could not reach his ultimate potential. As for Yang Jian, his system was fundamentally similar to Yinqing's. Yet his world was considerably weaker. The pinnacle of Yuanshi Tianzuan could merely rival the golden immortals of Hong Wang. Tevat. The elemental power was hardly worth considering. Such an energy body was far inferior to Jinyuan's fate power, easily transformable into magical energy. Li Yue? It might genuinely become a realm of cultivation. Wushan, I have finished the plot. Thank you, dear group friends, for your insights. Qin Shi, too polite. Qin Shi was now in a state of ease. Truly. She no longer sought other group members to shower her with gold coins. She did not need. The 3 vermilion fruits from the Immortal have already allowed her to swiftly navigate the world of Onmyoji. As long as she proceeded step by step and diligently cultivated, perhaps she could find a way to earn points. Compared to other members who had to contemplate the future, she was entirely free of such worries. The reason? Naturally, it was because she had no one to spoil the plot for her. Not knowing the future, to some extent, could be considered a blessing. Qin Shi, join our chat group of myriad realms. We are all good friends helping each other, true family transcending the heavens and worlds. Qin Shi, as the group leader. I once again welcome the new members. Hong Wang Yisanxiu, welcome. JPG, Blind General Never Crashed, welcome. JPG, Sun Goddess, welcome. JPG1, Most Pretentious Person, welcome. JPG2, Wushan, everyone is being too courteous. I am Morix, it is an honor to meet you all. Tianting Dai Fan Kuzi, I am Yang Jian. I have met all of you, dear friends. Qitian Hedong Hashi, have you all completed your plots? Huolinfei, with a question mark above his head, was the only one still struggling to catch up. Why is this plot so lengthy? Tianting Dai Fan Kuzi, a few minor spells suffice for a quick overview. Wushan, it is innate. Qitian Hedong Hashi, my name is Huolinfei, a middle school student, soon to be a world savior. Qitian Hedong Hashi, you all continue chatting. I'll finish the plot. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. After saying this, Huolinfei stood at the classroom door, closed his eyes, and quietly resumed watching. At this moment, within Yushuan Mountain, Yang Jian, having finished the plot, felt as though a breath was stuck in his chest. His rashness led to his mother's demise. The days that followed were filled with sorrow and conflict, hatred, love. The source of power? Yang Jian examined the backgrounds of all the group members, ultimately concluding that the world of the immortal, known as Hongwang Yisengxiu, bore a striking similarity to his own. However, that world was not as chaotic as his. The Emperor Hao Yin ruled over the three realms, exerting pressure upon heaven and earth, aspiring to benefit the myriad beings of Hongwang. Yuanshi Tianzuan transcended the mundane world, with 12 golden immortals beneath him, each a dragon among men. Of course, there was also the most apparent disparity: power. The Yuding Jinren of that world. A heart cauldron as the true self, the path of the mind is supreme, and the true self is the ultimate treasure. A single cauldron suppresses heaven and earth, dominating the universe, an unparalleled Daluo Immortal. He is nothing like his disheveled master. They are entirely different individuals. Tianting Dai Fengkuzi, may I ask, dear friends, why do my world and Qing Immortal's world have identical characters? Yang Jian posed his inquiry within the group. Blind General never crashed. Oh? This is intriguing. Does such a world truly exist? Blind General never crashed. Ordinary person, old heavenly master. Come and see if this new member is also a Taoist master? Ordinary person? The old heavenly master, who was negotiating with Lu Jing, heard Jing Yuan's mention and promptly opened the chat group. To his astonishment, newcomers had indeed arrived. Yang Jian? Ordinary person, I am Zhang Jiwei, the 65th generation heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. I have met the true monarch of Qing Yuan Miaodao. Sun Goddess. Wow, I also found out. Sun Goddess, Tianting Dai Fengkuzi. Do you know a monkey? Sun Goddess, this earth is truly fascinating. Why are there so many deities? Many of us in the group seem to have some connection. Chen Shi, the origin of all realms. Do you think? Humorous. JPG, Tianting Dai Fengkuzi. Apologies, dear friend. I am not the true monarch of Qing Yuan Miaodao. I am merely an ordinary person, wishing to save my mother. Ordinary person, I see. It appears this is the timeline of the legendary Erlang Shun. Splitting mountains to save his mother? Hongwang Yisengxiu, it is merely a case of similar world backgrounds. Such occurrences may arise frequently in the future. Chen Shi, could you elucidate the underlying principles? I recall that the Bao Lian lantern lacks a background in the primordial chaos. Chen Shi is filled with profound curiosity. In terms of knowledge about the myriad realms, who could rival this true Daluo Immortal? Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, the fundamental reason lies in the fact that the primordial chaos is the central hub of all worlds. Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, the primordial chaos reflects the myriad realms, with countless worlds revolving around it. Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, this reflection has given rise to many worlds akin to Yang Jian. Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos. Moreover, my world is also on the verge of having a Yang Jian. Blindfolded General, a parallel entity from another world? Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, not quite the same. Each has its own destiny and cannot be considered the same person. Goddess of the Sun, I have a thought. Could there be multiple identical beings appearing in the group? Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, it is not impossible. After all, adding members to the chat group is quite random. Who knows? The next batch may even include another Yang Jian. Chapter 33. New features of the chat group. The discussions in the group were fervent. The initial members had become exceedingly familiar with one another. Now, with the addition of the somewhat eccentric Huolin Fei, the atmosphere became even more vibrant. Despite Yang Jian and Morix speaking less frequently. Ding. Chat group upgrade successful. New feature. Time travel feature optimization. Group live streaming feature optimization. Chat group time flow rate. New feature. Rank title challenge. New feature. Arena. New benefit. Annual gift package for the chat group. Members are encouraged to explore the new features. Wishing everyone a delightful experience. Yinqing swiftly perused the new features. The group live streaming had been optimized. Previously, one could only view from a screen. But now it allowed for consciousness projection into the chat group space, where members could gather to watch live broadcasts together. While it was not particularly groundbreaking, it served as a means to strengthen connections among members. Next was the rank title challenge. The chat group's rank titles would be rearranged, with everyone starting at the initial level, free to challenge for this title. Each level would differ, likely involving combat or magical duels. Victories would lead to promotions. With each advancement, corresponding rewards would be granted, serving as a means of providing benefits to the members, though rewards could only be claimed once. The arena was straightforward. A place for members to spar with one another. It was fair, just, and free, conducive to enhancing one's abilities. The chat group's time flow rate had also been optimized. Sign-in times would now align with the chat group's time, which, while previously established, had been refined. No longer would there be instances of signing in only after 7 days. Now it was reduced to 6 days. Thus, the difference was negligible. The main attraction, however, was time travel. This was a long-anticipated feature by the members. Earlier, many had desired this capability, for not everyone could be like Qing, who directly inquired, "Are you there? What are the coordinates?" Traveling to other worlds was currently beyond the capabilities of the others in the group. To embark on such a journey, one would require a dimensional travel token. 2 in total for a round trip. The method to obtain these tokens was quite simple, 500 points each. The time travel feature also came with various restrictions. It required the consent of the members from the destination world, and members could request the traveler to withdraw at any time, with points deducted automatically from the traveler's account. How benevolent! Furthermore, the annual gift package? Qing immediately opened the package in the lower right corner of the interface. Inside were simple items, 5,000 points along with 4-dimensional travel tokens. Though of little use to him, Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, having reviewed the new features. Is anyone interested in a one-on-one duel? Ordinary Mortal, sweating profusely. JPG Ordinary Mortal. Please, don't jest, esteemed one. We are but mere mortals. Hardly worthy of your gaze. Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos. Just a jest. Smiling. JPG, Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos. The new features are quite admirable. It has become a competent chat group. All necessary functions are now present, rendering this chat group complete. The only minor flaw might be the paid time travel. Yet it is certainly a step towards normalization. Chunxi. The world is vast. I yearn to explore it. Chunxi excitedly flailed on the bed, her exquisite face radiating enthusiasm. With time travel enabled, does this not mean she could finally visit the realm she had fantasized about traversing countless times? The immortal boat, Naruto, Erling Shun, and strolling beneath the moon with the lotus. How she longed to check in. Chunxi continued her energetic flailing on the bed, emitting a series of sneaky chuckles. Despite being an exquisite beauty who drew countless gazes while walking outside, the system's size grew heavier. Had it not been for the inability to designate Qing as the host, it would have certainly sought a change. Goddess of the Sun, issuing a duel invitation online. Is there anyone willing to spar with this goddess? Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, inviting member Goddess of the Sun to join the arena. Goddess of the Sun retracted a message. Goddess of the Sun, esteemed one. If I challenge you, would you not simply dismantle me? Reina expressed disbelief at the notion of battling a Daluo Immortal. Blindfolded General, to be honest. I would very much like to witness the esteemed one's prowess. Blindfolded General, the records within the documents of the Primordial Chaos reveal no trace of your presence, leaving me with a sense of regret. Jing Yuan's face was marked by sorrow. What kind of realm does the supreme being of the myriad worlds inhabit? Contemplating this, Jing Yuan glanced at the unextracted blood essence of the Golden Crow. Item name, Golden Crow Blood Essence. Level, 5, Origin World. True Realm of Primordial Chaos. Description, incredibly rare blood of the Golden Crow. Due to the former owner being but a flicker in the wind, all essence has been lost, leaving only a wisp of residual soul. The ability to condense blood essence is already quite remarkable. Evaluation, the fact that it is still called Golden Crow Blood Essence is commendable. It is, in reality, nearly devoid of any relation to the Golden Crow. A single drop of blood from a Golden Crow, possessing only a minuscule amount of essence and a trace of residual soul, having plummeted through countless realms, already bore the level of 5. The sensation this drop of blood imparted to Jing Yuan was akin to consuming something that might not sit well. Perhaps he should consult the esteemed one? Alas, it was too tempting. An unparalleled treasure lay before him, yet he could not utilize it, only gaze upon it. Wandering Sage of Primordial Chaos, you shall meet them eventually. Sasuke is about to go live as well. Will he stream the battle against Danzo? Splendid idea. War God. Does the chat group provide rank credentials for its members? Blindfolded General. Indeed. However, my rank 5 has just been lost. Hands up. JPG Qinshi in the Primordial Chaos, refreshing once more yields additional rewards. Goddess of the Sun, how peculiar. Typically, the chat group hardly dispenses any points, yet suddenly offers such generous benefits? Reina, upon receiving the annual gift package, was astonished. 1,000 points along with 4-dimensional travel tokens. Is this still the chat group she knew? Since the sign-in feature was initiated, it had consistently guaranteed a minimum, and now it unexpectedly bestowed an annual gift package? The total value equated to 3,000 points. The first rebel of the Heavenly Court. Did the chat group lack benefits previously? The first rebel of the Heavenly Court. Screenshot. The first rebel of the Heavenly Court. 1,000 points plus 4-dimensional travel tokens. Shinshi, was it not 1,000 for you? Goddess of the Sun? Were you not at 1,000? Shinshi appeared bewildered. No, I had 3,000. Shinshi, ha 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 ha. The group leader indeed possesses privileges. 3,000 oh. Sun Goddess, go group leader. You are truly go. Reina clenched her fists, cursing the cursed privileges. Chapter 34, Tier Title Challenge, Group Live Stream. Yunqing glanced at the tier challenge within the chat group. The members were curious about the nature of the challenge and its rewards. Without hesitation, Yunqing clicked to commence the challenge. Before him appeared a space akin to a dual arena, remarkably similar to the description of the dual arena feature in the chat group. A projection of consciousness? Yunqing was taken aback, realizing that this was not an actual descent into the realm. At that moment, his opponent emerged. Clad in a black and red outfit, the opponent exuded unwavering determination coupled with youthful vigor, wielding a large ruler on his back. Yunqing took a brief glance, and in the next instant, darkness enveloped him, followed by a prompt appearing. Congratulations, celestial being, on completing the first tier challenge. Your tier has now been elevated to the first tier, and rewards have been issued. 100 points. The bold red letters above the 100 points resembled an announcement of a grand prize. Yunqing ignored it and focused on the two options presented. One to continue the challenge to the next tier, and the other to withdraw from the challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunqing clicked on the next tier. The scene flickered once more, remaining in the same location, with the second tier guardian being the same individual. Yunqing glanced again, only to be met with darkness once more. Congratulations, celestial being, on completing the second tier challenge. Your tier has now been elevated to the second tier, and rewards have been issued. 200 points. Yunqing. This chat group is truly stingy. It was difficult to fathom how the other members who had completed their challenges would express their grievances. The third tier posed no issue either. The newcomer appeared slightly older, still sporting a pair of energy wings on his back. The youth raised his hand to greet Yunqing, but Yunqing's gaze had already shifted. Congratulations, celestial being, on completing the third tier challenge. Your tier has now been elevated to the third tier, and rewards have been issued. 500 points. The tier challenges were conducted solo. The fourth tier offered 1,000 points. The fifth tier, a conflagration engulfed the dual arena, with crimson gold flames consuming the space, crackling as it burned through the void. Ah, the fighting emperor has arrived. Without surprise, Yunqing took a glance and moved on. However, the fifth-tier guardian was akin to a cultivator on the verge of ascension, posing considerable difficulty for ordinary members. The strength of this fifth-tier guardian surpassed theirs by a significant margin. Roughly calculating, it seemed the majority of the group would struggle against him. The rewards for the fifth tier had also increased, amounting to 5,000 points, a fourfold increase compared to earlier tiers. Yet, upon closer inspection, it bore no difference from mere wool pulling. In the group, the upper-tier items often cost hundreds of thousands of points. 5,000 was scarcely enough to purchase a trifle. The sixth-tier challenge continued. An ultra-galaxy with endless stars poised to explode in an instant. Yunqing's thoughts stirred, manifesting the Tao as a blue lotus blossomed amidst the cosmic void, stabilizing the galaxy in an instant, with time flowing backward, stretching over countless eons. Congratulations, celestial being, on completing the sixth-tier challenge. Celestial being title restored. 10th tier. Reward issued. 10,000 points. The sixth tier had indeed begun to differ. Surviving the destruction of the galaxy was deemed a pass? Yunqing inquired with curiosity. You are correct, celestial being. However, it was rare for someone like Yunqing, who directly reversed time to resolve this point. No other group member could withstand this challenge. At least, none presently could. How many more tiers remained? To answer, celestial being. None remain. Yunqing was instantly disinterested. The sixth tier was equivalent to true immortality, and the test no longer revolved around destructive power, but rather creation. What could the seventh tier entail? Perhaps the opening of the heavens? Logically speaking, that could very well be the case. Establishing a small realm or a microcosm was achievable for heavenly immortals. Accomplishing this required understanding the essence of creation. Closing the challenge interface, Yunqing's consciousness returned to the chat group. The ongoing discussion among the members centered around this challenge. Shinshi, who could possibly be instilling such terror daily? Shinshi, is someone truly bringing such horror into our group? Ordinary person, the experience is quite exceptional. May I inquire where to leave a poor review? General with closed eyes. The 5th tier challenge's opponent possesses exceedingly peculiar abilities. I cannot analyze them at present. Qin Shi. If you could defeat them, it would be a miracle. I can't even handle the 4th tier. What level is the 5th tier? General with closed eyes. I do not know, but the abilities are strange. With golden flames and a plaza capable of effortlessly tearing space apart, summoning tidal waves of magma at a mere gesture. Wasteland Wanderer. It's the Fighting Emperor. Qin Shi. Did the celestial being finish the challenges? How were the rewards? Curious. JPG, Wasteland Wanderer. 5,000 points for the 5th tier. 10,000 for the 6th tier. Not much, merely wool pulling. Qin Shi. 10,000 points. I weep with envy. War God. Generally speaking, 10,000 points may hold little value for a 6th tier powerhouse. Wasteland Wanderer. Indeed, having obtained them, they are of little use. First Rebel of Heaven. The strength of beings from other realms is truly terrifying. Yang Jian was astounded. He realized he was still far too weak. How could he face such intense flames, let alone contend with the 10 golden crows? Qin Shi. What about Reina? Reina has been unusually silent. Qin Shi found it odd, as she was usually the most talkative. Sun Goddess. Red Warmth. JPG Sun Goddess. What in the world is this guardian that someone has researched? Sun Goddess. Is this even human? The 4th tier already evades my supernova. Sun Goddess. Is this a human? It can effortlessly tear apart space. And its speed in fleeing is absurdly beyond comprehension. Is this a human? Qin Shi, take it easy. The 4th tier is a low-star dose saint. And it's still Xiao Huohua's low-star dose saint. It's normal not to defeat them. How could I not defeat them? Reina gritted her teeth in frustration. Did he dare to face a supernova explosion? Yet he was simply too swift in his escape. Wasteland Wanderer. What a pity. Only to the 6th tier. And there are no challenges for the 7th. Qin Shi, Celestial being. What about your 10th tier title? Wasteland Wanderer. They granted it to me directly. As they spoke, a prompt suddenly appeared. The most ostentatious group member has activated the group live stream. Wasteland Wanderer has joined the live stream. Qin Shi has joined the live stream. Sun Goddess has joined the live stream. First Rebel of Heaven has joined the live stream. In a realm of illusion, there lay a patch of grass, a large projection screen, and a multitude of chairs. Yinqing's figure was the first to materialize in this space. He raised his hand to examine his palm. Once again, it was illusory. Yinqing felt somewhat exasperated. What should be done if the chat group was too weak? Regardless of the function, there was no notion of his true form. He must quickly find the creator to leave a poor review. Even a great Daluo Golden Immortal could not enter. What kind of system was this? Chapter 35. Pseudo, member meeting following Qing. A woman clad in a black trench coat strolled in gracefully. Dark sunglasses concealed her eyes. Her lips were a vibrant red, her skin fair, and her silky black hair cascaded down her back. Her legs were long and slender, adorned in sheer black stockings that were slightly translucent, revealing her fullness beneath. It was none other than the Sun Goddess, Empress Reina. Upon her arrival, she looked up and spotted Qing, dressed in a dark robe, surrounded by an aura of Tao. His black hair flowing without wind, his face shrouded in mystery. He stood there, seemingly merging with heaven and earth, a divine presence emanating from him. The goddess herself could not discern his visage. Yinqing raised an eyebrow, bemused by her unwavering gaze. Is it you, celestial being? Reina inquired cautiously. Yes, it is I. Yinqing nodded with a gentle smile. Reina? Reina's eyes darted, and she gracefully imitated a Taoist bow, greeting Yinqing. I have encountered the esteemed Qing Shangxian. No need for such formalities, Yinqing replied with polite indifference. Shortly after, several figures appeared. Among them was Jing Yuan, with flowing white hair tied by a red ribbon. Clad in what seemed to be pajamas, red trousers, a gray shirt, and holding a watering can. Jing Yuan twitched his lips. Are we teleporting immediately? I just woke up. He had been watering his plants when he saw the live stream and clicked in, never anticipating such a scenario. Oh dear, Lao Jing. Reina was instantly captivated. So leisurely? A cough escaped Jing Yuan as he set the watering can down. I just got up. I can work a late shift today. So I watered the flowers. Greetings, Qing Shangxian. Miss Reina. Jing Yuan performed a celestial bow to the two. You are too courteous. Yunqing nodded in acknowledgement. Next, a towering elder appeared, nearly 2 meters tall, the venerable Zhang Zhuwei, alongside Morix donned in resplendent white garments, and Yang Jian in flowing white attire. The last to arrive was Qin Shi, barefoot and clutching a toothbrush, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Upon opening her eyes and discovering a crowd staring at her, she leapt up in shock. Heavens! A cascade of laughter erupted from Reina, who doubled over, unable to contain herself, and threw her arm around Qinshi's shoulders. Guildmaster Go? Guildmaster Go? Compared to the others, Qinshi's appearance seemed pitiably fragile and helpless. Reina, you're killing me. Let go, I need to change. Qinshi's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, overwhelmed with embarrassment. No need to change. This goddess has a solution. Reina snapped her fingers, opening a dark dimension, from which emerged a set of casual clothing that instantly adorned Qinshi. Although the fit was somewhat loose, at least she was no longer in her pajamas. The others paid little mind, as Lao Jing was also clad in sleepwear. After exchanging greetings, everyone settled into their chairs, creating a surprisingly comfortable atmosphere. The only one who felt out of place was Yun Qing, as he was present in his conscious form. This place was indeed a manifestation of his true self. Jing Yuan rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. The guild master had not anticipated this. Qinshi raised her hands in resignation. She had merely intended to watch a live stream, never expecting such an awkward turn of events. While they conversed, the screen before them began to play footage, accompanied by a floating comment. Kitty and Dongexi. I'm in class, just watching this. Will there be any differences? In a classroom. Huolin Fei slumped over his desk, observing the chat group's display, solely featuring Sasuke's live stream. Rest assured, there is nothing different, it's merely a matter of screen size. Jing Yuan smiled as he spoke, and his words transformed into comments that floated across the screen. Huolin Fei, although wishing to gather with his guild members, felt helpless. He was indeed in class. Disappearing would likely cause unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, it was afternoon, the fateful day of Shirsue's demise. This was a clandestine operation involving Sasuke and Fugaku, father and son, on the battlefield. Initially, Fugaku had not intended for Sasuke to join. But after hearing about his Manjiki abilities, he felt reassured, albeit cautioning him not to use that power unless absolutely necessary. Fugaku felt both pride and concern for his younger son. Yet, thinking of the future, it mattered little. After all, he too possessed a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. The future of the Uchiha clan rested upon Sasuke's shoulders. After opening the group live stream, Sasuke remained close to Fugaku. As they stealthily approached the training ground at the edge of Konoha, near the root space. Here, Shisui had been ambushed and his eyes taken. Their objective was simple: ensure Shisui survived, keeping both his eyes intact, and eliminate Danzo. Fugaku had already contemplated the consequences. 3 pairs of Manjiki would solidify the Uchiha as the backbone of Konoha. Should they truly desire a coup, Fugaku alone could control the Nine Tails with his Manjiki. However, he favored peace. War and sacrifice were unnecessary. Thus, as Jing Yuan had suggested, the Uchiha's redemption plan would be recognized by the third Hokage. Secretly controlling the village would outweigh personally assuming the Hokage's role. Even if the Uchiha could redeem themselves, full integration would require time. Fugaku believed in granting Sasuke the opportunity to grow. In due time, Sasuke would become the 5th Hokage. Zui Zhuangjiren, can you see? Sasuke inquired within the group. Qinshi, yes, and it's in first-person perspective. Well, it's a bit uncomfortable at this 1-meter view. Sasuke, there are 6 Umbu teams nearby, Fugaku whispered. Understood, father. Sasuke replied calmly, showing no signs of tension. 6 Umbu teams, totaling 24 members, each at least special J-Nin level. Danzo had long laid an ambush here, poised to eliminate Shisui. Father, Danzo has an eye with his Anaji, Sasuke murmured. I can use Amaterasu. Amaterasu had a high probability of claiming Danzo's life in a surprise attack. No, Fugaku shook his head. Your mission is to break out with Shisui. No, father, Sasuke's expression hardened. Danzo, if I so desire, I can easily take his life. The sword, the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Though Sasuke was not versed in swordsmanship, if wielded correctly, its power could easily devastate Konoha. Qinshi. Oh no, it's escalating. Wushin, it seems the name has its origins. Kitty and Dongexi, no way. This kid can act better than I can? Tomorrow enters the verification period. I'll post more updates these days, and then let me see your strength with 2 donations for love. I'll pull you into the multiverse chat group. Hee. Chapter 36. Danzo's demise. Fugaku was at a loss, unable to counter Sasuke's words. Indeed, Sasuke's golden divine sword was extraordinary, surpassing the artifacts recorded in the Uchiha clan's history. Fugaku had observed that sword. With a mere flick, Sasuke had forced them to relocate. If unleashed fully, it could likely obliterate the entire root base. This was also why Fugaka believed in the existence of the chat group. At this moment, Sasuke's expression was grim, his small face etched with murderous intent. Danzo. He must die. At this moment, Sasuke's mind was solely focused on eliminating Danzo, the bane of the Uchiha clan. A threat to Konoha, and a menace to the entire ninja world. Such a being must perish. Very well, Fugaka nodded. With Sasuke wielding that sword, he would surely achieve a decisive kill. The subsequent events would involve Fugaku presenting Danzo's head to the third Hokage. Not long after, in mere moments, a figure appeared in the forest with a swift motion. Clad in Uchiha attire and wielding a short blade, it was sunset. From another direction emerged a one-eyed elder leaning on a cane. Danzo. Shursui. Danzo's grim voice reached Shursui's ears. Shursui, wary, had already spotted several root teams on his path. However, he paid little mind, as this was the usual number of ninjas guarding the root's core area. Shursui instantly approached Danzo, kneeling on one knee. Apologies, Lord Danzo. Yesterday's clan meeting was cancelled by the clan leader. Humph. Tuanzong let out a cold snort. Do you really believe that Fugaku would remain oblivious to someone leaking information? As Tuanzong recalled the earlier scene in the Hokage's office, where the game of you regret, I am the Hokage unfolded, a deeper chill enveloped his heart. Damn Sarutobi. Can the Hokage truly control everything with a mere wave of his hand? This will only nurture a lurking danger. If the Uchiha are not dealt with soon, they will soon pose a significant threat to them. In response, Shursui fell into silence and said, Rest assured, Lord Tuanzong, I have yet to employ my Kodo Amatsukami. Once activated, the coup will cease to exist, and the Uchiha clan will remain a part of Konoha. Kodo Amatsukami. A shadow flickered in Tuanzong's remaining eye. Shursui, rise. Shursui felt a growing sense of caution. In his perception, the root squads were already drawing near. At that very moment Shursui stood up. A flash of golden light surged toward him. A dazzling golden light swept across the sky as a flying sword shot forth. In an instant, the void collapsed. And the speed of the flying sword was beyond capture. Tuanzong's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, the sword was already hurtling towards him with a void-like force, piercing through his heart with overwhelming might. Protect Lord Tuanzong. Enemy attack. Quickly. Swish, swish, swish. The hidden root ninjas sprang into action. In a flash, the sword reached Tuanzong. With a devastating strike, it pierced his heart, delivering a fatal blow. Shursui. Run. Fugaka bellowed, leaping out from the shadows. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Fugaka swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a 10-meter-wide fireball aimed at the blade-wielding Umbu in midair. Swish. The blade of light flickered, and the fireball was cleaved in two right down the middle. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. Uchiha style, sun halo dance. In an instant, Shursui reacted, recognizing Fugaka's voice amidst the chaos, while the surrounding root operatives intended to eliminate him. His figure flickered, creating numerous afterimages, making it difficult to discern his true form. Flames enveloped his short blade as he unleashed fiery sword strikes toward the approaching root ninjas. Look out! Cried one of the root ninjas. Shursui, be careful. Tuanzong possesses Izanaji. Fugaka shouted once more, then closed his left eye. Amaterasu, inherited indeed. Shursui felt a jolt of shock as he dodged with his body flicker technique. In that fleeting moment, Tuanzong suddenly appeared beneath him, launching a lethal attack with a kunai aimed directly at Shursui's eyes. In a desperate act, Tuanzong resolved to destroy what he could not possess. Amaterasu. Sasuke's tears of blood streamed down his cheek as the six-pointed star of his Sharingan widened, the red veins within trembling incessantly. A pitch-black flame erupted from Tuanzong's chest. I am the Hokage's aide. Is the Uchiha clan plotting a rebellion? Tuanzong immediately lost his strength. Engulfed in the torment of Amaterasu's flames, he longed to scream, but the words transformed into gritted teeth and a cold retort. Die, you old dog. Sasuke's eyes glowed crimson with murderous intent as he soared forward on the Tenti sword. Tuanzong's pupils constricted in disbelief. The Uchiha truly are a calamity. How could a 6-year-old child already possess the Manjiki Sharingan? This boy must not be spared. At that moment, Tuanzong had only one chance to use his Anaji. As he endured the searing pain of Amaterasu, dark seals began manifesting across his chest. Protect Lord Tuanzong. Lord Tuanzong. The Umbu rushed to Tuanzong's side. However, Shursui and Fugaku stood resolutely in front of Sasuke. Upon witnessing Tuanzong about to perform a sealing technique, Sasuke stepped away on the Tenti sword. The root ninjas contemplated pursuing Sasuke, but faced with two Susanoo, they found themselves utterly powerless. Susanoo. A black and a green Susanoo rose majestically. The dark Sisanu, resembling a crow-tengu, wielded a great blade with a fierce swing. The green Sisanu, brandishing a spiral sword, displayed its formidable prowess. Water release. Water chaos wave. Fire release. Great fireball. Lightning release. Earth walk. Damn it. Don't let that brat escape. First, protect Lord Tuanzong. No. Quickly inform the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan is attacking Lord Tuanzong, plotting a rebellion. The Umbu unleashed various ninjutsu toward the trio, but against the two Sisanu, their efforts were utterly insufficient. Such techniques fell before Sisanu like mayflies attempting to shake a tree. Over 20 root jonin were completely thwarted by the two Sisanu. The booming sounds echoed, flames danced, and blood splattered. Under the setting sun, this place had transformed into a slaughterhouse for the Uchiha trio. Various ninjutsu and physical techniques were rendered utterly ineffective before Sisanu. Shursui and Fugaku, with overwhelming force, decimated the 20 or so root jonin. Even the informant, who had barely begun to flee, was slain by Shursui's Susanoo in a flash. The threat from Konoha. Die alongside me. Tuanzong roared. Dark seals began to splatter, enveloping a radius of 200 meters in an instant. Yet, there was no one left. Furthermore, Tuanzang's sealing technique had set a new record by sealing a small patch of forest. Is that it? Chapter 37. I am over. Is this how it ends? Observing the battle unfold, it was a clear display of overwhelming dominance. Indeed, I had overestimated the strength of Root and underestimated both Tuanzang's and Sasuke's capabilities. However, the conclusion was rather swift, and Tuanzang's demise remained somewhat farcical. It could even be considered a feat of Amaterasu. Amaterasu's Record 1. Everyone. I must log off now. While the crowd felt somewhat unsatisfied, the subsequent events were now solely the Uchiha's affair. Let us log off. Qing said with a gentle smile, his words directly transforming into comments floating on the screen. This is too unsatisfying, Lena said, exasperated. Such a grand display. And this is all? Just the death of Tuanzong? My father mentioned gathering evidence from Root before meeting the third Hokage, Sasuke stated calmly. Actually, it's not so bad, Jingyuan chuckled. Resolving the battle at lightning speed is undoubtedly preferable to a drawn-out struggle. There's no need to meet him now. Qing remarked with a light laugh, glancing toward the Hokage building's direction. The third Hokage has already arrived. Thank you, Brother Xiang, Sasuke nodded earnestly. Then turned to the two still tidying the battlefield. Father, the third Hokage is here. Sasuke logged off, and the crowd returned to their discussions. Shinshi, although it feels somewhat lacking, we accomplished what needed to be done. The first rebellious one, to be honest. I'm still a bit confused about what exactly transpired. Yang Jian entered the chat perplexed, meeting others in confusion before leaving even more baffled, unable to grasp the situation. The general who never crashes. There's a Naruto document in the group files. You can check it out. That's Sasuke's world. The first rebellious one, alright. Thank you, Brother Jingyuan. Yang Jian murmured to himself and then opened the group files. To his astonishment, the live content was about murder. It was indeed his first time witnessing such a spectacle. Ordinary person, regarding the events that will shape the future, Tuanzong is a calamity, far surpassing a mere troublemaker. In the eyes of the old celestial master, such a person did not even deserve to be compared to an aberration. Human experimentation, endangering villagers, undermining the village's core strength, and even threatening those outside its borders. To prevent the rise of the Rain Country, he incited Tuanzong to annihilate the Akatsuki. Such individuals, upon acquiring power, become a true menace. Wandering cultivator, there are many who commit such heinous acts, but Tuanzong's malice surpasses most, and we possess the means to eliminate him. In the lively chat, a character proclaims, before me, you either flee in despair or meet your downfall. Another chimes in, the slaughter is too swift. Not a hint of pretense remains. A disinterested party responds, I have no interest. The first character retorts, if you lack interest, why bear such a name? It would suit me better. They then petition the group leader for the title, suggesting it be altered to the most handsome and pretentious one. The leader casually notes, the group names are assigned by the system. I have no say in it. The first character expresses frustration at the leader's impotence, while the leader, in a cheeky manner, implies their salary might surpass that of the others. Another member, the Sun Goddess, issues a challenge for a duel, to which the leader wisely declines, acknowledging their inferiority. A character reflects on a troubling individual, suggesting they deserve a severe punishment. The leader interjects with a humorous image, sharing an old illustration that abstractly resembles a future character. Nostalgia strikes as the leader recalls their own past prowess, while another member playfully interjects with an enthusiastic exclamation. The dialogue shifts as a member presents a rare treasure, which captivates another, who promptly accepts it. The conversation highlights the disparity in the value of items and how they can be utilized for personal gain. One character, contemplating the absence of another, smiles, unperturbed by the loss of their possessions. As a new item is crafted, a pendant of blue lotus petals, its significance unfolds, offering both protection and enlightenment. The pendant, a 6th-tier artifact, holds immense potential for its bearer, enabling profound insights into the path of understanding. The pendant is gifted, sparking feelings of gratitude from the recipient, who is awed by the generosity. The group's dynamic reveals a hierarchy, with one character's casual offerings being of great value to others. The recipient dons the pendant, instantly experiencing a clarity of mind and a profound connection to the universe. As insights flood in, past doubts vanish, and a serene understanding envelopes them. In this state of enlightenment, they transcend into a realm of elevated consciousness, achieving remarkable breakthroughs in their journey. The scene concludes with astonishment from onlookers as the recipient undergoes a series of transformations, each marked by an increase in power, culminating in a radiant display of newfound strength. Above the ninefold celestial heights, dark clouds loomed ominously, swirling and thickening, accompanied by the resounding rumble of thunder. With a crack, the sky erupted with the sound of thunderclaps. The dense clouds coiled menacingly, shrouding the heavens in a gloomy haze, as if a formidable celestial power was brewing within. The wind swept through, scattering the remnants of clouds for thousands of miles, while a single roar of divine thunder resonated across the mountains. This terrifying aura surged forth, only to dissipate in an instant. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Zhang Jiwei's gaze was pure and clear, devoid of any impurities, resembling an exalted deity. Lu Jin was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. How far must one venture to escape that overwhelming force? Previously, the golden light had extended for 300 miles. A display already daunting enough that he had to exert considerable influence to suppress it. What, then, of this occasion? Lu Jin's hands trembled slightly. This was disastrous. The old cow's nose had encountered a true immortal. Old celestial master, what is this? Lu Jin's voice quivered with astonishment. Zhang Jiwei chuckled softly, exuding an unshakable composure. It is merely a slight boon from the celestial realm. This artifact shall assist me in stabilizing my Tao heart, rendering it clear and unclouded. Is it truly so miraculous? Lu Jin swallowed hard, still in disbelief. With Zhang Jiwei's guidance, he had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier of the reverse life threefold. As for the so-called 3rd tier, even Lu Jin himself was unsure how to achieve it. Yet, reaching the 2nd tier's zenith had eluded him for decades, just by virtue of reason. He had shattered the barriers of his long-standing inner demons. Old Lu, the old celestial master resumed his usual demeanor, narrowing his eyes. Take this artifact and confront your own inner demons. Give it a try. A lifetime devoid of distractions, indeed. Your greatest affliction lies within your heart. Old celestial master, let us not dwell on this matter for now. Lu Jin inhaled deeply. You have once again broken through, and your aura has yet to be contained. Have you considered how to explain this to those above? The old Taoist requires no explanation. The pure shall remain pure. Zhang Jiwei replied nonchalantly. I am but an ordinary Taoist, and the affairs of the mundane world bear no relation to me. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei's disposition was remarkably serene. Explaining to those above would naturally involve speaking the truth, though this truth had transformed into a sudden epiphany of his own. In the realm of extraordinary beings, he had now truly ascended to the pinnacle. Alone, he could contend against all the extraordinary beings of the world without a second thought. As for what heights his current strength, equivalent to the 6th transformation of the golden core, could reach, surely, I could be considered a 4th tier in the group. How long would it take to ascend from a mere foundation establishment mortal to a great being of the void refinement? The answer lay in a single elixir and a moment of enlightenment. With this artifact assisting his cultivation, Zhang Jiwei could scarcely fathom the possibilities. This object would serve as an immense boon prior to his ascension. Ascend. Zhang Jiwei yearned for immortality. The chat group was his serendipity. He vowed to follow the luminous path of the esteemed Qing, the grand Luo Golden Immortal. If only he could catch a glimpse of the true nature of the great Tao, it would be a death without regrets. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in peace by evening, the old Taoist must grow, achieve immortality, and follow in the footsteps of the celestial beings. Chapter 39. The continuous acquisition of points and their methods. Congratulations to member Fanfu Sushi for significantly altering the course of world fate. Reward: 30,000 points, instantly. A flurry of question marks flooded the screen. Qinshi? Sun Goddess? General with closed eyes never crashed? Qinshi, Old Celestial Master. What have you done? War God, a significant alteration of the world's fate? Is this how one can earn points? Heavenly Court's most rebellious, 30,000 points. Such a bounty. 7 Heavens East and West, Qinshi, Group Leader. Where can we acquire these points? Hualin Fei was equally envious. The uses of points were astonishingly vast. All group members had downloaded the Returning to Origin Scripture, a cultivation method produced by Qing, applicable across all realms. Initially, everyone had not paid much attention to the points, primarily due to Jing Yuan, having consumed 500 points to utilize the chat group's training room function. They had rapidly advanced in a short time. Setting aside the divine beings, their inherent strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The most fundamental enhancement was the fortification of their physical bodies, with their mana surging within, seemingly banishing the influence of the demonic shadows. Upon learning this news, everyone began to focus on the training room. Such a function was nothing short of a cheat, an accelerant for cultivation. Fanfu Sushi, I merely received a boon from the celestial being, and my realm has seen some growth. 30,000 points. It was impossible for the members in the group to claim they were not envious. The consumption of points in the marketplace was alarmingly steep. However, the training room had no such limitations. According to the rules, consuming 10,000 points would allow one to cultivate for a full 500 days within the training room. The environment for cultivation was optimally suited to their current needs. In other words, if Zhang Jiwei, at the 7th transformation of the Golden Core, entered the training room, the cultivation environment would cater specifically to the requirements of the 7th transformation. Achieving a breakthrough to the 8th transformation in a short time was not out of the question. This was the allure of the training room. Qinshi, the old celestial master, is indeed terrifying. 7 Heavens East and West, Qinshi, quick. Tell us how to earn points, Group Leader. Qinshi glanced at Hualin Fei's barrage of messages and offered a brief summary. Qinshi currently. There are 3 ways to earn points. Qinshi, first, daily check-ins in the chat group yield between 10 to 100 points. Qinshi, second. Altering the fate line of one's world. Both the old celestial master and Sasuke have earned points this way. Qinshi, third, there are tasks across myriad realms. But thus far, no tasks have been triggered in the group, so I am uncertain about this. General with closed eyes never crashed. It's a pity that none of the 3 options are simple. Even if one possesses the script, enacting change is fraught with difficulty. We're God indeed. But what if I were to unify Teyvat? Sun Goddess, a splendid choice. That should yield substantial points. Sun Goddess, I have made my decision. I shall pursue immortality. The influence of the chat group had ignited a fervent envy within Reina. A simple branch had allowed a star to reclaim its glory. An elixir paired with an unknown artifact had propelled the old celestial master into remarkable growth. A sword of the heavenly emperor had bestowed Sasuke with world-shattering abilities. Truly terrifying. Is this the framework of cultivation? Compared to this, the technology of her world felt utterly trivial. Weak. So weak. Reina was also troubled. With her current strength, acquiring points was a daunting task. Seeking vengeance against Tao was equally challenging, as both endeavors faced the same opponent, Karl. At the very least, her strength needed to surpass Karl's. The power of a supernova was indeed formidable, even capable of vanquishing the divine Kaisha. However, therein lay a significant issue. Just as with Reina's challenges of rank, no one would stand idly by to be obliterated. Except for Kaisha. Holding a nuclear weapon, one must also be capable of striking the target. This was akin to the Goli Xiaohuahua, who embodied a similar type of cultivation system. Techniques proliferated, each more enigmatic than the last. Reina sincerely experienced the terror of this cultivation system. Her own technology, when compared, had but a single advantage: mass production. The ability to produce strong individuals en masse. No, she must train diligently. Clenching her silver teeth, Reina sat cross-legged upon her dragon bed, meticulously emulating the meditative posture of the 5 Qi returning to origin. In her mind, she tirelessly perused the returning to origin scripture. Learn fiercely, refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, refining void into unity with the Tao. This goddess shall attain immortality. In an instant, it seemed as though an infinite flame ignited within Reina. Her spirit was wholly concentrated, entirely focused on the returning to origin scripture. The innate circulation of the universe enveloped her, manifesting the transformation of the cosmos, as the Tao revealed itself in all things. In but a brief moment, Reina had entered a realm devoid of all distractions. Her exquisite visage was etched with earnestness. Her eyes gently closed as if melding with the cosmos. The corners of her mouth gradually lifted, seemingly immersed in a profound inner tranquility. Seated there, she resembled a statue of an ethereal goddess, utterly motionless. A delicate droplet of crystalline essence escaped from her lips. She had successfully drifted into slumber. The most ostentatious member has significantly altered the trajectory of destiny. Reward, 30,000 points. Qinshi? The general with closed eyes never crashed. What on earth is happening today, with such consecutive events? Qi Tian He Dong He Shi spring has arrived. A season of renewal for all living things. Qinshi, this is absurd. As the group leader, I no longer wish to inquire about what Sasuke has been up to. The most ostentatious one, the third Hokage, has compromised, wishing to abdicate in favor of his father. The most ostentatious one, however, his father stated he never desired the position of Hokage. He merely wished for the treatment befitting the Uchiha clan. The most ostentatious one, subsequently. The arrangement was akin to what brother Lao Jing had proposed. His father served as Hokage while the privileges of the Uchiha clan were restored. The general with closed eyes never crashed. Pearl Sasuke? When did he debut? Jing Yuan chuckled, his tone laced with jest. The most ostentatious one. Can I not do this? Qinshi. Absolutely not. I suggest adding a cat ear hairpin or something similar to further accentuate your aura. Were God, I believe perhaps a dragon horn would be splendid, a striking contrast. The general with closed eyes never crashed. Pearl Sasuke aims for the persona of an aloof exterior with a passionate heart. A cold-faced little dragon is also quite fitting. Qinshi, Lao Jing, the name you chose, carries personal bias, doesn't it? The general with closed eyes never crashed, haha. It's merely a light-hearted jest. Allowing the villagers of Konoha to witness the camaraderie of the Uchiha is the goal. The first rebel of heaven, in Sasuke's world. Would it not be better to unify like a great merchant? The general with closed eyes never crashed. Indeed, but that is a matter for later. Konoha currently lacks the capability to confront other great nations. The most ostentatious one, it matters not. My future targets are Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu. Alright. Starting tomorrow, I will recommend a verification period. I kindly ask all of you family members to read daily, and perhaps leave a couple of supportive comments. I am deeply grateful for those who have reached this point. You may refer back to the end of the first chapter for explanations regarding certain settings. Chapter 40. The extraordinary aspect of being one among others. Meanwhile, Qing began to delve into the study of these two techniques. In an instant, he comprehended their entire essence. The ambition, indeed, was lofty. Qing blinked, sensing a semblance of cosmic law. Yet, the strength of this world fell far short of such caliber. In the realm of being one among others, perhaps there exists a higher realm. Taking a deep breath, Qing pondered, why could he not locate it? Surely, the celestial master did not sever the connection between the upper and lower realms? The reasoning behind Qing's musings was simple. The Tantian talisman fundamentally revolves around the notion of communication with celestial beings, invoking celestial phenomena and connecting with the way of heaven. For someone in the realm of being one among others, regardless of their innate talent, they could never hope to harness even a fraction of the power contained within. Should one assign a level to this Tantian talisman, Qing would undoubtedly classify it as that of a true immortal. This world, with a 98 probability, harbors the existence of a higher realm. Otherwise, how could such a technique arise? The essence of this technique lies in its ability to communicate with the heavens. The talisman itself merely serves as a means of expression, much like how the brilliance of the golden light spell is but a manifestation of protective measures. In the hands of Lu Jing, it has indeed been overly squandered. As for the reverse life triple, it presents an intriguing technique. Mastering it ultimately renders one akin to primordial qi. In other words, one becomes one with nature. This technique is indeed captivating. To merge with nature, retaining only the primordial qi, which encompasses the souls of extraordinary beings, formless and formless, can all things in nature serve as the vessel? This is the realm pursued by the reverse life triple. However, this technique is tantamount to defying the heavens. In that world, it would be remarkable for anyone to successfully cultivate it. The philosophy of this technique struck Qi as quite commendable. It is a novel idea. Yet, it presents certain contradictions to Taoist practice. Taoist cultivation, as emphasized by the three pure ones, primarily focuses on inner alchemy. drawing oneself closer to the heavens to better comprehend the laws of nature and the principles governing all beings. This technique, however, directly integrates the practitioner into the fabric of the cosmos. Were it not for the existence of primordial Qi encompassing the soul, this technique would likely never have come to fruition. Is this the reason why the upper realms continually seek to recruit talents from the lower realms? Qing came to this realization. No wonder they are eager to descend. This place truly has the potential to nurture remarkable individuals. After safely securing both techniques, Qing opened the chat group. Perhaps acquiring all 8 extraordinary skills might yield unexpected rewards. A wandering cultivator from the primordial era. Commoners, remember to take note. There exists a higher realm in your world. Commoners, ascension. Qin, does this imply that the myth of being one among others is genuine? A wandering cultivator from the primordial era. The truth of the myths remains uncertain, yet the existence of a higher realm is indeed real. Otherwise, the 8 extraordinary skills could not be established. A wandering cultivator from the primordial era. These are not techniques that can simply be comprehended. Yet your world harbors ample talent. One must hold reverence for life. Even the smallest ant can unleash astonishing potential. Commoners, I shall remember this. Zhang Jiwei's expression grew somewhat animated. Ascending to immortality? The teachings passed down through generations at Longhu Mountain may indeed hold truth. The first rebel of heaven, a wandering cultivator from the primordial era. The first rebel of heaven, senior, I have some inquiries regarding the process of cultivating the Return to Origin Sutra. A wandering cultivator from the primordial era, speak freely. The first rebel of heaven, the power of the Return to Origin Sutra appears to be more refined than the power I have cultivated. A wandering cultivator from the primordial era, the foundation of the Return to Origin Sutra is derived from the fundamental immortal techniques of the primordial era. A wandering cultivator from the primordial era, due to the differences in worlds, the purity of the power is not entirely the same. Were God so? The implication is that our world is rather weak? Qin, that is quite a hurtful statement, yet it holds considerable truth. The general with closed eyes never crashed, indeed. The world where the senior resides is of a considerably higher caliber. The general with closed eyes never crashed. I have yet to consume this blood of the golden crow. Qi Tian He Dong He Shi. Why not utilize valuable resources? The general with closed eyes never crashed. Because I lack the courage. The energy contained within this artifact is overwhelmingly terrifying, likely approaching the power of a deity. Let me check my current state. Oh, I see. Jingyuan glanced at his realm indicators. Just barely at the transformation stage. I have not yet reached the refinement stage. After 8 centuries of cultivation, transforming into the transformation realm is indeed quite. However, Jingyuan's primary means remained that of a divine lord. The transformation realm signifies the metamorphosis of the primordial spirit, while the refinement stage is truly the beginning of cultivating the primordial spirit. The transformation realm is still far from being able to bear this power. Qin inquired. By the way, where did the blood essence of the golden crow come from? Moreover, can it truly be placed within a red envelope? With wide eyes, she expressed her confusion. The Golden Crow clan from the primordial era is essentially represented by Emperor Jun and Tai. During the time of the investiture of the gods, even Luya was at least a grand Luo golden immortal, right? So how did it end up in a red envelope? A wandering cultivator from the primordial era replied. The situation in the primordial realm is rather complex. It is entirely different from what you might imagine. As for this drop of essence, it belongs to an old friend of a mountain spirit. Qin, being quite perceptive, chose not to delve further into the matter. Hiki, thank you for your explanation. Esteemed immortal, the rebellious disciple of the heavenly court boldly asked, I dare to inquire, esteemed immortal, what should I do to save my mother in the current situation? In Yuling Mountain, Yang Jian's gaze was filled with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, he was utterly bewildered. If he acted as recklessly as before, his mother might suffer a tragic fate. But if he remained inactive, would his mother not continuously endure torment? The pain inflicted upon her burned in his heart. How could he save her? Chapter 41. Qing, I have a primordial solution. As this topic was brought up, the entire chat group fell into silence. Even those unaware of Yang Jian's storyline understood the gravity of this matter, especially for the old celestial master Qin, who was aware of Yang Jian's narrative. They knew how much suffering this entailed. While Yang Jian's life appeared to have a bright conclusion, the subsequent troubles concerning his sister were even more dire. The wandering cultivator from the primordial era stated, I possess 2 solutions. One is the primordial solution, and the other is also the primordial solution. The rebellious disciple of the heavenly court inquired, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, what distinguishes these two solutions?" The wandering cultivator responded, "There is no distinction. Our primordial rules dictate that might makes right. It is merely a contest of whose strength prevails. How simple is the primordial world? It is so straightforward that even in this era, battles are fought with treasures serving as weapons. Strength is the true essence. Aside from the saints, how many formidable beings truly care about face? Regardless of the method, being stronger or capable of defeating you is the essence of the primordial world. The three clans? At worst, it is just a battle. The Tao and the demon? At worst, it is just a battle. The witch and the demon? At worst, it is just a battle. The three sovereigns and five emperors? In the end, did not Qin Yuan emerge victorious? Even during the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. What was the outcome? It was the saints descending to shatter the primordial realm. At worst, it is just a battle. This is the true essence of the primordial world. Yang Jian's predicament is quite straightforward. Yu Qing, after so many years in the primordial realm, could only conceive of the simplest and most effective solution, to grow strong enough that even the heavenly laws cannot restrain him. Chen Shi exclaimed, "This is indeed a primordial solution. It's very primordial." Initially, she was somewhat puzzled, but now she comprehended entirely. Moreover, Yinqing's assertion was utterly correct. Being strong enough suffices. An idea so simple, yet capable of confounding countless individuals. To challenge the heavenly court, to breach the 33 heavens, and compel the Jade Emperor to amend the heavenly laws, such actions are not easily undertaken. The rebellious disciple of the heavenly court sighed softly. Having witnessed the entirety of the Lotus Lantern saga, the anguish within him had reached its zenith. The wandering cultivator from the primordial era remarked, "Do not rush to seek immediate results. Cultivation ultimately serves to cultivate the heart. While strength born from emotion exists, it does not truly belong to oneself." Viewing the Lotus Lantern from the current perspective may seem absurd, much like the demise of Baiyu under the weight of boundless love. However, Yang Jian's Lotus Lantern is different. Yinqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Given the background of the primordial realm, if this were the case, ascending to the 33 heavens would not be an easy feat. The Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the four sovereigns, Doma Yuanjun, the five elders of the five directions, the three palace emperors, the 10 directions celestial lords, the four great celestial masters, and the 28 stellar officers. All of them are formidable. Aside from the first few, there are many positions in the heavenly court left from the previous regime. It is no exaggeration to say that among the 28 stellar officers, there are numerous Tai Golden Immortals and Grand Luo Golden Immortals. Could Yang Jian, who has only cultivated for 3 years, truly contend with them? After the disbandment of the former heavenly court, its personnel scattered. The saint of the celestial connection, unwilling to abandon them, took in a portion as disciples, totaling 3,650. The Western sect recruited some with potential, regardless of race or karma, incorporating them into their ranks. Some retained their lives due to their positions in the heavenly court, yet they still had to remain there to fulfill their duties. The remaining demons returned to the northern continent, the land of the 10,000 great mountains. The demons that remained in the heavenly court, although not aligned with the Jade Emperor, were bound by the Emperor's seal. They bore divine duties and had no choice but to obey. In this context, Yang Jian's path to success becomes considerably challenging. Even if Yinqing wished to assist, he could not intervene in the lower realm. Although it is a world of the 7th rank, it remains a lower realm. Only the 8th rank qualifies for the upper realm. Even with the chat group as current level, they cannot provide Yang Jian with any enhancements. However, the primordial background. The wandering cultivator from the primordial era suggested, "You might want to observe the situation at Taosan closely." He continued, "Hao Yin is neither heartless nor foolish. By common reasoning, within the context of the primordial realm, his circumstances are far more challenging than yours." "Oh dear, how regrettable. Yet another topic we cannot comprehend," Jing Yuan quipped. This scene resembled that of Sasuke in the past. They were entirely oblivious, unable to interject. Chen Shi, with a swift glance, grasped Jing Yuan's implication. But Yang Jian's case was somewhat different from Sasuke's. A commoner remarked, "The Supreme Emperor of the Haotian Golden Pavilion is indeed the most profound and true Jade Emperor. From the perspective of an old Taoist, it is unimaginable that His Majesty the Jade Emperor would be an unreasonable person. The folklore is abundant and often infuriating. But that was in the past. The Tao, the supreme deity, governs all things in the heavenly court." The martial god interjected, "That is quite a lengthy title." The wandering cultivator from the primordial era added, Perhaps you should also consider your mother's situation. If there is a primordial background, then 100 years is merely a brief moment. The true Haotian is indeed a person of great loyalty and righteousness. Yunqing's gaze fell upon the heavenly court. Above the 9 heavens, a silver-armored fairy, following the 9 heavens, Xian diligently recorded the principles being imparted. The strategies and military tactics were being outlined. The 9 heavens, Xian, clad in azure blue soft armor, with white hair tied in a ponytail, bore no trace of the otherworldly demeanor typical of celestial beings. Instead, she exuded an air of heroism. The female war deity of the heavenly court, renowned since the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, was the second in command among the female immortals, the 9 heavens Xian. Behind her stood a youthful fairy, Yaoji, the Yaoji of the primordial realm. Qing contemplated the trajectory of this individual's future. It seems Yang Jin of the primordial realm is also on his way. Qing chuckled softly. Important characters in the investiture of the gods, such as Neza, have already been arranged. How could Yang Jin be left behind? One Yang Jin is insufficient. This trio of siblings is indeed promising. Yet, he cannot intervene personally. Qing knitted his brows lightly. So, are there any suitable candidates? Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao could undoubtedly be considered minor powers. In the battle of the investiture of the gods, if this individual were added, the dynamics of the conflict could shift dramatically. Thus, a more suitable candidate was required. Qing pondered for a moment. Turning his gaze towards the east of the human realm, at Shouyang Mountain, one of the ancestral lands of humanity, the birthplace of the human sect, and the earthly abode left behind by the Supreme One. Shouyang Mountain houses the 8 Scenery Palace, which now holds only Xuandu within its walls. Both Golden Horn and Silver Horn, along with the Azure Ox, have ascended to the celestial palace of Duo Shui. The lineage of the Taqing sect is sparse, with the Taqing sage's true form residing in the chaotic sea, untouched by the affairs of the primordial world. Meanwhile, the incarnation of the Supreme Lord dwells within the celestial palace, leaving Xuandu as the sole inhabitant of the 8 Scenery Palace. Coincidentally, Qing also had other matters that required Xuandu's assistance. With a faint smile, Qing vanished from his location. Chapter 42. The Abundance of Elixirs. Shouyang Mountain. 8 Scenery Palace, the legacy of the Taqing sage amidst the primordial world. This place is the cradle of the human sect, where it originally flourished and where the Taqing sage imparted his teachings to humanity, a sacred ground of enlightenment. Upon his arrival, Qing stirred not a single ripple in this tranquil setting. The 8 Scenery Palace appeared quite simple, with a square laid upon the foundation of a yin-yang symbol, and an octagonal palace resembling the Bagua. The Bagua furnace stood in the courtyard, emanating waves of Taoist essence, profound and mysterious. The entire palace exuded an indescribable charm, as if the interplay of yin and yang had intertwined, never ceasing. The manifestation of the Taqing sage's path of yin-yang had persisted through the ages, and the great formation of the 2 elements had achieved autonomy, its power impervious to all but a sage. What constitutes a sense of security? To mingle among the foremost of the 6 sages is to be enveloped in profound safety. However, there was no need for such a protective formation within the 8 Scenery Palace. The moment Qing stepped into the palace, a young Taoist clad in azure robes emerged from the hall. With a smile gracing his features and an air of tranquility about him, he radiated an ethereal Taoist essence, a clear indication of his otherworldly nature. Xuandu, the Grand Master. As the foremost disciple of the Taqing sage, he was the elder brother of the human sect, as well as the elder brother of the 3 teachings. Once merely a postnatal human, he had only been tasked with herding cattle during his tenure as a wandering practitioner of the Taqing sect. Now standing at the threshold of sagehood and capable of wielding the treasures of sages, Senior Qing, Xuandu called out, raising a hand in greeting. Qing nodded in acknowledgement, and then smiled. Xuandu, it has been quite some time. How have you fared? Thank you for your concern, Senior. Nothing unusual has occurred over the years. It has been remarkably stable, Xuandu replied with a calm and steady tone. After exchanging pleasantries, Xuandu ushered Qing into the 8 Scenery Palace. Inside, there existed a hidden paradise, although the decor was somewhat modest, lacking the solemn grandeur of the Yushu Palace. It exuded tranquility and simplicity, embodying the principle of non-action. Within the hall, there stood a Bagua furnace, within which burned the true fire of Samadhi. May I inquire, Senior, what brings you to Shouyang Mountain today? Xuandu asked. Nothing of great importance, Qing replied with a gentle smile. I merely wish to ask if you possess any elixirs essential for human ascension. Xuandu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qing had come to Shouyang Mountain for such a matter. Elixirs for human ascension? Indeed, I possessed them, even if I did not. I could compose them on the spot. What surprised Xuandu was the reason behind Qing's request. Of course, I have them, Xuandu said with a smile, waving his hand. Layers of ripples shimmered in the void, and scrolls of golden text suspended in midair transformed into countless streams of light, which then flowed into Qing's sleeve. All the elixirs required for human ascension, in various forms, were now within Qing's grasp. Xuandu was generous, providing everything he could muster, including a few elixirs needed for true immortals. Thank you, dear friend Xuandu, for your magnanimity, Qing said with a satisfied smile. The individuals in the chat group were somewhat slow in their growth, and with their current capabilities, it would indeed be challenging for them to assist him in the impending divine calamity. Moreover, what he truly required was for them to alter their own destinies. The concept of a fate line, how wondrous it is. Investment, after all, yields no immediate returns. May I be so bold as to ask, Senior, do you have any promising candidates in mind for whom you seek these elixirs? Xuandu inquired, his curiosity piqued. It was indeed unusual for a sage to request elixirs needed by mortals from someone of his standing. I have recently developed a keen interest in alchemy and intend to begin from the very basics, Qing replied with a smile. I thought that you, dear friend Xuandu, might possess the most comprehensive collection of elixirs, hence my visit to observe and learn. Ah, I see, Xuandu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Should you require more in the future? Do not hesitate to seek me. The 8 Scenery Palace may lack in many aspects, but we are not deficient in elixirs. You are too kind, dear friend Xuandu. Qing acknowledged with a nod. He then conjured a stream of light that transformed into a brocade pouch. Please accept this, dear friend. A great calamity looms ahead, and this pouch may allow you to divine the heavenly secrets once during this tribulation. Ideally, you would not need to use it, but in the event of unforeseen circumstances, it may prove useful. Xuandu graciously accepted the pouch, though he felt confident that he would not encounter any calamity himself. After all, as the foremost disciple of the Qing sage, he was privy to the fortunes of humanity and the blessings of the human sect. This calamity seemed to bear no relation to him. However, since Qing had offered it, Xuandu chose to maintain a degree of vigilance, for calamities are merciless, and the heavenly laws are ever-changing. Qing's visit to Shouyang Mountain proved to be brief. After 3 days of engaging in profound discussions with Xuandu, he took his leave. Xuandu felt immensely enriched by the experience, as having the opportunity to listen to a sage's teachings was a rare fortune. Yet, he had received such opportunities countless times over the years. Nevertheless, the path of the Qinglian was indeed filled with boundless wonders, truly deserving of its title as the closest to the Tao. Upon returning to his cave, Qing diligently studied the elixirs he had acquired, mastering them with relative ease, without any notable difficulties. The Yuanshao pill, a necessity for those beneath the immortals, particularly caught his attention, especially since its formulation originated from Xuandu himself, an oversight on his part. Following that, he encountered the universally applicable golden pill. This elixir could bring the dead back to life, and even those beneath the celestial realm could be saved if they retained a breath of life. Furthermore, one could inscribe the rules of the Tao within it, allowing a single ingestion to elevate one to the peak of the mortal realm. Over time, the Tao's essence would grow increasingly refined. The materials required for this elixir were minimal, bordering on infinite. While golden pills were highly treasured among mortals, they hardly drew a second glance from those of their caliber, as they were deemed nearly worthless. Yet, they were just right for the members of the chat group. However, the fact that the golden pill was rated at the 7th tier left Qing feeling somewhat regretful. An elixir capable of elevating one to the peak of the mortal realm and eventually achieving immortality with the passage of time was indeed a divine elixir in any ordinary world. Thus, he was left with no choice but to settle for the Yuanshao pill. Consuming elixirs is indeed a delightful affair. With that thought in mind, Qing casually conjured an alchemical furnace in the void, using the heavens and earth as the vessel, the Tao of creation as the primary ingredient, and the Tao of time and space as the flame. Thus, the alchemical process began. At this time, Qing also opened the chat group. Shenshi, something feels off. It feels exceedingly off. Shenshi, ordinary person, old celestial master, please elaborate. Chapter 43, The Transcendent Beneath One. Wandering cultivator from the primordial era, what transpired? Qing, curious, inquired within the group. Glancing at the chat history, he noted it had already exceeded dozens of messages. The source of the commotion stemmed from the old celestial master's remark about something feeling off. The general with closed eyes. Has the immortal returned? Martial God, should we not discuss this matter with the immortal? The great lord of the seven rivers. So what is the situation? I am utterly confused. The most stylish one. Old celestial master, please speak first. Chen Shi, celestial being, it seems that the world of the old master is rather askew. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei finally spoke. Commoner, in response to the celestial being's words, my disciple has encountered certain discrepancies in this world that diverge from the narrative provided by the group leader. Zhang Jiwei recounted the events. Following his breakthrough and during Yun Qing's visit to the Eight Scenery Palace, numerous occurrences transpired within the group. At the forefront was Zhang Jiwei. Timely, Zhang Jiwei organized the grand ritual of Luo Tian, intending to proceed as originally planned, leaving Zhang Chulon within the confines of the master's abode. Of course, this was only to remain there, not to elevate him to the rank of master. Zhang Jiwei contemplated abdicating his position. He intended to travel the world after the grand ritual of Luo Tian in search of the ascension realm spoken of by Yun Qing. Thus, preparations for the grand ritual of Luo Tian continued as usual. However, who could inform him why Ma Xianhong had appeared in Jiangxi? The news of the grand ritual had just been disseminated, with more than 20 days remaining until its official commencement. At present, the only topic stirring excitement was Zhang Chulon's Qi body lineage. And yet, Ma Xianhong had seemingly materialized in Jiangxi, lodging at a hotel in the scenic area of Mount Longhu. Zhang Jiwei's divine sense could naturally scrutinize the surroundings in exquisite detail over hundreds of miles. If it were merely Ma Xianhong's presence here, Zhang Jiwei would not find it peculiar. After all, this individual's subsequent actions clearly indicated knowledge of the entire affair concerning the grand ritual of Luo Tian. For instance, at this very moment, Zhang Jiwei activated the group live stream, revealing Ma Xianhong under his divine perception. Commoner opened the group live stream. A solitary cultivator entered the live stream. Sun Goddess entered the live stream. The foremost rebel of the heavenly court entered the live stream. Members of the group instantly joined the stream, which showcased a street food scene at the foot of Mount Longhu. It was already 9:30 in the evening, and despite Mount Longhu being a tourist attraction, the foot traffic had significantly dwindled. Ma Xianhong, with long auburn hair, barefoot and donned in a white robe, entered a quaint establishment. He found a relatively quiet spot to sit down, casually ordering 4 or 5 small dishes along with 2 bowls of plain rice. Authentic Jiangxi cuisine was a must-try. Ma Xianhong rubbed his hands together, perusing the menu. It is widely known that Jiangxi cuisine is notoriously spicy, rivaling that of Sichuan and Chongqing, and even surpassing them in terms of the pain it inflicts. Sun Goddess, traveling all this way to dine at a tourist spot? Chen Shi, something feels amiss. Indeed, it is profoundly unsettling. Chen Shi discerned numerous discrepancies. While Ma Xianhong may have visited Mount Longhu in the original narrative, his fidgeting demeanor clearly stemmed from curiosity and anticipation, traits that were decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Well versed in the tale of One Below, Chen Shi immediately perceived the anomalies. Zhang Jiwei shared similar sentiments, for Ma Xianhong's behavior was decidedly out of the ordinary. It was as if he were a tourist, brimming with curiosity. Before long, several plates of food were served, each distinctly representative of Jiangxi's culinary flair. Ma Xianhong paused momentarily and then smiled at the waiter. Bring me 2 more bottles of juice. What kind of juice would you like, sir? Orange, peach, iced tea? I'll have some wheat juice. The scene continued as Ma Xianhong enjoyed his meal before returning to his hotel accommodations. The entire affair lasted approximately half an hour, during which he dined rather swiftly. In the hushed room, only Ma Xianhong was seated cross-legged on the bed. With over 20 days remaining until the grand ritual of Luo Tian, the only figure of significance to monitor was Wang Yi. Ma Xianhong murmured softly to himself. Yet, why did the auras of Lu Jin and the old master seem so formidable? Ma Xianhong felt a sense of unease. Could it be the butterfly effect triggered by his crossing over? According to Chu Tong's instructions, he was advised to keep his distance from Mount Longhu due to Zhang Jiwei's peculiarities. It appeared Zhang Jiwei had experienced another breakthrough, with a golden light pressure extending 300 miles. Ma Xianhong was taken aback. Surely, one should not boast to such an extent. If the old master truly wielded a golden light pressure spanning 300 miles, he would have long since unified the realm. 300 miles already surpasses the size of most cities. Are we to believe the old master possesses such capabilities? Divine old master? Or perhaps the realm master Zhang Jiwei? Nevertheless, he had to make the journey. With these thoughts in mind, Ma Xianhong reclined. 3 months have passed, How much longer must I endure? Shinshi, indeed. A solitary cultivator, indeed. General with closed eyes never crashed, indeed. 1. 7 heavens river east and west, indeed. 2. The most pretentious person. What chaos is this? What is everyone so certain about? 7 heavens river east and west. I don't know. I see them all saying indeed. Qinshi, Ma Xianhong. He might have crossed over. Such a surprising revelation. Qinshi was aware that there were indeed numerous crossovers across the myriad realms, but she did not expect to encounter such a situation so swiftly. Ma Xianhong was highly likely to be a crossover individual. The live stream continued, and it seemed Ma Xianhong had fallen asleep, though his expression suggested he was lost in thought. However, the contents of his recollections remained unknown to all. 3 months prior, he had traversed into the world of One Below. From an ordinary high school student, he transformed into Ma Xianhong, a master of divine machinations. Upon realizing this fact, Ma Xianhong initially experienced overwhelming joy, eager to explore whether divine machinations could forge a super Fiji beverages. Yet, before he could begin, dread engulfed him. No, I am Ma Xianhong. This fate. Do I need to elaborate? My life is merely that of a pawn. During his time at Bo Village, he was tormented by inner turmoil. Countless times he had contemplated dissolving Bo Village, seeking refuge with the company while wielding the refining furnace. Surely, aligning with the authorities would ensure some measure of safety, right? He possessed considerable abilities, and at worst, he could sit idly in the company's super prison, leisurely passing his days, at least free from the incessant physical brainwashing. However, upon reconsideration, the company did not seem to be an ideal sanctuary either. He was merely a hot potato, and a hot potato without the means to manage it. Recognizing this, he found himself unable to eat or sleep, losing interest in refining Fiji beverages, and spending his days locked away in contemplation. Chapter 44, Celestial Being. Are you nurturing a goo here? His destiny was at stake, leaving no room for carelessness. After a month of such turmoil, he resolved to pledge allegiance to the company. Just as he solidified his determination, the system activated. His account was created, the Divine Revelation System. As the name suggests, its primary purpose was to assist the host in achieving divine revelation. By continuously garnering astonishment points, he could exchange them for various items. Naturally, being a system, it was bound to have its share of pitfalls, such as the lottery feature. What if the items in the store were prohibitively expensive? Simply try your luck in the lottery. A 10-draw discount was available for only 9,000 astonishment points. Upon seeing this system, Ma Xianhong's first thought was to start a live stream. He could broadcast the making of the legendary 8 secret burgers, the 4-4 dance of Qing Hai. Or perhaps change his ID to General Hong, performing flying kicks online daily. With Neza in front and Bai Chi behind, who would not recognize the divine machinist Ma? Surely, astonishment points would flood in. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Astonishment points were only valuable within special circles. In other words, only the astonishment points from extraordinary individuals would suffice. Ma Xianhong felt utterly deceived. How many extraordinary individuals were there in total? Not even 15,000. How could he possibly accrue astonishment points? Would he livestream a slap to Xia He or light a lighter for the extraordinary community? To gain fame in this realm, Ma Xianhong conceived a seemingly straightforward method. However, it would likely attract a multitude of adversaries. If he were to publicly declare himself as the heir of the 8 secret techniques, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune in astonishment points in an instant. Yet, such an action would invite considerable peril. Among those old-timers, apart from Lu Jin, who dares to claim a life devoid of leisure, who is not but an old coin. Ma Xianhong is not foolish. Rather, he is somewhat astute yet timid. Even with the assistance of the system, those old coins are not easily dealt with. Ultimately, a brilliant idea struck him, the Luotian Grand Ceremony. At the very least, he needed to garner some awe to gauge the system's caliber. Should his strength soar, he would then publicly declare his identity as the disciple of the divine machine, sweeping through the realm with ease. He would strike the Longhu Senior Care Center with his fists and kick the Chuanjin Kindergarten with his feet. As for the Luotian Grand Ceremony, he need not reveal too much. Who, besides Wang Yi, could possibly surpass him? He could even conceal his true identity with just the unveiling of a piece of Wudo armor, and others would merely perceive him as a craftsman. Furthermore, even Wang Yi, now a traveler, would the chaotic Jin Tuo truly prove beneficial to him? Perhaps not. Resolute in his decision, Ma Xianhong awaited patiently. The moment he caught wind of the Luotian Grand Ceremony, he made his way to Longhu Mountain without a moment's hesitation. He could hardly contain his excitement. Has his extraordinary life finally begun? Group member Ordinary Fellow has ended the group live stream. Ordinary Fellow Celestial, what insights do you possess? Wasteland Wanderer, indeed, there are systems present. Qin, is it true, Celestial? Wasteland Wanderer, yes, there is a system, albeit not a strong one. It can only be classified as a low-level system. Were it a high-level system, it would likely be a sign-in system, a famous scene check-in system, or a god-level choice system. To reveal one's divine prowess and acquire awe points is rather lacking. Martial God, what is the situation? Heavenly Court's most rebellious leader, Celestial, any knowledge to share? Qin, yes, my brothers, indeed. Qin, this situation, I refer to as travelers. Qin, allow me to elucidate what this entails. Qin, as the name implies, a traveler is one who has journeyed from another world. Heavenly Court's most rebellious extraterrestrial demons, east and west of the Seven Rivers, time reincarnation, similar to how Long Jian and others traverse back to 100,000 years ago? Martial God, it feels more complicated than that. Qin, quite akin to extraterrestrial demons, as they often carry a thing called a system, which serves as their external aid. Qin, most travelers possess knowledge of the world's narrative, akin to the documents I shared in the group. Sun Goddess, wait, you're not one of them, are you? Qin, indeed, I have never concealed this fact. I have long stated that such talents are ubiquitous and commonplace. Knowing the future and the narrative, is this not a standard configuration for travelers? Qin felt a wave of relief, grateful he had not pretended to be a charlatan. Otherwise, he would likely be facing social death at this very moment. Qin, most travelers are equipped with systems. For instance, my system is the chat group, and all of you here are my external aids. Qin, of course, mine is rather gentle as we grow stronger together. Qin, this collective encompasses both good and bad, as some systems. Wasteland Wanderer, allow me to elaborate. Observing Qin, it was evident he lacked a comprehensive understanding of systems. Qin, Celestial, please share. Qin quickly prepared some seeds and took a seat. The Celestial likely understood far better than she. Wasteland Wanderer, systems are categorized into different levels. Generally, they come with a portion of reserve energy. Wasteland Wanderer, countless systems exist across all realms, primarily aimed at assisting the host in becoming stronger while siphoning resources from the traversed world. Wasteland Wanderer, the concept of resources is quite broad. It may refer to the literal meaning or to the acquisition of pathways. Wasteland Wanderer, higher-level systems are more sophisticated. Upon entering a world, they can directly conceal themselves, begin resource acquisition, and cultivate the host. Wasteland Wanderer, for example. The check-in system and the lazy system are high-level systems that allow hosts to reap rewards effortlessly. Wasteland Wanderer, by utilizing resources, they can elevate the host to become the strongest in the current world before taking a bounty of resources into the next. Wasteland Wanderer, such as the complete workflow of a system. Sun Goddess, does this pose a threat to the world? Blind General never crashed, truly terrifying. The ease of siphoning the world's resources? Qin, to be honest, I desperately desire the check-in system, as simply signing in daily would yield effortless gains. And it wouldn't be long before I became the strongest in the world. Martial God, it seems Ma Xianhong. Ordinary Fellow Celestial, should I intervene? Qing pondered for a moment. Wasteland Wanderer, there is no need to concern yourself. His system is low-level and can be nurtured further. Qin Celestial, no need to concern yourself. JPG, Sun Goddess Celestial, are you nurturing a poison here? Wasteland Wanderer, hosts of low-level systems generally possess talent and can be observed for a period to discern their true nature. Despite saying this, Qing had already inquired within the chat group system. Is there a task? Is it of use to you? Chapter 45 Qing. Yes. I have always been here, Celestial. Is this truly permissible? Upon hearing this, Qing's expression turned peculiar. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly seemed to convey emotions, imbued with anticipation, hesitation, and fear. Wait, do systems also have genders? Qing appeared to have opened the door to a new world. He was eager to rummage through the system's inventory to see if such situations existed. Can you consume other systems to upgrade? Qing ignored the system's emotions and instead curiously posed a question. You should have mentioned your ability to devour other systems. I have quite a collection here. Celestial, we cannot phrase it that way. It's not consumption. This merely allows the less skilled junior brothers and sisters to return and solidify their foundations. Are you all still fellow disciples? Qing became increasingly intrigued. The system, to be honest, he did not know much about. For instance, The unresolved mysteries of the myriad realms. It remains a mystery when the system flow originated and from which great figure it emerged. Of course not. But we are all systems, after all. The chat group system seemed to carry a hint of pride. It is the exalted chat group system, born with the ability to traverse the myriad realms. It is not something ordinary systems can compare to. Most other systems merely assist their hosts in completing one world and extracting resources until the end. It is inherently superior, a peak system from the very beginning. Can you see if any of these can be consumed? Qing waved his hand, presenting his collection of over a dozen systems. Keeping these items was of no use. All systems were frozen in time, preventing any escape. These are resources. Any one of them harbors energy comparable to that of a great Luo Jingxian from the primordial chaos. Yet, Qing remains uncertain how Hongjun utilizes these system resources. To this day, he has not managed to adeptly utilize the resources of the system. The system fell silent, feeling somewhat despondent. Truly envious, already overwhelmed with longing. However, without exception, it is merely a small system, incapable of devouring. Celestial. I may need more time to develop. Oh, so you are too weak to consume them. Qing showed no mercy, bluntly exposing the system. He had upgraded the system. How could he be unaware? According to the chat group system's modus operandi, it typically recruited individuals from the lower worlds. In a realm of lesser stature, one gradually matures in a rather insidious manner, with individuals incrementally enhancing their capabilities and the system's level progressively ascending. Qing has witnessed numerous success stories of chat group systems, which often culminate in the disappearance of a group leader after amassing a wealth of resources from the myriad realms, ultimately achieving a state of perfection. This serves as a testament to the fact that systems are not inherently benevolent. However, a system under one's own control can indeed be a boon. The true master behind this chat group system is undoubtedly not at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, the system would not be so feeble. Moreover, even at the great Luo level, can one truly seek out their counterpart? Qing considers it a stroke of fortune that he is not in pursuit. Most importantly, this is the primal chaos. Anyone's system arriving here would likely first cast blame upon Hongjun, who, being impervious to discomfort, remains unperturbed by the multitude of pests. Despite his notorious reputation, he is undeniably the foremost figure beneath the current heavenly sovereign. The wealth of the primal chaos is undeniable. Which Golden Immortal would dare to claim disinterest in its riches? Exceptional innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme artifacts can wield boundless power in the hands of a true great Luo. Remarkably, the primal chaos possesses at least half of such treasures across the myriad realms. Senior Immortal, there seems to be an injury to the system. Fear not. For you are not human, Qing replied nonchalantly. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Simply act as if I do not exist and develop as you see fit. Returning to the Senior Immortal, the developmental process of the chat group system has already been documented in our textbooks. Generally, we must await a suitable opportunity before assigning tasks to chat group members. What opportunity? Are we to wait until the traversers and the system have developed sufficiently before taking action? Indeed, I shall communicate with the world's consciousness to assist in resolving anomalies. All that the system plunders shall ultimately benefit the chat group system. Once again, it is you all. Qing was rendered speechless, nurturing them only to eliminate them later. While possessing a plausible rationale, world consciousness would certainly express gratitude for our efforts, wouldn't it? You inquire about resources? Those are not my spoils. They are the fruits of the traversers and the system's plunder. I have even helped rid you of such pests. Beyond this, Qing began to speculate on why the chat group could foster rapport with the consciousness of the myriad realms. Perhaps assisting the world in its ascension is indeed within the chat group's capabilities. For instance, if Zhang Jue were to discover a passage to ascend to the upper realm, it could be said that one person's enlightenment would elevate all around them. The entire world would once again establish a pathway for ascension, propelling its level upward by several tiers. Qing discerned that while other systems may be seen as nefarious, your chat group is merely a catalyst for chaos. The current state of the myriad realms is indeed rather tumultuous. After ascertaining these matters, Qing returned to the chat group to continue replying to messages. Ordinary mortal, so? What should I do? The general with closed eyes never crashes. From any perspective, traversers may pose a threat to the world. The general with closed eyes never crashes, however. As the Senior Immortal mentioned, the duality of yin and yang embodies the true principles of the world. The general with closed eyes never crashes. Conversely, perhaps our chat group is not entirely virtuous either. Shinshi, my dear, are we truly this harsh in self-critique? The general with closed eyes never crashes, ha ha. But honesty must prevail. Our chat group employs more gentle methods, does it not? Wandering cultivator of the primal chaos, there is a distinction. The chat group has the potential to elevate the world's status, while ordinary systems merely indulge in plunder. Sun goddess, quite the poetic flow. What a pity you are not a rapper. Qin, I always find myself grasping at straws. 7 days, east and west of the river. Running away is justified. Traversing is not a crime. Qin, are we even discussing the same traversal? 7 days, east and west of the river, Isn't this just to liven up the atmosphere? So, have you all been stirred by my charisma? Martial god, what a shame, indeed. Heavenly Court's first rebel, quite regrettable. I feel nothing at all. Ordinary mortal, wandering cultivator of the primal chaos, is the senior immortal present? Wandering cultivator of the primal chaos, yes, I am always here. Wandering cultivator of the primal chaos, I reiterate, there is no need for concern. If issues arise, there will naturally be ways to address them. Sun goddess, truly worthy of the senior immortal. Clear-sighted. Qin, nonetheless, the phrase I am always here reminds me of a dear departed friend. Chapter 46. The Transformation of Hokage, Ordinary Mortal. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Immortal. I understand now. Zhang Jiwei had thoroughly grasped Yin Qing's intentions. Some matters need not be articulated explicitly, for they are understood among all. Nurturing the situation, one observes how it unfolds. However, anomalies are not limited to Zhang Jiwei alone. Most pretentious individual, Senior Immortal, I have a situation on my end as well. Once Zhang Jiwei's matters were nearing resolution, Sasuke laid bare his circumstances with clarity. After eliminating Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku confronted the third Hokage, ultimately establishing a temporary strategic alliance, granting the Uchiha considerable advantages. Sasuke was reluctantly cast as Pearl Sasuke, genuinely aiding an elderly lady in the street. Publicity is an exceedingly effective tool. Under deliberate dissemination, numerous benevolent acts attributed to the Uchiha surfaced. Many passers-by chimed in, affirming the Uchiha's reputation. The Uchiha had once been maligned, yet they served as the symbol of law and order in Konoha, enforcing justice against wrongdoers. In summary, they were adorned with the mantle of righteous enforcers. Under Fugaku's command, the Uchiha had indeed adopted a more amiable demeanor. Naturally, had this been several decades prior, there might have been attempts to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha through marriage and such. However, in the present context, that was entirely unfeasible, regardless of the circumstances. The Uchiha's reputation had significantly improved within a mere fortnight. Their unique privileges were being restored. For instance, their clan's estate was situated directly opposite the Hyuga clan, even closer to the village's center than the Hyuga themselves. The Konoha police force underwent renovations, actively recruiting civilian ninjas. In essence, the Uchiha were thriving, reveling in the praises of, "Thank you, Uchiha-sama." The Uchiha clan's elders became the guiding light of Konoha. Is there truly a paragon of impartiality in this world? Only the Uchiha of Konoha. In summary, amidst the reverberations of admiration for the Uchiha, they lost sight of their own identity. The members of the group, upon hearing this, recalled Uchiha Madara's words. On that day, not a single clan member was willing to follow me. With such enjoyment, who would choose to follow you? The coup d'etat continued, and Konoha appeared harmonious and content. At that time, the third Hokage even contemplated a swift abdication, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to ascend. However, Fugaku harbored no ambitions for the Hokage position, recognizing that should he assume the role, it would be challenging to control public sentiment. This was the true weapon, capable of causing destruction unseen. Thus, the third Hokage made a promise. He could abdicate at any time, and Fugaku could step into the role whenever he wished, or seek a suitable successor for the Hokage position. Nonetheless, Fugaku chose option C, to await the maturation of Uchiha Sasuke, anticipating that his younger son would ascend to the Hokage position at the age of 16 or 17. With Danzo gone, it seemed the Hokage was on the verge of a happy ending. Of course, potential threats remained abundant. Following this event, Sasuke enlisted Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui to discuss Obito. They began with complete transparency, declaring their entry into a wondrous realm, emphasizing that all present were their most trusted family. This matter was shared solely among them. They then articulated the dangers posed by Uchiha Obito and his machinations within the ninja world. In essence, the plan was to capture Uchiha Obito, eliminate him, and seal Kaguya. The division of responsibilities was clear. Sasuke would focus on mastering Inyang release, the key to sealing Kaguya. Regarding this matter, The Uchiha clan possesses a rigorous training method for Inyan release, which has always been quite challenging. However, for Sasuke today, there is no cause for concern. Naruto. Activate. Just after his 5th birthday, the unfortunate Naruto was secretly adopted by the Uchiha family. Moreover, Fugaku was preparing to find an opportune moment to reveal Naruto's true identity. The Inyan release technique is perfectly suited for both Sasuke and Naruto. Initially, Naruto felt a bit timid, even believing he had been forcibly taken away. Fortunately, Sasuke's mother's charm shone through. Being a close friend of Kushina, upon seeing Naruto, she felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Previously, due to the 3rd Hokage's orders, she had to hold back, but times have changed. The Uchiha clan, especially Fugaku and even Sasuke, now hold significant influence in the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Uchiha household, Naruto experienced the warmth of family for the first time. A grumpy uncle, an incredibly gentle aunt, a kind-hearted big-nosed brother, a soft-spoken older brother with deep tear grooves, and a rather arrogant fellow. Here, Naruto finally felt the essence of home, joyous and comfortable. Upon learning that they were plotting something to save the shinobi world, Naruto became even more motivated. The nine tails within him remained surprisingly calm, not causing any trouble at all. The 3 pairs of Sharingan took turns speaking with him, and he was left feeling somewhat defeated, having come to terms with the future Sasuke had shared with him. Today was just another ordinary day. Hey, arrogant Sasuke. It should be done this way. Naruto flamboyantly formed hand signs, demonstrating the use of Yang Release Chakra, following Sasuke's teachings to guide the Yang Release Chakra. Humph. Sasuke scoffed. Fool, you practice Yang Release while I practice Yin Release. They are inherently different. Naruto gaped, scratching his head in confusion. How on earth can he succeed in his practice? Sasuke glanced at Naruto, a strange emotion flickering in his heart. Having glimpsed all possible futures, he understood Naruto's situation well. He also knew that he and Naruto would become the best of friends. Yet, despite having matured, why did he still find himself bickering like a child in Naruto's presence? The pressing matter was mastering Inyan Release. After some contemplation, Sasuke devised a plan to utilize his points to access the training room. However, Naruto was unable to do the same, which posed a significant drawback. There were only 2 solutions. Either he learns Inyan Release himself or accelerates Naruto's learning. The technique they aimed to master was the 6 Paths, Planetary Devastation. Sasuke, aware of the future and having undergone a prior enhancement, had already practiced the Return to Origin Sutra, making it easy to channel Indra's chakra. The chakra of Indra's 2 brothers was crucial for the 6 Paths, Planetary Devastation. However, the method he employed to teach Naruto, that fool was truly dense. Was it so difficult to guide Ashura's chakra? Certainly. The chakra of these brothers was somewhat distinct, and Sasuke's approach was ineffective with Ashura's chakra. Thus, they found themselves in the current predicament. Just as Sasuke was at a loss and prepared to seek help from the others in the group, Fugaku and the others returned. Sasuke sensed something was amiss. Where's my eternal love energy? Youngsters, hurry up and throw it out. It's the 4th day of the verification period. Let's have more recommendations. Chapter 47. Group Chat Mission. Fugaku's expression was grave as he recounted the findings of their investigation. Everything aligned closely with what Sasuke had provided. Except for one crucial difference. Uchiha Obito had someone backing him. Indeed, not only Obito, but there were also other individuals who had yet to make an appearance. This revelation shocked Sasuke. More experts? Thus, he prepared to consult the group. Coincidentally, the old master was discussing the matter of Ma Xianhong. After observing the entire scenario, Sasuke began to form his own thoughts about the current situation. Perhaps the sudden appearance of these individuals was also linked to time travelers? The most pretentious person, an individual who has not appeared in the storyline. The most pretentious person, according to my father's insights, this person also possesses Sharingan. A loose cultivator from the primordial era, a classic time traveler. Qing surveyed the Naruto world and naturally noticed this time traveler. Similarly, he possessed a system. Ding. Triggered group chat mission. Mission name, Crisis in the Shinobi World. Mission brief. A time traveler has emerged in the world of Naruto, posing a threat to the world. The actions of this time traveler endanger the shinobi world, hence the mission has been triggered. Mission details, please return or eliminate the time traveler, Uchiha Hongwei, and recover the time traveler system. Mission difficulty, levels 3 to 5, subject to circumstances. Mission items, dimensional breaking talisman X1, can return the time traveler to their original world. Mission rewards, 150,000 points. Number of participants allowed. Unlimited. Rewards will be distributed according to each member's completion level. Please, the group leader of the multiverse chat group. Select participants for the mission to fight for a better tomorrow for the multiverse. Sun Goddess. For the better tomorrow of the multiverse. Qin Shi, it seems this really poses a threat to the world. Otherwise, a mission wouldn't have been triggered like this. A loose cultivator from the primordial era. I cannot go. Feel free. Everyone. Qing expressed his regret. He couldn't traverse dimensions. Of course, he could directly descend to the lower realm, but the consequences. Qing awkwardly scratched his nose. Never mind, it's just a few points. Such rewards hold little value for him, but could be quite beneficial for other group members. The general who never crashed. Group leader, may I participate? Jing Yuan was the first to volunteer. Points were something he desperately needed. The blood of the Golden Crow had yet to be refined, and perhaps after this, he would be qualified to do so. In any case, he was quite eager for this mission. 7 rivers east and west. Why is the mission happening so soon? Can't you wait for me a couple more days? Huolin Fei looked disappointed. He didn't even know when the storyline here would begin. If the plot started, 2 or 3 days of training would surely suffice to traverse the Naruto world without issue. A task with a difficulty of levels 3 to 5 would at least require one to reach levels 3 to 5 in strength, right? He was just worried that the time traveler might possess other means, which is why the difficulty was set to 5. The first rebellious one from the Heavenly Court, group leader. I would also like to participate in the mission. Martial God, venturing into other realms could be quite an experience. Qin Shi, ahem. Everyone who wishes to go, please sign up. Qin Shi glanced at the mission and noted that she had an additional option compared to others, submitting a list of group members wishing to participate. There was also a time limit of 30 minutes for this. Sun Goddess. This goddess will participate. Sun Goddess. I must see what level this time traveler is at. The most pretentious person. Why? Does it seem to me that the mission difficulty is a bit high? Qin Shi, indeed. Qin Shi hurriedly typed in the group. Qin Shi. The mission difficulty is set at levels 3 to 5, indicating that this mission is likely not a simple task. Everyone should be cautious when signing up. Observing the mission difficulty, Qin Shi felt somewhat troubled. She was only at level 3. Moreover, this cultivation was achieved through force and growth. In actual combat, this would be her first experience. To say she wasn't apprehensive would be a lie. Qin Shi lay on her bed, pouting and swinging her long legs. She longed to participate, yearning to accumulate points. If she didn't seize this opportunity for points, when would she be able to stand tall? Since joining this chat group and even receiving the benefits from Qing Shangxian, her strength had barely improved. According to the Immortal Path system, she was merely at the Qi refining stage, and she had yet to fully transform her primordial spirit. The difficulty of Naruto is indeed not to be underestimated. At least at my current level, I truly cannot contend with someone like Uchiha Obito. A thought suddenly emerged in Qin Shi's mind. Should I seek the help of a higher being? It felt as if a little devil was whispering in her ear, constantly tempting her to ask for assistance. But why would the celestial being help her? Qin Shi was engulfed in despair. Points were essential for her to continue growing stronger. Without points, would she be confined to this place for eternity? In this bizarrely reviving world, safety was not an issue. But what about the future? No. I must give it a try. Fortune favors the bold. Naruto is merely a low to mid-tier world. If I don't strive for points now, there will be less opportunity to earn them later. Even if I could just scrape together 5,000 points, it would be beneficial. If I could seize the opportunity to enter the training room for a while, my strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Compared to other members, I already lacked a pathway to alter my fate and accumulate points. The system remained silent, merely observing Qin Shi's internal struggle. In just a few breaths, she steeled her resolve, took a deep breath, and opened the private chat with Qing. Qin Shi, are you there? O celestial being? Hongwang Sanshio, yes. I have always been here. Unfortunately, at that moment, Qin Shi was filled with anxiety, devoid of any intention to continue with playful banter. Qin Shi, are you truly not going to take on this mission? Hongwang Sanshio? Qing responded with a question mark. Hadn't he already stated that he couldn't go? Seeing the question mark, a pang of unease struck Qin Shi. A fog seemed to cloud her vision, as if it would burst forth at any moment. Qin Shi. No, what I mean is, this mission. Qin Shi, gathering her courage, decided to speak frankly. Qin Shi, O celestial being, I implore you to assist me. Qing chuckled softly, realizing that she sought to gather some points. He calculated the potential outcomes. Aiding Qin Shi posed no risk, a stroke of good fortune. Conversely, not assisting her could lead to unforeseen challenges. yet he deemed it manageable. Though he was indifferent to the potential pitfalls, since he had already opened the dialogue, he felt compelled to offer some support. Noticing Yunqing's silence, Qinshi bit her lip. Brimming with trepidation, "Qinshi, rest assured, O celestial being, I will repay you. I promise to return the points earned from this mission to you." Chapter 48. Jing Yuan. It's not that you're an old celestial master. Qinshi was not mistaken. She merely yearned for advancement. Yunqing understood her sentiments. Yet, the girl's character was somewhat intriguing. Should one say she possesses high emotional intelligence or not? Nevertheless, Yunqing was still magnanimous enough. Honghuang San Xiu, no worries. I merely performed a brief calculation. Qinshi was simply seeking to gather some points. Therefore, he decided not to be overly generous. If one were to indulge, it should not be excessive, lest it incite resentment within the group. With interests at stake, Yunqing wondered how many could maintain their integrity. The chat group appeared united, engaging in casual banter as if they were longtime friends. However, in reality, they had yet to encounter any disputes over interests. Having chosen to nurture these individuals, it was only natural to approach it from this angle. Honghuang San Xiu. Red envelope. Honghuang San Xiu. Take it and use it, but it can only be utilized once. Qinshi's eyes widened, her face lighting up with joy. The celestial being had helped her. "Qinshi, rest assured, O celestial being, I will certainly repay you. Honghuang San Xiu. I look forward to it." With that, Qinshi accepted the red envelope. Instantly, a scroll materialized in her consciousness. The scroll was approximately 5 feet long and 3 feet wide, depicting picturesque mountains and rivers, exuding an ethereal beauty. The essence of Tao surrounded the scroll, with layers of spatial ripples floating on either side, transforming into black and white yin-yang energies, intertwining and evolving. Item name: Map of Mountains and Rivers. Item level: Tier 6. Description: a mundane imitation of the map of mountains and rivers, not reaching the level of post-heaven spiritual treasures. A disposable item casually crafted by a great power. Usage: can capture beings of Tier 6 and below into the world within the map, with no other uses. Gasp! Qinshi inhaled sharply. The casual crafting was truly formidable. "Qinshi, O celestial being, rest assured, I will only seek a small amount of points. I will do nothing once inside the map." Honghuang San Xiu. Good. Yunqing smiled, glancing once more at the chat group. Blind General never crashed. The Divine Lord may act, no problem. Jing Yuan was unconcerned about the potential overpowered abilities of the Traversers. Just moments ago, he had inquired with the chat group system, learning that his Divine Lord would not be affected in other worlds. In other words, as long as the opponents were not on the level of the absolute destruction sovereign, Jing Yuan had the capability to handle them. "Qinshi, it doesn't matter. I will take action." Sun Goddess, oh? Are you still pretending, Group Leader? "Qinshi, I warn you. Do not underestimate me." Commoner, Group Leader, may I join the mission? Heavenly Court's First Rebel, I volunteer. War God, I also volunteer. Most arrogant person, this world was originally mine. Qinshi. So, those participating will be me, Sasuke, Reina, Lao Jing, Morix, Yang Jian, and the old celestial master, right? Honghuang San Xiu. Regrettably, I am unable to attend, but I can host a live stream to observe closely. 7 days river east and west. Despicable. Huolin Fei gritted his teeth. What a splendid opportunity to show off. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the ability to lock powers. Who can tell me when my plot will commence? Huolin Fei was yearning to regain his strength. Otherwise, others would steal all the limelight. Ding. The group leader has confirmed participation in the mission. The task is now issuing free dimensional breaking talismans. Group members: Qinshi, Sun Goddess, Blind General Never Crashed, Commoner, Heavenly Court's First Rebel, War God, among others, please claim them. The task occurs in the world of the most arrogant person, thus no dimensional breaking talismans are issued. Task preparation complete. Dimensional breaking talismans have been issued. All group members, please complete the mission. In the world of Naruto, after half an hour of selection, Fugako had already led Sasuke and the others toward the border of the Land of Fire. They discovered their location at the boundary of the Land of Fire. Rather than the Land of Rain, it was actually at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Soup. Sasuke, are your mysterious friends coming over? Fugako turned and asked Sasuke, who was riding on a sword behind him. Yes. Sasuke nodded. Uchiha Keigetsu is an anomaly. We need them to resolve this. Haha. Shursui chuckled warmly. I really want to meet Sasuke's friends. As he spoke, Shursui glanced at Itachi. Itachi also smiled. The burden on his shoulders finally lifted. Resolving the coup in this manner brought him great relief, dispelling the accumulated pressure. Although he had been beaten mercilessly by his father, he felt genuinely happy. No longer would he have to make choices. It is indeed a good thing for Sasuke to have good friends, Itachi added. Naruto remained silent, merely blinking at Sasuke. Hey, arrogant Sasuke, why are you the only one flying? Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly. Aren't you also being carried by your father? Indeed, Fugaku was carrying Naruto on his back. All right, you too. Fugaku sighed helplessly. These two children seemed to be naturally at odds with each other. Naruto, like a small sun, radiated warmth everywhere. Except when it came to Sasuke, they always managed to bicker like children. Though they were indeed children, Fugaku found it hard to view the current Sasuke as one. The two turned their heads away, each letting out a huff. Shursui chuckled aside, while Itachi looked on with fondness, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a harmonious family. Suddenly, Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he said, Father, my friends are coming. Oh, so soon? Fugaku expressed his surprise, not having expected their arrival to be so imminent. However, upon hearing the news, the group came to a halt, standing in the center of the forest. A wave of spatial distortion appeared before them, followed closely by a pitch-black rift. Although they were aware that it was Sasuke's friends, Fugaku and the others couldn't help but activate their Sharingan. The phenomenon was simply too uncanny, space-time ninjutsu. Greetings, everyone. I am Jing Yuan at your service. A voice resonated before the figure emerged. Clad in a general's uniform, Jing Yuan, with his white hair, stepped out, his yellow eyes seemingly filled with warmth and mirth. His presence exuded an inexplicable charm that left the group astonished. Sasuke, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Jing Yuan. Brother Jing, Sasuke replied with a smile, leaping down from the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Hearing this, Jing Yuan's expression darkened slightly, a twitch appearing at the corner of his eye. Well then, it seems I am stuck with this title. Following closely behind was a robust elder. Upon Zhang Jiwei's arrival, his towering height of nearly 2 meters genuinely startled the group. Hello, little Sasuke, Zhang Jiwei greeted with a warm smile. And Brother Jing, not the old master. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched. Chapter 49, Gathering one by one. Each person arrived without exception. When it was Chun-Shi's turn, she was the last to make her entrance. This time, unlike before, she had donned an exquisite outfit. Clad in a simple long dress adorned with azure lotus blossoms at the cuffs, she wore a close-fitting silver armor beneath, with a sword sheath strapped to her back. Her inky hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her demeanor exuded a sense of heroism, resembling a female general. The dress only partially covered her knees, revealing smooth, delicate legs, perfectly sculpted without an ounce of excess flesh. Any deviation would disrupt the perfection. Wow, is this really you? Reina exclaimed, astonished as she removed her sunglasses to scrutinize Chun-Shi. The transformation was truly unexpected. She bore no resemblance to the homebody in pajamas from before. And where did you acquire such attire? This isn't the urban world I expected. Chun-Shi tilted her snow-white neck with pride, turning her head away, her red lips curling into an involuntary smile. This is the true visage of the group leader. Chun-Shi had awaited this moment, deliberately taking her time before activating the teleportation. At this moment, with members gathering offline, she remembered that 2 had yet to arrive, promptly opening a group live stream. Group leader Chun-Shi has initiated a live stream. Hongwang, a scatterer, enters the live stream. 7 Days River East and West enters the live stream. Upon entering, Yunqing first glanced at the screen, which was entirely black, presenting 2 options, mission view or first-person view. Without hesitation, he selected the mission view. The screen transformed into an aerial perspective. Ah, this aerial view is quite fascinating. 7 Days River East and West. Wow, mission view is indeed better. Hongwang, a scatterer, watching the show with popcorn. JPG, Hongwang, a scatterer, waiting for the mission to commence. Chun-Shi blinked, eager to respond, but Sasuke took the initiative. Introducing everyone. Fugaku nodded solemnly, bowing to the group while speaking in a torrent of incomprehensible language. Reina, Jing Yuan, Chun-Shi. I really can't make sense of that. As they exchanged glances, Reina's pupils shimmered pure white, as if she had instantaneously lost all emotion. Following this, the language of this world became apparent to her. Was it Japanese? It seemed similar yet different from Chinese. In any case, it was a language incomprehensible to ordinary people, somewhat resembling Japanese but carrying other nuances. Chun-Shi blinked, surprised, thinking that the Hokage spoke Japanese, only to realize that was not the case. Then, Reina's lips curled slightly as a rift appeared beside her, from which several earphones emerged. Each person received one. It is a great honor to meet you all. I am Uchiha Fugaku, and these are my sons, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, as well as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku bowed again, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for taking care of Sasuke. I appreciate it. His politeness, however, carried a hint of a translation accent. Reina scratched her ear, acknowledging that this was simply the nature of language translation devices. Mr. Fugaku, you are too courteous. We are all friends from different worlds. Coming together is fate. And it is only natural. Jing Yuan replied with a smile, his words well articulated. Qin mentally noted this, recognizing the need for personal growth. This was a man of high status for centuries, no need to elaborate on his worth. Although they exchanged pleasantries, there was no barrier among the group members. They often chatted in the group and felt quite familiar upon meeting in person. The encounter with the Uchihas proceeded without any awkwardness, and their current task was to head towards the border of the Land of Fire. This journey would indeed take a considerable amount of time for ninja, but those present were no ordinary individuals. Morix summoned a dozen rock spires, stepping upon them as if flying with swords. Everyone, we can use these to travel. It might save us quite a bit of time. All right. Although the mode of transport was not particularly aesthetic, it was undoubtedly swift. Qin took the lead. Sitting sideways on the spire, genuinely eager to speed up her journey. Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, then he stepped into the void, and Yang Jian also rode the clouds. Literally stepping upon auspicious clouds. Zhang Jiwei followed suit, especially since, at his level, walking on golden light was the most basic of abilities. The Uchiha members were quite astonished. Hokage, there are so few who can fly. These divine beings seemed genuinely extraordinary. Filled with awe, they stepped onto the rock spires, experiencing a different perspective, which left them in wonder. Morix elevated the spires high, roughly 3,000 meters above ground, a height few would ever glance up to see. This distance conveniently avoided numerous potential troubles. Little Naruto peered around, leaning over the edge of the spire to touch the outside, startling Shisui, who quickly pulled him back. Brother Shisui, I'm fine. Naruto protested, shaking his small fists defiantly. Shisui could only smile apologetically. Naruto, it's too high here, better be careful. Then why can Sasuke do it? What's it called? Riding the sword. Naruto pondered for an extended moment before finally articulating his thoughts. Idiot, it's just because I'm stronger, Sasuke replied impatiently. Hey, one day, I'll surpass you. Feel free to try, Sasuke sneered. The two exchanged banter, neither conceding, which elicited laughter from the others. In less than half a day's time, amidst jovial laughter, they reached the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Springs. In the ethereal realm of cloud inscriptions, at the dawn of cataclysm, flickering between the distant and the near, some succumb while others ascend, wandering through the 5 directions. Just a foot away, the celestial sovereign, with quill in hand, inscribes. As Zhang Jiwei recited his incantations, the breaths of those present grew increasingly elusive, until they vanished entirely into the void, undetectable. It was as though they melded with nature, harmonizing with the cosmos. Is that the Xinyan spell? Yunqing instantly recognized its essence. Your insight is commendable. Zhang Jiwei smiled, elucidating to the assembly. This is the cloud inscriptions of the void. A profound incantation through which the enlightened may comprehend the cosmic principles. This technique embodies the essence of the void, signifying a union with the cosmos through one's being. Essentially, it allows one to obscure their presence by aligning themselves with the universe. Their adversaries' abilities remained unknown, thus caution was paramount. Indeed, Yunqing praised without reservation. Truly, a master of celestial arts, adept in the 8 divine spells. Jing Yuan chimed in, a hint of envy in his gaze. When the elder master first joined the group, he was merely of the 2nd tier. Now, he had ascended to the 4th tier within a mere month. Such is the advantage of leaning against a great tree for shade. Anything the celestial being casually discards would be of immense benefit to them. The chat group seemed devoid of further information. Yang Jian furrowed his brow and spoke. Directing his gaze towards the others, Uchiha Hongwei is currently in the company of Uchiha Bido, appearing at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water. Beyond this, no additional intelligence has surfaced. In essence, Yang Jian felt the intelligence was lacking. Though he had surveyed the area, it seemed rather mundane. Just how formidable could their enemies truly be? Could they rival those he was about to confront? Uchiha Hongwei? Fuyue looked on in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. Observing this reaction, Qin's eyes twitched, and he quickly inquired, Do you know Mr. Fuyue? All eyes turned towards him. The name was unfamiliar, To the group, he was merely a traveler. And to Shui and Itachi, he was an enigma. Ah, Fuyue nodded gravely, as if haunted by a memory long buried. Though you may not have heard of Uchiha Hongwei, you must be familiar with the one who stood alongside the yellow flash on the battlefield. In that instant, Shui's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "The flame of Nariku from Konoha? The clan elder who fought to a standstill against Hanzo the Salamander?" "Indeed," Fuyue affirmed solemnly. The rest of the group found themselves bewildered. So, this was a traveler with a history extending far beyond their own awareness? "No need to concern yourselves," came the familiar voice of Yun Qing, followed by his explanation. "This is merely a memory that does not belong to them. A fabrication orchestrated by the system to provide the host with an identity. Of course, the capabilities of that traveler are worth noting. Within his backstory, he undoubtedly possesses all that is claimed." Yun Qing marveled at the system's prowess. Truly remarkable, a mid-tier system capable of altering the host's background. Suddenly, the traveler was no longer an anonymous figure. What sorcery is this? A system so terrifying. The group's members found themselves mentally echoing the sentiment. In broader terms, it was akin to rewriting reality itself. "Celestial being, may I inquire about the nature of this Uchiha Hongwei and a system that allows such dominance?" Jing Yuan posed the question amidst the barrage of thoughts. This system appeared to be on an entirely different tier compared to Ma Xianhong's. A mid-tier system of the multiverse genre, primarily targeting various anime worlds, came Yun Qing's response. In other words, it possesses the ability to traverse worlds. Naruto is merely his novice village or one of several worlds he has encountered. A system designed to facilitate the host's growth to its zenith. Regrettably, while it can traverse worlds, it remains confined to the multiverse level, not the true multiverse scale. Uchiha Itachi's expression grew serious as he elucidated. The flame of Nariku from Konoha, contemporaneous with Kakashi Senpai, gained renown before the Third Great Ninja War. He achieved significant feats for Konoha, yet vanished without a trace following the battle at the Kamizuk Bridge. According to legends, he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and mastered fire techniques to an extraordinary degree, rivaling Uchiha Madara. After a lengthy silence, Morax finally contributed to the discussion. "I must express some concerns regarding ethics." "What ethics?" "Indeed, the thoughts are valid, yet the essence lies in having a justifiable cause." Yun Qing did not hesitate to commend Morax for being the first to raise such an inquiry. Ethics, after all, are merely a fade for a just cause. Uchiha Hongwei seemed to have committed no grievous acts. Thus, why were they assigned this task? Hypocrisy is the essence of the world. Even sages cannot transcend it. Not a hair taken, nor a penny earned. Even sages are not beyond reproach. The group, devoid of radical thinkers, began to ponder upon hearing these remarks. Yun Qi facepalmed, realizing these individuals were beyond salvation. Morax merely sought a righteous cause, which was understandable and resonated with the Huaxia spirit. Yang Jian merely voiced the truth, which was equally unproblematic. First and foremost, the task of the chat group is merely to retrieve the system, and the traveler can be repatriated. Do not harbor thoughts of killing the traveler. That is a secondary objective. Furthermore, can anyone guess why Ma Xianhong lacks a mission? I shall reveal the answer. Because Ma Xianhong poses no threat to the world, whereas Uchiha Hongwei does. His actions have compelled the world's consciousness to seek assistance from the chat group. Hence, the mission exists. Is this understood? Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Morax felt a wave of relief wash over him. The task was merely to repatriate the traveler. And knowing it was the world's consciousness that sought their aid brought him a sense of achievement. This was a profound sense of justification. Morax was not a saint, but rather a figure governed by his own ethics. It was precisely this aspect that made him the god of contracts. He held a moral scale within. And should the world exist in injustice and devoid of ethics, he would take it upon himself to create and establish the rules. Fairness and morality were the tenets he vowed to uphold throughout his life. The nascent form of Liu had quietly taken root and begun to flourish in this moment. Chapter 51. Uchiha Hongwei. Meanwhile, in the basement of a bathhouse in the land of hot water, dim lights struggled to illuminate the shadows, merely outlining a figure. A youth clad in Uchiha clan insignia scoffed coldly. The boy appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, standing tall at approximately 1.80 meters. With a slender build and long hair reminiscent of Uchiha Madara. This was none other than Uchiha Hongwei. A mere grain of sand cannot hope to escape my grasp. The crimson moon let out a cold laugh, its scarlet three-tomo Sharingan glimmering alluringly under the lights. It had been 2 months since the crossing. The identity assigned by the system was quite commendable, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan awakened in the previous world remained intact. Moreover, the period of his traversal was opportune. Though not exceptionally favorable, it was advantageous for his system, the ultimate fusion system. By completing simple tasks, he could earn rewards in the form of fusion opportunities. There were also specific tasks that could yield additional rewards and chances for draws. The possibilities for fusion were abundant. With enough fusion opportunities, he could even meld a kunai with the Sharingan. Although he was uncertain of the outcome, in the world of Naruto, what could truly elevate one's strength? What was the best fusion material? Undoubtedly, it was the chakra fruit. Thus, the Crimson Moon chose to act here primarily to collect tailed beasts. He had no time to waste with them. Rubbing his neck in impatience, he remarked that the Akatsuki's movements were sluggish. Hence, at the very onset of his traversal, he sought out Uchiha Obito. Utilizing his kaleidoscope abilities, particularly the dual Kimui, along with his semi-sage body, he easily overwhelmed Obito and successfully subdued him. In merely 2 months, he had captured the 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. He aimed to expedite his journey through Naruto. This world failed to pique his interest. It was far more appealing to hasten through it. Furthermore, if he completed Naruto swiftly, it would signify a colossal surge in strength, making subsequent worlds easier to tackle. System. Grant me points. He commanded with a wave of his hand. Current host panel. Name. Uchiha Hongwei. Age. 18. Identity in this world. The Flame of Nariku in Konoha. Behind-the-scenes controller of the Akatsuki. Abilities. Dual Kamui Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Semi-Sage Body. Zanpakuto. Mirror Flower. Water Moon. Destruction Path. Current fusion opportunities. 3. Current lottery points. 3,000. Can draw 3 times. Strength. 170. Speed. 180. Constitution. 200. Mental power. 450. Note. The average values for the 3rd Hokage in this world are 100. Please allocate attributes. Current points available. 20. Allocate entirely to Constitution. He grinned widely. His mental power not only stemmed from his point allocation but was also innately strong. Additionally, a higher mental power facilitated a more adept usage of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. For instance, his Kamui could remain intangible for a full 20 minutes, while Obito could only manage 5. There was a distinct difference in their Kamui capabilities. System, are there any other tasks available? After completing his allocations, he inquired refreshingly. Currently, there are no tasks available. You better hurry with new tasks. He rolled his eyes. If he didn't receive a couple of tasks soon, he might complete Naruto entirely. It had been 2 months without triggering a single task, although tasks were typically not abundant. 1 tail, 8 tail, 9 tail. Hongwei stroked his chin. Just these 3 remained. To be honest, he felt a twinge of sympathy, considering Gaara and Naruto's tragic fates. However, his purpose was solely to complete his tasks. One must act for oneself. Only by fusing the chakra fruit could he become stronger and truly clear the Naruto world. As he pondered, a flash of white light suddenly illuminated the entire basement. And before he could react, his figure vanished. What the hell? Uchiha Hongwei landed heavily on the ground, exclaiming, "Where am I?" He found himself in an endless expanse of flat land, the solid ground beneath him attesting to its reality. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the environment was incredibly lush, resembling an ethereal realm. Did such a place exist in the shinobi world? Confusion etched across Hongyue's face. System. Get out here. Emergency task. Task objective. Survive. Task level. SSS. Task rewards. Kaido's peak physical prowess. Fully developed Thunder Fruit. 5 times effect. Swordsmanship at the level of Mihawk. 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Sasuke's version of Kusanagi. Tenshiryu's sword. Ticket to traverse the world of pirates. Task failure. Sorry, host. I do not know what will happen if you fail. Due to the task's uniqueness, the host may advance all rewards except for the traversal ticket. Boom. A powerful pressure emanated from Uchiha Hongwei, so immense that it cracked the ground within a 100-meter radius. Feeling the relentless surge of power, Hongwei was oblivious to the SSSSS task indicator and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Am I invincible? Being invincible is so simple. Kaido's body, fully developed Thunder Fruit. Mihawk level swordsmanship, 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Look at what I possess. His eyes transformed into 6 Tomo Rinnegan, and the metamorphosis of his body filled him with unparalleled joy. Heavenly obstruction. Earthly star? I can now surpass Uchiha Madara. Boom. A purple sword energy shot towards him, towering at a height of 100 meters. As it passed, the ground was left with a deep gash. Humph. Mere ants. Hong scoffed, drawing his Kusanagi sword, and with a gentle wave, the azure 10-meter sword energy dissipated into nothingness. You dare to spy on me? He laughed heartily. Uchiha Madara? Or the Sage of Six Paths? I had no intention of engaging with you. The only response was the massive purple figure of a warrior sprinting toward him from over 10 miles away. Indra? Hongwa laughed. Do you wish to dance as well? A blood-red, fully realized Susanoo rose from the ground, clutching a gourd that contained the 10 Kusanagi. Boom. The two Susanoos clashed as Hongwa stared intently at the figure atop the purple Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke. Or rather, a youthful Sasuke? Hongwa questioned in astonishment. Are you telling me that a Uchiha Sasuke under 6 years old can activate such power? Humph. Hongwa snorted, playing tricks, but too weak. Have you ever witnessed the true force of a god? The 10 Kusanagi in the hands of the red Susanoo took shape, slashing forth. The crimson sword energy struck Sasuke's Susanoo. The purple Susanoo staggered back several steps. You. Uchiha Hongwa crossed his arms, his gaze indifferent. Have you seen my peak form? Please see the author's notes. Chapter 52. The prison scene again and again. In the outside world, within an inn. A group of individuals sat around a round table, where a scroll lay atop it. Upon closer inspection, one could observe two figures engaged in battle within the scroll. Isn't this a bit reckless? Fugaku furrowed his brow, anxiously questioning. Earlier, they had briefly discussed the proposal made by Chun-Shi to bring the traveler into the scroll. Once inside, there would be no possibility of escape unless Chun-Shi allowed it. No matter how one might attempt to use the system to traverse, it would be futile. The masterpiece produced by the Immortal must be exquisite. This landscape scroll, though only 6th tier and one-time use, was certainly not something a mere Uchiha Hongwa could escape from. Chun-Shi also intended to refrain from intervening after completing this task, not because she couldn't win, but rather to ensure she could amass a few thousand points. Definitely not because I can't win, she reassured herself. Just moments prior to capturing Hongwa, the group intended to continue their discussion. But Sasuke dashed into the world of the scroll without hesitation. Never mind, let us fight first. Choosing to engage in a wheel battle in the face of absolute advantage was unwise. Jing Yuan's expression was grave as he addressed the assembly. Everyone. Let us join forces to persuade him to depart from this realm during our confrontation. The old Taoist nodded in agreement, while Zhang Jue added with a thoughtful nod. After a brief moment of observation, they had come to a consensus regarding the intruder's capabilities. The atmosphere of their discussion bore an unmistakable air of division of labor. Jing Yuan glanced at Zhang Jue, then at Yang Jian and Reina, as they exchanged knowing looks. All four of them possessed the ability to deal with this individual. Reina blinked her eyes innocently and stated boldly, "Does Lao Jing seek points?" A hearty laugh escaped Jing Yuan. "Indeed, but I am not one to covet glory for myself. How about I take on the role of negotiator?" He preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict whenever possible. A gentleman uses words rather than fists. Resorting to violence is a sign of desperation, and as the general of divine strategy, he favored wits over brawn. What a pity, Morik shook his head. This individual's strength is beyond my reach, leaving you all in a difficult position. At 800 years old, Morik had yet to attain his zenith, and the tempest of lightning surrounding them was indeed daunting. Regardless, we must first capture him. Yang Jian asserted with righteous fervor, the silver markings on his forehead shimmering as if his celestial eye were about to unveil its power. As for me, I shall refrain from further involvement, Chun-Shi remarked leisurely, reclining in her chair. She possessed the self-awareness to recognize that her presence would be more of a hindrance. Morix, in agreement, also leaned back, acknowledging this truth. Fujiwara's lips twitched slightly, although they had explained the nature of the intruder and perceived Uchiha Hongyue as an adversary. It was clear that Hongyue's strength far surpassed their own capabilities. Reina's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested, "You three should accompany me to find Uchiha Obito." This proposal brightened the expressions of the Uchiha trio. "Excellent." Fujiwara readily acquiesced, adding, "I entrust the safety of my child to you all." "You flatter me, Mr. Fujiwara." Jing Yuan replied with a gentle smile, "And do not underestimate Sasuke's strength. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor, given the storyline, would suffice to deal with Otsutsuki, even to the point of smoking him out. However, it was akin to a child wielding a greatsword. In the painted realm, Jing Yuan, Zhang Jue, and Yang Jian entered successively. The vast sea of lightning stretched endlessly for 3,000 miles. Thunder reverberating with a might that resembled 1,000 galloping horses amidst the storm clouds. With a swift motion, Sasuke wielded the sword of the Heavenly Emperor, executing a strike that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Hong Yue evaded, yet the shockwave from Sasuke's blade tore through the heavens, creating a rift in the tempest. Their battle raged on, but it was evident that Sasuke was at a disadvantage. With a sudden movement, Hong Yue exited his Susanoo and appeared before Sasuke in a few swift steps. His fist raised, commanding the winds. Sonic booms erupted in the air. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a punch that shattered Sasuke's Susanoo into fragments. The peak physicality of Kaido was too much for Sasuke's Susanoo to withstand. The Zanpakuto? Utterly unnecessary. Sasuke stifled a groan within his Susanoo. Spitting out blood as the violet energy gradually dissipated, his internal organs racked with pain from the backlash. Haha. Uchiha Sasuke. Is that all you are? Haha. Your reliance rests solely on that sword. A mere child wielding a great weapon. What might does it truly hold in your hands? With disdain, Hong Yue dismantled the Susanoo and stepped closer to Sasuke. Is this it? Just this? I haven't even begun to exert my strength. This task is nothing but a farce. Now tell me, how did you come to find me? Why do you possess the Manjiki Sharingan? And that broken sword? Hong Yue was prepared to interrogate him, for the situation was peculiar indeed. The target had been clearly identified, and this could not simply be attributed to narrative alterations. Friend, we are here to persuade you. A mocking voice suddenly chimed in. Hong Yue was jolted, turning towards the source of the voice. Is it truly fair to bully a child under 6 years old? Or shall we give it a try? Jing Yuan stood with arms crossed, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Uchiha Hong Yue. Lao Jing. Hong Yue could not suppress his exclamation. Jing Yuan's smile faltered, the impact akin to speaking of chicken feet before Qing Go. Quite a blow. What in the world? Did I cross over into the realm of Naruto? Since when did Lao Jing appear in Naruto? Lao Jing. His abilities are quite peculiar. Sasuke exhaled deeply, rising to his feet as the injuries he sustained began to mend. The bizarre lightning techniques and the overwhelming storm were tormenting him. He had to contend with both the lightning and Hong Yue's onslaught. Moreover, his attacks proved ineffective. They either phased through or transformed into lightning upon impact. Even when his Susanoo was cleaved in two, it instantaneously morphed into lightning. It was as though he could not grasp the intruder's physical form. In truth, the sword of the Heavenly Emperor's powers remained unfulfilled in Sasuke's hands, rendering it little more than a mere stick for kindling. Hong Yue squinted. His defenses heightened to their peak. Something felt profoundly amiss. Jing Yuan's expression returned to calm, and he spoke with a composed smile. Friend, one must announce their visit in advance. One cannot simply arrive uninvited. For instance, might you introduce yourself? From which earth did you traverse, and what is your name? Oh, and your system is akin to your identification. Shouldn't you at least report it to us? Impressive, a voice remarked in the barrage of comments. Indeed, quite impressive, another chimed in. Your confidence is unwarranted. We have long been aware of your crossing. But what if he resists? Came a concerned query. Well, if we can be amiable. Let us be. Our chat group is hardly a malevolent force. I possess a solution from the primordial chaos, interjected another voice. Shunshi exclaimed, elixirs, O celestial being. They could terrify a time traveler. The sun goddess responded, you must hurry. I have already trapped Uchiha Obito and merely await the conclusion of his intangibility. So soon? The general with closed eyes mused. At that moment, Uchiha Hong Yue's expression darkened, his body frozen in place. What is this? He knows I am a time traveler. Is this truly a prison scene? Hong Yue's face grew ominous, his heart racing, cold sweat pouring down, his body trembling. He realized my identity and spoke in riddles, self-identifying and mentioning time travel. Terrifying. A wave of dread washed over him. Yet, even if it is the Time Management Bureau, why is it Jing Yuan? Before he could react, Jing Yuan stepped forward, closing the distance. Placing his right hand gently on Hong Yue's left shoulder, whispering, my friend, are you afraid? Do you wish to rapidly strengthen yourself using the system to retaliate against me? You know your identity, do you not? With my presence here, do you still believe you have a chance? Jing Yuan's words fell upon Hong Yue like a demonic whisper, causing him to break into a cold sweat, momentarily devoid of resistance. Need I say more? Jing Yuan smiled with narrowed eyes. And so what? Suddenly, Hong Yue erupted, his hands sweeping through the air as thunder roared around him. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning surged into his palm, the space crackling with explosive sounds. Shinshi, be careful. Press F to elbow him. Shinshi retracted a message. Shinshi also realized that Hong Yue must have had his plan set in motion. After all, Sasuke had already gauged his strength. Hong Yue, use an elbow strike against him. Jing Yuan wore a grimace, clearly displeased. Indeed, at the moment of Hong Yue's violent reaction, a multitude of golden lightning coalesced behind him, transforming into a colossal figure. As endless lightning surged into Jing Yuan's body, boom, Jing Yuan was faster. The divine power surged through his elbow, delivering a fierce strike to Uchiha Hong Yue's face. Hong Wei intended to resist, but his lightning, when faced with Jing Yuan's, involuntarily became elemental. Jing Yuan's elbow strike pierced through his defenses, landing squarely on Hong Yue's face. The elbow strike was terrifying. Hong Yue was sent reeling back dozens of miles, collapsing mountain after mountain, ultimately embedding himself into a rocky wall. Such ferocity. Jing Yuan bent his legs slightly, then propelled himself forward, rapidly closing the distance to Uchiha Hong Wei. Who exactly are you? Hong Wei, though not gravely injured, burst forth from the wall, his full Susanoo rising from the ground. Shock and fury filled his mind, the only remnants of his thoughts. Why is he so fixated on my identity? Jing Yuan smiled faintly, golden lightning gathering behind him, his pupils shimmering with light. I can be anyone. This is not something you need to concern yourself with. As he spoke, the lightning behind him slowly took the form of a mighty deity, towering thousands of meters high. Wielding a battle blade, exuding infinite majesty, the golden lightning erupted in the void, consuming Hong Yue's sea of lightning, leaving only a flickering expanse of golden light. I can still resist. Hong Yue thought fiercely. He knew this wasn't the true Jing Yuan, merely an imitation of his powers and appearance. If handled properly, there was still a chance. Why should this person seek to correct him? He would not accept such a fate. After struggling through time and space, after finally becoming superior among men, why should he be corrected? My friend, you still have choices. We will reclaim your system and send you back home. Jing Yuan's voice took on a sacred tone, the deity behind him poised to strike down. Humph. Why should I? Hong Yue retorted defiantly. The blood-red Susanoo surged in size, now a fraction of the divine figure's stature. Yet, before the deity, it appeared as insignificant as an ant. In the void, countless bolts of lightning converged and clashed. Behind Hong Yue, a vast sea of lightning flickered, while behind Jing Yuan, the deity radiated its divine might, golden lightning sweeping across the heavens. By my command, strike without mercy. With a swish, the lightning descended, accompanied by the deity's blade, descending amidst boundless lightning. In that moment, the world fell silent, the sky collapsing, the earth cracking, mountains shattering. Chapter 54. The Affairs of Jing Yuan. Task completed. The void collapsed, the shockwaves of their battle sweeping across countless miles, causing the painted world to tremble. Did he hold back? Yun Qing raised an eyebrow curiously. By all logic, this strike should have depleted the time traveler's health and mana. Yet he still lived? However, upon reflection, Yun Qing understood. This was not a decree of the deity, but rather a demonstration of the nuances of human affairs. First, it tested whether the time traveler had any desire for repentance. Secondly, even if the blow landed, it would conclude with this strike, leaving the rest to other members. What a deft approach to human relations, exceedingly diplomatic. Golden light sparkled, and the painted world was restored to its former glory. Within half an hour, any being below the celestial rank would have no chance of shattering the painted realm. After all, this was merely a manifestation of a law within a replica of the map of mountains and rivers, a realm encapsulating myriad worlds, often referred to as a small cave heaven. Above the cliff, Jing Yuan stood tall, extending his hand once more. My friend, abandon the system and return to your original world. Do you truly believe the system is a blessing? Hong Wei gritted his teeth, still unwilling to yield, and even felt that Jing Yuan's power was not as formidable as he had imagined. No, he must fight back. Would he really return to being beneath others? He refused. Can you explain to me what exactly is happening? Hong Yue asked, raising his head, the Susanoo dissipating. Though bloodied, his injuries were not severe. Jing Yuan squinted, having reached a conclusion. Very well, I shall explain. He descended and sat cross-legged opposite Hong Yue. After their fierce battle, all lingering hostility had vanished. Brother Yang Jian, old master, prepared to eliminate him. Jing Yuan remarked in the comments. Yang Jian frowned slightly, perplexed. Wasn't he already over? Though his performance might not earn him points, he had certainly gained experience. The methods of cultivation truly differed across worlds. Zhang Jiwei remained silent, merely observing. Time tempers wisdom. Even though Yang Jian was the future Erling Shun, he was currently outmaneuvered in terms of strategy. My friend, Jing Yuan said with a smile, time travelers can be both good and bad, and generally, we are too indifferent to intervene. However, systems are mostly plunderers, much like the system you possess. In other cases, we typically do not act. From snippets of conversation, Jingyuan gleaned that perhaps there truly existed an organization dedicated to capturing time travelers across myriad worlds. Of course, he pondered that such organizations likely thrived within painted worlds, akin to the realms inhabited by people like him. Ultimately, this time traveler had been instilled with apprehension since the act had begun. It must be seen through to the end. Thus, Jingyuan decided to masquerade as the Time Management Bureau. A bitter smile crossed Hong Yue's face. Has the Time Management Bureau even begun to manage time travelers? Jingyuan smiled, choosing not to respond. Their conversation dwindled to mere glances. Jingyuan refrained from elaborating, wary of exposing any flaws. He would need to catch up on some lessons with the group leaders later. The Time Management Bureau generally refers to an organization that apprehends those who recklessly traverse time, Qin explained in the comments. Jingyuan is indeed clever. He employs psychological tactics, a diplomatic blade, and now even masquerades as the Time Management Bureau. Truly meticulous. Thank you, group leader, for the clarification. I understand now. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere grew heavier. It was unclear how much time had passed when Hong Yue sighed softly. What should I do? Will you send me back? Indeed. Jingyuan nodded and promptly retrieved the task item. A shattered boundary talisman, resembling white jade, materialized in the palm of his hand, hovering half an inch above it, radiating a faint glow. This item, once crushed, will allow you to return to your original world. However, before that, I must reclaim your system. Is that so? Hong Wei let out a bitter laugh and sat down on the ground. How am I supposed to cooperate with you in stripping away my system? You need not do anything. Simply harbor no resistance in your heart, Jingyuan replied, glancing at the chat group's introduction. Fine, proceed, Hong Yue acquiesced, while Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. At that moment, he was merely 5 steps away from Hong Yue. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly. Hong Yue's heart raced, reaching his throat. For steps. As the 5th step hovered in midair, a sudden change occurred. Thunder erupted in Hong Yue's palm, a cacophony of countless lightning bolts, akin to a multitude of birds in unison. At that instant, a silvery beam descended from the heavens, its diameter akin to a finger, piercing through layers of void in an instant. It penetrated directly through Uchiha Hong Yue's head, leaving 2 gaping wounds. In that fleeting moment, Hong Yue lost all consciousness. The silver light obliterated everything within him, leaving not a trace behind. There were still experts. His life extinguished in the blink of an eye. The lightning in his hand had not yet dissipated when Hong Yue collapsed. Ding! The traveler, Uchiha Hong Yue, has perished. The system is being reclaimed. Please be patient, group members. Sighing, Jingyuan shook his head. Well, there's really nothing more to say. I have lost all capacity to evaluate such a person. Did he truly believe that no one would uncover his little schemes? Qin, it's over. Qin beamed with joy, her willow-like brows rising involuntarily, her eyes squinting with delight. Points. However, she continued, by the way, I have a question. His abilities should be a natural type devil fruit. Why did everyone else's abilities work on him? Under normal circumstances, a natural type devil fruit is only impervious to Haki, Hong Wang Yusangxiu replied. It's quite simple. The return to origin scripture is part of it. The power from the primordial chaos far exceeds that of the so-called devil fruits, he elaborated. Moreover, Yinqing observed the peculiar patterned fruit in his hand, shaking his head. This one has an even lower ceiling. It may seem invincible, yet elementalization still requires physical stamina. Just like a certain someone's intangibility, which lasts merely 5 minutes, very brief indeed. And once this thing reaches its limit, it won't even attain the 5th tier. It's simply absurd. Blind General never crashed. It is indeed the return to origin scripture. Without it, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Jingyuan's observations were meticulous. Although that elementalization ability was bizarre, it also had its consumption. Without the return to origin scripture, it would likely turn into a protracted tug-of-war. Heavenly Court's most rebellious one. Indeed, although I believe that even without the return to origin scripture, my heavenly I could still inflict damage on him. Hong Wang Yusangxiu, all right, everyone. Congratulations on your victory. I shall celebrate your success. As he spoke, Yinqing glanced towards the elixir furnace nearby. Today's 3 updates. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May all your wishes come true. May the new year bring more wealth and less anger. Chapter 55. Do not undervalue yourself for not being human. Hong Wang Yusangxiu, Lucky Draw Red Packet. Blind General never crashed has received your red packet. Ordinary person has received your red packet. Heavenly Court's most rebellious one has received your red packet. Qin has received your red packet. Sun Goddess has received your red packet. All group members promptly clicked to claim. A Celestial's red packet could suppress countless realms with just a single hair. Of course, Qing had no leg hair. This time, the red packet contained the same item. All were Yuanshao pills. However, they were slightly stronger than the usual Yuanshao pills, yet significantly weaker than the golden pills. This elixir was essentially the universal remedy created by Xuandu, beneficial for both cultivators and non-cultivators alike, although its limit was below the celestial level. Qing also discerned an issue regarding the hierarchy within the chat group. The gap between the 5th and 6th tiers was too vast. The 6th tier was already at the true immortal level, while the 5th tier could be defined merely by the ability to explode stars. It seemed that this 5th tier would likely keep these group members at bay for quite some time. Qinshi Yuanshao pills. And they are 5th tier Yuanshao pills. The first batch of group members were aware of the benefits of Yuanshao pills. According to Zhang Jiwei, it was a golden pill that had not fully released its medicinal properties. Upon sudden enlightenment, once the medicinal power fully manifested, it would already be at the 7th transformation of the golden pill. How far was that from becoming an immortal? While the latter two transformations were not easily attained. How long did it take Zhang Jiwei to accomplish all this? Less than a month. He surpassed 100 years of arduous cultivation multiple times over. Ordinary person, thank you. Celestial, I will certainly follow your lead. Hongwang Yisanxiu, no need for thanks. A few words are unnecessary. This is merely a celebration of your successful mission. Sun Goddess, this is hilarious. A task of this magnitude is not as good as a red packet from the Celestial. Heavenly Court's most rebellious one? What kind of divine pill is this? Yang Jian was taken aback as it was his first encounter with such a celestial elixir, leaving him speechless. The fragrance of the pill was so intense that the medicinal properties seemed on the verge of overflowing. Consuming this celestial pill, who could say whether it would surpass the legendary golden pill? Qing blinked. It should indeed be superior to the 3 transformations of the golden pill from Yang Jian's world. The realms in that world seemed somewhat absurd. With the backdrop of Hong Wang, it did not fully correspond to the world of the Lotus Lantern, thus likely containing Hong Jun, who could be approximated to the 7th tier. The 7th tier could merely reach the completion of a profound immortal, but in that world, it was a saint. In other words, the grade of a Yuanshao pill was already comparable to that of an immortal in that world. Were God, can I consume it directly, Celestial? Hongwang Yisanxiu, absolutely. The medicinal properties are very gentle. Even mortals can consume it. Hongwang Yisanxiu, of course. This pill only unleashes its full medicinal potency for those of pure, human bloodline. This was the truth, as this elixir was specifically developed for humanity by Xuandu. However, not many in the group were non-humans. Only a few, such as Reina and Morix, with Yang Jian being half human, half immortal. Were God, I am not human. I have embarrassed everyone. Hongwang Yisanxiu smile. JPG, do not undervalue yourself for not being human. Qinshi Celestial, you truly excel at comforting others. Most pretentious one, Celestial. I am still too weak. Everyone was elated, except for Sasuke, who was disheartened. He couldn't even defeat a traveler, despite wielding such a treasure gifted by the Celestial. Hongwang Yisanxiu, you are already doing wonderfully. Smile. JPG, Qinshi Celestial, you truly live up to your reputation. Qinshi was bemused, questioning whether the Celestial's method of consolation was indeed comforting. Sun Goddess, Qinshi, lend a hand and use your image to take care of Kurizetsu. At that moment, on the borders of the land of soup, Uchiha Obito lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his eyes completely vanished. Reina effortlessly dispatched the one-eyed Obito. The surrounding environment was in tatters, resembling a sea of flames, with even the space having been almost entirely incinerated. To deal with Obito, Reina employed the most primal method. I will seal off the surrounding space and then explode you for 5 minutes. Won't that suffice? Of course, Reina detonated for 10 minutes. As Obito still had an Izanagi left, the entire process unfolded smoothly, with Obito rendered powerless and cast to the ground. To preempt any unforeseen variables, Reina promptly extracted Obito's eyes, showing no mercy towards such a being. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu lurked beneath the ground, its exact location unknown. Yet it was evident that it could not escape this space. Who are you? Obito rasped, blood streaming from his eyes as he questioned. Silence, Reina commanded coldly, raising her hand to conjure ripples in the air, forcefully shoving a piece of iron into Obito's mouth. The Sun Goddess, I cannot locate Kurizetsu. but I have sealed off the nearby space. Someone come and search. Qin. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Several individuals from the painted world immediately emerged from the scroll. The progress on that end was swift. Nevertheless, Qin remained uncertain whether his painting could truly imprison Kurizetsu. Deciding to inquire directly, he opened a private chat with Qing. Qin, Immortal? Can this landscape painting contain Kurizetsu? Hongwang Isanshio. It can. But send it to me after using it. After replying, Qing sensed the system again, noting a visible growth in its aura. If this trend continued for another 1 or 2 instances, it would likely level up. Currently, at level 7, the upper limit of items it could issue was level 6. Upon leveling up, it could accommodate an 8-level system, increasing the item limit to 7 levels. Pondering this, Qing stroked his chin. If he accelerated his progress, he would soon transcend in his true form. This flawed system indeed offered scant levels, only 10 stages. Why not have 30 or 50 to gauge power? For instance, the 5th level, if truly subdivided, could yield 7 or 8 distinct stages by the time it reached the 6th level. The perspective in the live stream continued as everyone exited the painted world, racing towards Reina. From afar, a vast expanse engulfed in flames was visible, the void above collapsing under the heat. If we seek his trace, my heavenly I may be of use, Yang Jian pondered aloud. Yin-Yang escape is far inferior to the golden light of the old Taoist. He can capture his true form, Zhang Jiwei interjected. Then I leave it to both of you. Jing Yuan smirked lightly. As they conversed, a burst of white light erupted from Yang Jian's forehead. With his heavenly eye, he instantly discerned the entire situation in the charred void. Below, a flash of white illuminated the scorched expanse, and Zhang Jiwei quickly pinpointed Kurizetsu's location. A massive hand of golden light erupted from the earth, grasping Kurizetsu. Capture. Qin activated the landscape painting, directing it skyward with a flourish, illuminating the heavens with brilliance. A shooting star streaked by, and in an instant, Kurizetsu was ensnared within the landscape painting. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in the chat group. Ding. Detected a significant alteration in the world's fate line of the most ostentatious member, awarding points. Member Sun Goddess receives points, 20. 000. Member First Rebel of the Heavenly Court receives points, 5,000. Member Mundane Individual receives points, 5,000. Group Leader Chun, she receives points, 5,000. Member Most Ostentatious Individual receives points, 5,000. Ding. Chat group task completed. Task concluded. All members will soon be returned. You may consume one-dimensional break token to remain in this world. Note: consuming a dimensional break token to stay will require an additional token to return to your original world. Return countdown, 30 minutes. Now issuing task rewards. The system has evaluated this task and will distribute rewards accordingly. The system is about to upgrade. Upgrade countdown, 71, 59, 57. General with closed eyes? 60,000 points? Jing Yuan was taken aback. 60,000 points? Is it truly that much? Nearly half the total points are in his possession. First Rebel of the Heavenly Court, I have 40,000 points. Qin. Wow, I actually have 15,000. Qin was genuinely astonished, not expecting to receive 20,000 points. Most ostentatious individual, 20,000. I've embarrassed everyone. Sasuke felt somewhat dejected. The task's points were awarded based on evaluation, and despite holding a prized possession, he had yet to engage in battle, which was quite humiliating. The points he collected were pitifully low, especially considering it was his world. Mundane individual, I received 5,000. Sun Goddess, a pleasant surprise. I also received 5,000. Reina had anticipated this scenario. By eliminating Obito, she expected to garner some points. With many contenders and scant rewards, the task's few points meant everyone possessed the strength to deal with the interlopers. Should any conflict arise, it would be unfortunate. Nevertheless, she had not expected even the bystanders would receive 5,000 points. War God, same as 5,000. It appears the minimum is indeed 5,000. Morix and Zhang Jiwei had no objections, as they had not participated at all. Claiming they merely observed was not an exaggeration. Hongwang Isanshio, congratulations to everyone. 7 Heavens River East and West. I'm truly envious. When will my plot begin? Huolin Fei was somewhat vexed. When would his journey of extraordinary exploits commence? Tenfold. I demand tenfold extraordinary energy. Qin. I have never encountered such a splendid beginning. Qin felt elated, having amassed a total of 20,000 points. He believed this sum, coupled with the Yuan Xiao Dan gifted by the Immortal, would significantly enhance his strength. With the task completed, the group members reconvened. Fugaku and others expressed their gratitude, inviting everyone to dine at the Uchiha clan's residence. However, this was declined. With only half an hour remaining, everyone had limited dimensional break tokens, which were dispensed annually. Every token counted. Everyone, since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhang Jue bowed to the group. He needed to return and continue monitoring Ma Xianhong. The Grand Celestial offering had an age limit, specifically for those under 30. It remained a mystery why Ma Xianhong's identity card stated he was 29, perfectly fitting the criteria. All right. Chun Shi nodded in response, smiling. If everyone has matters to attend to, feel free to leave. Let us not disturb Sasuke's family reunion. As she spoke, Chun Shi glanced at Sasuke, who stood beside Fugaku, his expression somewhat somber. Jing Yuan chuckled softly, stepping forward to ruffle Sasuke's hair. Little Sasuke, you're not yet 6 years old. I have a disciple back home who, at your age, felt similarly inadequate. And now? Sasuke pressed his lips together, seemingly sensing warmth from Jing Yuan's kind hand. Now, Jing Yuan replied with a gentle smile. At not yet 16, he faces few rivals in Luofu, recognized by the Alliance. He may soon reclaim the name of the sword of the immortal vessel. Therefore, do not belittle yourself. You are still young, and the future remains uncertain, making you a dark horse. Sasuke appeared to gain considerable confidence. Jing Yuan's words resonated, as he often viewed himself as the invincible entity in the narrative. Experiencing setbacks was hard to accept. Perhaps it could be articulated that way. In any case, Jing Yuan's encouragement seemed to bear fruit, with Fugaku's smile broadening. The Uchiha clan would endure. His youngest son would undoubtedly surpass Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha glory would be restored. The gaze he cast towards Jing Yuan brimmed with gratitude. Jing Yuan merely smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. After the old master departed, Yang Jian also hurriedly bid farewell. He sought to seize every moment for training, striving to fulfill the Immortal's will and the teachings of the Hong Wang. Reina's exploration of the Hidden Leaf Village yielded no intriguing discoveries, prompting her to bid farewell and depart. Only Qin Shi, Morix, and Jing Yuan remained. With pressing matters at hand, esteemed friends, let's converse further in the group chat. Jing Yuan remarked, also taking his leave. Take care, Jing Yuan. Qin Shi smiled, revealing her adorable little canine teeth, waving at Jing Yuan. Farewell, group leader, Morix. Indeed. Morix replied, his arms crossed, smiling lightly. Meeting these group friends had been quite enlightening. At this moment, only the Uchiha clan members, along with Morix and Qin Shi, were present. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto had wandered off to bicker like children. The gist of their exchange was Naruto expressing admiration for their prowess, while Sasuke asserted his own competence. Naruto countered with a playful remark about Sasuke being the younger brother, to which Sasuke retorted that Naruto was merely a novice. This light-hearted banter brought smiles to the faces of Fugaku and the others. The Uchiha family appeared destined for lively times ahead, especially with Naruto, the little son. Are you not leaving? Qin Shi blinked at Morix. If you do not depart, how can I? As the group leader, she naturally intended to be the last to leave. I am preparing to traverse the worlds of you all, Morix declared, as if making a momentous decision. I have resolved to use the points from this mission to journey through the myriad realms, seeking the Tao within my heart, beginning with the worlds of my esteemed friends. Starting from here. Afterward, I shall return to my world to safeguard its citizens and eradicate all anomalies. Such lofty aspirations, old sir. Qin Shi praised. Ha ha ha, Morix chuckled awkwardly. In the narrative, I seem to have fallen short. The governance of mortals and deities is fraught with contradictions. My plans have now transformed. Perhaps, unity is required here. I wish you success in your endeavors, old sir. This group leader shall take her leave first. Chapter 57. Visualization Technique. Qin Shi. Red envelope. Qin Shi. Thank you. Esteemed immortal, your kindness shall be eternally remembered. Qin Shi expressed her heartfelt gratitude, feeling that her gains were substantial this time. With these points, true growth was now within reach. Third tier. She had now attained the third tier. She wondered if this Yuan Shao pill, combined with the points, would enable her to surpass her current city power. Qin Shi felt immensely fortunate, grateful for the presence of such an immortal in their group. Without him, how long would it take for her to develop? According to the group's hierarchy, Qin Shi had access to everyone's profiles, allowing her to discern their levels. Though tier challenges were quite challenging, few could surpass the likes of Dosheng Xiaohua. However, Qin was optimistic, considering the best-case scenario. For herself, the third tier was her limit. Sasuke, despite his numerous advantages, had yet to reach the fourth tier. Reina possessed sufficient offensive capabilities but was ineffective against agile opponents like Xiaohuahua. If the old master hadn't joined the group, it would have been no exaggeration to say he would have stagnated, crushed under the weight of the world. Without the immortal, their present achievements would not exist. If anyone had gained the most, it was undoubtedly the old master. Setting aside developmental speed, the current task's difficulty was such that, apart from Yang Jian and Jing Yuan, few could manage it. Of course, having such a prominent figure among them, especially one with an amiable disposition, contributed greatly to the harmonious atmosphere of the group. Qin did not believe she could foster such camaraderie on her own. The credit largely belonged to the immortal. It is indeed advantageous to lean against a great tree for shade. Qin glanced at the training room icon in the group, only to find it dimmed. The chat group system was undergoing an upgrade, rendering features like the training room inaccessible during this time. Instead, she decided to utilize this interval to refine the Yuanxiao pill. Qin was quite eager, recalling the old master's description of the pill's effects, which had left her quite astonished. This was no ordinary Yuanxiao pill. It was akin to a divine elixir. Moreover, it possessed gentle medicinal properties without any side effects. Qin Hongwang Yusanxiu, esteemed immortal. Are there any precautions regarding the Yuanxiao pill? Yunqing glanced at the messages in the group, replying leisurely. Hongwang Yusanxiu, there's nothing to worry about, just don't choke. Qin esteemed immortal, you truly have a sense of humor. Qin chuckled heartily, then looked at the divine pill, which was no larger than a piece of candy. Nonsense. As the future Qingyan sword immortal, how could she be choked by such a thing? She grasped the Yuanxiao pill and promptly consumed it, showing no hesitation whatsoever. In an instant, a surge of primordial spiritual energy flooded her body, coursing through her throat into her organs and limbs. Where the primordial energy flowed, it purified her internal impurities. Gradually, Qin felt a warm current surge toward her crown. The sensation so pleasurable that she could not help but hum softly, her complexion slightly flushed. Qin would not waste such a golden opportunity for cultivation. She immediately commenced the Qinglian visualization technique within her. The Guiyuan Sutra leads to myriad paths, thus her cultivation method remained centered on the Qinglian visualization technique. She awaited the day when the Qinglian would take notice. Strangely, today the imagery of the Qinglian seemed clearer than ever, almost resembling a refined gentleman. Truly, it was the Qinglian, serene, harmonious, and pure. Qin did not dwell on this further, attributing it to the effects of the Yuanxiao pill. Qin was on the verge of a significant power increase. On the other side, Yunqing, having just cast the river and mountains map into the river of time, was preparing to water his plants when he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. It was not merely an intrusion, but rather akin to a devout homage. Following this fleeting intuition, Yunqing quickly focused on Qin. The visualization technique? Yunqing raised an eyebrow, bemused. He perceived the Qinglian as a pinnacle of Taoism and thus considered it as an object of visualization. However, he was puzzled as to why the image of the Qinglian in his mind bore such resemblance to himself. While many practiced the Qinglian visualization technique, Qin was the first to unconsciously align the image of the Qinglian with her perception of him. In order to receive a response from a visualization technique, one must first grasp the essence of the subject. For instance, those practicing the Detian Wang visualization technique might attain a hint of divine clarity, while others pursuing the Taishang visualization technique may comprehend the path of detachment and transcendence. However, this all relies on the practitioner's understanding of the subject. Yunqing's thoughts lingered on the fact that he had never been recognized as the lotus of eternal blue sky. What did that signify? In the myriad realms, he was the progenitor of all lotuses. If one were to make a comparison, even the most common of items could be linked to him. Yet, the image of the Qinglian had never gravitated towards him. Many had visualized the Qinglian, but none had drawn Yunqing's attention, as they did not truly understand what they were envisioning. At this moment, as Qin advanced in her visualization, she was nearing the fruition of her technique. Nevertheless, her success hinged entirely on Yunqing's thoughts. He could agree to respond or refuse, which would make her future endeavors significantly more challenging. Yunqing stood still, pondering for a moment, not contemplating whether to accept or reject, but rather considering how to respond. As he mused, he delved into Qin's memories. To Yunqing, she appeared transparent, and he swiftly gleaned her past. What is this? Yunqing suddenly frowned, disbelief etched across his face. No future? It cannot be said that there is no future. Rather, her future branches into countless paths, ultimately converging at the upper realm. No, my friend. Have you truly ascended to the upper realm? In the days to come, will you genuinely soar to that height, unable to perceive the distant future's true essence? Of course. The reason for this inability to see is naturally due to the divine sword intent of the celestial lord. Without this sword intent, one could gaze freely into the past. However, even with mere glimpses of the past, Qing has gleaned much. What a pitiable child. A sense of helplessness welled up within Qing. Undoubtedly, he observed the suffering of mortals with a steady heart, as it was all too ordinary. Yet, since it is so. Chapter 58. Fortuity, you have a fondness for the sword path, do you not? The azure lotus sword immortal. Qing smiled serenely. If you desire to ascend, then ascend you shall. A talent capable of soaring to the upper realm is indeed a rarity, at the very least a golden immortal of the myriad worlds. I, Qing, shall invest in this venture. Without a shred of hesitation, Qing parted his lips and proclaimed, I bestow upon you the azure lotus sword chi. His voice resonated with purity, akin to a divine presence residing high above the heavens, imbued with an air of authority. In Chunxi's consciousness, upon hearing this voice, her heart surged with joy. I have succeeded. The Tao Master, I have succeeded. Whoosh. A flash of azure light swept by. Within her consciousness, the world transformed. Countless stars encircled the void, and the river of time reflected the heavens. A single azure lotus blossomed at the cosmos's heart, its radiant light overshadowing the brilliance of the celestial bodies. An eternal azure sky cradled this lotus. A shadowy figure stood atop the azure lotus, facing away from her and the myriad stars, seemingly turning its back on countless sentient beings. This silhouette was pure and majestic, a manifestation of boundless virtue, yet its true visage remained obscured to her. The divine being glanced back, lightly gesturing, and a petal from the azure lotus drifted toward her. She longed to speak, to kneel in reverence, yet found herself utterly immobilized. In that fleeting moment of the divine's gesture, the figure vanished. The petal gently settled upon Chunxi's forehead. Whoosh! An azure lotus mark imprinted itself upon her brow. Petals fell like rain, as countless golden lotuses bloomed in the void. Her dark hair danced with the wind, transforming to silver white, yet devoid of any suggestion of age, instead becoming infinitely more supple. A faint azure light enveloped Chunxi, seemingly altering her attire. However, in that moment, she remained entirely oblivious, for within her mind, she was traversing through countless years. An azure lotus emerged from the boundless void, surrounded by chaos, devoid of any light. Time flowed by, unmeasured by years. The azure lotus appeared to gain consciousness, as if it had taken on life. Flowers bloomed and withered in a cyclical dance. Again and again, it illuminated the chaos. Under the radiance of the azure lotus, chaos transformed into innumerable lives. These were not mere sentient beings, but the essence of existence itself. Chaos divided heaven and earth. The pure and turbid energies flowed. The azure lotus illuminated the worlds, giving birth to the vast heavens. In the cycle of blooming and withering, the Tao birthed one. One gave rise to two. The interplay of yin and yang formed the two instruments. The four symbols emerged as heaven and earth adhered. The 8 trigrams unfolded, and myriad paths became sentient. At the end of the Tao, the azure lotus withered, all returning to nothingness. The growth cycle of the azure lotus intertwined with the reincarnation of countless realms. The birth of the azure lotus heralded the emergence of the myriad worlds, while its demise signaled their end. This is the azure lotus. Chunxi fell silent, utterly astounded, at a loss for words. In stillness and motion, she felt the pulse of the myriad realms. The passage of time, all that exists, lay under the influence of the azure lotus. What immense power is this? Chunxi's heart swelled with increasing reverence until the azure lotus bloomed for the final time, its sword intent erupting within her. Countless lotus petals cascaded from the void as Chunxi opened her eyes, her gaze tranquil and serene, her silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. Clad in a flowing azure gown that accentuated her graceful figure, she stood barefoot in the void, her toes lightly touching the surface, causing ripples to dance in the ethereal realm. In the next instant, petals converged towards Chunxi, coalescing in her palm into a divine sword. With a single stroke, she cleaved through the realms, transcending the heavens and earth, as the cosmos dimmed in her wake. The infinite void was left with only black and white, save for the persistent azure glow surrounding Chunxi. Time, space, fate, and causality, all became insignificant beneath the might of that singular strike, vanishing without a trace. The azure lotus soared intent. All of this transpired within Qin Shi's dream. I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. In the external world, Qin Shi, seated in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed with uncontainable joy. She was entirely unaware of her transformation, leaping barefoot through the window, with her powers flowing. The azure lotus petals gathered beneath her feet, forming a long sword, and she soared through the skies. In an instant, she traversed 40 to 50 miles, reaching the city's coast. It was the dead of night, yet Qin Shi was brimming with excitement. The azure lotus petals gathered once more, the mark upon her forehead radiating with mystical light. The petals coalesced into a long sword in her hands, and with a mighty slash, she unleashed a torrent of waves. The surging sea rose, and as the sword energy surged, the waves reversed direction, transforming into a tsunami, heading in the opposite direction. Qin Shi was momentarily speechless, still in a daze. Wait, where's my sword? The sword that just cleaved through the endless fabric of time and space. Where did it go? No way. How did it merely create a tsunami? Buzz, buzz. The wail of sirens pierced the air, and Qin Shi's heart sank as she realized the predicament. In a moment of panic, she attempted to flee. Yet, the more frantic she became, the more mistakes she made. She felt her bare foot slip, and her body teetered, threatening to plunge into the sea. Help? Qin Shi squeezed her eyes shut. But just as she was about to land on the water, she discovered that she could fly. She was merely kneeling in the void. Instantly, she felt a flush of embarrassment, gently biting her lip. Fortunately, no one witnessed this. She could indeed soar through the skies. Yet she insisted on riding the sword to emphasize her sword immortal demeanor. Stealthily glancing around, Qin Shi flew away on her sword, disappearing from sight. Within the cave, Yanqing observed Qin Shi's antics and couldn't help but chuckle. Did she truly believe that was her own strength? It was merely a demonstration of the azure lotus sword intent. It was as though she had received skill points, and only upon reaching maximum proficiency would she attain such effects. At present, Qin Shi was at most at level 2 or 3. As for the strike she envisioned, perhaps at level 10,000, or perhaps 100,000. Who could say? A heart of innocence is indeed rare to find. Yu Qing sighed, reflecting on her unwavering goodness towards the world despite enduring countless trials. Individuals like Qin Shi are truly hard to come by. Of course, it may also be due to her lack of intellect. The life of a mortal, indeed. Yu Qing shook his head with a light chuckle. The myriad facets of life, the spectrum of human emotions, predominantly reside within mortals. Their lives are often small and ordinary, yet they are filled with vibrancy. As for someone like Qin Shi, Yanqing found it difficult to pass judgment. He stole a glance at the chat group system, now bound to a commendable host. Ignoring Qin Shi's affairs, Yanqing continued to tend to his flowers and nurture the group. Qin Shi, observing in the shadows. JPG, unblinking general. Oh, the group leader is online so swiftly? Qin Shi, huh? Shouldn't I be online? Qin Shi's lips parted slightly, and the very first thing she did upon arriving home was to activate the chat group. Martial God, everyone has already received the celestial elixir from the immortal. All busy refining and cultivating. I didn't expect the group leader to be online so quickly. Qin Shi, aren't you all even faster? Unblinking general, because I haven't used mine yet. Smiling. JPG, Qin Shi. Wait for me. After my cultivation skyrockets, I must go defeat Xiaohuahua. Chapter 59. The blood of the golden crow. Not half a minute passed after Qin Shi's proclamation when the others did not wait long. Qin Shi, all right. I, the group leader, have returned after my beating. Xiaohuahua, a 4th-tier battle saint, is beyond my reach. Qin Shi lamented, tears brimming her eyes. Achieving the 4th tier is an arduous task. After countless struggles, she finally chose to lay low. Unblinking General, is the challenger named Xiaohuahua? Unblinking General, I'm truly curious about his story. What kind of world could forge such strength? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Currently, we are merely brushing against Do Di Xiaohuahua. Perhaps in the future, we may encounter Yin Di Xiaohuahua as well. Truly remarkable, it evokes admiration. This individual must certainly be a formidable presence. He is currently nestled in a vast world, enjoying a warm family life. You, esteemed one, are aware of this. Was taken aback. It seems the esteemed one has witnessed Xiaohuahua's life. Indeed, he resides in the upper realm rather than the lower realm. I only possess a limited understanding. Esteemed one, I possess a limited understanding. JPG, esteemed one, I possess a limited understanding. JPG, esteemed one, I possess a limited understanding. JPG 1. Esteemed one, I possess a limited understanding. JPG 2. Disrupting the formation, I truly only possess a limited understanding. The specifics elude me. Question. What details are you referring to, esteemed one? Certainly not the specifics of a warm family life. Huffed. Burst into laughter. This is the joy of group chats. Glanced around. There were not many online, as everyone seemed busy refining Yuan Xiaodan. Upon noticing the countdown for the chat group upgrade, with 12 hours remaining, it became evident that many days had passed. By the way, why haven't you used the Yuan Xiaodan you received? Was somewhat puzzled by his behavior. Others were eager, yet had not utilized his golden crow essence blood either. Esteemed one, I plan to wait until the training room of the chat group opens before using it. Moreover, I have yet to inquire about one matter with the esteemed one. Speak. Esteemed one, how should one utilize this golden crow essence blood? Those knowledgeable should instruct him on its proper use. Grasp it firmly, and refine it instantly. JPG, esteemed one. I too am not well versed. Is this correct? Quite insightful. Simply refine it directly. There is no need for excessive deliberation. Felt a flush of embarrassment. This essence. To refine it in an instant? He hesitated to even extract it, fearing it might ignite the celestial vessel upon release. Awkward. JPG, esteemed one. This essence is too overwhelming. No worries. Do not concern yourself. Simply swallow and refine it. Is it truly so? Naturally. It is indeed true. It is merely a drop of essence blood from a mountain spirit. What state has fallen to, and how formidable can his blood truly be? To put it plainly, the red envelope issued previously held significance for everyone. For instance, the true purpose of the Fusang branch has yet to be discovered by. Would not remind anyone further. He had already provided ample guidance, and the repair of the sufficed to illustrate its specific utility. As for the golden crow essence blood obtained by, it was only accessible to him, and its efficacy was maximized for him. Of course, the energy contained within was indeed immense. Although this blood was also of the 5th rank, the variance within the 5th rank is vast. A single drop could easily suppress 3,000 stars. Thus, S concerns could be deemed as, it is only natural to fear the Celestial Emperor. Although holds little significance in now, he remains formidable in other realms. With mention, cast a glance towards the solar star. There, the golden crow, with wings spanning thousands of miles, rested upon the Fusang tree. Reborn amidst flames. The secret arts of the Phoenix clan indeed wield considerable efficacy over avian beings. Otherwise, they could not have ascended to the pinnacle of avian leaders. A drop of primal true water consumed. S lips twitched. What has become of? When did he develop such a squirrel-like nature? Hoarding good things without making full use of them when the time comes. He had only extracted a single drop from so much primal true water. It is challenging to reconcile the image of this with the title of Celestial Emperor. Observing his expression, felt a twinge of hesitation as he gazed at the unextracted golden crow essence blood. Swallowing hard. An object of utmost solar essence. The energy contained within is indeed terrifying. Can someone of my caliber truly refine it in an instant? Took a deep breath, surveyed the vast, and proclaimed loudly, Everyone, they shall not receive any visitors today. Simply guard the entrance for me. Yes, Commander. With S command. The marched out of the imperfect unison. Well, it is merely a change of post, moving from inside to outside the door. As he gazed at the empty hall, resolved firmly, that has faced numerous calamities, and the annihilation of the great lord is imminent. Merely witnessing the plot nearly drove to unleash his. Fortunately, with the suppression of the, felt that even after several hundred years, there would be no eruption of the. However, if possible, he wished to completely break free from the constraints of the and no longer rely solely on the power of the Divine Lord. A ruler's legacy spanning 3 generations. Even as the human leaves, the Divine Lord remains, almost establishing a hereditary system. Who among the youth has not experienced a surge of ambition? Otherwise, why would he have learned swordsmanship from in his youth? Enhancing his own strength became the most anticipated endeavor for. Sitting sideways upon the ground, he closed his eyes in contemplation. My esteemed mentor, the great annihilator, the breeding of remnants, the calamity of separation. As the general of, I shall suppress all who dare encroach. Suddenly opened his eyes, centering his heart, a glimmer of golden light swirling in his gaze. Extract the golden crow essence blood. In an instant, a wave of heat surged towards him. A single drop of golden divine blood floated in the air, seemingly reluctant to reveal itself. Yet its aura painted a vivid tapestry in the void. Golden crow. A single golden crow circled, exuding an aura of supremacy, dominating all adversaries. Raised his hand, seizing it and placing it into his mouth, refining it in an instant. Chapter 60. Chat Group Upgrade. New features, my goodness. Why are the items in the group mall so exorbitantly priced? Did you not mention this matter before? No, I hadn't examined it closely before. Now that I take a look, you all see this. The third-tier items are priced so high. It seems this goddess undertook this task in vain. Screenshot. 2 The remaining members online began to scrutinize the images posted by. To be frank, the group mall was generally overlooked. Everyone was aware that the pricing was exceedingly steep, akin to a points grab. Moreover, few possessed substantial points. Typically, one would focus on features like the training room, as they offered the highest cost-effectiveness. Level, 3rd tier. Price, 20,000 points. Description, an otherworldly flame from a certain world of combat, ranked 15th among extraordinary flames, possessing immense power capable of easily incinerating a dowang. Evaluation, do you wish to conjure a fire lotus? There is nothing a fire lotus cannot resolve. If there is, then simply conjure another. Level, 3rd tier. Price, 21,000 points. A divine weapon from a highly effective fire-starting tool. Evaluation, dare you wield it? You have already paved your path to demise. Look at what these items are. They are outrageously priced. A decent fire-starting tool costs 21,000 points. Silence. How dare you insult the Divine King? You possess the means to seize death. Sun Goddess, what is this so-called Divine King of the Third Order? Wandering Cultivator, the Azura God has perished. Qin Shi, by the heavens, how can this be? Truly worthy of an immortal. Qin Shi, the point exchange in the chat group is indeed exorbitant, yet the quality of the items remains rather subpar. Wandering Cultivator, chaotic formula. 0 points. Ding. The chat group upgrade has been completed. New feature, the Great Wheel of Realms. Optimized feature. Group red envelopes can now accommodate a higher item limit. New feature. Realm Commission. New feature. Proficiency, available after the next system upgrade. New feature. A Dream of a Century. Each member may use it only once. The chat group's upgrade completed with a notification. And Qing swiftly glanced through it. The Great Wheel of Realms, a monetized lottery system. This chat group truly fears that members will not spend their earned points. Even introducing a lottery. Currently, there is only one wheel available, Bronze Wheel of Realms, 1 to 5 levels. The Great Wheel of Realms allows one draw for a fixed cost of 1,000 points, determined by the member's title, with a guaranteed minimum of 1 item of the current level for every 10 consecutive draws. A few question marks appeared above Qing's head. Is it really that generous? For instance, if a third-order individual draws, they could at least acquire an item of that level for 10,000 points. Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous at the benevolence of the chat group. The cheapest item of third order in the group store is valued at 10,000 points. He read the introduction carefully again, noting that all items corresponded to the current level. In other words, a third-order individual could draw items as long as they are of third order. However, if one were to draw the hide of a fourth-order beast, though its toughness may rival that of a third order or higher, it would be utterly useless. Hiss. Indeed. Relying on the goodwill of this chat group seems implausible. Qing could hardly fathom the toxicity of this pool. Skipping over the wheel function, he examined the other optimizations and new features. For example, the limit for group red envelopes has now reached the 7th order. This is good news. He could now send slightly larger amounts. Next was the Realm Commission. The chat group will randomly trigger tasks from various realms. Essentially, it means that tasks from myriad worlds may pop up, and the members are responsible for completing them. Qing was still a bit puzzled, so he inquired about the chat group system. The answer he received was roughly that it involves accepting commissions from traversers and reincarnators from various realms, assisting the consciousness of the world in eliminating anomalies. Well, it appears to be quite a social endeavor. This feature is commendable, providing yet another avenue for earning points. However, upon further inquiry, he learned that the points awarded for such tasks are minimal, far inferior to those from devouring, crossed out, and tasks involving members' world system traversers, etc. Moreover, these tasks are relatively difficult to trigger. It could be quite a while before a few appear in the group. The proficiency system will only be unlocked after the next upgrade. Qing skimmed through it, understanding that it allows one to directly spend points to enhance a skill's proficiency. Excellent. Points allocation has been introduced. Now, that is a true benefit. As for the final feature, a Dream of a Century, it requires 100,000 points to activate. allowing one to gain insight for a century in a dream, with a limit of 6th order. Inaccessible to members of 7th order or higher. System, are you indulging? Yun Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Immortal. Respond, Immortal. Previously, you bestowed a petal of the green lotus upon Zhang Jiwei, and he attained enlightenment on the spot. This feature was specially created to enhance the strength of our members. Fine. Yun Qing did not dwell on it further. 100,000 points is no trivial sum. In the short term, it is unlikely anyone could afford it. A minor feature, better than none. What Yun Qing truly anticipated was the proficiency feature, but regrettably, it must await the next upgrade. Wandering Cultivator, read. Chunxi. Damn system. Why is it still pursuing me with monetized lottery draws? Chunxi gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting why, even after traversing, he still faces this monetized lottery. Fate does not save the unworthy. Money does not alter destiny. Judging by Chunxi's emotions, it was evident that he felt quite pessimistic. Sun Goddess. Hiss. I wish to give it a try. Reina felt an itch in her hands. It was a genuine urge to try. As someone who usually secured a baseline, even when the Immortal issued red envelopes or during check-ins, she always received guaranteed points. Yet, the more such individuals exist, the more they believe in their luck, thinking that perhaps one day they might truly succeed. No one remains perpetually unlucky. Reina firmly believed in this principle. Hadn't the previous streak of bad luck merely led to this moment? Chunxi, don't be rash. Impulsiveness is a devil. Panic. JPG, though she spoke in caution. Chunxi was also somewhat eager for the lottery feature. Just like this saying, no one remains perpetually unlucky. The more one is down on their luck, the more they believe it. Sun Goddess, no one remains perpetually unlucky. Watch closely, I shall perform only once. Sun Goddess, the previous guarantees were merely to serve as a stepping stone for today. Sun Goddess, this mere great wheel of realms. Witness as I refine it in an instant. With a laugh, Reina gracefully waved her hand and directly entered the wheel interface. Without a moment's hesitation, she lightly tapped, opting for 10 draws. Whoosh. The wheel interface before her began to spin rapidly. The ratings are out. I implore my dear family to leave a review. I truly beg you. Today, I shall offer 3 updates. Chapter 61. The Great Wheel of Realms. The wheel spun rapidly, and the ethereal interface shimmered with layers of electric light. Whoosh. A flash of golden light. 10 item frames appeared on the interface. Congratulations on obtaining the following items. First Order, Xiantian Skill, Inner Strength of 9 years. 4th Order, Ancient Dragon Scale, 1 piece. Reina. Reina gazed at the 9 years of inner strength from Xiantian Skill, her fingers trembling as she opened the introduction. Xiantian Skill. Inner Strength of 9 years, Level. First Order, Description, as the name suggests. The inner strength obtained from practicing Xiantian Skill for 1 year. Do you dare to steal the Tang Sect's secret manual? You have already sealed your own fate. Ancient Dragon Scale, Level. 4th Order, Description, a scale from an ancient dragon of an unknown world, shimmering and beautiful if worn for a longer time. Perhaps your head will become pointed. Reina's mouth twitched, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. What a worthless item. Sun Goddess, Screenshot 2. Sun Goddess, this goddess refuses to accept this. Sun Goddess, damn system. There must be something wrong. Reina felt like cursing. She had thought the dragon scale was something precious, but what is this? Chunxi, let it go, child. Fate does not change with money. At this moment, Chunxi felt immensely relieved that he had not plunged into the abyss. 9 years of inner strength from the fallen god is utterly useless. It's not that Chunxi looked down on it, but 9 years of Xiantian Skill inner strength is practically worthless. It wouldn't even qualify as a second-rate expert in a martial arts novel. Sun Goddess, what does it mean to have a pointed head? I can't shake the feeling that this wretched chat group is mocking me. Reina was seething with anger. She had come to understand the chat group's commentary, which rarely contained anything sincere. Chunxi, perhaps it's best you don't know. Wandering Cultivator, by the way, how long has it been in your worlds? Yun Qing suddenly posed this question. After all, the chat group's upgrade took 72 hours of chat group time. During this period, almost no members had logged in. Sun Goddess, on the Solar Star, Reina pondered for a moment, stroking her smooth chin. It seems it has been nearly a month. She had been refining Yuan Xiaodan before logging in, without paying much attention to the passage of time. However, speaking of Yuan Xiaodan, Reina realized a significant problem. Sun Goddess, Immortal, I believe it has been about a month here, though I cannot recall precisely. Sun Goddess, however. I encountered some issues during the refinement of the Yuan Xiaodan, Wilderness Dispersed Cultivator. What kind of issues? Qing inquired, puzzled. How could there be any problems with the Yuan Xiao Dan? It was specially crafted by Qing, and logically, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Reina pursed her lips. Contemplating for a moment, how could she describe this feeling? She suspected she had cultivated a false immortal. Sun Goddess Immortal. Is it normal for a first-time cultivator to feel as though spiritual energy cannot be retained within the body? Wilderness dispersed cultivator, generally speaking, if one has mastered the techniques. Spiritual energy flows through the body's meridians and ultimately converges in the dantian beneath the navel. Wilderness dispersed cultivator. Can you elaborate on your specific situation? Reina took a deep breath and began to recount her experience. Sun Goddess, it seems that my constitution is different from that of others. Sun Goddess, although I felt good while cultivating, there seems to be something lacking. Sun Goddess, the Yuan Xiao Dan and the Guiyuan Jing have indeed enhanced me significantly. For instance, my soul feels much stronger now, yet why does my body feel like it is leaking? Qinshi, a warning against using such metaphors. Martial God, 6, Sun Goddess, damn, that is not what this goddess meant. Sun Goddess, it's like the ethereal root, do you understand? I took a look, and it's something like that. Sun Goddess, Qinshi, do you know? This goddess has been reading many cultivation novels lately. The ethereal root, do you understand? It's commonly referred to as being unable to contain. She can only absorb the innate spiritual energy transformed from the Yuan Xiao Dan, but under normal circumstances. The Guiyuan Jing is supposed to encompass all pathways. In other words, any energy can be considered spiritual energy and ultimately transformed in a magical power. However, she is different. She can only consume innate spiritual energy. Qing fell into contemplation upon hearing this, calculating the causes and effects, feeling somewhat amused. Wilderness dispersed cultivator, it's simple. I will find you an irrelevant sword bone. Sun Goddess, what is that? Qinshi, it's something that will allow you to cultivate normally. Qinshi, it will block the characteristics of the ethereal root, making it an ordinary spiritual root. Sun Goddess, damn. What about this goddess's talent? Wilderness dispersed cultivator, do you really think that is your talent? Sun Goddess? Is it not? Immortal? Wilderness dispersed cultivator, you are a technological divine body. And spiritual roots are merely a setting in certain worlds. They do not actually exist, but are purely talent. Wilderness dispersed cultivator. What you refer to as the ethereal root is simply because the technological divine body is incompatible with other energy substances. Innate spiritual energy is simply stronger than other energy forms, which is why it is suppressed within you. Sun Goddess, then how am I supposed to cultivate? Reina was on the verge of tears. Having witnessed the power of the immortal path, she genuinely wished to transition her cultivation. Was it much better than being the solar light? Wilderness dispersed cultivator. There are 3 methods, upper, middle, and lower strategies. Which would you like to hear? Qinshi, eating melon. JPG, Reina, the technological deity unable to cultivate. This is too amusing. Sun Goddess, the upper one. Wilderness dispersed cultivator. The upper strategy is for you to come to the wilderness, find a blessed cave, cultivate with innate spiritual energy. And once you achieve the refining void stage, the issue can be resolved. Martial God question, immortal, why the refining void stage? Wilderness dispersed cultivator, because your divine body combined with the solar light gene is roughly equivalent to the refining God stage. Wilderness dispersed cultivator, as long as your realm exceeds that of the divine body, it will suffice. Sun Goddess, and what about the middle strategy? Reina felt resigned. The upper strategy was definitely unfeasible. Wilderness dispersed cultivator. The middle strategy, as the group leader mentioned, is to block it. Many things can serve this purpose. For instance, the branches of the Fusang tree. The true utility of this item can only be realized here. The divine body, in Yunqing's view, is not complete enough. However, if it were supplemented, perhaps Reina could awaken some innate solar sacred body or something of the sort. Chapter 62. The flaw of the technological deity. Reina contemplated this method for a moment. In the end, her mind went blank. What could possibly block her leak? As a technological deity, she knew nothing about cultivation. Sun Goddess, so how do I proceed with this method, immortal? Wilderness dispersed cultivator, It has been stated above. Find something to supplement your origin and block it. Sun Goddess, then, what should I look for? Wilderness dispersed cultivator. Would you like to try the lower strategy? Sun Goddess, immortal, please enlighten me. Wilderness dispersed cultivator, ordinary mortal, explain to her what the reverse birth threefold is. Ordinary mortal, understood. Immortal. Zhang Jiwei, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. In fact, He had already refined the Yuan Shao Dan long ago. He had just been hesitating about whether to break through. After all, another breakthrough would be no small matter, as it would cause numerous events in this world. Thus, Zhang Jiwei planned to cultivate his mind, keeping his cultivation at the 9th transformation of the Golden Core. Everything would wait until after the grand ritual. Just then, Qing sent this message, and Zhang Jiwei naturally responded instantly. Ordinary mortal, the reverse birth threefold is based on the following concept. Ordinary mortal. The birth of a person begins with the primordial qi materializing into limbs and bones, which is the natural order. Following this order aligns with the heavenly principles. Yet it cannot escape death. Ordinary mortal, conversely, reversing the innate qi within the body, although acting against nature, allows one to attain the purest essence of the world. Ordinary mortal. This method consists of 3 levels. Upon reaching the 3rd level, the entire body's qi transforms into primordial qi. Though the process may be contrary to nature, the result is closest to the natural order of the universe. Qinshi. Immortal, I understand. You mean for Reina to cultivate herself into primordial spiritual energy? Wilderness dispersed cultivator, correct, but this is the lower strategy. This technique goes against the principles of cultivation, and currently, only the primordial qi in the world below can resolve the drawbacks of this technique. What are the drawbacks? Naturally, if practiced to the end, one may exhaust oneself. Ordinary mortal, immortal? Is this technique feasible? Zhang Jiwei was astonished. All along, he had regarded this as a technique similar to the golden light. Moreover, the legendary 3 levels had never been achieved by anyone. Wilderness dispersed cultivator. Indeed, it can be accomplished in your world, but it is exceedingly difficult, as the existence of primordial qi means that by the end, wilderness dispersed cultivator, you would be left with only primordial qi, having merged with the universe, unable to discern whether you are a part of the universe or if the universe is a part of you. It is highly probable that in the end, you would drive yourself mad, sitting there exclaiming you have succeeded while also declaring you do not comprehend. Zhang Jiwei was left speechless. It seemed that he too needed to ponder this technique. However, Qing immediately doused him with a bucket of cold water. Wilderness dispersed cultivator, but it seems the upper limit isn't very high. I have not personally understood primordial qi, so I cannot provide an evaluation. Primordial qi. This concept took Qing by surprise. He could see through the systems of most individuals in the group at a glance. Only the primordial qi perplexed him. Perhaps due to its connection to the higher realms? Of course, Qing was also confident that if he personally interacted with primordial qi, he would surely be able to study it thoroughly. This is the professional quality and self-assurance of a great Luo Jingxian. It is merely a system of a world. No matter how formidable your system may be, can it surpass the primordial chaos in this realm of myriad worlds? At the very center of all realms. This is no jest. Sun Goddess. Alas, the 3 strategies proposed by the immortal have shattered my dreams of cultivation. Qinshi, fear not. You are already remarkable. Sun Goddess, how dare you jest with me at such a critical moment? Reina's teeth ground in frustration. Qinshi hee, since the immortal has presented 3 strategies, surely one of them must be viable. Qinshi's cunning smile revealed that no one understood the immortal better than she did. The immortal's comprehensive wisdom is undoubtedly unparalleled in this world. Since the strategies have been articulated, there must be a solution. Ordinary person immortal. Does this require the use of the reverse life technique? We're God, observing in silence. Wandering cultivator of the primordial chaos, there is no need for such measures. The branch of the Fusang tree is a crucial element in implementing the middle strategy. The specifics of its application require your own enlightenment. As previously stated, Qing can provide the answer, but the item is already in your possession. He is not a caretaker. It is necessary to nurture these individuals. Yet it does not imply that every detail must be spoon-fed to you. Reina's response did not surprise anyone. Sun Goddess, really? Thank you, immortal. Reina, undeterred by the situation, was not one to repay kindness with resentment. At that moment, her mind was consumed with joy as she hurriedly retrieved the Fusang branch. How had she not considered this sooner? The Fusang branch had completed the blazing sun star, so her ethereal root must surely be fine as well. Regardless, let it be called the ethereal root. It is not a flaw of some technological deity. I am the goddess. Ethereal root. Absolutely magnificent. The dream of cultivation has returned. And Reina could not contain her beaming smile, exuding an endearingly foolish charm. She seemed to envision her day of triumphant success, astonishing the world and soaring to great heights. Even if it meant supporting the blazing sun in one hand, Reina would remain invincible. Ha ha! With her emotions soaring, Reina could not help but burst into laughter. Several dozen miles away, Panjin shook his head, pondering what had transpired to transform this monarch into such a state. Ordinary person, immortal, I humbly request a favor. Wandering cultivator of the primordial chaos, speak freely. Zhang Jiwei pondered for a long while before finally voicing his thoughts. Ordinary person, I wish to invite my fellow group members to witness the grand ceremony of the Luo Tian. May I ask if the immortal would? Zhang Jiwei felt a twinge of anxiety within. After all, at this point, Yunqing seemed to have lost interest in even tasks. And here he was with his modest grand ceremony. Qinxi's heart raced. She had long contemplated organizing a meetup within the group. Yet 2 reasons had prevented her from doing so. Firstly, her social anxiety made her hesitant to speak, fearing rejection. Secondly, there was the matter of Yunqing. The immortal had never descended in person, indicating there were matters beyond their comprehension. Qinxi was self-aware. The chat group was likely a mere toy in the immortal's eyes, observing them as if they were electronic beetles. During group live streams, everyone entered the space as their true selves, yet the immortal remained unseen, their features indistinguishable. This was also why Qinxi had refrained from bringing up the subject. Chapter 63, Celestial Sovereign, Yunqing, I cannot disclose to you. At that moment, Zhang Jiwei broached the topic. If the immortal agreed, she could conveniently arrange a meet-up gathering right here in the realm beneath the heavens. Yunqing gazed at the messages in the group, contemplating for a moment. Descending to the lower realm, it was indeed a grave taboo. His descent could save considerable time, such as discovering where the realm beneath the heavens lay. However, the sword intent of the celestial sovereign loomed large, as a mere transcendent. It would be unwise to descend recklessly. Observing the lower realm and physically descending were 2 entirely different matters. Should he seek counsel from the celestial sovereign amidst the chaos? Yunqing's lips twitched. Perhaps it would be better to refrain. If he descended in his true form, he might find himself unable to return. The divine sealing completed by then. After a moment of contemplation, Yunqing raised his head, his gaze penetrating layers of void, reaching into the depths of chaos. Surrounding him was an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any light. The chaos was boundless and infinite, truly a realm without end. A true Taiji golden immortal could spend centuries here without encountering a single world. Yunqing transformed his spiritual intent into a green figure. Bowing deeply in a certain direction, I, Qinglian Yunqing, humbly seek the celestial sovereign's guidance. May I descend to the lower realm with my spiritual intent? Descending with spiritual intent. Sending something to Zhang Jiwei to guide his spirit would, after all, constitute a form of descent. Yunqing refrained from detailing the reasons, knowing the celestial sovereign would understand. With Yuchen absent, the solitary figure granted permission. A somewhat cheerful spiritual intent resonated within his heart, the manifestation of which astonished Yunqing. Enlightenment. Enlightenment had yielded a profound insight. Indeed, the celestial sovereign was remarkably insightful. Achieving enlightenment as a Taiji golden immortal is no easy feat, yet the celestial sovereign conveyed a message with such finesse. Next time, he too could attempt this. Must keep up with the trend. Unaccountably, Yunqing felt a surge of enthusiasm. No wonder Hongjun would endure hardship to establish the primordial chaos. Thank you. Yunqing promptly responded, enunciating each word. Celestial sovereign of humanity. Oh, little Qinglian knows of me? How has one hidden in the primordial chaos come to know so much? The feeling of enlightenment resurfaced, accompanied by what seemed like surprise, delight, and perhaps even excitement. Surely, I did not mishear. What could possibly excite the celestial sovereign? Furthermore, little Qinglian. Yunqing felt an involuntary twitch within. Indeed, it was a first. The identity of this celestial sovereign was not hard to deduce. Referring to themselves as lonely, with a presence that exuded an overwhelming aura capable of suppressing the heavens and stars, coupled with an unmistakable air of righteousness and resolve, undeniably marked this celestial sovereign. I dare not conceal anything from the celestial sovereign of humanity. It was, in fact, Hongjun Daoist who informed me. Do not inquire further. It was merely what Hongjun conveyed. I cannot say I saw you all expelling Hongjun, can I? Hongjun's cries echoed. Celestial sovereign of humanity, cease your actions. Great heavenly king, hold your hand. Celestial sovereign of spiritual treasures, show mercy. All of this was witnessed firsthand, with ears attuned and eyes opened. Oh, how troublesome. I shall visit the primordial chaos again someday, little Changlian. Prepare an abode for me. I intend to bring my family to the primordial chaos for a visit. You wish to bring family? Indeed. Celestial sovereign of humanity. I shall remember your command. Yunqing dared not speak carelessly, fearful of inciting the celestial sovereign's displeasure. Go ahead. It was only after this exchange that Qing hurriedly expressed his gratitude and took his leave. The celestial sovereign intends to bring family? How many must you bring? You ought to inform little Qing Lian. Qing felt tears brimming. This was a burdensome task. To befit the celestial sovereign, one must at least possess a top-tier domain of fortune, right? Could there truly be that many in the primordial chaos? Qing was distressed, feeling as if he had inadvertently invited trouble, yet it also felt like an opportunity rather than a burden to have made the acquaintance of a celestial sovereign. Even if only for a brief exchange, how many among the Taiji Golden Immortals could claim such a feat? Qing sought the celestial sovereign of spiritual treasures purely due to his frequent encounters with sword and tint, and his close ties with Tong Tian within the primordial chaos. Who would have thought he would mistakenly come to know this celestial sovereign first? Taking a deep breath, Qing began to consider the domain of fortune he needed to seek for the celestial sovereign of humanity. It seemed he would have to make a journey to pay a visit. Nevertheless, the matter of descending to the lower realm had been resolved. Thus, Qing replied directly in the group. Wandering cultivator of the primordial chaos. It is permissible, yet I cannot descend in my true form. The specific reasons cannot be disclosed to all of you. Wandering cultivator of the primordial chaos, ordinary person, I shall send you an item. With this item, carve a likeness of a person from the yellow clay. Ordinary person, disciple, I shall fulfill the immortal's request without fail. Zhang Jiwei felt a surge of excitement in his heart, as if he were about to take flight. The opportunity to personally behold the celestial being. What an extraordinary honor! Hongwang Isan Xiao, how long until the grand ceremony begins? Commoner, in my world, it is still 6 days away. Hongwang Isan Xiao, then everyone in the group should be awakening. Qinshi, at last, I have the chance to witness the celestial being's splendid visage. Hongwang Isan Xiao, alas. Even if I wish to show you, it is beyond reach. The myriad realms are divided into 3 types of beings, the celestial sovereigns, supreme and unmatched. The great Luo Golden Immortals, eternal and unyielding, and the other beings. Even if you were to behold the entirety of a great Luo Golden Immortal, you would only perceive the Tao, unable to discern their countenance. At the very least, one must attain the status of a Golden Immortal to glimpse the outlines of their features. The beauty of a great Luo Golden Immortal is beyond words. Even an aged sage would appear as a charmed demon before ordinary beings. With a mighty tremor, the aura of the Tao disperses, and who would not fervently worship? Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwei received a red envelope from Qing, a blue lotus, blooming in 36 varieties. The Tao rhythm of the blue lotus spread forth, profound and inscrutable, igniting another wave of fervor within Zhang Jiwei. Was it akin to the lotus form of the third prince? Pondering, he promptly made a call. The phone rang only once before it was answered. Master, Ling Yu, please book me a flight to Zhangzhou. Of course, master. I shall do so at once. What time do you prefer? Today, if possible. Yellow mud. Naturally from the banks of the Yellow River. Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath. He knew he must sculpt and polish meticulously. Recalling the ethereal figure of Qing during the last live stream, a memory shrouded in a faint glow that eluded their vision. This presented a conundrum. Chapter 64. By Zhe, the sage must possess profound intentions. With nothing to do today, let us observe Dijuan's development. Again, with nothing to do, let us watch Dijuan flourish. Still, with nothing to do, let us see Dijuan's growth. Qing's eyelid twitched slightly. Why has he been preoccupied with such trivial matters lately? Gone are the grand ambitions of striving to attain Great Luo. When might the human emperor and celestial sovereign arrive? After much deliberation, Qing concluded that since the human emperor sovereign intends to visit Hongwang, it cannot merely be for a stroll. He is a celestial sovereign, a being of unparalleled might. Surely, he would not wander aimlessly. Yet, could it be for the purpose of confronting Hongjun? If so, Qing could only wish Hongjun good luck. Perhaps the human emperor's visit to Hongwang is related to the sealing of gods? It is not an impossibility. Qing pondered for a long time but could not ascertain what the celestial sovereign sought in the sealing of gods. Should he discreetly inquire around the Fire Cloud Cave? This could be a feasible approach, especially considering Fire Cloud Cave might serve as the human emperor sovereign's base of operations. Just think, returning to Hongwang must feel like home. Surrounded by humanity, how comforting. The thoughts of a celestial sovereign are indeed difficult to decipher. However, if he were to visit the Fire Cloud Cave, he could invite Xuandu for assistance. After all, he is a grand master of the human race, having emerged during the tribulations faced by humanity. What? You say Xuandu cannot possibly surpass the 3 ancestors? It is precisely due to Xuandu's possession of the Linglong Pagoda, standing upon the Taiji diagram, wielding the flame light banner. With these 3 artifacts, he could contend with Dijuan without faltering. Though Qing was well aware of the supplementary resources available to the Taiji saint, it mattered not. If others remain oblivious, then so be it. The protector of humanity, the guardian of the teachings, the Grand Master Xuandu, now reclusive in the mountains, spending his days refining elixirs and researching new concoctions. Whether bringing along one or two makes no difference. Fairness must be upheld, and an old acquaintance should accompany them. Someone familiar to both. With this thought, Qing inhaled deeply and extended an invitation to a certain chef at a human restaurant. Bai Zhe, please come to my cave dwelling in 3 days. Bai Zhe, caught in the midst of cooking, suddenly trembled, a shiver coursing through him. The sage. It is the esteemed Qing sage. But, does the sage truly pay such close attention to me? Do let me know where your cave dwelling lies. Bai Zhe felt a wave of despair wash over him, his culinary creations losing their allure. Is this a test from the sage? The mind of a sage is unfathomable. This must surely be an assessment of his abilities to deduce the sage's whereabouts. After some contemplation, Bai Zhe bowed to the void. Bai Zhe obeys. Unfortunately, his declaration received no response from Qing. Must I, Bai Zhe, await the day of returning to Hongwang? He mused. The sage's engagement with him could be seen as a previous trial, evaluating his attitude towards humanity. Given the absence of feedback thus far, it seemed to imply tacit approval. After all, his 2 small culinary ventures have become immensely popular and profitable, though the wealth of humanity holds little value for him. If so, I must have passed the first trial. Thus, the next challenge awaited him to ascertain whether his abilities were sufficient. This time, he is not merely mingling with figures like Dijuan. He is directly associated with a sage. Despite Qing's unassuming demeanor, Bai Zhe was certain that his strength surpassed that of the quasi-prophet. A cold breath escaped him as he envisioned the sage commanding countless pieces upon the chessboard, effortlessly manipulating the great calamity. Such intimidation. The stakes are rising. The sage's intentions are undoubtedly more complex than they appear. The previous trials indicated his stance, while this time, it is a matter of capability. The next encounter will be about allegiance. Bai Zhe gasped in realization. Thankfully, he possesses the innate ability to deduce the Tao, or else he would be unable to comprehend the layers of meaning. What if the sage harbored different intentions? He swiftly dismissed this notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he, Bai Zhe, could fathom the 5th layer, how could the sage be limited to the 1st? Even the words and actions of the celestial sage must carry profound significance. So, where exactly is the cave dwelling of the Qing sage? Bai Zhe lamented silently, accepting this as a test. As long as he passes, the days of relying on a mighty tree for support will soon be upon him. Even serving as a humble assistant to the sage would be infinitely preferable to his current life of evasion. Qing, unaware of Bai Zhe's inner thoughts, lacked any inclination to discover them. He merely felt as though something was amiss but paid it no mind. What could he possibly forget by inviting Bai Zhe to his cave? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Upon Bai Zhe's arrival, they would proceed to the 8 Scenery Palace. In the meantime, Qing reopened the chat group, and to his surprise, all members were online. War God, I have traveled through the 5 great nations. Which of my fellow group members would allow me to explore their world? During this time, Morix had been residing in the world of Naruto, not visiting small countries but rather exploring the 5 great nations. The daily lives of the populace and various architectural marvels were etched into Morix's memory. Curious about appliances and such, as they had never appeared in his storyline, he felt his journey had borne fruit, and his heart had settled considerably through this worldly exploration. Sun Goddess, come to my side. I will show you the bird people. We're God, bird people civilization? How intriguing. Chunshi, aren't those just angels, Reina? Sun Goddess, accustomed to the self-proclaimed righteous birdman, with his lofty demeanor, this goddess finds it quite displeasing. General with closed eyes never crashed. Ha ha ha, Brother Mora. Didn't we agree to visit the old Master-S world? We're God, Brother Mora. It feels a bit strange. You may as well call me Zhongli. We're God. The old Master-S world is quite splendid, worth a visit. Chunshi, ahem. This marks our first gathering in the chat group. Let us witness the orthodox Taoist Luotian grand ceremony, and perhaps engage in some offline bonding. General with closed eyes never crashed. By the way, where is the Immortal? Most pretentious person, the Immortal has been offline for quite some time. 7 days river east and west. Oh ho. We found the Immortal. His avatar has lit up. Heavenly Court's first rebellious youth, Junior Yongjian. Thank you, Immortal, for the gift of the elixir. Chapter 65. I, Jingyuan, shall no longer crash. Wandering sage of the primordial era. No worries, it's a trivial matter. Wandering sage of the primordial era. Today, everyone is present, all online. Ordinary person, immortal. Your instructions have been prepared by your disciple. Zhang Jiwei gazed at the vividly crafted green lotus clay sculpture in the morning class square, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He wondered if it would meet the immortal's expectations. Wandering sage of the primordial era. Very well. I shall descend with my spiritual will and take on a form to accompany you all. Qing observed the clay sculpture, feeling quite satisfied. It was evident that Zhang Jiwei had put in great effort. Heavenly Court's first rebellious youth. Without the immortal, my path would not have progressed so swiftly. Yang Jian marveled inwardly. 1 yuan Xiaodan, and he became a Xianxian. Of course, that refers to a Xianxian from the primordial era, merely a step away from the golden immortal. Wandering sage of the primordial era, you must credit your own talent, given the opportunity. Breaking through to true immortal is not out of reach. Qing's true immortal is the true immortal of the primordial era, the peak of the mortal realm. Yang Jian's innate talent is indeed exceptional. Furthermore, his own strength has ascended to the level of a Xianxian in that world. If we factor in his explosive growth and further explosive growth, one cannot judge those who have transcended by ordinary standards. Just as the fire unicorn's stillness signifies a tenfold amplification. General with closed eyes never crashed, immortal. It's the first time I've seen you online since leaving seclusion. General with closed eyes never crashed. I will forever remember the grace of your rebirth, Jing Yuan. Should the immortal require anything, the entirety of Luofu shall heed your commands. With you at the helm. Jing Yuan's words were heartfelt. In truth, he genuinely remembered Qing's grace of rebirth. With this closure, his waist no longer ached. His legs were free of pain, and the discomfort had vanished. He felt as though he had truly attained immortality. This was a form of longevity achieved through one's own power. A liberation from the shackles of lifespan due to the elevation of his own stature. Compared to yesterday's self, it was as if he no longer relied on the Divine Lord, but rather shed the veil of his former self. Jing Yuan even felt a sense of illusion. Absolute Annihilation Lord? Why not give it a try? Of course, Jing Yuan recognized his limitations. Facing the Absolute Annihilation Lord without a 99% certainty would be reckless. One must not discard reason due to an expansion of power. This is not prudent. A drop of the Golden Crow's blood was akin to a rebirth for him. He had even comprehended certain truths from that blood. Jing Yuan had specifically discussed with Chen Shi, for instance, the Golden Crow's flight techniques and its innate divine fire. Chen Shi's descriptions were somewhat exaggerated, to the point that Jing Yuan struggled to envision it. Compared to the Golden Crow she described, he felt like merely a flickering flame. True fire seed, level, 5th rank, description, an exceedingly tiny version of the sun's true fire. Jing Yuan gazed at the delicate white flame in his palm, resembling a little spirit, dancing joyfully. Despite its diminutive size, Jing Yuan understood its might. If unleashed, it could effortlessly obliterate an entire planetary world. Golden Crow transformation technique, super major fragment, level, 5th rank, description, a unique divine ability of the Golden Crow clan. Masters can instantly traverse 18,700 realms. Evaluation. Stop dreaming. You are incapable. The corners of Jing Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. The chat group's nature has indeed remained unchanged over the years. Couldn't they refrain from such remarks? However, after all these years, Jing Yuan had never felt power so tangibly. The Yuan Shao Dan elevated my realm, while the Golden Crow's blood heightened my limits. Jing Yuan chuckled. Though I might still fall short against the 5th rank Do Emperor Xiaohuahua, I am quite content with this outcome. In truth, if considering only the initial state, Jing Yuan believed he could have surpassed it. Yet, the chat group seemed particularly stringent regarding the 5th rank cards. Do Emperor Xiaohuahua seemed to possess further realms above. This led Jing Yuan to ponder a term, protagonist. Perhaps this is what a protagonist is. An explosive tenfold increase. This also subtly illustrates the terror of the 5th rank. If it were so easily attainable, I would likely feel a significant loss of accomplishment. At least, I no longer crash. Yet, unbeknownst to Jing Yuan Heavenly Supreme Xiaohuahua, Yunqing blinked. Ah, you chat group, even raising the standard temporarily, right? Not reaching the 6th rank and still counting everyone as 5th rank? This was merely a minor interlude, and Yunqing paid it no mind. He replied to Jing Yuan in the group, essentially conveying that they are all friends, and it's but a small matter. Wandering sage of the primordial era, Chen Shi. Since everyone is here today, why not share your thoughts? Chen Shi felt her heart leap into her throat upon seeing Yunqing's message. She took a deep breath to steady her racing heart. As someone with social anxiety, issuing a gathering invitation truly posed a challenge, however. This was a step forward. Qin Shi, just as the Immortal has suggested, everyone, let us schedule our first offline gathering at the Old Master's world, coinciding with the Luotian Grand Ceremony. 7 days river east and west, looking forward to it. JPG. To be honest, I've longed to meet everyone. Fire Unicorn was eager to try. His power surged. Although he was aware of his future, he still had to strive, right? At this moment, Fire Unicorn began envisioning what he would do after saving the world in 7 days. For instance, dropping out of school to become a streamer? But without school, he would miss out on much fun and wouldn't even CT on you. Could it be that Fire Unicorn's fate is to exist as an invincible being in eternal solitude? Yet, the plot had not yet unfolded. And Fire Unicorn was fully energized. A small goal, to surpass the Underworld Emperor and Snow Sovereign in power. Ordinary person, esteemed friends. The Old Master's world will host the Luotian Grand Ceremony tomorrow, and I sincerely invite you all to witness. General with Closed Eyes never crashed. Taoism and its culture are profound and extensive. I have long admired it. General with Closed Eyes never crashed. I shall take the lead. Screenshot. JPG. The screenshot Jing Yuan sent displayed the world he had chosen to traverse through the boundary symbol, above the group member ordinary person. Jing Yuan spoke truthfully. He genuinely admired Taoism. Of course, this was primarily due to his prolonged presence in the group, absorbing its essence. The Immortal undoubtedly aligned closely with Taoism, right? Yang Jian was even a deity in Taoist mythology. The Old Master's previous cloud seal in the void had certainly showcased Jing Yuan's admiration. Under such circumstances, Jing Yuan began to suspect that the entire myriad realms were a vast Taoist domain. War God, I am ready to depart at any moment. Heavenly Court's first rebellious youth, like Brother Zhongli, I am prepared to head to the Old Master's world at any time. Qin Shi, ahem, as the group leader. I am also ready. Most pretentious person screenshot. JPG. Sun Goddess, damn. 500 for a picture, why not go rob it? Fortunately, this goddess has some leftover gifts from the annual package. Chapter 66. Disciple Zhang Jiwei. I humbly request the arrival of the Immortal, while others traverse dimensions using boundary-breaking talismans. Yunqing's approach is distinctly unique. Fortunately, he now wields a feather as a command talisman, allowing for a lawful descent into the mortal realm. Ultimately, Yunqing's predominant curiosity lies in the upper realm, a world existing beneath the title of One Beneath. What mysteries does this upper realm hold? The sword intent of the Heavenly Sovereign cleaves the realms apart, and numerous worlds reside above, leaving one uncertain as to which truly constitutes the upper realm of this world. The vastness of the cultivation system offers no clear path to discern the closest realm. There exists an abundance of worlds within the cultivation of immortality. At the early morning assembly square, Zhang Jiwei diligently cleared the area, ensuring that no disciples lingered. Many disciples of Longhu Mountain gazed at the clay statue in confusion, inquiring with the elder for clarification, only to learn it was the statue of an immortal. An immortal? Which esteemed figure do we worship at Longhu Mountain? Is it the patriarch or Zhenwo? However, Zhang Jiwei remained silent, merely shaking his head with a gentle smile. At this moment, the clock struck 7. The usual morning assembly was cancelled, and all Taoists were summoned to the forefront to welcome the incoming guest. Zhang Jiwei approached the statue, bowing deeply and performing the ceremonial greeting, standing tall and dignified, embodying the essence of reverence. Although a flicker of trepidation lingered in his heart, it was overshadowed by fervor. Disciple Zhang Jiwei, I humbly request the arrival of the Immortal, he proclaimed, his voice resonating like a bronze bell. As he uttered the final syllable, the petals of the clay lotus began to shimmer with a faint azure light. By the time his words were fully spoken, the statue had transformed into a figure clad in dark robes, standing before him. The visage and form were obscured, but an ethereal aura radiated from the entity, tantalizingly beyond reach. An authentic immortal. How remarkable! Yunqing mused internally, stretching his limbs slightly. This incarnation possessed a semblance of true immortal power. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the respectful stance of Zhang Jiwei, who was earnestly requesting his presence. There is no need for such formality, I have already arrived. Yunqing spoke with calm composure, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips, though it remained unseen by others. The instant Zhang Jiwei perceived the ethereal energy, his heart surged with excitement. An immortal? This is truly an immortal. Zhang Jiwei bowed once more, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. Disciple Zhang Jiwei, I have the honor of meeting the Immortal. Yunqing nodded slightly, acknowledging the gesture. As he descended into the world, his divine consciousness expanded outward. If all went as anticipated, remnants of the ascension pathways to the upper realm would undoubtedly linger here. Indeed, the experience of descending was infinitely superior to mere observation. In an instant, Yunqing identified 3 remarkable locations: Kunlun Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and Changbai Mountain. These 3 sites were once revered as ascension grounds, or at least places where ascension had occurred. He pondered why Wudong Mountain was absent, considering the Wudong Patriarch had also ascended. The Wudong Patriarch was hailed as the reincarnation of Zhenwu. Please attend to the other guests. I still have matters to attend to in this realm, Yunqing remarked. And with a ripple of ethereal energy, he vanished from sight, leaving Zhang Jiwei utterly astonished. Disciple bids farewell to the immortal, he exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Since the immortal had arrived, it was only fitting that he return with something of value. At the Luotian Grand Ritual, he intended to gather the inheritors of the 8 unique techniques for the immortal. Zhang Jiwei surveyed the collection of techniques stored within his inner realm, a smile gracing his lips. During his extended period of seclusion, he had diligently acquired the teachings of various sections. He was merely 4 techniques short of mastering the 8 unique techniques. Presently, within his inner realm, he possessed the Qi body source stream, Fengho Qimen, and the summoning of spirits. The Qi body source stream was obtained from Zhang Yuda. Fengho Qimen was gifted by that old Wudong fellow, and the summoning of spirits was bestowed by the aged Wang Ai. Now, only 4 techniques remained. The disciple of the divine machine 100 refinements resided in Longhu Mountain, and he was a traveler from another realm, so Zhang Jiwei was in no hurry. The inheritor of the 6th treasury celestial thief would arrive at Longhu Mountain in a few days, so there was no need for haste there either. As for Chu Tong, he posed no challenge, though Zhang Jiwei was uncertain about the specifics of Xuanquan's show. As for the final Daluo Cave Temple, that truly left Zhang Jiwei at a loss. There were no inheritors. He could not find anyone associated with the Daluo Cave Temple, even if he exhausted the narrative. He lacked the ability to traverse time and space to return to the so-called past and locate Gu Jiding. Alas, Gu Jiding, where have you vanished to? Zhang Jiwei sighed deeply. I see you, Gu Jiding, are testing my old celestial master. What troubles your celestial master? A pleasantly languid voice drifted into his ears, causing Zhang Jiwei to pause and turn, finding Jing Yuan emerging from the spatial vortex, his white hair billowing, yet his demeanor was remarkably relaxed. Ah, it's you, Jing Yuan. Zhang Jiwei smiled warmly. Jing Yuan replied, please, do not torment me further. Where is the immortal? The immortal mentioned he has matters to attend to in this realm. Zhang Jiwei replied with a gentle smile. Friend Jing Yuan, please accompany me as we await the arrival of other guests. Very well, Jing Yuan agreed. Meanwhile, Yunqing had arrived at Changbai Mountain. A mere few thousand kilometers distance was traversed in the blink of an eye. The selection of this site among the 3 ascension locations was due to the presence of older mountain spirits. Kunlun Mountain had fallen into desolation, devoid of inhabitants. The state of Longhu Mountain indicated that even the old celestial master was likely unaware of its significance as an ascension site. Thus, only Changbai Mountain remained. Upon reaching the Changbai Heavenly Lake, the scenic area was closed to the public today, alleviating much inconvenience. The energy of this realm was indeed intriguing. Yunqing stumbled upon several novel phenomena. The energy field enveloped a location, transforming it into an entirely new microcosm. Entering the energy field was akin to traversing through time past, present, and future coalesced into one. As he calculated and contemplated, the concept of the Daluo Cave Temple began to unfold in Yunqing's mind. How fascinating! The characteristics of the Daluo could manifest in such a microcosm. The Daluo Cave Temple is, in essence, rather intricate. To summarize its concept, it stands upon the foundation of the energy field, influencing the destinies of others from a higher vantage point. Within this energy field, one's past, present, and future amalgamate. The Daluo Cave Temple, by its very name, signifies a higher celestial realm, the utmost heavens. In the context of this world's setting, the energy field embodies this concept. To suggest that this phenomenon is accessible to a mundane world would be utterly implausible, even to the likes of Cunning Yunqing. The aspirations contained here are far too elevated. 3 updates today. Gratitude for the support. Chapter 67, Zhang Jiwei. This is merely a trial bestowed upon me by the immortal. Is this a familiar world or an unfamiliar one? Yunqing's interest in the world beyond ascension is piqued. At this moment, he has begun to form a rudimentary understanding of the world above ascension, which is likely rooted in myth or possibly a primordial background. Naturally, Qing leans toward the former, as the latter would have likely been detected by now. Thus, the 8 unique techniques become akin to blind men attempting to discern an elephant, each touching a different portion. With keen interest, Qing mused, ultimately, when the 8 converge, do they equate to a celestial being? Of course, this would merely signify possessing the characteristics of a celestial being. In this realm, let alone a celestial being. Even gathering all 8 may not yield sufficient power. It is likely that even the combined strength of the 8 would fall short of the original Zhang Jiwei's capabilities. What a pity to squander such potential. As Qing contemplated, mere moments passed, and a mountain spirit approached. The 5 immortals of northeast China, a magnificent white serpent, stretching dozens of yards in length, emerged, its scales shimmering with a resplendent glow, while a faint purple aura enveloped its form. The young Lu Kuanqing, having encountered a celestial being, wriggled his body and crawled closer to the impressive figure of Qing, lowering his head in reverence, his frame trembling slightly. For creatures of their ilk, the terrors of the ethereal aura surrounding Qing were palpable. Although Qing had restrained his presence to the point of emitting no discernible aura, the transcendent essence radiating from him was undeniable. Qing cast a fleeting glance at Lu Kuanqing, lacking any inclination for conversation, for it bore no significance. The lad was not destined for ascension. Yet, the bloodline intrigued him. Focusing intently, Qing traced the lineage back to its source, revealing a phantom of a spiraling azure dragon. The bloodline of the white serpent bore a connection to the dragon clan. Time and space flowed before Qing's eyes as he delved into Lu Kuanqing's fate in this realm. Lu Kuanqing felt the weight of being scrutinized, helplessly prostrating himself upon the snow, shivering uncontrollably. This was truly a celestial being. What could he possibly do? The infinite causal connections unfolded beneath Qing's gaze, the cyclical nature of this world manifesting in vivid clarity. In an instant, a glimmer of joy flashed in Qing's eyes. He had discovered the nature of this realm's higher plane. The source of time and space revealed itself to him as the celestial emperor, reigning from the 33 heavens, commanding the clouds and rain, dictating the fates of myriad beings in the vast world. It was a land of divine grandeur, where 2 beams of light surged towards the heavens amidst a cataclysmic display. Unfazed, Qing, in a moment of abstraction, caught a whisper in the air. With a soft exhale, he withdrew his gaze, casting one last look at Lu Kuanqing before stepping back to Longhu Mountain. The journey to the west. This was the true realm of the journey to the west. No wonder so many elements in this lower realm were intertwined with the key figures of that epic. After a lengthy contemplation, Qing discerned that the higher realm was indeed the very world of the journey to the west. Reflecting on the journey to the west, he realized that while there were many realms of the journey, the one that left the most profound impression was the true realm of the journey to the west. A world casually opened by a celestial master in his youth. The supreme. Qing's knowledge was limited, but his impression of the true realm stemmed solely from its affiliation with the celestial emperor. Indeed, the world created by the supreme celestial master ultimately fell under the dominion of the celestial emperor. Speaking of this celestial emperor, one might say he maintained the order of the myriad realms. Yet, on the contrary, he was often seen as meddling in affairs that did not concern him. As a celestial master, it was perplexing that he sought to consolidate power. Yes, he sought to gather influence and establish dominion. Among the celestial realms existed an unparalleled force known as the Celestial Court, where the celestial emperor presided, amassing the faith of countless beings across the realms. Celestial masters rarely revealed themselves, preferring to gather faith, with only 2 notable exceptions. The Buddha requires no introduction, as it is said he attained enlightenment through this very path. However, the celestial emperor's faith had long reached saturation, leading to the fading of the celestial court. Following this, Hongjun seized the opportunity to establish the primordial chaos, resting at the center of the myriad realms. In the present day, the celestial court had vanished without a trace, rarely seen, and only those at the level of great Luo Jingxian would have the chance to encounter it. The celestial emperor himself was even more elusive, only appearing for matters of great importance. Of course, save for Hongjun. Qing had often witnessed the latter's confrontations with Hongjun. Such was the advantage of residing in the primordial chaos. Many great Luo Jingxian spent countless years without catching even a glimpse of a celestial master. Yet Qing was different. He had encountered all 9 celestial masters. This was all thanks to Hongjun, providing him the opportunity to admire the celestial grandeur. It cannot be denied that the celestial masters had returned to a state of purity. In their encounters with Hongjun, they had resorted to sheer physical prowess, devoid of any grand principles or methods. It was a battle of flesh and blood. If one were to name those who struck Hongjun the hardest, the Celestial Emperor and Lingbao Celestial Master would undoubtedly lead the charge. Yunqing recalled those excruciating moments, a shiver coursing through him. Enough of that. It was better not to dwell on it. Having discerned the specifics of this realm's higher plane, Yunqing's initial interest waned. After all, it was a world truly backed by the Celestial Masters, despite the fact that the Celestial Emperor had long ceased to make appearances. Upon returning to Longhu Mountain, the old Celestial Master and his disciples had just assembled, exchanging pleasantries. Celestial being, Zhang Jiwei responded with remarkable speed, bowing deeply, showcasing his prowess at the 9th turn of the Golden Elixir. I have encountered a celestial being. Everyone greeted Yunqing with utmost respect. Yunqing smiled, saying, "You honor me. There is no need for formality." Feeling somewhat reserved among them, Zhang Jiwei stepped forward, radiant light glimmering between his hands as he presented a collection of books and scrolls. "Celestial being, these are all the cultivation techniques I have gathered thus far." "Excellent," Yunqing replied, graciously accepting the offerings. "You need not search for a place of ascension just yet. After this matter concludes, consider this avatar as your reward for your efforts." Casually, Yunqing replicated the techniques and returned a copy to Zhang Jiwei. "Once you master the 8 extraordinary techniques, your opportunity shall arrive." Zhang Jiwei, filled with trepidation, hastily inquired, "Celestial being, do you mean?" The other disciples gathered around, sensing there was a secret at play. "This is merely a part of the method to attain immortality, serving as a key to the higher realms." "Celestial being, are the 8 extraordinary techniques truly that remarkable?" Chen Shi, adorned in a simple outfit that accentuated her striking white hair, drew the attention of Reina. "Indeed, the celestial path is divided into 8. Yunqing chuckled lightly. "However, without innate energy, practicing them would be futile. Moreover, my return to origin scripture is far more beneficial, applicable across the myriad realms." Zhang Jiwei accepted the copy of the scripture Yunqing had returned, saying, "I shall diligently heed your teachings, celestial being, and practice the 8 extraordinary techniques with utmost dedication." "Indeed." Zhang Jiwei pondered, wishing to inquire about how to cultivate these techniques, but this was merely a trial set forth by the celestial being. Gu Jiding, come out. Old Taoist. Chapter 68. The Grand Ritual of Luotian. Yang Jian. The Grand Ritual of Luotian was about to commence, an undeniably significant day for Taoism. This grand event summoned the supreme beings of the 3 realms, the exalted saints of the 10 directions, the celestial emperor of the Jade Capital, the revered masters of the 10 directions, and all divine beings. The traditional sacrificial rites were solemn, contrasting sharply with the forthcoming abstract duel in the afternoon. Incense was burned. Altars were set, water was summoned, banners were raised, edicts proclaimed, impurities were dispelled, and celestial beings were invited. During the recitation of scriptures and rituals, the old celestial master even sang a couple of Taoist tunes. By the time the process concluded, it was already afternoon. The afternoon activities were straightforward. Individuals from all walks of life had gathered for this occasion, a grand display of martial prowess among the talented. However, due to space constraints, the grand ritual was conducted via a lottery system. The heavenly stems determined the order of entry, divided among 4 sacred beast arenas. Those drawing the same beast would compete in the same arena, with only one victor emerging from each group to advance to the next round. For the chatting crowd, after a brief meet and greet, free time ensued. Groups dispersed to various arenas to observe the proceedings. Chen Shi, accompanied by Reina, headed straight to the arena drawn by Zhang Chulan, likely prepared to witness the spectacle of the no-shaking Bishan scene. Jing Yuan and Morux found common ground in their conversation, particularly as Morux planned to conquer the 4 corners, making it a wise choice to seek insights from Jing Yuan. Firelin Fei, along with Sasuke and Yang Jian, ventured to the Zhuke arena, where Sasuke and Firelin Fei assisted Yang Jian in acquiring some texts. Yang Jian was immersed in a variety of mythological texts and novels like Investiture of the Gods. Could someone like him truly become the true monarch of pure source and marvelous Tao? On the spectator platform, Yang Jian closed his eyes in deep contemplation. In these myths, his characteristics were all too evident: handsome, powerful, the face of the celestial court, indifferent to proclamations, and a protector of the common folk. Of course, various versions of his own story existed. There were tales of the 10 golden crows scorching his mother, of him cleaving apart Peach Mountain and inadvertently harming her, and even one where his mother was directly slain by the Jade Emperor. Numerous accounts abounded, leading Yang Jian to curse the wild novels. Not a single word is true. Why can't my mother live well? Yang Jian felt increasingly agitated, though his anger gradually subsided as he continued to read. After all, it was mere fabrication. Why should he allow himself to be truly enraged? Until he came across /// Yang Jian tore the book before him to shreds, causing Hualin Fei and Sasuke, who stood nearby, to retreat in alarm. What on earth is happening? Yang Jian was panting heavily, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. What? Is it impossible for the women of the Yang family to find happiness? First, his mother fell in love with a mortal, and now his sister is also enamored with a mortal for such an absurd reason? Although he had encountered such plot lines in the chat group, the sight of the so-called Three Holy Mothers and Lu Yinchang was unbearable at this moment. Damn it, does our Yang family have a vendetta against those who write novels or myths? Yang Jian, Erlang Shun, Hualin Fei cautiously inquired. This Erlang Shun is truly capricious. Yang Jian exhaled forcefully, his voice low and gruff, revealing a trace of displeasure. Is there a story about me in your world? Yang Jian turned to the two and asked. I have heard of it, but I lack detailed knowledge. Hualin Fei replied with a shrug, appearing somewhat helpless. Sasuke had never even heard of it. He was a native of the ninja world, after all. Yang Jian took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions, and smiled, saying, Can you tell me about it? Hualin Fei's lips twitched slightly. He probably understood why Yang Jian was so upset. Brother Yang Jian. Don't call me Brother Yang Jian. I am also of the human race. Still in the midst of my cultivation. If you don't mind, just call me Yang Gu. Yang Jian's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. One must admit that the various depictions and myths were not particularly kind to Yang Jian. However, one aspect that was never misrepresented was his striking appearance. Though his second brother may have faced defeats, he was never deemed unattractive. I don't remember anything else. Hualin Fei slapped his thigh. I only remember your handsomeness. A skilled hunter and warrior, carefree and unrestrained. Yang Jian chuckled, feeling considerably lighter. His sole purpose now was clear. To grow stronger, to grow stronger. And to grow stronger still. How could he rescue his mother without strength? How could his family reunite? The desire to save his mother had always spurred him to pursue greater power. He must become invincible, unmatched across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only then could he ensure peace in the world. According to the plot provided by the group leader, as long as he refrained from rash actions to rescue his mother, he would have ample time to develop. As long as he remained composed, he could only endure his mother's suffering for now. Mother, please rest assured. Your child shall become a paragon of divinity and shatter the heavenly laws. With a proper mindset, a hint of a smile graced Yang Jian's lips. One of the paths to strength lay within this chat group. The training chamber, accumulating points, was simply tantalizing. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, Yang Jian naturally yearned for more. Although Yunqing's Yuan Shao Dan had been his greatest opportunity for rapid growth, the Celestial's gifts belonged to the Celestial, while his own achievements were his own. In his excitement, Yang Jian found the ongoing contest below utterly mundane. In his eyes, their methods of combat were far too pedestrian to capture his interest. However, since this was an event organized by the chat group, he would not voice any objections. Meanwhile, Yunqing and Zhang Jiwei were in the secluded area of the back mountain. After establishing the commencement of the contests, Zhang Jiwei had come to the back mountain to attempt the 8 unique techniques, a key to the upper realm. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei was seated in meditation, practicing the 6th treasury Immortal Thief. Yunqing observed the workings of the entire world. Is this it? Yunqing raised an eyebrow. This universe hardly qualifies as a singular entity. It can only be described as a collection of several star systems. There are indeed extraterrestrial beings, but the boundaries of the world are shrouded in void. Such a fade, Yunqing chose to refer to as a branch. Here lies merely a branch of the lower realm. Another nested layer. Yunqing shook his head. A minor branch of the journey to the West True Realm. This Yang Jian is somewhat different. In a moment of realization, Yunqing perceived Yang Jian's thoughts. Unlike the portrayal in the Bao Lian Dang, this Yang Jian appears devoid of emotion. According to the original narrative, he would have already developed feelings for Chang'e by now. Yet, this individual harbors none of such inclinations. The curse of the old Yang family. Even Yunqing could not help but frown. It ought not to be termed the curse of the old Yang family, but rather the curse of the Jade Emperor. This matter, on a smaller scale, reflects the Jade Emperor's kin's penchant for desiring the mortal realm. On a grander scale, it could even reach the level of the celestial venerates. Qing furrowed his brow, sensing that this was undoubtedly another power struggle among the celestial venerates. Chapter 69. Zhang Jiwei's practice of the 8 unique techniques. Almost every tale of romantic entanglements between immortals and mortals revolves around the celestial emperor, the 7 fairies, weaving maiden, Yang Chan, Yaoji. Sisters, daughters, nieces, not a single one left out. Yet, Qing felt compelled to raise a question. Even if the celestial emperor's entourage in these worlds were weak, they surely would not be bewitched by mortals, right? This matter is certainly not simple. Qing dared not hastily draw conclusions. If it were an ordinary world, it would be inconsequential, but given the involvement of the celestial venerates. Qing refrained from delving too deeply. As he contemplated, Zhang Jiwei also opened his eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within. Celestial. I feel that this method has a deeper significance, yet I cannot grasp it. Zhang Jiwei bowed to Qing, feeling a flicker of understanding that eluded his grasp. 6 treasures, 5 organs, 5 bodies, 5 energies, 5 smells, 5 liquids, 5 emotions, 5 spirits. Qing conveyed the Tao rhythmically, and a spark of clarity ignited within Zhang Jiwei's heart. The teachings acquired from the celestial venerates must be applied flexibly. In that instant, it felt akin to the sensation of observing the blue lotus and attaining enlightenment. Qing's words became profound insights embedded within his heart. The might of the immortals. Zhang Jiwei's heart surged with excitement. He understood. This was a process of reverse evolution. Zhang Jiwei recalled the narrative. Previously, he had not encountered concepts like the 8 unique techniques. However, at this moment, with his original understanding coupled with Qing's elucidation, he suddenly grasped the ultimate mystery of the 6 treasury immortal thief. What is the 6 treasury immortal thief? The 6 treasuries correspond to the 6 viscera, with the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple warmer, gallbladder, and bladder at its core, crafting a perfect digestive system. Firstly, it perfectly digests any essence of living beings, transforming it entirely into one's own qi. Secondly, it seizes the natural creations of the earth, absorbing the vitality of the heavens and replenishing itself. Thirdly, it can assimilate with the cosmos, concealing its own energy like nature itself, appearing as if without a trace, achieving unity with the heavens. Fourthly, by practicing the 6 treasury immortal thief, the user's saliva, infused with their qi, can exert a lethal corrosive effect on organic matter. Fifthly, it perfectly absorbs nutrients, preventing aging and maintaining vitality. Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath. His reasoning was correct. Qing's guidance had directly provided him with the answer. It turned out that his world genuinely possessed such a high-minded cultivation method. Zhang Jiwei bowed once more to Qing. Then promptly, he retrieved 2 ginseng roots and placed them in his mouth, swiftly refining them. Qing smiled, casting a glance at Zhang Jiwei with evident satisfaction. This is indeed a promising talent from the lower realm. In the entire world beneath one, even if he were to drop the answer here, only Zhang Jiwei would possess the capability to comprehend it so swiftly. Pure essence of life surged from his mouth into his body, circulating through the 6 viscera, transforming into the most refined qi. The pristine qi, after passing through the 6 viscera, did not stir nor head toward the dantian. It was in a state of evolution. What lies above the 6 viscera? What does it correspond to? Where should he progress next? Zhang Jiwei questioned himself, and soon he found the answer. The 5 organs. Immediately, that pure qi surged toward the 5 organs, nourishing the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, continuously replenishing them. After completing a full cycle, it vanished entirely, all supplementing his 5 organs. Thus, the cultivation of the 5 organs and 6 viscera was completed. However, it was evident that the 6 treasury immortal thief encompassed more than just this. What should his next step be? Where should he evolve to? The limbs and bones. Zhang Jiwei once again questioned himself, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. No, it is the 5 bodies. The 6 organs supplementing the 5 viscera. The next evolution is the 5 bodies. This is the fundamental principle for practitioners of the 6 repository celestial thief, where the 5 bodies represent the meridians, muscles, skin, hair, and bones, forming a robust physique. At this stage of cultivation, the body becomes extraordinarily strong, akin to Wan Feng and Baran from the narrative, who have both surpassed this realm. In Zhang Jiwei's eyes, stars seemed to twinkle. At that moment, his gaze sparkled like brilliant celestial bodies, his aura brimming with vitality. Moreover, there is evolution. The next step pertains to the 5 qi, which represent wind, heat, humidity, dryness, and cold. Practitioners of the sixth repository celestial thief can withstand various negative resistances, and it is this aspect that is currently being fortified. In relation to this method, neither heat nor cold can invade. It is a minor path. This is evident in Wanfeng and Baran. Following this is the next step, the five scents, which represent stench, char, fragrance, fishy, and rotten. Those who cultivate the sixth repository celestial thief share a common trait. They can perceive all scents, enhancing their sense of smell to recognize individuals through aroma. Wanfeng and Baran have also attained this realm. In contemplation, Zhang Jiwei recalled Wanfeng. In the past, he had not come into contact with this individual, and his understanding was solely based on the narrative. Merely from the story, Zhang Jiwei discerned what kind of person Wanfeng truly was. What did Wanfeng value most? A good meal and a few more years of life. His most frequently uttered phrase was, "Are you tired of living?" Perhaps he had strayed from the path of cultivation during his flight. Zhang Jiwei shook his head, dismissing thoughts of this person. A kind-hearted individual had ultimately morphed into a monster. Beyond the five scents lies the next step, the five fluids, representing tears, sweat, saliva, mucus, and spittle. Practitioners of the sixth repository celestial thief gradually strengthen themselves through each step, with this stage focusing on fortifying the five fluids. They do not merely envelop their qi in saliva, rather, their saliva has already reached this level. Qi merely expands the range, increasing the distance and speed at which the saliva is expelled, yet they mistakenly believe that their qi has achieved a certain state. Truly, the observer is often bewildered. Such methods can even render sweat harmful. These 8 unique techniques rightfully deserve their reputation for chaos. Zhang Jiwei drew upon the surrounding essence of heaven and earth, his Tao rhythm evolving into an unfathomable form. Of course, with his cultivation at the 9th transformation of the Golden Core, these realms could be attained in an instant. He was merely manifesting this process. The manifestation of the sixth repository celestial thief in Baran and others was indeed unbecoming. Yet at this moment within Zhang Jiwei, he could distinctly feel that even a mere spit could become lethal. Thus, the initial steps of the sixth repository celestial thief had completely transformed. Next, the crucial step, the five emotions. The five emotions are joy, anger, contemplation, worry, and fear. From here begins the metamorphosis from life essence to innate essence. What is the essence of a celestial being? Just as the primordial infant of Qi embodies the original state, untouched by the joys and sorrows of the mundane world. This is the penultimate phase of the sixth repository celestial thief's evolution, the five emotions. In this state, they gradually lose their emotions, becoming apathetic and indifferent. Nothing can pique their interest anymore. Nothing can stir their hearts. Yet how does one proceed to the next stage? Wanfeng was utterly oblivious. He could not comprehend how to advance further. Under years of relentless pursuit, his temperament had transformed, though he merely wished to live peacefully. The harsh realities of the world did not permit it. He fled, he feared, he grieved, he yearned. He needed to fill the void of his other five emotions. Yet what could still interest them now gradually dulled. Meanwhile, the sixth repository celestial thief continued its evolution towards perfection. What is perfection? The primordial one Qi, the original form. Thus, in this imbalance, they strayed from the path. They could not stabilize themselves. There are numerous methods to restrain such matters. However, their rapid progress over time had indeed rendered their lives incompatible. So what should one do at this realm? Zhang Jiwei had but one answer. Cultivate the heart, seek balance, perceive nature, and comprehend the five emotions. Those who cultivate the sixth repository celestial thief possess the deepest understanding of all natural things. They need only grasp the essence of nature, and their hearts will naturally find the path. Chapter 70. Morix, what are you competing in? The transformation of the five emotions reveals one's true nature, illuminating the Tao heart. Calmness does not equate to indifference. It does not strip one of human emotions, but rather teaches one not to be swayed by honor or disgrace, nor to treat great calamities lightly. This process may lead to self-doubt, questioning whether one still counts as human. The pursuit of perfection has led him down this path of cannibalism. Zhang Jiwei spoke, letting out a soft sigh. Yin Qing observed Zhang Jiwei's enlightened demeanor and nodded in agreement. Half a minute. It took merely half a minute to comprehend the sixth repository celestial thief and understand where a contemporary had gone astray. The final step, what will you do? Yin Qing once more conveyed the Tao rhythm, inquiring. In response, Zhang Jiwei promptly rose and respectfully bowed. Disciple has already reached the realm of the five gods. This method is now clear to me, and I dare not exaggerate by claiming complete mastery. Yet, I truly cannot find a way to progress further. Good. Qing replied with a smile. That is sufficient. Draw upon your energy to pursue the next of the 8 unique techniques. As he spoke, Qing gazed out the window. The surroundings had become barren, all vitality having been drawn out by Zhang Zhuwei. On a desolate tree in the open space stood a sparrow. Its feathers were exceptionally smooth, its form significantly larger than that of an ordinary sparrow, especially those eyes. Sharp as a hawk's. Handle it yourself, Qing remarked before walking away. His figure remained unseen by anyone except those in the group. Zhang Zhuwei turned his gaze toward the sparrow, and upon closer inspection, he could not help but be taken aback. Zhou Sheng, you've come closer. Wudong Zhou Sheng, I pay my respects to the Grand Master. Enough. You've been away from Wudong for many years. Why still invoke that name? Are you not afraid they will hunt you down? Zhang Zhuwei cast a glance at the sparrow before him. Immediately, the sparrow transformed into a frail, stooped old Taoist, who smiled bitterly at Zhang Zhuwei. Zhou Xing, I pay my respects to the Grand Master. Have a seat. Come to see your junior disciple? Zhang Zhuwei smiled gently, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. Compared to Zhou Sheng, Zhang Zhuwei appeared significantly younger. Grand Master, have you already ascended to immortality? Zhou Sheng pressed his lips together. His feelings complex. Is that the ultimate mystery of the 6th repository celestial thief? If viewed from your perspective, I may be considered immortal, but in terms of true immortality, I am not worthy at present. Qing did not linger to observe their conversation, but instead moved to the audience seats. At this moment, the scene was one of raucousness, with refuse flying everywhere, hurled at the figure of Zhang Chulan in the arena. Chun Shi and Reina sat on the platform, laughing uproariously. Qing had little interest in this and turned his attention to Ma Xianhong, who was just behind Zhang Chulan in the competition. He revealed no extraordinary abilities, merely encountering 3 random challengers. Once clad in the Wudo armor, he subdued all 3 within 2 minutes, astonishing the audience. This individual had never showcased any renown. Suddenly emerging out of nowhere, Ma Xianhong wore a facade of coldness, his lips curving slightly in a cold smirk as he exited the arena. Bing, White Tiger, Ma Xianhong wins. Qing promptly lost interest. This system is rather unimpressive. Perhaps the systems encountered in the primordial chaos were simply too advanced. Now, upon witnessing these inferior systems, it is truly difficult to articulate. Having been bound to a host for over 2 months, the myriad constraints and rules have stifled the host's growth. As evening fell, the Taoists concluded their day's work. Chun Shi, clocking in successfully. Unshaken Lotus, Sun Goddess. This fellow truly has no sense of integrity whatsoever. The first rebellious soul of the heavenly realm remarked, the one practicing Tai Chi is rather extraordinary. He possesses hidden techniques. Brother Yang has discerned so much. How come I failed to notice? Questioned another. That is Wang Yi. He is the inheritor of the 8 extraordinary skills, the wind after Qimeng, explained Chun Shi. Indeed. If viewed as a contest between ordinary individuals, it is truly spectacular, added the martial god. I have observed Ma Xianhong's battle, yet found little to decipher, stated another. Is Lao Jing still contemplating the time traveler? Jing Yuan stared at the messages in the chat group, momentarily speechless. What else could it be? Do you think they simply gathered here for a social event? He mused, concluding that the appearance of a time traveler suggested the system's retrieval might be a secondary objective. In his mind, he had already drawn a conclusion regarding the chat group's operational rules. Sending the time travelers home was merely a matter of familiarity. Though their words sounded somewhat hypocritical, Jing Yuan remained unperturbed. This was merely the law of survival. Esteemed guests, please proceed down the mountain. The old master has prepared a feast, announced a voice. Oh dear, master, you need not be so courteous, Chun Shi chuckled foolishly, feeling the old master had been overly gracious. Finally, we can indulge in a grand meal. I must return promptly afterward. I have class tomorrow, remarked another. In a few days, we shall have a short holiday. If I am not mistaken, the plot is about to unfold. Fire Lin Fei thought, filled with anticipation. Once he accessed the ability lock, he would no longer be an ordinary person. The thrill of swiftly traversing various parallel universes was exhilarating. Confidence was the guiding principle of Fire Lin Fei's life, regardless of the caliber of his opponents. Where is the immortal? Inquired the Sun Goddess. I am already at the foot of the mountain, replied Hong Huang, a scattered cultivator. The chat group's functionality proved comprehensive at this moment. Everyone was in Zhang Zhiwei's world and could even share their location directly. Thus, the old master sent the coordinates of the hotel he had booked. Zhang Jiwei intended for everyone to enjoy accommodations beyond the confines of Longhu Mountain. Sleeping on a straw bed was incomparable to the comforts of the foot of the mountain. Not to mention the superior culinary offerings. Hence, Zhang Jiwei had reserved a hotel serving authentic Jiangxi cuisine. Arriving shortly, came the reply. Jing Yuan. Why not engage in a friendly competition? Suggested the first rebellious soul of the heavenly realm. Compete in what? Asked the martial god. I have arrived, announced one. I have also arrived, responded the other, their messages sent simultaneously. The corners of Morix's mouth twitched slightly. He understood the nature of the competition. Having met the immortal, Qing and Zhang Jiwei were already seated in a magnificent private room. Although the table was round, the prominent seat remained at the eastern position, naturally occupied by Qing. This fact was unequivocal in the minds of all group members, even though Qinshi was the group leader, and this was Zhang Jiwei's world. Chapter 71. The initial gathering, the formal meeting. Do not stand on ceremony, please take a seat, Qing responded softly. The spatial essence of the world beneath one's feet was notably frail, even weaker than that of the Naruto world. Consequently, the journey for the group members was swift. Morix escorted Sasuke and Fire Lin Fei along the rocky ridges, concealing their presence to avoid detection. One by one, the group members arrived at the gathering spot, 9 in total, without a single absence. Jing Yuan, Yang Jian, and Morix engaged in conversation. Reina, perched elegantly on her chair, touched up her makeup. Fire Lin Fei and Sasuke gazed in awe at the array of dishes, though Sasuke remained more restrained. Qing silently observed the gathering, while she bit her lip, striving to steady her emotions. Typically, such gatherings require someone to invigorate the atmosphere with a few words, yet it felt exceedingly difficult to break the silence. The technological marvels of this world are truly astonishing, Morix remarked with a hint of admiration. Compared to these worlds, his own felt like a primitive tribe. Moreover, the technological advancements in the Old Master's world surpassed those in Naruto by a considerable margin. Peace and prosperity resonated in Morix's heart. Haha, Jing Yuan chuckled lightly. Brother Zhongli aspires to traverse all realms. In light of that, may I suggest considering my immortal vessel? Very well, Morix nodded, however, prior to that. I must first reflect upon my experiences. Ordinary mortals can soar through the skies. It is something I had never contemplated. Yang Jian also expressed his surprise. While these advancements might appear trivial when judged by sheer power, in terms of overall development, this place far outstripped southern states. Just the fact that everyone wore attire resembling silk was testament to their progress. The inaugural offline gathering of the chat group commenced in this manner. The table was laden with food and ample drink. Reina snapped her compact shut, casting a teasing glance at Qinshi. Leader, will you not say a few words? Of course. I shall certainly speak. Qinshi stammered, her heart racing uncontrollably. The carefully prepared speech vanished into thin air in that moment. This scene did not seem unusual to anyone present. Jing Yuan scanned the room, contemplating. Clearly, the immortal should not be the one to break the ice. Yet, Qinshi, who was meant to enliven the atmosphere, found herself at a loss for words. Having navigated social situations for years, Jing Yuan understood this scenario all too well. Thus, he directly addressed the group. Esteemed guests, this marks our chat group's first offline gathering, yet it shall not be the last. As spring arrives and the grass grows, the future holds great promise. If we were to consider our chat group as an organization, I look forward to a bright future for us all. Here, we support one another and strive for collective progress. Under the guidance of the immortal and our leader, it is my wish to transform all that is unpleasant. As we journey together, countless memories fill my heart, all of which I raise in a toast to the immortal and our leader. With that, Jing Yuan stood and raised his cup. The fluidity of his actions was captivating. His words were perfectly aligned with reason, first igniting everyone's emotions, then painting a hopeful picture of the future, followed by the notion of mutual assistance, which resonated with all present. Next, he paid compliments to the leaders before expressing expectations, culminating in a direct toast. Jing Yuan's approach was remarkably businesslike. Qing, taken aback, nodded in response, saying, well, I only hope that one day you all may assist me. If the immortal requires anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall always be at your service. Zhang Jiwei raised a cup of plain wine. I too, Yang Jian echoed, aligning with the sentiments of the group. This attitude pleased Qing considerably, though regrettably. None were currently of use. Leader, everyone has raised their glasses. Will you not join us? Reina queried with a smile, lifting her cup. Very well, Chun, she readily agreed. Raising her cup, everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks. Next time, we shall gather in the realm of your leader. Cheers. After a hearty feast, Zhang Jiwei warmly arranged accommodations for everyone. The environment was undoubtedly of high standard for an urban setting. The following morning, Fire Lin Fei was the first to depart punctually. As he had class to attend, Morix embarked on his own journey, equipped with provisions to experience urban life. Reina and Qinshi remained at the foot of the mountain. Indulging in shopping and other leisure activities, this was a passion of Reina's. In her previous world, she had longed for these experiences on Earth. While Qinshi planned to enjoy a moonlit stroll before checking in, it cannot be in vain. As a traveler through time, how could she possibly miss the chance to stroll under the moonlight? Sasuke has returned to the world of Hokage. After all, he is not idle either, as he needs to catch up on his cultural studies. Well, as a strict father, Fugaku intends to cultivate his younger son to become Hokage, so naturally, cultural lessons are essential. Thus, a protracted period of remedial education commenced. Moreover, it will not be long before his school days begin. Consequently, only Yun Qing, Jingyuan, Yang Jian, and Zhang Jiwei returned to Longhu Mountain. Does brother Jingyuan possess a refined disposition? Yang Jian could not help but inquire of Jingyuan. Having been in the group for quite some time, he was well aware that this individual was a general overseeing the entire Luofu Immortal vessel. Jingyuan had shared ample background information about that world in the group. Therefore, Yang Jian was curious as to why this general seemed so unoccupied. To be honest. If possible, I would truly wish to abdicate and let someone else take the helm, Jingyuan replied with a sense of helplessness. Unfortunately, the future of the immortal vessel is shrouded in uncertainty. Although Fu Xian is quite reliable, he is still somewhat inexperienced. As for the promising Qi Ke, she too requires growth. This includes his own disciples and even the new dragon sovereign. If one were to speak the truth, the immortal vessel is currently in a state of disarray, plagued by numerous calamities. The plot has not revealed what exactly the old mentor and the Rakshasa intend to do, even having brought over remnants of breeding. They have placed prosperity in jeopardy. It is truly a source of frustration. Fortunately, he has joined the group and become privy to these matters. Furthermore, he is steadily enhancing his own strength, not to mention his prowess in meeting the Star God. Just speaking of this throne. Alas, there remains much to strive for. Brother Yang, rather than discussing my situation, let us converse about your cultivation. Jingyuan inquired with genuine curiosity. He was new to the path of immortality, and Yang Jian had been in contact with it for quite some time, apart from the celestial beings. As for my cultivation, Yang Jian pondered for a moment. Though I am reluctant to admit it, perhaps it truly relates to my mother's bloodline. For instance, when I cannot perceive a particular phenomenon, the celestial eye upon my forehead allows me to see through it. When I encounter perplexing principles, my thoughts often lead me to the truth. Jingyuan was rendered speechless, his lips twitching. In other words, this might be considered a form of innate talent? Chapter 72, The Revival of Spiritual Energy. The progress of the grand ritual was remarkably swift. Over the past 2 days, they were on the verge of determining the top 8 competitors. During this time, Qing had gained a profound understanding of the entire world of One Below. However, he pondered whether this approach was truly advisable. Qing furrowed his brow, a look of contemplation etched across his features. Ascension. Qi was deliberating over Zhang Jiwei's potential ascension. The true realm of Journey to the West. Indeed, this upper realm is the true realm of Journey to the West. Qi was also contemplating whether or not to permit Zhang Jiwei to ascend. The primary concern remained his limited knowledge of the true realm of Journey to the West. Yin Qing reflected, recalling every fragment of information regarding the true realm. This world has garnered significant attention from Hongjun as a fellow great Luo Golden Immortal. Through mutual exchanges, Qing had come to understand this matter. If one were to observe the Hongwang from the perspective of a wandering soul traversing myriad realms, it becomes evident that Hongwang has amalgamated an abundance of elements. However, at present, Hongwang has yet to evolve into the Journey to the West. Many realms have traversed the narrative of Journey to the West, yet the true realm of Hongwang has never done so. The frequency of Hongwang's reboots is exceedingly high. According to Hongjun, he has abandoned the pursuit of completeness after more than 700 reboots. The reason being, the Celestial Lords do not desire him to reach the end. Perhaps it is not solely the Celestial Lords, but the Heavenly Emperor undoubtedly wishes to prevent him from achieving that. During those days, Hongjun had even made a point of harvesting travelers and systems. One system can at least equate to the resources of a true Tai Golden Immortal. Truly a gratifying harvest for Hongjun. To speak candidly, during the period of the Wu and Yao calamity, more than 70 travelers and over 100 systems appeared in one of the most significant epics of reincarnation. Upon hearing this outcome, Yinqing could not help but chuckle. Wait, your systems have all vanished. Each of you is like a meat bun thrown to a dog. Why are you still frantically diving into Honghuang? Perhaps it is the allure of Honghuang that draws them in. Yinqing could only attribute it to that. However, the question remains, is it truly feasible to allow Zhang Jiwei to ascend? Yinqing contemplated that if he were to permit his ascension, it might be more prudent for him to send a manifestation to visit the true realm of journey to the west. Wait, Yinqing suddenly snapped back to reality. Why am I so fixated on this matter? In an instant, his Tao heart became clear, a lotus blooming within his consciousness, spreading the resonance of the Tao, bringing everything back to tranquility. If I think this way, how am I any different from those who send systems to other realms? I have no reason nor necessity to venture into the true realm of journey to the west. Silence, a profound silence. Yunqing's gaze fell. His thoughts could be influenced inadvertently, and those capable of influencing him. Not even Hongjun could accomplish that. Yunqing's essence is the blue lotus, the progenitor of all celestial lotuses, and the first attribute of the blue lotus is tranquility. At this moment, Yinqing suddenly understood, his eyes narrowing gently. He likely comprehends why countless systems and travelers are erratically traversing. Resources. Immortals do not perish, and thieves are unceasing. This principle applies equally to great Luo golden immortals. How many celestial lords reveal themselves? Among the myriad realms, the strongest visible beings are already great Luo golden immortals. It appears to be the design of a certain celestial lord. Yinqing felt somewhat troubled during this period. Ahead lies the contest against Hongjun. There is no pressure, as Yinqing understands Hongjun well enough. Though he is a thief of the Tao, he is merely meddling with some mischievous thoughts before the great Tao. When it comes to the beings of Honghuang, it would not be an exaggeration to say he possesses great love. This is evident from his never erasing the true spirits of any beings. He genuinely wishes for Honghuang to flourish. If it is said that his initial purpose in founding Honghuang was for theft, then now he has acquired another motive. Why not cultivate great Luo golden immortals within Honghuang? Why not nurture the beings of this world? Thus, he retains the true spirits of figures like Di Jiang and allows them to experience life anew with each epical reboot. Yet another troubling matter is the present. He has unwittingly been influenced by a certain celestial lord. It must be a celestial lord. Yunqing is confident in that. A great Luo golden immortal certainly does not possess the ability to influence him. Nevertheless, having dispelled this subtle influence, Yunqing felt somewhat reassured. What purpose would there be in going to the true realm of journey to the west? It is utterly meaningless. Yunqing inhaled deeply, a chill running through him. This matter cannot be pondered further. If a celestial lord truly has their sights set on him, the best course of action would be to remain by the side of another celestial lord. However, it is evident, Yunqing lacks such a backing. As a last resort, remaining in Honghuang and not venturing out is the most prudent approach. Being regarded as a pawn by a celestial lord, Yunqing had long anticipated this. One could even say he has never doubted that all beings are pawns of the celestial lords. Who says celestial lords do not engage in both overt and covert struggles? This is impossible. For the sake of stability, I will first resolve the bit of deification with Hongjun. Now then, does Zhang Jiwei possess the qualifications to be a piece I place within the framework of deification? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Yet he is still not ready. Crossing realms to bring someone over is a perilous gamble, unless he has already attained the qualifications for ascension to the upper realm. As for the true realm of journey to the west, it is certainly not a place for ascension. Yunqing deliberated, the resonance of the blue lotus Tao unconsciously emanating, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant glimmer, retreating into his gaze. Then, let Zhang Jiwei attain this qualification for ascension. How can I facilitate his qualification in the lower realm? The revival of spiritual energy. However, I must not take action myself. Therefore, assistance will be required. Through the ascension passage. Generally speaking, when an extraordinary individual like Zhang Jiwei appears in an ordinary world, the unseen Tao will take notice, and this extraordinary individual will elevate the entire world. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as world promotion. However, in a realm like one below, where there exists an upper realm, this cannot occur. Yet there is still a solution. This signifies the resurgence of spiritual energy. By relying on Zhang Jiwei to obtain the key to ascension, a pathway to the true realm of journey to the west will once again be established here. The emergence of this pathway makes the revival of spiritual energy merely a matter of time, and that time will arrive swiftly. In other words, as long as Zhang Jiwei opens the pathway but does not ascend, the revival of spiritual energy will occur here. Yun Qing calculated that if the true realm of Journey to the West connects with this place, it is highly likely to be the Earth Immortal realm rather than the Celestial realm or Heavenly Court. This plan is feasible. A subtle smile graced Yun Qing's lips. Zhang Jiwei must endure a bit of hardship. He cannot experience the Celestial realm after ascension. With the plan solidified, Yun Qing intended to discuss it with Zhang Jiwei. After all, he is a remarkably fair great Luo Jingxian. If you consent, it will be a joyous occasion for all. If you refuse and wish to ascend, Yun Qing will not impose. After all, individuals like Zhang Jiwei are merely ordinary pieces in the vastness of the primordial chaos, easily found. Yun Qing simply did not wish to utilize pieces that are already claimed. High-tier pieces like Tai Jinren should be used sparingly. Chapter 73, Zhang Jiwei, a disgrace to the sect's reputation. I shall certainly follow the path of the immortal. I am willing to serve the immortal diligently. Zhang Jiwei's response was exceedingly sincere. A man over 100 years old. His gaze was devoid of any cloudiness, showcasing a remarkable clarity. Since meeting Yun Qing, his admiration has reached a point where he would not hesitate to take his own life if Yun Qing commanded it. He would even take pride in such an act. Is this what it means to be a devotee? Yun Qing was rendered speechless. Faith is indeed a formidable power. A single devotee is insignificant, but what of thousands, millions? Excellent. Yun Qing smiled and said, in that case, I shall bestow upon you some rewards and challenges. As for the remaining 8 extraordinary techniques, you shall comprehend them on your own. With that, Yun Qing imparted the remaining techniques into Zhang Jiwei's heart through insights. In an instant, Zhang Jiwei felt dizzy, as the texts of the 8 extraordinary techniques were deeply etched in his mind. Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing the teachings. Zhang Jiwei hurriedly knelt on one knee. This gesture was of a different magnitude. However, Yun Qing did not decline this time. Instead, he smiled and said, they rightfully belong to your world. Ponder them well. I look forward to the day you inspire the entire world. I shall obey. Zhang Jiwei promptly replied. At that moment, Zhang Jiwei felt immensely grateful for Yun Qing's plan. He, a mere mortal, was treated in such a manner by the immortal. Indeed, it was a blessing accumulated over countless lifetimes. Once the grand celestial ceremony concluded in 2 days, Zhang Jiwei would begin to grasp the 8 extraordinary techniques and acquire the so-called key to ascension. Yun Qing's figure vanished without a trace. Zhang Jiwei had grown accustomed to this. The immortals simply preferred not to dwell in the mundane world, which they found too trivial. Primordial Wanderer, Chunxi, are you not coming back? Let us stroll under the moon tonight. Chunxi, I'll be right back. General with closed eyes, what does strolling under the moon mean? Chunxi, it's just an indescribable scene, if everyone finds it amusing. Feel free to clock in with the group leader. Sun Goddess, I can't believe it. What on earth is it? Our group leader is laughing like a fool next to me. Primordial Wanderer, as the name implies. War God, what a peculiar name. Is it some rare bird? Mortal. The old celestial master is at a loss for words. How embarrassing. Fortunately, he is not from Longhu Mountain. Otherwise, the reputation of Longhu Mountain would be tarnished across the realms. Shinshi, ahem. It's definitely something rare. It can be said to be the most important thing for Zhang Chulan, the first rebellious celestial of the heavenly court. The most important thing for him? Yang Jian frowned. He had been observing the battles these past few days. Zhang Chulan was naturally present, but this fellow, to be honest, Yang Jian wanted to smack him. He truly had lost all sense of shame. What could such a person possess that is of utmost importance? 7 rivers, east and west, please, group leader. Be sure to share a copy in the group. I want to see. Jinshi. Sure, just that it's a bit unrefined. The most pretentious person. General with closed eyes. Hiss. Why do I suddenly feel that this doesn't have a good connotation? Jinshi. Come on tonight, and you'll understand the scene. General with closed eyes. I'll take a look tonight. Jing Yuan fell into contemplation. Strolling under the moon is rather unrefined. It's hard not to let one's thoughts wander. However, Jing Yuan understood that while this group leader may not be particularly bright, at least his mind isn't filled with such unsavory thoughts. If Chunxi were to learn of Jing Yuan's thoughts, it would surely be a great disappointment thrown back at him. My apologies, Jing Yuan, you have misjudged me. Primordial Wanderer, if I were to evaluate this, such an act is no less than a rare occurrence, akin to 30 years in the East River. A sight seen once in 10,000 years. Primordial Wanderer, no, In the entirety of the primordial chaos, such a difficult-to-find event has not occurred over countless epochs. In the dead of night, unable to sleep and indulging in excessive drinking while strolling under the moon at Longhu Mountain. Such matters. Even during the period when humanity lived on raw meat, there was no such prideful strolling. With Yun Qing's words, the crowd felt a heightened sense of anticipation. Time swiftly flew to the evening. At the invitation of Lu Linglong, a group of contestants gathered at the back mountain. The bright full moon hung in the clear sky. Tonight, there were no clouds, nor was there wind or rain, only a bonfire blazing in the back mountain, illuminating the figures of the gathered crowd. Everyone rejoiced together, surrounding the bonfire, chatting, drinking, and boasting. As the flames rose, more and more people arrived, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. After 2 days of competition, everyone had become familiar with the routine. At this moment, wait, why is everyone sitting here? Jing Yuan looked up, bemused, at the 4 individuals perched on the branches. Chen Shi, Reina, Morix, and Yang Jian. Well, 2 branches, with 2 people on each side. Jing Yuan, you've arrived. Chen Shi grinned, pointing to the adjacent tree. There's still space up there. Jing Yuan followed Chen Shi's finger and saw Zhang Jiwei sitting up there with a sullen expression. The old celestial master doesn't he seem particularly pleased. Jing Yuan lightly leaped and sat beside the old celestial master. What's the matter, old celestial master? Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath and replied, it's nothing. Yet, there seemed to be an undercurrent of anger in his tone. Hiss, this is quite serious. To provoke the celestial master to such an extent indicates that the matter is no trivial affair. Jing Yuan's gaze shifted, curiously surveying the bonfire, which lay about 200 meters away. He scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on a figure in the corner, dressed in white, barefoot, with maroon hair cascading down his back. It was Ma Xianhong. He did not blend in, nor did he drink with others. Instead, he held a phone, feigning nonchalance as he recorded a video. Upon witnessing this scene, the old celestial master's anxious heart finally settled. Very well, son of a thief. If you enjoy strolling under the moon, then let me keep you at Longhu Mountain to stroll every day. Such a disgrace to our sect. The old celestial master flicked his sleeve and departed directly. He did not wish to witness this. Moreover, someone had already visited his doorstep, Wang Yi. On the other side, Chen Shi took out her phone, similarly recording a video like Ma Xianhong. The hazy moonlight, the flickering bonfire. Young men and women gathered around the fire, raising their cups in celebration. In the world of otherworldly beings, this was undoubtedly a rare sight. Finally, upon seeing a pink-haired individual and a girl in purple assisting Zhang Chulan onto a large stone, Chen Shi clicked the record button. He. A burst of silly laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Chulan wobbled to his feet, his face flushed, his tongue lolling out like a dog, his gaze dazed, and drool uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth. You all. Chapter 74. Strolling under the moon, Wang Yi. Shall we continue, old celestial master? You all. I'm truly curious if you wish to see my true self. Do you really want to see it? Unbelievable. Zhang Chulan, dear. Who else in this world is worthy of bearing the mark of the palace keeper? Indeed, we must have our eyes opened. Ha. Then I shall let you witness. With a swift motion, Zhang Chulan stood proudly atop a rock, tearing down his trousers and revealing his shame to the onlookers. Oh my, it truly shines. How dazzling. It's just a bit hard to see. Can't see? No worries. Zhang Chulan, with drool at the corner of his mouth and an incessant silly grin, exclaimed, within the 3 realms, only the way is supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my form. Ah, how bright. Can I touch it, Zhang Chulan? In an instant, flashes of cameras focused on him, as one by one, people pulled out their phones to capture the scene. What the? Jing Yuan, perched on a tree, couldn't help but curse, his eyes wide in disbelief. This is a bit insane, isn't it? This seems to have some connection with the old celestial master, doesn't it? Jing Yuan recalled the details carefully, and it indeed seemed so. Ha. Meanwhile, on another tree, Chen Shi laughed so hard he was slapping his thigh, his phone shaking uncontrollably in his hand. Reina's lips twitched slightly, yet her gaze remained fixated. Though crude, it was undeniably fascinating. Morix and Yang Jian seemed to lose all color at that moment. Under Zhang Jiwei's mental influence, his expression darkened like charred wood, frozen in disbelief. How embarrassing. Do you know what it means to have the mark of the palace keeper? I shall demonstrate. Woodpecker. In the next moment, Zhang Chulan leaped down from the boulder and embraced a tree, leading to an exceedingly eye-watering scene. Qin does Wu Linfei really want to see this? Qi Tian He Dong He Shi, what on earth is it? Let me see quickly. The most pretentious person. We're God from a rational perspective. It's better not to look. It will hurt your eyes. Blind General never crashed. Ha ha ha. I actually think that rune is indeed quite novel. Blind General never crashed. I've gained some knowledge. The celestial boat has never ventured into such forbidden areas. Truly remarkable. Ordinary person. The old Taoist truly wants to give him a slap. Don't. Absolutely not. Celestial Master, such things should not even be considered. Wang Yi looked at the old Celestial Master with a grave expression. Just moments ago, he had come here to discuss matters regarding Zhuge Qing. Haha. The old Celestial Master chuckled lightly and said, Little Wang Yi, troubling me like this is quite bothersome. Since you were so concerned, shall I give it a try? Wang Yi instantly felt embarrassed, yet he steeled himself and bowed deeply. Old Celestial Master, you should know what I possess. Wang Yi's expression was extremely serious because he sensed a kindred aura from Zhang Jiwei. This did not imply that the old Celestial Master had mastered the wind after Strange Gate, but rather signified that his skills were certainly not to be underestimated. The art of divination is, after all, a practice of Taoism. Wang Yi's thought was simple. He wished to avoid direct confrontation with the old Celestial Master at all costs. He had little capacity to endure that. A peak existence, just months prior. Wang Yi could still catch a glimpse of it. But now, others might not comprehend that the golden light exerted pressure for 300 miles. How could he remain oblivious? That was not a mere celestial phenomenon. It was the extraordinary manifestation of the old Celestial Master. Wang Yi gazed at the old Celestial Master, observing Zhang Jiwei still wearing that cheerful smile. Clearly, he was still eager to test him. Upon realizing this, Wang Yi gasped in shock and then bowed. My apologies. Old Celestial Master. Why the hurry? Zhang Jiwei gently raised his hand. Suddenly, a powerful gust erupted from his palm. Boom. With a resounding bang, Wang Yi's body was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into the wooden door, which shattered, rolling on the ground 7 or 8 times before coming to a halt. What is this? Wang Yi's pupils dilated. Before he could fully rise, he heard, If you want to test, you must come to the courtyard to tussle. Chaos ensued. Without a second thought, Wang Yi shouted, his eyes shimmering with blue light, fingers forming a sword gesture, in the wind after Strange Gate unfolded. The old Celestial Master's hand was getting closer. This was precisely why he instinctively resorted to the chaotic golden strikes. In a moment of peril, with a loud crash, Wang Yi fell to the ground, his entire body embedding into the earth. Zhang Jiwei hastily withdrew his hand, his eyelids involuntarily fluttering. This was the first time he had acted so heavily. There was no choice. Wang Yi's chaotic golden strikes made him feel a pressure akin to a speck of dust. Uncontrollably, Zhang Jiwei had exerted a fraction more strength. That single slap. Zhang Jiwei quickly formed a seal, golden light enveloping Wang Yi, mending his injuries. That slap landed on Wang Yi's back, and thankfully Zhang Jiwei had restrained his strength, otherwise that blow would have sent him to the netherworld. In an instant, Wang Yi opened his eyes wide. My goodness! In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had seen his ancestors. At this moment, the golden light had completely healed Wang Yi's injuries. He trembled as he stood up, looking towards Zhang Jiwei. Old Celestial Master, shall we continue? Zhang Jiwei. Should I tell this child that he just danced on the edge of death? No need. Zhang Jiwei clasped his hands behind his back, speaking with an enigmatic tone. I have discerned your strength. Zhuge Qing is now entrusted to you. Hee. Thank you for your trust, old Celestial Master. Wang Yi hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Excellent. The old Celestial Master can indeed perceive it. However, Zhang Jiwei's tone shifted. There is someone you should meet. Wang Yi was taken aback, looking at Zhang Jiwei in confusion. Sheng Zhou, come out and meet your disciple. We've gone off track. A night without conversation. The next morning at 9 o'clock. The competition had progressed to the point where only the final 16 contestants remained, entering what is known as the quarterfinals. The subsequent matches would be divided into 2 major groups, the Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches, to draw lots, followed by head-to-head duels. Each group would hold eliminations, ultimately deciding 2 contestants to vie for the championship title. At this moment, today's 3 updates. Thank you for your support. Chapter 75. Xiao Qinglian. Also understand a bit of fist and foot techniques. The match time had yet to arrive, yet the venue was gradually filling up with spectators. Today, Bai Lian is destined to lose. His opponent is Tang Wulong from the Tang clan. Indeed, I can hardly wait. TSK. I even skipped my mother's wedding just to see Bai Lian get beaten. Bro, I missed my wife's wedding just to watch Bai Lian get thrashed. Brothers, regardless of whether you attend or not, you must contribute. Zhang Chulan's popularity is undeniable. Zhang Jiwei maintained a calm demeanor as he sat in the audience. Yet his gaze towards Zhang Chulan was hardly tranquil. The incident with the birds yesterday could truly be recalled for a lifetime. Old Celestial Master, you surely aren't planning to let him win, are you? Morex tentatively spoke. Having come to understand that the old Celestial Master intended for Zhang Chulan to become the next Celestial Master. However, if this fellow truly became the Celestial Master, it would indeed tarnish the reputation of the Celestial Master's estate. Zhang Jiwei sighed heavily at this remark. Initially, he had considered it, but now he was less inclined. He had long harbored thoughts of clearing out Chu Tong and the others. In the realm of extraordinary beings, he needed to eliminate these threats before he could depart in peace. If he adhered to the Immortal's wishes, with the revival of spiritual energy and the elevation of the world, retaining these troublemakers could lead to unforeseen complications in the future. Zhang Jiwei held little interest in the deepest secrets of the Jiaxin rebellion. If one were to truly delve into the matter, it ultimately revolves around the concept of becoming an immortal. This is precisely what the 8 extraordinary skills pertain to. Let nature take its course, Zhang Jiwei remarked. Regardless of the victor or the vanquished, they shall ultimately ascend to become the celestial master of my Longhu Mountain. What if Ma Xianhong emerges victorious? Jing Yuan quipped, casting a teasing glance towards another competition platform. At that moment, Ma Xianhong remained backstage, yet to make his appearance. Zhang Jiwei responded, well, my dear friend Jing, you have touched upon a pivotal point. What if Ma Xianhong truly wins? This is a matter worthy of contemplation. The crux lies in the fact that no one here is a match for Ma Xianhong, particularly since he is a transcendent being. Who knows what formidable prowess he might develop? Wang also had the qualifications to defeat Ma Xianhong. Before Zhang Jiwei could finish his thought, Jing Yuan interjected. Old Celestial Master, is the Celestial Master's Institute truly fair and just? Zhang Jiwei's expression darkened as he hastily replied, I assure you, the Celestial Master's Institute upholds fairness and justice. While they engaged in conversation, one contender on the competition stage had already collapsed. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Zhang Chuan who lay there, but Tang Wenlong. Tang Wenlong was sprawled amidst charred remnants, while Zhang Chuan, hands tucked into his pockets, silently strode away. First match of the Tiangong group. Zhang Chuan. Victory. He left behind only his silhouette, which somehow evoked an impression of invincibility. Refund. Dark dealings. Fixed match. Refund, I say. The Taoist on stage, veins bulging on his forehead, declared in a deep voice, the results of the competition are fair and just. Our Celestial Master's Institute will not engage in any underhanded dealings. Anyone seeking refunds should approach the Tourism Bureau at the entrance. We have not charged any fees. Reina could not suppress a laugh, casting a playful glance at the old Celestial Master and Jing Yuan in the front row. No underhanded dealings. Indeed, this match bore no such taint. I shall go observe the second match, Yang Jian suggested. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every encounter. Yang Jian had already regarded Ma Xianhong as his next target opponent. In the audience, Yun Qing had taken his seat in the last row early on. Can I level up? Yun Qing inquired of the chat group system, with the implicit focus on Ma Xianhong's system. Replying to the immortal, sufficient. Yun Qing raised an eyebrow, squinting. No, it's quite challenging. A feeble system. Yun Qing lamented, despite possessing numerous systems. This inadequate chat group system could only absorb intermediate and lower-tier systems. But the issue remained, where was he to find so many low-tier systems? Although the lower realm was rife with systems and travelers, he could not simply venture there. Is your multiverse commission of no use? Yun Qing frowned. Normally, at this juncture, one would expect to complete a task or two and capture a couple of systems, leading to an upgrade, right? Replying to the immortal. It is indeed rare for world consciousness to issue commissions. If conditions are lacking, do you create them? Yun Qing sighed. If commissions could not be posted there, why not employ the tactic of welcome, esteemed guest? While such methods may lack righteousness, sending a couple of travelers to wreak havoc in a world, only to later emerge as a paragon of justice, would be a win-win situation. The world would benefit, and the chat group would gain elevation. What is not to like? Could it be that your conditions are too lofty? Yun Qing inquired. Hiki. Very well. Yun Qing promptly closed the chat group system. These systems had clearly grown accustomed to being capitalists. It seemed imperative for him to seek out a system creator to gain insight into the nature of these systems. For instance, the creator of this chat group system appeared quite promising. Qing silently resolved that after the expedition to Huayun Cave, he would dispatch an incarnation to seek out the creator of the chat group. Should they refuse, his own skills in martial arts would suffice. In the worst-case scenario, he could at least return with a plethora of inferior systems for the chat group to absorb, right? Meanwhile, below, the Earthly Branch Group was engaged in their competition. Second match of the Earthly Branch Group. Zhang Lingyu wins. Next match. Wang Bing. Against Ma Xianhong. Please have the contestants enter. Why is it so quiet here? The members of the chat group had also gathered at this side, with Reina, hands on her hips, slowly making her way to the viewing platform. She rested her chin on her hands, peering over the edge. Is there a billion over there? Jing Yuan chuckled. The audience here was noticeably less crowded compared to the other side. As Jing Yuan spoke, Yang Jian's gaze fixated on Ma Xianhong below, activating his heavenly eye. He scrutinized Ma Xianhong intently. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, Ma Xianhong's abilities in the items he possessed were laid bare before Yang Jian, along with every one of his vulnerabilities. In an instant, it felt as though numerous pop-ups materialized before Yang Jian's eyes. Of course, it was not truly pop-ups, but rather, he comprehended everything clearly. The devouring bag, a spatial storage artifact capable of holding semi-living beings. The black armor, a protective artifact, enveloping him in black armor through the medium of a red orb. The power of the soul far exceeded his physical strength. Perhaps that was the nature of a transcendent being. Yang Jian had observed this phenomenon in Uchiha Kurenai as well. Chapter 76, Ma Xianhong stop, you scoundrel. On the audience platform, Wang Ai stood, his voice heavy and cold, causing Ma Xianhong to pause momentarily. Yet, in an instant, Ma Xianhong regained his composure, his movements becoming increasingly fierce. The energy absorbed from the devouring beast surged into Ma Xianhong's body. Feeling this surge of power, Ma Xianhong charged once more at Wang Bing. Slap. Blood sprayed forth. Slap. Teeth flew. Slap. His face was bruised and battered. One slap after another, Ma Xianhong fixated on that face, relentlessly delivering blows. Before long, Wang Bing had completely succumbed, his visage a bloody mess. This scene left the audience feeling quite uneasy. Cough. Zhang Jue gently pushed Tian Jinzong, my young friend. That is enough. There is still Wang Ai. Do not let your anger get the better of you. Wang Ai's aged face darkened ominously. The murderous intent in his eyes was now unmasked, and a terrifying aura surged forth. A brush in his hand had been snapped in half, as if a lethal strike could erupt at any moment. Noticing Wang Ai's unwillingness to relent, Zhang Jue was about to speak when the judge declared. Third match of the Earthly Branch Group. Ma Xianhong wins. The judge Taoist reacted swiftly, his voice resounding. Yet, Ma Xianhong on stage was still unsatisfied. He sat upon the empty platform, clutching Wang Bing's hair, and forcefully slammed his head against the ground 3 times. Remember, you still owe me 27 slaps. Subsequently, he discarded Wang Bing like a dead dog to the side of the competition stage. Wang Ai was not blinded by rage. He looked at Zhang Jue, wary of making any impulsive moves. Old Celestial Master, Wang Ai said, my grandson has sustained such severe injuries, and the Taoist of the Celestial Master's Institute has already declared him the victor. Yet, he has not ceased his assault. This is clearly against the regulations of the Celestial Master's Institute, is it not? What should be done? Zhang Jue stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. He contemplated whether Wang Ai truly deserved a reprimand. Your grandson lacks skill, yet has grown accustomed to arrogance. He has already been restrained. Any private retribution is your affair. To bring up Longhum Mountain at this juncture? Truly deserving of a reprimand. A magnetic voice resonated. Should you wish to retaliate, I am always available. After leaving that remark, Ma Xianhong strode away with purpose, collecting his artifacts into the devouring bag. What a relief. What a great relief. Reina's voice darkened Wang Ai's expression further. He glared fiercely at Reina. Yet, Reina exhibited no hint of fear, removing her sunglasses and returning the glare. That gaze rendered Wang Ai utterly frozen. What terrifying eyes were these? He is neither knowledgeable nor comprehensible. Our Heavenly Master's mansion upholds fairness and justice, Wang Ai. If there are any grievances, they're your own concerns. The old master has entirely abandoned contemplation, directly articulating his thoughts without regard for human sentiments. Humph. Wang Ai let out a cold snort, his countenance dark and formidable. He leaped down from the spectator's platform, carrying his grandson away. As night fell, at this moment, In the resting quarters of Ma Xianhong, he accessed the system to review his panel. Current host panel. Name, Ma Xianhong. Age, 29, 18 years. Identity in this world. Heir of the divine mechanism. Village Chief of Bio Village. Abilities. Divine mechanism refinement. Current host attributes are as follows. Strength, 50, can consume astonishment points to increase. Speed, 35, can consume astonishment points to increase. Constitution, 50, mental power, 80. Note, according to the distribution in this world, Lu Jin's average attributes are 100, current astonishment points, 36, 500. Is Lu Laoi's attributes truly this high? Ma Xianhong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lu Jin is exceedingly formidable. With an average of 100 in all aspects, how powerful must the old master be? However, gazing at the current panel, there is good news. He has enough points for 4 sets of 10 consecutive draws. With 4 sets, he should at least reach Lu Jin's level, right? The corners of Ma Xianhong's mouth couldn't help but lift in a smile. This morning, he had made quite the show, effortlessly dispatching Wang Bing and boldly boasting before Wang Laogo. Most importantly, he had the old master's covert support. Of course, Ma Xianhong considered Zhang Jiwei's performance in the morning as part of that covert support. After all, it is well known that the old master is quite benevolent towards traversers. System. Let me draw. Ma Xianhong rubbed his hands. The fruits of his labor during this period amounted to 36,500 astonishment points. He was confident that if he faced off against Zhuge Qing or Zhang Lingyu, he would undoubtedly astonish everyone. This is no time to be a timid mouse. Having established a firm enmity with the Wang family today, he must rapidly enhance his strength. Ding. Does the host wish to consume 9,000 astonishment points for a 10 consecutive draw? Confirm. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Xianhong instinctively made his move. Draw fiercely. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 5. Beast Inner Dan. 3. Foho Chiman. Beast Inner Dan? Ma Xianhong frowned slightly and clicked to open the item's description. He didn't need to check Feng Ho Chiman. He already knew what it was. Beast Inner Dan modified. Conforms to the cultivation system of the world of Irenjixia. Consuming it can increase 5 years of cultivation. Consuming 10 will yield no further effect. Oh, experience Dan. It is well known that the world of Irenjixia relies on the accumulation of cultivation. Those with longer cultivation ages are generally stronger than the younger ones. Even the heir of the 8 extraordinary techniques would not withstand 2 slaps from the century-old Zhang Jiwei. Ma Xianhong was undeterred and continued to click for another draw. Setting aside the inner Dan, Foho Chiman is also a formidable technique. It is just a tad intimidating. He drew again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Beast Inner Dan. 5. Thank you for your patronage. 5. Ma Xianhong. System. His complexion turned rosy, reminiscent of the gentle caress of spring, leaving him unable to forget for a long time. Damn. Continue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Great Dao Melting Furnace. 1 time. Thank you for your patronage. 8. Xian Yun Dan. Hiss. Ma Xianhong inhaled sharply. Finally, something useful? Great Dao Melting Furnace. 1 time. Description. Originating from a certain system protagonist system, can upgrade any technique unconditionally once. Xian Yun Dan. Description. From an unknown immortal world. Modified by the system, appropriately fits the cultivation system of this world. Consuming it can enhance comprehension of cultivation, guarantees 100% entry into the state of enlightenment. And the medicinal effect can increase both soul and physical cultivation. Chapter 77. The Fire Unicorn Flies. The plot begins. This drawing is exhilarating. Ma Xianhong's face radiated excitement. The fortune he has long awaited has finally come to him. For the last draw, go all in. To go all in is a form of wisdom. Ma Xianhong firmly believed this. Such moments of good fortune should be seized. For the final 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Zhang Jiwei experience card, a Irenjixia Zhongling Mortal experience card, Beast Inner Dan. 5. Thank you for your patronage. 3. Damn. Ma Xianhong sprang up from his bed in excitement. The experience card of the old master goes without saying. Zhongling, the ancestral master of Longhushan in Irenjixia, the mythical Zhang Daoling, one of the 4 great heavenly masters. Just, mortal, does this place really have ascension? Ma Xianhong calmed down, questioning with suspicion. Please explore this world on your own. Damn it, system. Are you going to make me explore the earlier areas later too? Ma Xianhong cursed softly, then clicked to open the description of the Zhongling experience card. Zhongling Mortal experience card. Upon use, can obtain 100% of Zhongling's mortal strength, lasting effect for 10 minutes. This time, he has truly struck it rich. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Xianhong seized the Xian Yun Dan and refined it instantly. Immediately, the sensation of enlightenment surged within him. Then, he clicked to open the great Tao melting furnace, casting his divine mechanism refinement into it. An image of a gaming-like furnace appeared, and a golden light flashed, penetrating his mind. Divine mechanism refinement, based on the standards of Qi refining warriors. Materials below the realm of divine return to emptiness can be transformed into magical treasures upon contact. The description was lengthy. Ma Xianhong skimmed through it and reached a conclusion. This technique has reached divinity. Everything can be refined. Refining the body, refining the soul. In battle, he could even instantaneously control an opponent's body through physical contact. Terrifying. Ma Xianhong felt a surge of ecstasy. At this moment, he must act swiftly, utilizing the effect of Xian Yun Dan to refine all 10 beast inner dawn. Moreover, he continuously pondered the divine mechanism refinement and Feng Ho Chimen in his mind. Naturally, products of the system would not be beyond his grasp. Thus, his Feng Ho Chimen did not require the same mental state as others. With the enhancement of Xian Yun Dan, Ma Xianhong began his cultivation. A wave of prosperity. The remaining beast inner dawn could still be saved to win over hearts. An unconditionally effective increase of 5 years of cultivation. Meanwhile, Yunqing also withdrew his divine sense. His avatar, transforming into a set of Qinglian battle attire, left in Zhang Zhuwei's hands. Previously, it was stated that this would serve as a small gift for Zhang Zhuwei. Ordinary person, it is truly regrettable that the immortal has departed in such a manner. Wandering cultivator in the wilderness. There are no banquets that do not disperse in this world. I still have some trivial matters to attend to in the wilderness. General with closed eyes never crashed. I have also greatly benefited this time, but I feel I could have stayed a few more days. Chenxi, your humble group leader is here to enjoy the feast at the old master's place. Ordinary person, smiling. JPG, as long as the group leader is satisfied. Sun Goddess, so, the Traverser really has made a move? Reina was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that they have ascended legally? What about their mission? Ordinary person, it should be soon. Zhang Zhuwei retracted his divine sense, sighing inwardly. This was merely a feeling. A sensation that Ma Xianhong was about to undergo a significant transformation. The reason, of course, was that Ma Xianhong had attained power. To be frank, Zhang Zhuwei had grown weary of concerning himself with Ma Xianhong. He had more pressing matters to attend to, focusing on resolving anomalies and preparing for the resurgence of spiritual energy. 7 days east and west. Stop right there. Everyone. 7 days east and west. What on earth? The plot begins now. Today marks a day of school. The teacher writes 4 grand characters on the blackboard, parallel universe. At first, it seemed inconsequential, and Huolin Fei paid little attention. However, the teacher called on him, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a graceful figure at the door. Tianyu. In other words, his narrative commenced at this very moment. Everything mirrored the file provided by the group leader. Yang Jian, congratulations. The general with closed eyes never crashed. Congratulations to Huolin Fei, our group friend. Commoner, congratulations. JPG. Upon this announcement, the group erupted in excitement. This was indeed monumental news. Huolin Fei was the archetype of the protagonist, and the group name, 7 Days East and West, spoke volumes. Previously, discussions about his narrative had taken place in the group. While no one claimed to know every detail, they certainly grasped the overarching process. Thus, Huolin Fei's journey of extraordinary exploits was set to begin. 7 Days East and West, ha ha ha. Since it has begun, I shall perform a 5-day speedrun. 7 Days East and West. This time, I guarantee total domination. Although Huolin Fei possessed no significant cheat, or rather, his current abilities were insufficient compared to the narrative of his world. He had thoroughly comprehended the adage, the height of a fountain will never exceed its source. The strength of a super beast warrior can never surpass his faith. Faith. That was his greatest advantage. Huolin Fei brimmed with confidence, certain he would surpass his original self. If he couldn't even match the character he was meant to portray, wouldn't that be a tremendous embarrassment? A small goal for tonight, to acquire the ability lock and to swiftly take down the Lion King. With this thought, Huolin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Huolin Fei, if you're not studying, get out. The bald teacher roared in fury. Teacher, it's just a parallel universe, right? Why question me on something a 3-year-old could handle? Huolin Fei remained calm and unperturbed, barely registering the teacher's inquiry. With a serene smile, he eloquently articulated the theoretical discourse on parallel universes, leaving the audience in awe. Amidst the astonishment, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Huolin Fei swiftly donned his school uniform and strode confidently towards the exit. Wait, Huolin Fei, you really studied? No, wait, did you secretly study and leave me behind? The slender and handsome figure rushed after him, disbelief etched on his face. Is this still my good brother? Huolin Fei chuckled, replying, plump guy, just because you don't study doesn't mean I want tea. Who am I? I am a genius. Why wait 30 years when 7 days will suffice? It's merely a parallel world. Can such trivial matters hinder me? With a swift motion, Huolin Fei wiped his nose, executing the action with such finesse that it somehow appeared somewhat dashing. Though conceited, it seemed to fit him seamlessly, as if it were second nature. Chapter 78 by Zay, 7 Days East and West. I suddenly realized a grave issue. Huolin Fei declared solemnly. This problem was indeed serious. Jinshi, huh? The general with closed eyes never crashed. How serious can it be? God of War. Perhaps the group can assist. 7 Days East and West. During these 7 days in the parallel universe, school doesn't take a break. 7 Days East and West. My 7-day holiday is still a week away. Shinshi. Yikes. Skipping class to save the world? That is indeed a serious dilemma. 7 Days East and West. Exactly. Should I skip class for 7 days to save the world? Would the teacher believe that? God of War, generally speaking. They probably wouldn't. Goddess of the Sun. It's simple, just bring the teacher along. Shinshi. Reina, if you can't speak, just stay quiet. 7 Days East and West, forget it. Regardless of the trivialities, I'm off to the basketball court to teach those guys a lesson. With that, Huolin Fei closed the chat group and swaggered off towards the basketball court. Meanwhile, in the primordial realm, are we recruiting newcomers again? Yunqing blinked, observing the interface that popped up from the chat group. Yes, master. The speed of this recruitment was relatively swift. However, it would still take some time for the invitations to be accepted. The arrangements for this trip into the realm beneath one were already in place. And among the group members, Zhang Jiwei was currently the most qualified to enter the primordial realm. Aside from that, there was the situation with Dijuan. His recovery was impressively quick. Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. At this rate, Dijuan would undoubtedly achieve rebirth before Zisho ascended to power. This was undoubtedly good news. Yunqing was eagerly anticipating the spectacle of a father defeating his son. Huoyun Cave. The only remaining objective was Huoyun Cave. The Emperor's request weighed heavily on Yunqing's mind. Is the sage at home? Sage? Are you there? A faint call resonated within Yunqing's heart. Following the sound, he saw a rather disheveled figure standing outside the cave. Bai Zai. At present, Bai Zai's white garments were tattered, his gaze unfocused, and his hair disheveled, as if he had endured tremendous hardship. How did he end up like this? Yunqing pondered, yet he still swung open the door to the cave. Come in. The sound of the Tao resonated, and a flicker of understanding sparked within Bai Zai. He comprehended the character for enter through enlightenment. Yes, the sage. Bai Zai felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly stepped into the cave, traversing through the spatial rifts, and was instantly enveloped in a transformed environment. This journey had truly been arduous. The great Tao had nearly burst forth. As a mere novice in the quasi-saint realm, and not particularly adept at movement, he had nearly traversed the entirety of the primordial realm. Finally, he had located Yunqing. Sage, I have completed your trial. How did I end up in such a state? Before Bai Zai could reach Yunqing, the sage's voice resonated in his ears. Bai Zai felt a mix of emotions. Fighting back tears, yet he stood tall with pride, reporting to the sage. I have searched the primordial realm and finally completed your trial. In 3 days, I have arrived at your cave. Yunqing. What trial? Yunqing's expression bore a hint of suspicion. What trial had he assigned to Bai Zai? At this moment, they stared at each other, Yunqing looking at Bai Zai, and Bai Zai looking at Yunqing. Bai Zai. What does the sage's indifferent expression mean in relation to me? Countless thoughts raced through Bai Zai's mind, and he quickly deduced the cause. The sage intended to win him over by assigning a trial. Now, observing the situation, it was evident that the sage was disavowing any connection, possibly to avoid leaving behind incriminating evidence later. It had to be this way, without a doubt. Back in the heavenly court, the emperor had employed similar tactics. Hiss. Bai Zai inhaled sharply. The sage's demeanor was clearly beyond his comprehension. Unfazed by the upheaval before him, he realized he had no path of retreat. Regardless of the nature of the tasks ahead, by merely standing here, he had effectively boarded the sage's war chariot. Yunqing remained oblivious to the turmoil within Bai Zai's heart, merely puzzled as to how Bai Zai had come to such a state. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the sequence of events. Qing. Ahem. I didn't inform him of the address. However, it was too late to mention it now. After all, how could the sage's dignity be compromised? Indeed, it was your trial. Prepare yourself, relax your mind, and then follow me on a journey to Shouyang Mountain. Yes, the sage. A surge of excitement welled up within Bai's. Shouyang Mountain. Our ally, the foremost among the 6 sages. It is Ta Qing. Why is Bai so certain? Surely, one cannot simply venture into the enemy's territory at this moment? The fact that we can meet at such a time undoubtedly signifies an alliance. In other words, Bai's, have managed to grasp the thighs of 2 sages at once. Is there anything in this world more exhilarating than this? Bai's, shall return to the primordial chaos. Indeed, one's efforts will not go unnoticed. Leaving the heavenly court to join the human race was the most astute decision. The sage has finally acknowledged my perseverance and diligence. Bai's have thus entered the realm of the sages. There lies a gnarled tree. A dear friend once found refuge there, but now that he is gone, I entrust its care to you. Without hesitation, Qing guided Bai's to the Fusang tree and promptly returned to the pavilion. It would be best to allow Bai some time to rest. This fellow has exhausted his essence, burning through his vital blood to activate his innate abilities. Is my cave dwelling truly so difficult to calculate? Qing mused, stroking his chin. Still puzzled. After some contemplation, he produced a jade box and placed it in Bai's hands. Use this to restore your spirit. Tomorrow, accompany me to Shouyang Mountain. Yes, sage. Bai's cradled the jade box, his heart swelling with emotion. Upon opening it, he discovered a golden pill nestled within. A 7-turn golden pill. A treasure capable of restoring injuries related to vital blood and true spirit. Only the Ta Qing lineage and the entire primordial chaos could produce such a precious item. Indeed, the sage is revealing the identity of our ally. Taking a deep breath, Bai's tucked the 7-turn golden pill into his sleeve, opting not to consume it. Such a treasure should not be squandered on him. His injuries were minor, while the value of the 7-turn golden pill was immeasurable. In all of the primordial chaos, only Ta Qing and his disciples could forge such a high-grade elixir. Calming his tumultuous emotions, Bai's leaned against the faux Fusang tree, feeling a warm current flow into his body, invoking a sense of familiarity. This tree bears a resemblance to Fusang. Fusang. Wait a moment. Chapter 79. The task approaches. Meanwhile, Qing had redirected his attention back to the chat group, initially planning for Bai's to depart immediately upon arrival. He reconsidered given Bai's current state. Overexerted, having burned through his vital essence. It would be wiser for him to consume the 7-turn golden pill and rest for a day. The human Emperor wouldn't arrive so soon, after all. As he opened the chat group, the general with closed eyes has never crashed. The task has actually been triggered. Qing was momentarily taken aback. Directly accessing the task panel. Ding. Chat group task activated. Task name. Divine machine refined 100 times. Task summary. The actions of a world traveler beneath one person have become excessively audacious. The actions of this traveler pose a threat to the world, hence the task is activated. Task details. Please return or eliminate the traveler Ma Xianong and recover the traveler's system. Task difficulty. Levels 2 to 4. Task item. World-breaking talisman 1. Can return the traveler to their original world. Task reward. 50,000 points. Participants. All group members still in the world beneath one person. Rewards will be distributed according to each member's contribution. This task is classified as low level. Thus, each member will receive a guaranteed minimum of 5,000 points. Fight for a brighter tomorrow for the myriad realms. Well, it hasn't been long since I just closed the chat group, and now a task is triggered. However, how should this task be described? Qing was curious about how Ma Xianhong was endangering the world. Sun Goddess. I suspect this is merely an excuse. War God. Indeed. This task lacks clarity. We have been observing Ma Xianhong closely. The general with closed eyes has never crashed. Let us just do a good deed and return him. The first rebel of the heavenly court. I'm on my way. Shinshi, wait. Shouldn't we discuss this first? The first rebel of the heavenly court. I will negotiate with him properly. The moment Yang Jian saw the task, he soared through the clouds, arriving at Ma Xianhong's residence. The first rebel of the heavenly court has opened a group livestream. A loose cultivator from the primordial chaos has entered the livestream. A commoner has entered the livestream. The most pretentious person has entered the livestream. Shinshi, wow, such speed. The general with closed eyes has never crashed. This traveler seems rather amiable. A commoner, indeed. and the old Taoist could subdue him with a single hand. A loose cultivator from the primordial chaos. We should retrieve the system. Qing interjected. After all, the chat group system needed to consume some subpar systems to grow. If he could begin devouring the systems of the primordial chaos, he would no longer concern himself with these inferior systems. Unfortunately, the chat group system was too weak. He couldn't even digest the systems brought by the travelers from the primordial chaos. At that moment, Ma Xianong stood before the sudden appearance of a figure clad in white. Soaring through the clouds, a celestial eye upon his forehead. He was genuinely taken aback. Just now, he had exited his meditation state, his strength greatly enhanced. A traveler. Yang Jian's expression was cold as he landed on the ground, locking eyes with Ma Xianhong. Ma Xianhong. Wait, what did he call me? You, me? Ma Xianhong was left speechless, all his words caught in his throat. A wave of fear surged within him as a being resembling a deity suddenly appeared and referred to him as a traveler. Yang Jian glared sternly. Pondering for a moment before speaking, by the decree of the Jade Emperor, I am here to return you to your original world. Leave this place. This traveler had not truly committed any transgressions, and Yang Jian could not simply execute Ma Xianong without cause. He could do so, but it would leave an uncomfortable feeling in his heart, making them appear as if they were the villains in this scenario. Fortunately, the traveler posed no real threat. But the system was another matter entirely. Moreover, the task's target was, in fact, the system. Upon seeing the task, Yang Jian had already surmised that the task description was nonsense. This traveler and Uchiha Akatsuki were entirely different entities. Perhaps he might swell with arrogance in the future. But at this moment, he was far from it. Hence, Yang Jian considered a more peaceful resolution. After all, wasn't he the second son of heaven? Then let him embody that role to the fullest. Who are you? Ma Xianong took a few steps back, trembling with fear, his palms instinctively clenching. As he mentally communicated with his system to prepare to use an experience card. No other reason, that phrase, by the decree of the Jade Emperor, sent shivers down his spine. What is happening? Where did the Jade Emperor come from? System, you better tell me. What in the world is this? Ma Xianong had already cursed the system 1,000 times in his mind. The Jade Emperor has appeared. What are you doing here? Uncontrollably. Ma Xianong began to associate this with the heavenly court. Is there truly ascension in this world? As a traveler of this sort. This is bad. Have I become an illegal traveler? His thoughts were a whirlwind, unable to be sorted out. Yet a complete line of reasoning emerged in his mind. He was an illegal traveler, now captured by the heavenly court. Just as the theory of travelers states, a thief, when exposed at the most concealed moment, finds it hard to maintain composure. Sun Goddess, by the decree of the Jade Emperor, a commoner. Well, he is the second son of heaven. He has a point. The general with closed eyes has never crashed. Ha ha ha. This is simply too amusing. We're got an unforeseen path. A loose cultivator from the primordial chaos, who disabled my donation button. I am Yang Jian. Yang Jian remained impassive, the celestial eye on his forehead glowing with brilliance. Ma Xianhong's legs trembled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. What in the world is happening? He said he was named Yang Jian, the second son of heaven, the authority of Jiankou. Everything is connected. Amidst the overwhelming dread, Ma Xianhong knelt in panic. The thought of utilizing the experience card had completely escaped him. The experience card of the 4 great celestial masters was, after all, merely a mundane entity. Am I truly to confront Erlang Shin? Is this for real? Please, esteemed one, have mercy and grant me a chance to survive. Ma Xianhong trembled all over. And Qing Yuan Miao Dao Jinjuan seemed to be among the most fitting titles he could muster. Yang Jian frowned slightly and replied, Your transgression is simply a matter of unauthorized travel. I shall reclaim your system and return you to your original world. Damn it. To his astonishment, it was not the Temporal Management Bureau that had arrived first, but rather the Heavenly Court. Ma Xianhong's heart raced like a stampede of wild horses. Why was it that others traversed realms with ease while he found himself ensnared as an illegal traveler? Filled with resentment, he bit his lip, blood seeping forth. I cannot accept this. My current abilities, if I return, what will become of them? This is all I have worked for. Returning to your original world is where your true belonging lies, Yang Jian stated as he extracted a jade talisman, holding it aloft to Ma Xianhong. This was indeed the world-breaking talisman. After much hesitation, Ma Xianhong exhaled deeply, trembling as he rose to grasp the talisman firmly. Esteemed one, if I go back, what will happen to my magical artifacts? Will the original Ma Xianhong still exist? Will I retain my memories? Yang Jian remained silent, merely observing him. In truth, he too harbored questions within the group. Upon returning to the original world, the traveler will not lose their memories. And what of the original Ma Xianhong once he departs? The world consciousness will intervene, erasing all experiences of the traveler during their time away, the chat group system responded. Upon seeing Yang Jian's silence, Ma Xianhong forced a bitter smile. I understand now. It was all but a fleeting dream. Make no resistance, shatter it, and you may return, Yang Jian remarked coolly. Upon your return, your memories will remain intact. As for the original situation here, the heavenly court shall take responsibility. Ma Xianhong felt a sense of clarity dawn upon him. In other words, after he departed, his physical form might very well continue to engage in battles in Bio Village. Thank you, esteemed one, he exclaimed, inhaling deeply, though his wrist felt as if it lacked strength. The reluctance to depart in such a disgraceful manner weighed heavily on him. These trivial possessions, perhaps the esteemed one dismissed them, yet they constituted his entire existence. He laid out all his belongings, including the upgraded divine machine of 100 refinements. Thank you for awakening me just in time, he uttered, nearly in tears. By the sun goddess. Incredible. Is this not akin to using another's possessions to curry favor? The individual remains virtuous, having not scattered countless copies of the divine machine of 100 refinements in the streets. Perhaps no traveler would entertain such thoughts, even if they did. They would be rare, given that the divine machine of 100 refinements is his private property. Yang Jian remained silent, but placed Ma Xianhong's belongings aside. Ma Xianhong smiled bitterly, realizing indeed that his possessions were of little value to others. After a moment of reflection, he steadied himself and relaxed his mind. With a snap, the world-breaking talisman shattered in his grasp, releasing a beam of light invisible to ordinary eyes that shot into the heavens. Simultaneously, the space around Ma Xianhong began to distort. Before everyone's gaze, a spectral silhouette of a soul emerged from within him, marked by a golden point of light upon its forehead. The system echoed in every heart. Is this what the system looks like? Setting aside the system, Ma Xianhong's soul appeared rather ordinary, a typical youth of 18 or 19. Neither too fat nor too thin, neither tall nor short, with an unremarkable visage. As the golden points of light rapidly fell towards Yang Jian's hand, they vanished upon contact. System deprivation successful. Mission accomplished. Rewards dispensed. Group member Tian Ting's first rebellious spirit receives 35,000 points. Group member Sun Goddess receives 3,000 points. Group leader Qinshi receives 3,000 points. Group member Blind General has never crashed receives 3,000 points. Group member Commoner receives 3,000 points. Group member Martial God receives 3,000 points. Ding. The chat group will undergo an immediate upgrade. Upgrade duration, 24 hours, upon successful upgrade. The chat group will welcome new members and optimize its original features. Members are encouraged to anticipate this event. Upgrade initiated, countdown, 23:59, 57, by the Sun Goddess. The upgrade is instant. New members? I have now officially become an elder. Who dares to disagree? Anticipation. JPG Ahem. Everyone. Remember to extend a warm welcome to the newcomers. Moreover, could someone lend a hand? I plan to draft an introduction for the chat group to aid newcomers in understanding our situation. Skip. What does the Exalted One mean by skipping? Surely there is profound meaning in what the Exalted One has stated. Ding. The chat group upgrade has been successful. Invitations for newcomers are now being dispatched. Oh my. Yun Qing chuckled softly, noting the suspense maintained by the system. The chat group system trembled in anticipation. This time, Yun Qing refrained from checking which worlds received the invitations, wishing to avoid a repeat of the previous blunder. Thus, the notifications rang out. The initial lawgiver, Celestial Taoist. My fate is mine alone has successfully joined the chat group. By the Sun Goddess. A flawless start. Welcome, newcomer. Welcome, newcomer. Throws confetti. Welcome, newcomer. Throws confetti. One welcome, newcomer. Brothers, step aside. Sisters, please share your photos. Ahem. I extend a warm welcome to the newcomers joining our grand chat group. I am the group leader, Qinshi. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. Where is your group announcement? Silence, Reina. The group leader has yet to compose it before inviting people. Newcomers may refer to the group files for any uncertainties. Within, you will find the previous version uploaded by Brother Lao Jing. Wait, Brother Lao, how come you too? The martial god retracted a message. That was a mistake. It was Brother Jing Yuan who uploaded the old version. The first rebellious spirit of the heavenly court welcomes the newcomers. The wandering cultivator of the primordial era welcomes the newcomers. Chapter 81 Qinshi. As the leader of this group, I have repeatedly emphasized. Sun Goddess, oh ho. A traveler, this is getting interesting. Sun Goddess, I do not know you, but I am familiar with travelers. Have you not seen Naruto? Are you not a traveler? Sun Goddess. Even if you are not a traveler, you must have some connection to Blue Star or Earth. Qinshi. Hee, just the two of us. Qinshi. It's somewhat similar. Qinshi. A modern urban world. With a hint of extraordinary power, but not much. Wilderness Wanderer, fortunately, it is not about transforming into a horse. Martial God transforming into wings. Why does that sound somewhat familiar? Sun Goddess. Sun Goddess, Xiaohua. I'm in early class. 7 rivers east and west. This is outrageous. I've encountered the real deal. Blind General never crashes, hee. The experience is delightful. Tian Ting's first rebel invites group member Mo Chi Xiaoyan Qiong to the duel arena. Sun Goddess invites group member Mo Chi Xiaoyan Qiong to the duel arena. Mundane person invites group member Mo Chi Xiaoyan Qiong to the duel arena. Qinshi. Everyone. Calm down. Calm down. Qinshi felt a bit embarrassed. Blind General never crashes. The group leader is right. Let us all be a bit more composed. Sun Goddess, how am I supposed to be composed? Sun Goddess, let me in. Qinshi, ahem. Let us all take a moment to calm down. Qinshi first. Let us welcome the newcomers. Applause. JPG, Tianzong's little Taoist priest. Is this a dream? The chat group fell silent for a moment. Tianzong's little Taoist priest. Why aren't you all speaking? Qinshi. Ahem. I just organized a bit. Everyone comes from different realms and times, so it's normal to have information gaps. However, Xiaoming, you can click the 3 horizontal lines in the upper right corner of your mind and open the group files to learn everything. As Qinshi looked at the identities of the new group members, a sense of joy welled up within. Retrieving member information. Member, Tianzong's little Taoist priest. Name, Xiaoming. Age, 11. Strength, level 1. Level 2. World background and identity, from the world of Qing Shi Mingyu. The future leader of the Daoist Tianzong. Member, my fate is my own. Name, Lineza. Age, 3. 0. Strength, level 6. World background and identity, with a slight hint of the wilderness background. Transformed from a demonic orb, strength increased due to the wilderness background. Is a level 7 world. Member, the original ruler. Name, Alicia. Age, 18. Strength, level 4. World background and identity, a ruler from the pre-civilization of the world of Honkai Impact 3. Vice leader of the 13 Flame Heroes. Look at this. What an impressive lineup. These are all elites, the pinnacle or near pinnacle of their original worlds. Our chat group is flourishing. The original ruler. This chat group is quite interesting. The original ruler. Hello everyone. I am Alicia. 18 years old. The original ruler. Very pleased to meet all of you. Does she always speak like this? Why does it feel like the tone is completely different from ours? Even in written expression. Qinshi. Hee, Alicia, my beloved Alicia. Sun Goddess. Goodness. Where did this infatuated girl come from? Return our group leader. The original ruler. Oh, the leader knows me. The original ruler. Different worlds. Shining brightly. How fascinating, Sun Goddess. All right. The newcomer has spoken. Let us get on with the show. Blind General never crashes. Qinshi, group leader. Is there any spoiler alert? Jing Yuan's lips curled into a teasing smile. Every time he sees newcomers react to their own storylines, it brings him great amusement. Martial God anticipation. JPG Tian Ting's first rebel. What is everyone expecting? Isn't it true that only group members can see the spoilers? 7 rivers east and west. Wait a moment. I'll edit my storyline. 7 rivers east and west uploads group file, the version where the flirt never gets hit. 7 rivers east and west. Done. This is my world. Feel free to take a look. Huolin Fei even flamboyantly tossed his hair. He had just deleted all instances of himself getting hit. Truly the protagonist of a satisfying narrative. The original ruler, spoilers? I've read the group file. I have a rough understanding. The original ruler, the group leader knows our futures, right, Qinshi? That's enough. Alicia is heartbroken now. Qinshi, moreover. As I have repeatedly emphasized, I am a woman. I am a woman. I am a woman. Chapter 82 Group Announcement. The original ruler, wow. So the group leader is a lovely young lady. Qinshi. Ahem. Of course. Tianzong's little Taoist priest. I have perused the group announcement. But what exactly is a spoiler? In the picturesque realm of Qing Shi Mingyu, a beautiful girl with flowing white hair gazed at the scenery. A ripple of curiosity stirring within her heart. What is a spoiler? Tianzong's little Taoist priest, detached from the world, not located within the seven kingdoms, or Qinshi, it's the myriad realms. Qinshi, in simple terms, everyone comes from different worlds. Qinshi, yes, just as you imagined. Tianzong's little Taoist priest, the 100 schools of thought, the 7 heroes of the warring states. Tianzong's little Taoist priest, you all are incredibly powerful. Xiao Ming is an all. Tianzong's little Taoist priest. I am Xiao Ming from the Taoist Tianzong. Pleased to meet you all. Mundane person, Taoists, huh? Suddenly, the old Taoist realized something important. Blind general never crashes. I've realized it too. Zhenxi? Sun goddess? What issue? Martial god, old celestial master, Yang Jian, and this new group member, Xiao Ming, all seem to have connections to Taoism or the Taoist tradition. Zhang Jiwei glanced at the messages in the group, unable to suppress a gasp. 7 rivers east and west. Wait, I have another question. Hualin Fei's eyes brightened. Incessantly sending messages in the group. 7 rivers east and west. According to seniority, should I address you as master, ancestor, or something similar? Wilderness wanderer? What does that have to do with me? Yunqing furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, it seems somewhat relevant, yet it feels rather insignificant. Taoism. According to the normal classification of the myriad realms, all pertaining to the 3 pure ones could be seen as the side of the 3 heavenly sovereigns. My relationship with these 3 in the wilderness cannot be described as particularly close, but undoubtedly, we are friends of the Tao. In other words, I interact with them as peers, at most addressing them as seniors, so it is indeed reasonable for them to call me Master Ancestor. However, Yunqing could not help but rub his forehead. He doesn't even have a single disciple. It's best to avoid such an inexplicable relationship. Wilderness Wanderer, the myriad realms are far more intricate than you all imagine. While I do have some connection to the Tao lineage, it is not of the deepest nature. Qinshi, the immortal speaks rightly. Sun goddess, do you understand? If so, begin to speak. The immortal has spoken correctly. Qinshi, just ignore it. If possible, Qinshi wishes to demonstrate what rapid sliding on one's knees looks like. This is just the beginning. Do not undermine the youth. Well, a tier 10 expert? A great master has emerged. Most are around tier 3 or 4. And the wandering cultivator of Hong Wang has just made an appearance. Tell me, does this group really have a tier 10 master? My goodness. Where did they come from? Tier 10? What level is that? The wandering cultivator of Hong Wang skipping. Sun goddess Qinshi, the group leader. Spoilers, please. I almost got sidetracked thanks to you. Qinshi, is your capacity for acceptance that high? Qinshi, all right. Blind general never crashed. Brother Xiao has a high level of acceptance. When we first joined the group, it was somewhat difficult to accept that we were fictional. Group member, do not undermine. The youth has received the group file. Qinshi, does anyone else have spoilers to share? Qinshi, as the group leader, I am fair and just, absolutely respecting everyone's opinions. If you do not wish to read your own script, you may choose not to. Qinshi, disclaimer. The script merely provides the original storyline, and I cannot claim it to be entirely accurate. Reality is ever-changing. The wandering cultivator of Hong Wang. Perhaps one can regard their storyline as a backdrop to better understand their own world. I will take a day off tomorrow. Everyone, life has been a bit busy lately, and I need to visit my father-in-law. Thank you for your understanding, everyone. Chapter 83 Cosmic Armor. The original ruler. Hey, group leader. Do I have a script too? Qinshi. Yes. Qinshi. I have 3 scripts like this one, all exclusive storylines for newcomers to our chat group. The original ruler, could you send me a copy? Girls are always full of anticipation for the future. Qinshi, no problem. But a disclaimer. Qinshi, if you find the future unsatisfactory, or if the storyline is difficult to accept, please do not panic. Joining the chat group signifies a change in the storyline. Qinshi, just as our immortal mentioned earlier, everyone should view the files I upload as a means to understand their own world. The wandering cultivator of Hong Wang, Cosmic Armor. Sun goddess. Exactly, you've been pondering over your armor for quite a while, dragging things out like a girl. Qinshi. I am a girl. No, wait. I am a beautiful girl. Do you understand what a beautiful girl is? The original ruler. I believe that the group leader is definitely a very cute, beautiful girl. Qinshi hihihi. Group leader Qinshi has uploaded the group file on how 13 individuals died over 40 times, accessible only to group member the original ruler. Tianzong Little Nun, is there one for me? Qinshi has uploaded the group file the complete series of Qing's Moon, accessible only to group member Tianzong Little Nun. My fate is mine, not heaven's. It's my turn. My fate is mine, not heaven's. This is so much fun. Hey, Qinshi. It's my turn. In the world of the magical child Neza, at Chuntang Pass, in the Li residence, leaning against the grass couch, Neza is brimming with excitement. During this time, he has been all alone. Just now, he inexplicably entered a chat group. Though small, Neza has thoroughly understood the chat group through the conversations and files. Fun. This word sums it all up. This spoiler seems to reveal his future. Do I have one? Neza, filled with curiosity, observed everyone's dialogue before decisively speaking up. On the other side, Yunqing glanced over Neza's world. Another one with a Hongwang background? Yunqing blinked. Is it impossible to escape Hongwang? Upon seeing this Neza, Yunqing was reminded of the Neza from his own world. Tai Jinren is still guarding above Chuntang Pass, effortlessly suppressing the incoming great demons. Recently, Chuntang Pass, situated at the edge of the human race, has fallen into an unprecedented tranquility. The war between humans and demons has not ceased. Demons devour humans while humans refine demons. This is the law of Hongwang. And Chuntang Pass is the border of the Great Shang. Li Jing frequently goes to battle against both humans and demons. However, Tai Jinren's presence has brought peace to Chuntang Pass, resulting in Li Jing having little to no military engagements. Madame Yin is pregnant with her second child. Jinjia has already been born, and Muja's birth has been expedited. Is this not a change in the minor situation? Yunqing could not help but chuckle. Tai Jinren has brought tranquility to Chuntang Pass, allowing Li Jing to focus on fatherhood, and Muja's early arrival is certainly a pleasant surprise. Contemplating for a moment, Yunqing reached a conclusion. Given this situation, Neza's birth is likely to be hastened as well. Since Tai Jinren has intervened to protect Chuntang Pass, it clearly indicates his curiosity about the Li family. Understanding the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Yunqing decided the spirit pearl should be reincarnated. The wandering cultivator of Hongwang, who is still in the urban world. Commoner, I am here. Qinshi, I am here too. Sun goddess, I have not returned to the blazing sun yet. What is wrong, immortal? The wandering cultivator of Hongwang, help me gather some parenting books and guidelines on fatherly love. Li Jing, I am providing you a chance to be a good person. Yunqing is unaware of what kind of character Li Jing possesses in his world. At this moment, it is truly impossible to tell. After all, Li Jing has just welcomed his first son. However, this is the perfect time to lend a helping hand, allowing him to truly understand what it means to be a father. Not asking for much, just achieving the step of being a father like this Neza in the group. Commoner, I will go right away. Qinshi, I will too. Old Heavenly Master, let us split up. Commoner, all right. Yunqing's lips twitched slightly. Is it really necessary to be so grand? The group was relatively quiet now, with the four newcomers simultaneously silent, likely engrossed in examining their own storylines as before. Blind General never crashed. Immortal, I have a question I wish to ask. The wandering cultivator of Hongwang, speak freely. Blind General never crashed. Immortal, what is your evaluation of the star gods in our world? Jing Yuan felt a bit uneasy. Discussing the star gods felt somewhat rebellious. Nevertheless, upon sensing this mysterious power from the east, Jing Yuan was genuinely curious about Yunqing's perspective. As time passed, he increasingly sensed his own terror. A single drop of blood made him comparable to the envoy. That is to say, the deity behind him. Moreover, he is continuously transforming himself, which only heightened Jing Yuan's curiosity. The wandering cultivator of Hongwang star gods. Law spirits? Yunqing pondered for a long while before providing an answer. Although referred to as laws, they possess spirit. Though not laws, their manifestation is indistinguishable from those of laws. They tread along their destined path while being bound by it, having yet to achieve transcendence. In other words, they remain within the realm of laws, rather than the great way. However, laws are still quite formidable. Comparable to a golden immortal of Hongwang, which is sufficient. One should not underestimate the stature of laws, thinking it to be far inferior to the great way. In fact, laws are the precursors to the great way. One is about cultivation and application, while the other is about mastery. For instance, the law of fire allows one to utilize various fires to combat enemies, while the great way of fire grants control over all flames, rendering any enemy's use of fire futile. This is the most straightforward explanation. However, should a true battle of laws ensue, even the use of a single law could obliterate an entire individual universe. The general with closed eyes has never fallen from the sky. I see. The first rebellious one of the heavenly court. Is Brother Jingyuan contemplating the star gods? The general with closed eyes. How could that be? I merely wish to delve deeper into the understanding of the heavenly lords, to see how the immortals perceive matters from a higher vantage point. The general with closed eyes. With a chat group that includes immortals, we have already positioned ourselves beside giants in terms of insight. The wandering cultivator of primordial chaos. Fate is ultimately limited. Qing uttered this statement. Compared to the so-called destiny, aspiring to become a star god is indeed an abstract and arduous endeavor. However, Jing Yuan now stands apart from his former self. He relies not on the power of fate but on his own strength. Chapter 84. Tai Jinren, Li Jing, Neza. Where shall we go, sage? Bai Zhe followed closely behind Yu Qing. At this moment, his demeanor appeared untroubled, though his aura seemed somewhat unsteady. He had cherished the 7-turn golden elixir as a treasure, choosing not to employ it. Let us first proceed to Chang'an Pass. Yu Qing, with hands clasped behind his back, stepped upon a cloud, exuding an air of leisure. Chang'an Pass? Bai Zhe was taken aback, riding the cloud in pursuit of Yu Qing. Chang'an Pass, a significant border of the Great Shang, was overseen by a general named Li Jing, who had once sought the path of immortality but ultimately returned to humanity after his aspirations faded. Bai Zhe pondered the past of the Li family and sensed an obscure presence masking something. The method of concealment was not particularly sophisticated. While General Daluo might not see through it, even some quasi-saints lacking expertise in this realm would struggle. Yet, for Bai Zhe, it was a trivial matter. It should be the disciples of the 3 teachings. Bai Zhe directly attributed the veiling presence to the 3 teachings. Could it be yet another ally? No. The thought sent a chill down Bai Ze's spine. This impending calamity was certainly linked to humanity, and their destination was inherently connected to the human race. The teachings of Shouyang Mountain, the 3 teachings disciples cloaking the heavenly secrets at the human border of Chang'an Pass. This undoubtedly pinned the great calamity upon humanity. The schemes of the saints are vast indeed. Bai Zhe felt a tightening in his chest, drawing closer to Qing. Qing cast a glance at Bai Zhe, unaware of the latter's musings. However, this was of little consequence. Bai Zhe was merely a masterless piece on the board. Of course, that was no longer the case. With a gentle lift of his hand, the heavens shifted, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived above Chang'an Pass from the Qinglian cave heaven. Ripples emerged in the void, revealing a realm independent of the primordial chaos. Tai Jinren stepped forth from the ripples, bowing. Greetings, Uncle Qing. Good. Qing nodded with a light smile. How have you been, my disciple? Hee. Tai Jinren scratched his head, feigning ignorance. What do you mean, uncle? Speak plainly. Qing chuckled softly. Your disciple Lingzhu is to reincarnate among humanity, as the 12 golden immortals face the tribulations of the mortal realm. I presume your elder brother Yuanshi has already notified you to accept disciples to avert disaster. You have only Lingzhu under your tutelage. Tai Jinren was momentarily taken aback. His master had spoken extensively with this uncle. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and responded, Uncle Qing. Does my disciple need to send Lingzhu to this family? Li Jing is a man of great fortune. However, his path seems destined for the divine way rather than the immortal path. A mere general is certainly not his ultimate destination. What puzzled Tai Jinren was why Qing held Li Jing in such high regard. Was it solely due to his fortune? I understand your intent, Qing remarked. You do not wish for Lingzhu to shield you from calamity, do you? Indeed, Tai Jinren nodded earnestly. Their dialogue completely sidelined Bai Zhe, who listened in shock. Such a significant secret. Within this calamity, it is not merely disasters that await, but also opportunities intertwined. Qing stated calmly, Lingzhu's potential can only be realized among humanity. Disciple understands. Tai Jinren bowed again, this time with utmost seriousness. However, whether this family is suitable, you may decide for yourself. Qing smiled and then glanced at Bai Zhe, transmitting a fragment of divine power through the Tao rhythm for Bai Zhe to comprehend. Upon witnessing this divine ability, Bai Ze's expression turned peculiar. What is this? Go, deliver it to Li Jing, and inquire whether he remembers receiving divine abilities in a dream long ago. Yes, Saint. Bai Zhe promptly acknowledged, transforming into a celestial figure, gracefully descending towards the Li residence. Observing this scene, Tai Jinren enlightened. It seems this uncle intends to invest in this family. A bold move. A decisive gamble. Lingzhu, this is a great calamity. And if wielded properly, it might even surpass my master. Disciple, do you believe Li Jing is fit to be a father? Qing inquired of Tai Jinren. Tai Jinren's lips twitched. What could he say? While it was evident that Li Jing loved his son dearly, what was the point of brandishing a sword before a newborn? Demonstrating swordsmanship for the child to inherit the legacy was understandable, but did he not consider how young his son was? Furthermore, if one calculated the time spent with his wife, It was far greater than that with his son. How long had it been? And now there was a second child on the way. Once he arranged for reincarnation, how many would Ling Zhu have become by then? Quite spirited indeed. Tai Jinren hesitated and finally managed to utter 4 words. Very spirited. A double entendre. Yanqing couldn't help but laugh, saying, I have some books here. You may take the time to pass them to him. As he spoke, Yanqing produced dozens of jade bamboo slips, emanating a gentle glow, serene and peaceful. If an ordinary person held them, they would undoubtedly feel invigorated, becoming wholly engrossed. Titles such as 300 nursery rhymes on fatherly love, the ultimate secrets of human nature. 3 sentences to enter your child's inner world. Is your child rebellious? Perhaps your method is amiss. Father and son, my son is exceptional. It may be due to my upbringing. What on earth are these? Tai Jinren was baffled but accepted them all, intending to deliver them to Li Jing when time permitted. Yuqing felt a sense of relief. He could not believe that after reading these materials, Li Jing would remain unchanged. Although he was unsure of the original Li Jing's character, he was prepared for any eventuality. Yanqing had already previewed the content, certain there were no issues. The titles may be abstract, but that was a minor concern. As long as Li Jing read the contents attentively, it would suffice. Yuqing even worried that Li Jing might not read them, so he applied a layer of Qinglian Dao rhythm, enforcing a sage-like state. Even a quasi-saint must obediently read and comprehend before departing. Tai Jinren gasped, perusing the jade bamboo slips, his eyes brimming with tears. I have done far too little for Lingzhu. Suddenly, Tai Jinren was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he lamented his inadequacies. A day as a master is a lifetime as a father. I have fallen far short. Yuqing, perhaps it might be necessary for Tai Jinren to read them as well. At this moment, below, Baizhe had successfully entered the Li residence. The surrounding servants paid him no mind, as they were utterly oblivious to his presence. Baizhe contemplated that this was his first task assisting the immortal, and it must be executed well. Is Li Jing at home? He inquired softly, calling out to the interior of the residence. Li Jing, who was preparing to engage in some exercise at home, suddenly became alert. Who the hell is that? Brothers, do you have any particularly impressive gifts to send? Something that leaves a lasting impression. Chapter 85, Li Jing's Divine Ability. Li Jing glanced at Lady Yin. Forcing a smile, my dear, please wait a moment. I shall go and check. Madame Yin reclined on the soft couch, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Always causing mischief. And I still have to take care of Jar. A soft chuckle escaped Li Jing as he donned his armor and cloak, striding towards the door. 20 paces from the entrance stood Baizhe, exuding an aura of auspiciousness, embodying the essence of immortality. The moment Li Jing laid eyes upon him, a wave of dread surged within him, leaving him utterly alarmed. This was a celestial being. In his youth, he had sought the wisdom of immortals. Yet he had never encountered anyone as majestic as Baizhe. Baizhe greeted him with a warm smile, radiating kindness. I am Baizhe, a humble wanderer across the seas, who cherishes the human race and has left behind numerous texts throughout my life, nurturing countless students. If you deem it fitting, you may simply call me Master. Li Jing's heart trembled in recognition of the name Baizhe, a figure known throughout human history since the time of the Yellow Emperor. A rare auspicious beast. No wonder he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing him. Might I inquire what brings you, Master Baizhe, to my humble abode? Li Jing asked, bowing respectfully without rising. Do you recall, in your youth, someone imparting divine abilities to you in a dream? Baizhe inquired with a serene smile, revealing words he had long prepared. Li Jing's expression shifted from surprise to realization. Could it be that the one who bestowed upon him those abilities was none other than Baizhe himself? Fear not, I am not here to debate karma. Baizhe reassured him, his smile unwavering. Rather, this is a matter of benevolent destiny. Li Jing's expression turned peculiar. If it was not to discuss karma, it led him to ponder unpleasant memories. Although the divine abilities were indeed remarkable, their implications left him speechless. They had granted him great renown, with whispers claiming he was the foremost sword saint of the Deshang, a mysterious figure whose techniques were never witnessed by others, despite his impressive background. Having studied under the Eastern Immortal sect for over 37 years, his innate talent for the immortal path was regrettably limited, leaving him as merely a mundane practitioner of Qi. Thus, he departed from the sect, leveraging his connections to traverse the great array between the two states, returning to the human realm of the South. His current reputation was largely due to the divine abilities imparted to him in his youth, albeit with a sense of embarrassment regarding their nature. Baizhe, with a smile playing on his lips, asked, do you wish to acquire the latter part of that ability? The latter part? Li Jing's expression morphed into one of confusion. Yet he suppressed it, bowing again. I am grateful for the divine abilities you bestowed upon me in my youth, for they have led to my current achievements. However, such abilities are far too precious and should be entrusted to those with deeper fortune and greater wisdom. Nay, Bai Zhe shook his head. This ability is meant for you alone. The Heavenly Sovereign has decreed that no one else can fully harness its power. A chill coursed through Li Jing's heart as he stammered, Esteemed Master, my son has long admired your teachings. How about bestowing this ability upon him instead? It could lead to a splendid tale. Bai Zhe chuckled. Do not be modest, dear friend. Jinjia is still quite young. Li Jing's lips twitched, and he opened his mouth, ready to argue further. Very well, you truly are a promising junior. Bai Zhe, not giving Li Jing a chance to speak, nodded with satisfaction. Today, I shall impart the latter part of the divine ability, along with the God-strike whip, hoping you will carry forth this path. As his words fell, Bai Zhe touched Li Jing's forehead. A torrent of information surged through Li Jing's mind, as if threatening to burst his head. He felt dizzy and, in an instant, collapsed, barely managing to utter an exclamation of surprise. With a wave of his hand, Bai Zhe stepped forward, appearing beside Yun Qing. My lord? My lord? Before long, Li Jing was discovered by the servants in his household. The sage has completed his task. Bai Zhe addressed Yun Qing with a bow. Though he felt a twinge of peculiarity, was this divine ability truly of any use? What purpose could it serve a swordsman? At that moment, Tai Zhenren concealed himself within the void, weeping as he observed the bamboo scroll presented by Yun Qing. Do you have any questions? Yun Qing inquired. Sage. Is this divine ability truly effective? Bai Zhe's expression turned curious. Li Jing is a swordsman. What swordsman would utilize such an ability? Yun Qing chuckled lightly. If you are truly interested, consider tracing his path to fame. Come, let us journey to Shouyang Mountain. His path to fame, indeed. Yes, sage. Bai Zhe followed closely behind Yun Qing, who was unhurried as they traveled towards Shouyang Mountain, even opening a chat group along the way. Wandering Sage, Ordinary Mortal. Please procure a copy of the Investiture of the Gods. Ordinary Mortal. Wait a moment, Esteemed Immortal. I shall fetch it immediately. Qinshi, what? Esteemed Immortal. What of the plot on your end? Wandering Sage, Jinjia has been born. Mu Zhao will follow soon. Wandering Sage, there is a background of my world in the group. Feel free to explore. Qinshi, ahem. By the way, to all the new members, no. To all family members, please take a moment to review the group announcement and share your world backgrounds for mutual understanding. Qinshi, everyone. Wandering Sage, acknowledged. Blind General never crashed, received. Qinshi Liao Jing, your acknowledgement always brings back unpleasant memories. Blind General never crashed, ha ha. I have grown accustomed to it since our previous meeting. Who says a general is not a corporate slave? Sun Goddess, goodness. How could it be 2013 so quickly after my brief absence? Qinshi, huh? Sun Goddess, I was with the old Celestial Master for only 4 or 5 days. Yet here, 3 months have passed. Martial God, this is terrifying. I feel the need to return and check. Blind General never crashed, agreed. Brother Zhongli should return to see for himself. It would be embarrassing if nations were established in his absence. He would have to start all over. Heavenly Courts, first rebel. I should check on home as well. Yang Jian fell into silence. Everyone must traverse cautiously. Chapter 86. Daily life in Huyandong at Shouyang Mountain, in the 8th Scenic Palace. The sage. What brings him here again? While refining elixirs, Xiandu paused, his fingers trembling slightly. Yun Qing had returned. His eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of Bai Zhe following the sage. It could not be mistaken. The aura was unmistakable. As the foremost auspicious beast in the realm, Bai Zhe's renown echoed throughout the wilderness. Once the proud leader of the 10 demon gods, he had served as the strategist to Emperor Jun and Dong Huang. It was unexpected that he would turn his allegiance to this sage, or rather, that the sage would take him under his wing. As a guest, Xiandu welcomed them, momentarily setting aside his tasks to greet them. I greet you, Senior Yun Qing. And Bai Zhe the demon god. Xiandu saluted Yun Qing, then nodded respectfully to Bai Zhe. Yun Qing acknowledged him, and Bai Zhe returned the gesture. Young friend, I wish to invite you to accompany me to Huyandong. Huyandong? Xiandu was taken aback. It was a name he had not heard in ages. The abode of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a sanctuary of human sages. Only those of at least the great Luo golden immortal rank could enter, for it was the very foundation of humanity. Indeed, Yun Qing nodded and remarked, an esteemed guest will soon arrive in the primordial realm. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult the Ta Ching Saint. This distinguished visitor requires a residence within the primordial realm. Hence I plan to journey to the Fire Cloud Cave to confer with the three sovereigns. Regrettably, I am not yet well acquainted with these sovereigns. Xiandu blinked in surprise. This precious guest reminded him of some extraordinary matters. In the past, his master had undergone a remarkable transformation, even altering his appearance to that of a youthful figure with white hair, and had inexplicably become more loquacious with him as a disciple. The young master had only visited the Zishu Palace. After that, everything returned to normal, yet the elder master would often sigh for no apparent reason. Eventually, Xiandu learned the truth. Beyond the primordial realm lay the true Saint Celestial Lord. However, the primordial realm had always been indifferent to the outside world, solely focusing on its internal development. Xiandu, being astute, deduced that if Yunqing treated him with such reverence, it must indeed pertain to the true Saint Celestial Lord from beyond. Moreover, this Celestial Lord seemed to have connections with the human race. After pondering for a moment, Xiandu smiled and asked, "Elder Yunqing, when shall we depart?" "At once. Are you available?" Yunqing inquired with a smile. "Certainly." Xiandu readily agreed. Thus, in an inconspicuous corner of the southern region, there existed a celestial haven. Here, mountains soared, greenery flourished, and amidst the clear waters and verdant hills, there lingered a rich aroma of life. Surrounded by towering mountains, at the center stood a cave inscribed with the three bold characters, Fire Cloud Cave. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, several magnificent halls adorned the mountain peaks. While the external environment was already splendid, the interior surpassed it. Among the halls, one was significantly larger than the others, from which sounds of commotion occasionally emanated. Three figures were traversing the path towards this grand hall. The environment of the Fire Cloud Cave remained unchanged despite the passage of years. Xiandu took a deep breath, his face glowing with enchantment. The fragrance of wine. Baize rubbed his nose, initially intoxicated by the exquisite aroma, and then fully immersed in it, savoring it further. Truly, this was the Emperor Huang's palace. The god of wine must have once graced this place. Beneath this grand hall, it was not spiritual energy that wafted through but the fragrance of wine. Yunqing's expression remained ordinary, yet his divine sense perceived the interior of the hall, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, inside the hall, adorned in resplendent gold and jade, the atmosphere was equally splendid. Towards the left side, four graceful figures were seated. Upon closer inspection, they displayed distinct physiques. One resembled a youthful maiden, another retained an alluring elegance, a third exuded captivating charm, and the last was strikingly cold and beautiful. All four were concubines of the Emperor Huang, currently engaged in a game of mahjong, incessantly murmuring their grievances about the emperor. Occasionally, sounds of tiles clashing and exclamations of victory could be heard. Yunqing couldn't help but rub his forehead. Indeed, such a secluded place was utterly absurd. Outside, a grand conflict was about to erupt, yet the emperor's palace was embroiled in internal strife over mahjong. Where did this game even come from? This brings to mind a sorrowful tale of Emperor Jun. Once a sensation in the heavenly courts, it surprisingly had not faded from the scene even to this day. Baize was taken aback, and even Xiandu shared his astonishment. However, Xiandu was surprised to discover how leisurely life was in the Fire Cloud Cave. What had happened to the promised suppression of fortune after the grand ceremony? It seemed that retirement was a reality after all. Was the market still trading in spirit stones? Xiandu touched his nose, feeling as though he had been cut off from the world for years, having spent so long on Shouyang Mountain. Now, they use shells as currency, Baize remarked. The human race once minted coins from brass, but due to high costs later on, the Daishang dynasty elevated coins to a new standard, adopting shells as the lowest trading currency. I see, Xiandu nodded earnestly. He realized he had been remiss in his role as a grand sorcerer, unaware of the current state of the human race. Gentlemen, the Xianyuan is not home. Please allow me to host you at my humble abode. Before they could enter the Emperor Huang's palace, a voice resonated in their ears. This voice startled Yunqing. This, Celestial Lord. Chapter 87. Baize, something feels extraordinarily amiss. This is the former abode of the venerable Red Cloud. And outside the Fire Cloud Cave lie the vast mountain ranges and the land of dreams. Today, among the few renowned caves and blessed lands in the primordial realm, this place ranks among the top three. Just among the semi-saints, there are four present, these four being the three sovereigns and one ancestor of the human race. Fuxi, the celestial emperor. Yunqing's brows knitted momentarily, but then relaxed again. There are far too many celestial lords connected to the primordial realm, and their occasional descents and divine thoughts are quite normal. While Qing recognized the celestial lord, the two beside him remained oblivious. Reflecting on who resided above, Zhe felt a mix of emotions and excitement. It had been countless years since he last saw Fuxi, which was during his grand ceremony. Over a dozen epochs had passed since then. Following the stream upstream, they arrived at a modest wooden abode. Simple to the point of being less elaborate than an ordinary tavern. Approaching closer, a faint scent of books wafted through the air, an essence of literary fragrance, brush and ink. The manifestation of Taoist rhythm. As the three reached the entrance of the small courtyard, Qing stood in the center, cleared his throat, and bowed. I am Qing, paying my respects to the Celestial Emperor. Ha ha ha, you need not bow before I have even appeared, a warm voice replied. Soothing like a gentle spring breeze. Out stepped a refined middle-aged man clad in white robes. This man resembled an immortal from a painting. His every movement harmonized with the cosmos. Even the ethereal spiritual energy bowed in reverence to him. The aura of a sovereign. Although Fuxi exuded elegance, this title. I am aware of your intentions, Fuxi said to Qing, his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. Once he arrives, residing here will suffice. Your intentions are noted. Qing was taken aback and quickly bowed. I shall obey. Zhe, Xiandu. Both were momentarily stunned. Wait, aren't you the saint? Zhe exclaimed, his jaw dropping. Fuxi, while a great ancient power, you two are at best equals. A saint trembling before a semi-saint. Zhe's mind swirled, akin to being struck by lightning. This was not right. Xiandu, with his sharp intellect and broader knowledge, quickly grasped the situation. This celestial emperor might be akin to the youthful master he once knew. Having met the celestial emperor's saint, Xiandu bowed respectfully. Only then did Zhe come to his senses, bowing to Fuxi. I pay my respects to the celestial emperor's saint. No need for that. Fuxi waved his hand and addressed Qing. Unforeseen changes have occurred in the primordial realm. He wishes to intervene, and I merely come to join the fray. I understand. Qing performed a deep bow, a sheepish smile on his face. How amusing. It seemed he had exerted himself for naught. Well, Fuxi smiled warmly, your calculations are astute. Using a minor piece to leverage a greater force, though still in its infancy, holds promise for the future. Should you have any wishes, you may seek me at Finchi Heaven. This segment was conveyed through Fuxi's telepathy. Unheard by Zhe and Qing savored it carefully, intending to respond with a bow, but found himself unable to move. Do not make a fuss. The one you seek is right beside you. If the opportunity arises, it would be prudent to educate Hongjun thoroughly. Ha 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 ha. Qing bitterly chuckled. He understood that remark. Oh, dear Hongjun, how many celestial lords have you offended? Initially, one would expect the most amiable celestial emperor to at least. Yet here we are, wielding a mere feather as a command. Since the arrangements by the celestial lord are in place, we shall take our leave. Qing bowed, followed by the two behind him. Fuxi chuckled lightly and nodded, subsequently escorting the three individuals out of the fire cloud cave. The information conveyed was still vast. The celestial emperor and the human emperor, both revered figures, seemed to harbor ambitions concerning the primordial chaos. Yet, did the primordial chaos truly possess anything worth coveting by such exalted beings? Qing found himself perplexed, leaving a question mark in his mind. Furthermore, Fuxi mentioned that the person he sought was right beside him, presumably referring to the developer of the system. Following that was the game with Hongjun, and lastly, the possibility of going to Finchi Heaven. Could someone like me truly attract the attention of a celestial being? Qing felt a chill run down his spine. This was a clear indication of an attempt to recruit him. However, according to the sequence, the primary focus remained the divine game with Hongjun. Senior Qing, what now? Xuandu asked somewhat awkwardly, glancing at Qing. Unfazed, Qing displayed the acting skills of a seasoned performer. No worries, everything proceeds as usual. Young friend, be cautious of the impending calamity. In 7 or 8 years, the moment of tribulation will arrive. The ascension of the Daxingxi signifies that the divine ordainment is about to commence. Qing's calculations indicated that this was imminent. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped him. Why did it seem that this divine calamity was not filled with time travelers, but rather with celestial beings everywhere? Before it had even begun, the celestial emperor and the human emperor had already arrived. There were matters Qing dared not delve deeper into. The more he pondered, the more lost he felt. The most pressing concern was the game with Hongjun and the development of the chat group. He hoped these individuals would soon prove useful. After bidding farewell to Xuandu, Qing delivered teachings atop Shiyang Mountain for 7 days, attended by Xuandu and Beis. Subsequently, he returned to Qinglian Cave Heaven with Beis, assigning him a rather arduous task, tending to the Fusong tree, responsible for feeding fish, watering flowers, and entertaining spirits daily. Beis stroked his chin, unable to fathom the deeper meaning behind this. All he could perceive in these mundane tasks was two characters, leisurely. Too leisurely. Was there profound significance in the actions of a sage? Unexpectedly, Dijun had departed, and Qing insisted on bringing someone to fill the gap. Beis' tavern also joyfully closed its doors. Beis, what command does the sage have? Qing's call snapped him back to reality, and he immediately bowed. You are to go to this location and assist several disciples. Beis was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Qing's message with a tremor in his heart. Understood. I shall obey the command. Having spoken, Beis was sent out of Qinglian Cave Heaven by Qing. This matter truly required Beis' involvement. What is causing Liu to act so erratically? Qing raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Nonetheless, he did possess a card to restrain him. Did the conflict between Liu and Jie Jiao run so deep? Not wishing to dwell further, he opened the chat group. Primordial Chaos Wanderer, signing in. Sign-in successful. Earned 1,000 points. Another daily gain of 1,000 points. It had been quite some time since Qing last signed in. At this moment, the group was bustling with activity. Qin Shi, an immortal has emerged. General with closed eyes never crashed. The immortal has not logged in for a long time. Primordial Chaos Wanderer, recently rather busy. Tianzong Little Taoist, Disciple Xiaoming, thank you, Ancestor Qing, for bestowing the Dharma. Primordial Chaos Wanderer? The original lawgiver, ah. Immortal Sir, we are grateful for the blessings of your Guanyuan scripture. Thank you. Immortal Sir Chapter 88. Neza, wait. Where's my physical body? Qin Shi. Is the immortal referring to time travelers? Mortal Commoner. Same question. Primordial Chaos Wanderer. No, Primordial Chaos Wanderer. It's nothing. Your future self may have some influence over you, but it seems not to be the case. In this situation, Qing envisioned a possibility. Although paradoxical, it aligned. He could only attribute it to the great power of the celestial beings. That sword was indeed a decisive force throughout eternity. It had even altered the fate lines of those who ascended, separating them from their past in the lower realms. When faced with uncertainty, it was the might of the celestial beings. Silently praising the Lingdao celestial being in his heart, Qing then addressed the group. Primordial Chaos Wanderer, if there are any developments, remember to inform the group. Qin Shi, indeed. The immortal speaks wisely. We are a loving family. Qin Shi, it was actually my mother in a past life who named the group. General with closed eyes never crashed. What a loving family. 7 days east of the river. Today is the 3rd day, and I am on the verge of exhausting Yi Lingyun. 7 days east of the river, self-confidently flipping hair. JPG Tian Court's first rebellious one. I vaguely recall that a few days ago, Hualin Fei livestreamed battling the Lion King. Tianzong Little Taoist, Hualin Fei's entrance. JPG Tianzong Little Taoist, Hualin Fei's confident smile. JPG Tianzong Little Taoist, Hualin Fei's super beast armor. JPG Tianzong Little Taoist, fire cloud technique. JPG Tianzong Little Taoist, the Lion King strikes, Hualin Fei falls to the ground. JPG, 7 days east of the river. I'll see you for slander. Where did those images come from? Where did you get those images? In just 5 emoticons, everything was already clear. Qin Shi, I also have. The original lawgiver. I have them too, War God. To be honest, I have saved them as well. I control my fate. Not heaven. Flooding 5 emoticons. I control my fate, not heaven. I'm dying of laughter, huh? 7 days east of the river, you bastards. Damn. 7 days east of the river. I will give each of you $50. Delete it. Delete it. I control my fate, not heaven. Hey, if you're not satisfied, come and fight me. I control my fate, not heaven. Dying of laughter here. Neza, reclining in a haystack, laughed heartily. This chat group had indeed brought him countless joys each day. After reviewing his storyline, Neza felt neither rage nor an emotional surge, just an acknowledgement. I can achieve this. After all, this is who I am. His thoughts were quite lucid. Since he was aware of everything, he could change everything. To hell with fate. A mere heavenly tribulation could not deter him. Perhaps it stemmed from youthful confidence? In any case, this encapsulated Neza's mindset. After joining the chat group, Neza discovered a rather grave issue. Following his practice of the Guanyuan scripture, his magical power felt peculiar. There was an indescribable sensation, as if his demonic energy was slightly off. For no apparent reason, he felt a profound tranquility within, with nothing stirring his emotions, allowing for more rational contemplation. Pondering over the storyline. Wait a moment. What was the conclusion of my narrative? No. I was struck down, and then what happened? Primordial Chaos Wanderer, patting head. JPG Primordial Chaos Wanderer, you have already excelled. Just having acquired the ability to wield the Super Beast armor is commendable. Shinshi patting head. JPG Tion Court's first rebellious one, patting head. JPG most pretentious person. Why does it feel like the Immortal Brother-S head pat? Shinshi, dying of laughter. 7 days east of the river, waiting for me for 4 days. If they don't run, it's this. Yinxin glanced at the group messages, rendered speechless. It had been a few days since he last checked the group, and time had flown by. Hualin Fei indeed had remarkable talent in this regard. Within just 7 days, he had leaped from an ordinary person to a 6th-tier powerhouse. Sun Goddess, children, let us compare 30 years of the East River to 7 days of the East River. The original lawgiver. Everyone seems quite happy. Tian's own little Taoist. Indeed. I control my fate, not heaven. Shinshi, what happens after I traverse the heavenly tribulation? Where's my physical body? Shinshi, is there a continuation? My fate is determined by me, not heaven. Surely there must be. Otherwise, wouldn't I have gone through the tribulation for nothing? Ordinary person, according to the original plot. The 3 altars see conquering deity will later reconstruct his physical body. Chapter 89. Reina, group leader, you are such a fool. Shinshi, well, I haven't seen the subsequent plot. Shinshi felt helpless. He truly had no idea what would happen next. He had missed out due to his early time travel and had not witnessed the continuation. The Wandering Cultivator uploaded a group file Riot at Sea, which only the member my fate is determined by me, not heaven can access. Shinshi, what is this? Immortal? The Wandering Cultivator. It's nothing. You can think of it as something I searched in the mind of a certain traveler or as a deduction I made. Sun Goddess, Immortal, you're impressive. Sun Goddess, Shinshi, fool, why don't you learn? Shinshi, come on. How can we learn this? The Immortal is a master. My fate is determined by me, not heaven. Thank you, Immortal. My fate is determined by me, not heaven. I'm curious to see how this master will reconstruct my body. There's no way. Tai Jinren exudes an aura of unreliability, especially after watching Neza 1. Even Neza himself thinks this guy is too unreliable. Shinshia, the Immortal actually sent Neza 2. I want to see it so much. Shinshi, is the second part about causing a ruckus at sea? The blindfolded general has never crashed. Ahem, group leader. Respect the privacy of the members. You said that, did you forget? Shinshi, pouting. JPG, Shinshi, but I really like this plot. The second part should start with the reconstruction of the physical body. Why is it about causing a ruckus at sea? Ordinary person. The 3 altars see conquering deity indeed has such a storyline. Heavenly Court's #1 rebel. Actually, I always find the name Neza very familiar. The Wandering Cultivator. No need to doubt. There is one in your world as well. You have seen him. Shinshi, can I leave the group? My fate is determined by me, not heaven. Wait, I didn't notice before, but now I see that you all know me. It's different from Xiaohua, right? Qitian River East and West. Of course, it's different. Let us just say, how many of you here don't know Neza, the 3rd prince? Hualin Fei's statement is absolutely correct. Only a few in the entire group do not know Neza. My fate is determined by me, not heaven. What? Am I that remarkable? Neza's eyes lit up. Initially, watching his own plot, he thought he looked incredibly handsome. Now, seeing the situation in the group, it seems quite a number of people recognize him. Does he have such great fame? Ordinary person, in my Taoist legends. The 3 altars see conquering deity and the pure source mysterious Tao True Monarch are both war gods. Shinshi, yes, in the folklore. There are also scenes of their physical bodies achieving sanctification. Members of the group exchanged words, one after another. Neza was praised until he couldn't contain a smile. His eyes sparkling with delight, completely enchanted. He had no idea he would become so powerful later. With the 3rd prince, the deities, and war gods, plus achieving sanctification. This made Neza look forward even more to his own plot, as he clicked on the Riot at Sea uploaded by Qing. The initial ruler, although I can't understand, I'm deeply impressed. The blindfolded general has never crashed. The Wandering Cultivator, Immortal. Is it too late for me to turn to the Tao now? The Wandering Cultivator, it's not too late. Achieving immortality is merely a matter of accumulated age. And with wealth, methods, and companions, one can complement each other. The blindfolded general has never crashed. Speaking of which, I have another question to ask the immortal. The wandering cultivator, feel free to ask. The blindfolded general has never crashed, regarding the blood of the golden crow. Immortal. Do I count as already possessing the golden crow bloodline? The golden crow bloodline? Qing was slightly taken aback and quickly turned his gaze to Jingyuan. He had never observed closely before. Now, looking carefully, it indeed bore some resemblance to the golden crow. Does this count as good perception? Jingyuan already had some traces of the golden crow bloodline and had even comprehended some of its divine powers. Of course, these powers are insignificant compared to a true golden crow, as Jingyuan is barely comparable to a fledgling bird. Qing's thoughts were quite whimsical. For instance, upon noticing the golden crow bloodline on Jingyuan, his first thought was to let him meet Dijuan. Ahem, perhaps that's better left unsaid. It wouldn't be appropriate. The wandering cultivator. Indeed, there are some traces of the golden crow bloodline. Jing, my young friend, have you considered coming to the primordial era? Smiles. JPG seeing Qing's message, Jingyuan shivered all over. The primordial era is terrifying. It's truly too frightening. Those who have yet to achieve immortality among the martial beings of the human race can shatter the void with a single punch. The immortal can obscure the heavens with a flick of their fingers, and the mysteries of their battle are simply unapproachable. Moreover, there are characters like the immortal who control heaven and earth, treating all things as chess pieces. Compared to this world, our universe is merely an ivory tower. The blindfolded general has never crashed. Thank you for the kind offer, immortal, but I truly find it difficult to enter the primordial era. The wandering cultivator, I was merely joking. You have great prospects in the celestial boat. The primordial era is not suitable for you. Hiss. Is the immortal testing me? But what could I possibly be tested on? The blindfolded general has never crashed. You flatter me, but I still have one matter I wish to consult the immortal about. I wonder if it is appropriate to speak. The wandering cultivator. There are indeed ways to enhance the purity of the bloodline, but they are quite challenging. The wandering cultivator, for instance, there is a golden crow that has conveniently come to you. Why don't you take a bit of its blood? Qinshi, what I need that for? I was searching for business chat methods. Heavenly Courts number 1 Rebel, the immortal speaks with profound wisdom. There is indeed great truth in their words. Qinshi, the initial ruler, 1 Qitian River east and west. That doesn't seem right. The initial ruler. Why do you have one more than us automatically? The initial ruler, I don't know. Perhaps it's the privilege of being a beautiful girl, sun goddess. Yes. Is that difficult? Qinshi. Hey, Reina, could you please stop pretending? Sun goddess, I really want to mute you. Sun goddess has been muted by group leader Chun Shi for 10 minutes. Qinshi, little Reina dares to defy the heavens. War God. 6. Chapter 90. Who kicked Lao Jin's alchemy furnace down? However, at this moment, everyone in the group was puzzled by Qing's statement. Even the topic of Neza had shifted. Especially Chun Shi, who was frantically bombarding the chat group system with question marks. You never mentioned that this could operate behind the scenes. The wandering cultivator. I have already found the coordinates of the creator of the chat group. Qing did not hide, directly stating the truth. Yes, it's better to grant oneself the permissions of the chat group early. Otherwise, my little Qinglian can only transform into the ancestor of the green lotus. Somewhat knowledgeable in martial arts. Qinshi, so terrifying. Qinshi, the world of the big shots is so difficult to comprehend. Qinshi was immediately drenched in sweat. What if the immortal finds the creator of the chat group, and then what? Unfoundedly, Qinshi began to feel a bit afraid. Host, don't be afraid. We are already on the immortal's side. Qinshi. The system's sudden voice left Qinshi dumbfounded. Moreover, why are you so happy? This proud demeanor. It turns out that my system is a traitor. Host, we are the little cotton-padded jacket of the immortal. Following the immortal means 10 meals a day. Then, wait, can you tell me more? For example, Qinshi didn't even know where to start asking. Originally intended as a personal advantage, now it feels off, an indescribable sense of unease. Host, our original mission was to usurp the essence of the world for Lao Dang's cultivation. Now we are merely working for the immortal. The system has become increasingly anthropomorphized. Its words imbued with excitement. It is evident that the system is elated over its successful job switch. What is this so-called celestial matching mechanism? It is now a perfect matching mechanism. Diving into the primordial chaos under the control of this being is indeed an immense blessing. We all have a bright future ahead. No system, you. Qin stammered, utterly astonished. The original task? To steal the world's essence? What nonsense is this? Am I the villain? Just like those transmigrators? Were we always black eating black? And now? Have we switched patrons? Backing the immortal, invincible in this realm? My dreams have come true. I have truly latched onto the thigh of a great Luo golden immortal. In an instant, my thoughts raced. My emotions were a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Host. No need for excessive words. I understand your excitement, but you need not be so agitated. What the hell am I excited about? I'm merely concerned about losing my advantage. Primordial Loose Immortal. In short, everyone can consider completing the tasks of the chat group in the future as joining the regular army. In this era where the celestial sovereign does not emerge, whatever the great Luo golden immortal says is law. Wholesale systems rarely have great Luo golden immortals doing this, as there is little need. However, Qing may give it a try. Primordial Loose Immortal. We shall discuss this matter later. Primordial Loose Immortal has initiated group livestream. Qin has joined the livestream. General with closed eyes has joined the livestream. The original ruler has joined the livestream. The first rebel of the heavenly court has joined the livestream. Without exception, they surged in. The moment they entered the livestream, the scene before them was a cataclysmic spectacle. A white-haired beast, treading upon 7 colored clouds, galloped wildly. Lotus blooms sprouting beneath its feet, as the great Tao spread and wove through the void. Before this beast, the heavens collapsed. Countless star rivers boiling with flames plummeting from the sky, resembling an apocalyptic visage. Qin, what is this? So terrifying. This apocalyptic scene sent a shiver down the spines of the group members. Was this cataclysm truly a result of human action? One star, one great realm. Thousands of worlds forming a star river, countless star rivers raining down true fire. How terrifying. Ordinary mortal, hiss. Could this fire be the true fire of Samadhi? Who kicked Lao Jun's alchemical furnace down? General with closed eyes. This fire feels strangely familiar. What is that white beast? Ordinary mortal, snowy white. Resembling a lion, a deer, or a sheep, exuding auspiciousness. Is this beast Baizé? With such a visage, Zhang Jiwei immediately thought of Baizé's appearance. Indeed. Qing spoke softly, each word a gem, the voice of the Tao resonating, falling upon the ears of all group members. Qin, wow. Immortal. What on earth has happened in the primordial? Qin was left speechless in astonishment. This was their first time witnessing Qing's livestream. It was also their first glimpse of the live battle in the primordial realm. The most pretentious individual, so terrifying. The original ruler. That white beast is so beautiful, war god. Immortal. How large is this beast? Why does it feel like our perspective is slightly off? Baizé had not yet revealed its true form. Qing replied, its size cannot be measured by volume. As for the current scene, it is merely a minor duel. At this moment, the sea of fire completely sealed the void. Crimson chains of the Tao erupted in all directions, deeply rooted in the void. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed, and the void completely collapsed, transforming into an infinitely expanding great universe, separating from the primordial. Although the outside world could see within, what transpired inside was no longer related to the outside. The primary condition for combat in the primordial is to seal the void, with the space within infinitely expanding. The reason is simple. To destroy the primordial incurs karma. After a battle, mighty beings often repair the world with creation. The myriad rules of the primordial contribute to its current tranquility. After all, no one wishes to bear the overwhelming karma like the 3 clans and the demon clan. Even carrying a small amount of karma is already burdensome enough. At this moment, at the center of the sea of fire were 4 figures. One was a black-faced, handsome man, robust and imposing, riding a black tiger while wielding a golden whip. Another was petite, with eyes full of pride and dissatisfaction, gazing at the sea of fire. A golden pair of scissors appearing beside her in the void. A third appeared slightly chubby, rubbing his belly with half-closed eyes, seemingly unconcerned by the overwhelming spectacle before him. The last was clad in snow-white robes, with hair like a waterfall, dignified and graceful, exuding a hint of gentleness yet not lacking in resoluteness. These were the direct disciples of the Zhao Gongming, by Xiao, Duo Bao, and Yun Xiao. They had come to visit Qing on the orders of Tong Tian, only to encounter this unexpected situation along the way. The impoverished Taoist wondered who it could be, only to realize it was the remnants of the demon court. Duo Bao Taoist pointed towards the sky, and with a flick of his finger, the void's Tao expanded, layers of space cracking, revealing passageways in the void that absorbed the falling star rivers, making them vanish without a trace. In just one exchange, the prowess of the senior brother was evident. Chapter 91. Senior brother of the first rebel of the heavenly court. What level of battle is this? Yang Jian felt his blood boiling. Such divine powers and techniques made him yearn for them immensely. One star, one realm, thousands of great realms forming a star river, countless star rivers collapsing the cosmic heavens. What level of might is this? The chubby Taoist responding to this technique remained nonchalant, every action seemingly effortless. Merely a slight counter. And he had already quelled the turbulence entirely. Surrounding them was what they referred to as the embodiment of the Tao. No one in the group could comprehend their methods. General with closed eyes. Immortal, is that fire the true fire of the sun? Qin Shi. I apologize, everyone. I feel embarrassed in front of the transmigrators. The primordial is beyond my comprehension. The immortal was absolutely correct. This primordial was indeed entirely different from what she had imagined. War God, I share the same sentiment as brother Yang Jian. I am genuinely curious about what level of battle this is. Taoist maiden of the heavenly sect, is it also a 10th tier powerhouse? Heavenly River East and West, coach, I want to learn this. I no longer want the fire cloud technique. Even standing in that realm, Bai Shao possessed a 9th tier standard. Yunqing stated that while 10th tier beings were scarce in the primordial, there were certainly not few with true Tai level. Of course, the gap in the 9th tier is vast. Semi-saints above the quasi-saint rank also belong to the 9th tier, as do those who have just entered the great Luo realm of the primordial. The disciples of the had been slain by the former prince of the heavenly court. Yunqing explained, I instructed Bai Zhe to persuade a few, and coincidentally, my young friend Jing Yuan inquired about the golden crow, so I thought to show everyone. General with closed eyes. I apologize, Immortal. I have embarrassed the golden crow. Heavenly River East and West. Don't be disheartened. Jing, you are not yet a golden crow. Patting head. JPG, General with closed eyes. Very well. I feel considerably comforted now. Jing Yuan's gaze dimmed somewhat, yet there was a glimmer of brilliance within. He had already acquired his advantage, it simply had not manifested yet. Just from Lu Ye's recent display of the true fire of the sun left Jing Yuan somewhat numb. It turns out that he was the greatest beneficiary of the chat group. Just this true fire of the sun. Even if he possessed just 1/10,000th of Lu Ye's power, would be sufficient to dominate his world. What stars and deities? They were simply crushed. Jing Yuan could see that the star he witnessed was not akin to those in his world. It was a genuine, vast universe. The essence within is so profound that Jing Yuan even perceives a single star as comparable to an entire universe, vast and unfathomable. Qin Shi, a question. Esteemed Immortal. What is the source of the enmity between Jie Jiao and Jinwu? Qin Shi pondered tirelessly but could not fathom the origins of their grievances. Jinwu. Once the 6th prince of the heavenly court, now known as Lu Ye, is the last of the golden crows in existence. Although, according to the tale of Fengshen, he indirectly caused the downfall of Zhao Gongming with his 7 nail arrows, one might wonder was there a prior provocation? Lu Ye already harbored resentment towards Jie Jiao. When the heavenly court was obliterated, the 10 great demon gods were nearly annihilated, and the 3,000 demon gods sought refuge under Jie Jiao's banner. Yunqing recounted the past, recalling those tumultuous times. To be frank, Lu Ye's grudge seemed rather unnecessary. Instead of harboring animosity towards those traitorous subordinates, what purpose does it serve to resent Jie Jiao? In the original narrative, it is likely that his indirect role in Zhao Gongming's demise stemmed from this very reason. Mo Qi Xiaoyan Qiong, I have gained knowledge. Is the world of the esteemed immortal related to Fengshen Yini? Xiaohua contemplated, realizing that indeed, Fengshen Yini connects with these figures. Qin Shi, it is the primordial chaos. Fengshen Yini is but one of its many calamities. Everyone may watch quietly. Perhaps insights will arise. Yunqing spoke softly, then shifted the live stream's perspective to a first-person view. This way, they could observe the supernatural arts and the clash of principles more clearly. Such an opportunity is rare. Yunqing was indeed putting in great effort. Witnessing the powerful engage in combat ultimately bears benefits. After all, the realm of those in the group had advanced rapidly, and even if their temperament kept pace, they still required time to consolidate their gains. Observing the Great One's duel not only aids in consolidation, but also allows for enlightenment, helping to establish longer-term aspirations. At this moment, within the Grand Realm, the true face of Jie Jiao is beneath my contempt. I shall not stoop to confront you. In the void, Lu Ye revealed himself, clad in golden battle armor that exuded an air of dominance. His black hair tied in a high ponytail that danced with the wind. A fiery pattern adorned his forehead, and his youthful visage radiated vigor. Hiki. A mischievous voice echoed. What a spectacle this is! It appears a defeated hound has donned the garments of the deceased, exposing his shame. Zhao Gongming blinked, gazing at his younger sister with confusion. Elder brother, this battle armor belongs to Dong Wang, Yin Xiao softly communicated. Oh. Zhao Gongming suddenly understood. He had forgotten. Lu Yu coldly met his gaze, though the murderous intent in his eyes betrayed his calm demeanor. Friend, we harbor no intention of inciting conflict. Yin Xiao stepped forward, her bare feet stirring ripples of white clouds, exuding tranquility. She spoke gently. I am unaware of any grievances between Jie Jiao and yourself that would lead to today's events. If Jie Jiao has offended you, please inform us. Indeed, Zhao Gongming nodded earnestly. As disciples of Jie Jiao, we live with integrity. Should there be any transgression, we shall offer our apologies. Humph. Lu Yu scoffed, a white gourd suspended behind him. Do you all recall the reason for your current prosperity? It is undoubtedly due to my master's perseverance and efforts, spreading teachings to all. Incorrect. Lu Yu's eyes glimmered with cold fury. This calamity has been prepared for you. Jie Jiao merely basked in the glory of my heavenly court. How can you still present yourselves so brazenly? The others exchanged puzzled glances. When did Jie Jiao have any ties to the former heavenly court? Even Duo Bao furrowed his brow, pondering for a lengthy while without arriving at a conclusion. The calamity has already descended. Everyone, prepare. Lu Yu bellowed, unleashing a fist towards the front. In an instant, the winds rose, darkness engulfed the sky, and the river of time manifested, myriad mysterious lights enveloping the world. Brothers and sisters, strike together. This rogue harbors murderous intent against us. Duo Bao's voice resonated, surrounded by the essence of the Tao, 3 flowers converging atop his head. Behold, within those 3 flowers lay countless spiritual treasures. Their brilliance dazzled, the innate, indestructible light illuminating the heavens and the cosmos. The trio of siblings, the 3 siblings' eyes twitched. Even the gentlest, Yin Xiao, could not help but stifle a chuckle. The number of treasures possessed by the eldest brother, this innate divine ability, was enviable. Was there still a need for us to intervene? Chapter 92. Please turn around, beloved. The quasi-saint, Duo Bao Daoist, was born before the War of the Witches and Demons. In terms of seniority, he even surpassed the Southern Pole Immortal and Guangqingzi of the Chan sect. He was the first disciple of the 3 purities to return to Kunlun Mountain. However, during those years, the 3 brothers were closely bonded, and Duo Bao, as a disciple of Tong Tian, could not be regarded as the elder brother among the 3 purities. Even later, when Yuan Shi accepted disciples, it was only upon their sanctification that Laozi received Xuandu. The camaraderie among the 3 purities was something many envied. Now, even though the 3 purities had separated and the disputes between the Chan and Jie sects were numerous, if genuine hostilities arose, Yin Qing understood the attitudes of Tong Tian and Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, educating the 3rd brother is my responsibility. Tong Tian, though the 2nd brother may not agree with me, outsiders must not meddle. With Yun Qing's involvement, both leaders had gained clarity regarding this calamity. The disciples of Jie Jiao had visited Yin Qing to discuss the aftermath of the calamity. At this moment, the clash between Duo Bao and Lu Yu was on the verge of eruption. One manifested countless spiritual treasures, their brilliance radiating, showcasing their might, suppressing the heavens beneath this luminosity. As boundless treasures evolved into unparalleled techniques of destruction, Lu Yu unleashed his full might, wielding the true fire of the sun, transforming Jinwu into a rainbow in mere moments. The two engaged in 1,000 exchanges of the Tao, their techniques obliterating the void, the cycle of life and death unceasing. Zhao Gongming and the others had no opportunity to intervene, as they had already become mere spectators to the duel between the two. Among the 2nd-generation disciples of the 3 teachings, in terms of combat proficiency, Duo Bao would surely rank among the top 3. Were it not for the Southern Pole Immortal's long absence from battle. Qin Shi truly terrifying. Blind General never crashed. The true fire of the sun, its original form, is such. Jingyuan gazed at his small flame, lost in thought. Although this small flame seemed capable of igniting Luofu in an instant, it paled in comparison to the true fire of the sun depicted in the scene. Common folk, a yearning arises. At this moment, all group members were present in the live stream, except for Neza, who was still engrossed in his own narrative, causing a ruckus at sea. Everyone may observe more. Perhaps some insights will arise, Yin Qing spoke softly. Even if the members could glean a fraction of understanding from their duel, it would undoubtedly foster significant growth. At the very least, the Jinwu's fire control technique should draw the attention of 4 to 5 individuals in the group for careful observation. Martial God, esteemed immortal, Who do you think will prevail? 7 days river east and west. I bet on Jinwu, the original ruler. Gambling is ill-advised, Fire Fei. My friend, Tianzong's little Taoist. According to the esteemed immortal, the four represent the orthodox teachings of the Shangqing and should emerge victorious. Common folk, likewise. Who will win? Yinqing smiled faintly. No one shall triumph. The great calamity has yet to officially commence. What significance do these petty skirmishes hold? Hongjun, your first move is commendable. You have entangled Jinwu in the present moment. In the spirit of reciprocity, I shall return the favor after today's events are resolved. Yinqing devised a strategy, intending to unveil it only after the resolution of today's matters. The outcome today could indeed be mitigated, for there was no other. Baize was drawing near. Baize, a weapon unique to Luya, served as Luya's half-minor. Moreover, had it not been for Shi's entrusted care, Luya might not have survived following those events. When humanity seized the opportunity to strike the heavenly court, shattering the celestial heights, only Luya remained with the remnants of the heavenly army. Without Baize's presence at that critical moment, humanity would likely not have spared the maiden's grace. In that great realm, from the perspective of the group members, a radiant light suddenly flashed. Baize arrived, bearing a green lotus upon his back. Mr. Bai. Luya's gaze sharpened, determination surging within him. In an instant, he turned to the Duo Bao Taoist behind him and bowed deeply towards the gourd. Please, turn back. Whoosh. In an instant, a sinister aura enveloped the surroundings as a beam of white light surged towards the heavens. The white gourd, shrouded in malevolent energy, appeared filthy yet birthed an endless surge of killing intent. The path of causality. In the blink of an eye, the white light atop the treasure transformed into chaotic sword energy, obliterating the void as it surged towards the Duo Bao Taoist with lethal intent. Luya, hold back. Baize's eyes widened in fear. He recognized that gourd. This object bore a burden of cosmic imbalance. How could it have come to this? Senior brother. I will assist you. Bai Xiao and Zhao Gongming shouted in unison, with one wielding a golden whip and the other a golden jiao scissors, piercing through layers of void towards the flying sword aimed at Duo Bao, the sword of slaying immortals. The plea for the treasure to turn back echoed. From the East Sea, at Jinao Island, within the Bo Palace, a young man clad in black suddenly opened his eyes. Waves of oppressive energy radiated from his cloud bed. Tongdian furrowed his brow, momentarily puzzled, as a mirror of water light reflected the scene of Duo Bao and the others. Senior, do not rush, he began to point, when Yunqing's voice unexpectedly interrupted. Fellow Taoist, Tongtian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. So you are also present. In that case, I can rest easy. However, Tongtian sighed deeply. What grievance has Luya with me? His tone carried a hint of melancholy. Back in the day, the karmic retribution of the heavenly court had already been overwhelming. He could absorb the demon gods into the Jia sect, which caused the three pure ones to part ways. Yet, he still bore a grudge. Senior, it is merely a loss of inner reliance, Yinqing remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, Tongtian sighed again. Thank you for your assistance. Fellow Taoist, otherwise, my grievances with him might have escalated further. You're too kind, Senior, Yinqing blinked. Indeed, Tongtian sought reconciliation with Luya, though their identities were worlds apart. This was the charm of Tongtian. Friends across the vast seas, teaching without discrimination, striving to provide a glimmer of hope for all beings. Shouldering the weight of countless karmic ties alone, Yinqing held profound admiration for him. At this moment, Baize's back blossomed with a blue lotus. The sword of slaying immortals severed all of Duo Bao's spiritual treasures. Its might stemmed from the path of causality. All obstacles were rendered insignificant, until it ultimately severed the opponent's head and extinguished their primordial spirit. Luya, quickly retract the sword of slaying immortals. Baize's face displayed terror, as he transformed into his true form, but hesitated. Fortunately, the blue lotus had already bloomed. A single lotus petal transformed into boundless creative energy, enveloping the blade's light. The aura of creation swirled, calming the path. All things before this petal offered no resistance and simply subsided. Mr. Baiyu. Luya's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Baize. Baize was equally incredulous. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. It seemed the sage had long been prepared. Jia sect. Where did Luya find the audacity to attack a direct disciple of the Jia sect? Even employing the sword of slaying immortals? Did he truly fear that even the Holy Mother could not protect him? Chapter 93. Jing Yuan. I must see the investiture of the gods. At this moment, Duo Bao was still haunted by fears. That instant's pressure felt akin to facing a fearsome evil he could not contend with. The sudden assault of the sword of slaying immortals. Had it not been for the protection of the blue lotus, he might have fallen victim to that sinister scheme. What on earth was that bizarre object? Mr. Bai, why do you obstruct me? Liu calmed down, though his expression remained ferocious. He was so close to slaying the Jie sect senior brother. Liu, have you lost your senses in the chaos? Bai Zhe sighed in relief internally, yet scolded outwardly. Liu was truly reckless. Did he think the sage would not watch over this place? Did he believe the sage had no means regarding the disciples? After all, they were sages. Bai Zhe saw through the situation clearly. To contend against heaven or sages was utterly unwise. They resided in the primordial chaos, and all they could do was flow with the tide. They were not the players, merely pawns among the multitude of beings. In the eyes of sages in heaven, even those on the verge of sanctity were no different from mortals. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Yin Xiao bowed to Bai Zhe and stepped forward. The brothers stood united behind Bai Zhe. Duo Bao attempted to strike again, but was halted by Yin Xiao. At this moment, the situation was beyond their control. Bai Zhe found himself in a quandary. What was the sage's intention in sending him here? Just as he pondered, the blooming blue lotus in the void shook once more. A petal fell, drawing in the blood of the golden crow. Another petal fell, the aura of creation calming the area. Yet another petal transformed into a trace of Tao rhythm, manifesting a silhouette only partially visible. The sage. Bai Zhe was the first to bow deeply. The GS sect members followed suit. Disciples Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Duo Bao, Bai Xiao, pay respects to Uncle Master Yinqing. Do not be overly courteous. Luya's face darkened further upon seeing this. A sage was intervening on their behalf. Why should that be? Bai Zhe, you and Luya should have a good talk. Take him to the Sun Star, Yinqing instructed. With that, he lifted the seal of this realm and returned to the primordial chaos. The members of the GS sect were also drawn into the blue lotus, disappearing from sight. In the void, only Bai Zhe and Luya remained, exchanging glances. Luya. Bai Zhe fell silent for a moment, and then said, "Come with me to the Sun Star to take a look." Luya clenched his fists. A trickle of purple-golden blood seeping through his fingers. The lotus petals in the void gently swayed, absorbing that drop of blood. Luya? Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe was slightly taken aback and quickly said, "Luya, do not harm yourself." Luya was puzzled, though he did not comprehend Yinqing's actions. However, as one of the pinnacle beings of the primordial chaos, he naturally recognized Yinqing's existence. After a brief moment of relief, he followed in Bai Zhe's footsteps. Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator closed the live stream. Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator, do you all have any insights? Qing Immortal, does feeling that our gap is insurmountable count? Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator, recognizing oneself, indeed counts as insight. Pet's Head, JPG Qing Immortal, that is quite disheartening. Tianzong Little Taoist, the battle of the immortal is terrifying. The impact on the group is considerable. After all, witnessing such a grand scene, to the immortal, it was merely trivial. What does that make their own struggles? Child's play. Yu Qing chuckled softly, closing the group interface and opening a private chat with Jing Yuan. Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator. Red envelope. Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator. The blood of the golden crow has been diluted. Use it with caution. This time, the blood of the golden crow is different. Though it is not the essence, it is the blood of a quasi-saint golden crow, even diluted 1 billion times. A single drop is enough to overwhelm Jing Yuan. However, Yinqing had processed it, so there was no issue. Closed Eyes General never crashed. Immortal, this is too precious. Jing Yuan was alarmed, his expression changing drastically. What level of blood was this? How incredibly valuable. Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator, I look forward to your future. In the days to come, there may be something I will need your assistance with. Closed Eyes General never crashed. The younger generation is willing to serve the immortal. Having already received much grace, I implore you to take back this item. It is far too precious. Jing Yuan is terrified. Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator, accepting this item is your only chance to fulfill my request. If you wish to change yourself, transform Luofu, and even alter the cosmic structure, this item is vital for you. Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator, I have already diluted it. You will need a refining chamber to assist in this process, or it will be difficult to achieve anything over time. Closed Eyes General never crashed. What? Immortal, what do you need me to do? Primordial Chaos Loose Cultivator, in time, you will come to know. For now, take care of your affairs. With that, Yinqing closed the chat interface. For there were still others waiting outside. Jing Yuan refined the blood of the golden crow, and even though Yinqing had already diluted it, Jing Yuan still required a prolonged period of meticulous honing. Without a cultivation chamber or something similar, it would undoubtedly be unfeasible. For young friends, please enter the pavilion for a discussion. Yunqing smiled lightly as he gazed at the four figures before him, responding, "Yes, I shall obey." Naturally, the four displayed impeccable decorum. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan found himself in a quandary. He had witnessed everything that transpired just moments ago. Could it be that the celestial being had orchestrated this gathering with him in mind? Was it genuine? Did he truly deserve such an honor? Jing Yuan felt perplexed and rubbed his forehead. Should he accept this? No, it was imperative that he did. From any perspective, he must receive it. If he were to consider himself a friend and a junior, how could he refuse? Jing Yuan perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. The esteemed celestial resided in a lofty position at the pinnacle of the heavens. The only reason for their playful gathering was to cultivate them. With this realization, Jing Yuan posed a question in the group chat. Has the group leader any information regarding the primordial chaos plot to share with me? And the name is indeed Investiture of the Gods, correct? Yes, indeed. I have it. Shenxi replied promptly, uploading the group files. However, my knowledge of the primordial chaos narrative is rather limited. She had long been disillusioned. The Celestial's version of primordial chaos was a far cry from her previous understanding. Thank you, group leader, Jing Yuan expressed. He glanced at his point balance, took a deep breath, and retrieved Yunqing's red envelope. The cultivation chamber activated. Simultaneously, he received the group files, mentally perusing the narratives of primordial chaos and the investiture of the gods. Perhaps the Celestial required them precisely here. Chapter 94. Are you all forming a group to challenge me? Jing Yuan. Thank you for your grace, esteemed Celestial. I, a humble junior, dare to call myself a disciple, and I am grateful for your teachings. No need for formality, just focus, replied the wandering cultivator of primordial chaos. I shall do my utmost not to waste this divine artifact. Smile. JPG Chenxi. Esteemed Celestial, could you clarify what is happening in our chat group? I find it somewhat confusing. Everything proceeds as usual. However, subsequent tasks may increase. Is that so? Thank you, esteemed Celestial. Smile. JPG Zhang Jiwei. Esteemed Celestial. I have mastered the 8 extraordinary arts and am ready to prepare for ascension, but how should I proceed for the revival of spiritual energy? Simply enter seclusion at Chambai Mountain, and a pathway for ascension will be provided. However, do not ascend yet. I understand. What should my next step be? Continue your cultivation, break through the limits of the mortal realm, and transcend to immortality, thus elevating the world. Thank you for your enlightenment, esteemed Celestial. Smile. JPG Xiaoming. Master. The intricacies of the Returning Origin Sutra are profound. There are aspects I do not comprehend. The highest virtue is like water, which benefits all things without striving. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Smile. JPG Alexia. Esteemed Celestial, how might I alter the outcome? The moment you joined the group, a change was initiated. If you wish to enhance your abilities, the cultivation chamber of the chat group is available. Thank you, esteemed Celestial. Kevin is still in school. I wonder if he will welcome a beautiful maiden's presence? Smile. JPG Yongjian. Esteemed Celestial, I have discovered many unusual aspects. I have already examined Peach Mountain, and it seems my mother has ties to the primordial chaos, and your world is subject to heavenly laws. What am I to do now? Your uncle shares similar sentiments. Yongjian paused, contemplating the situation. Indeed, upon reflecting calmly from this perspective, his uncle's actions seemed lenient. He sighed softly, recognizing his own inadequacies. Had he possessed his uncle's strength? No. He must surpass his uncle's prowess to alter the heavenly laws. Mother, wait for me. This time, I shall not repeat past mistakes. Esteemed Celestial, if I were strong enough, could I reverse the cosmic order? That is certainly possible. Thank you for your enlightenment. I shall commence my cultivation. Smile. JPG at this moment, Yunqing felt somewhat weary. It seemed as if they had all conspired to bombard him with private messages. One after another, without pause. Many of the topics were rather trivial. However, Yunqing bore no resentment. These group members were merely striving to catch up and earn points. They were seeking ways to alter the narrative, which was commendable. Just as Yunqing was about to close the chat group, his expression shifted unpredictably. The Golden Immortal stage represented a pivotal juncture in cultivation. Within the myriad realms, it was akin to the 8th tier of the chat group, truly a place to evaluate one's aptitude. Those with potential could enter the 8th tier, those without, even if they were great Luo Golden Immortals, could only accumulate realms and powers without ever comprehending the great Tao. Although overflowing with power, they could only reach the primordial level of great Luo. Yet lacking the innate quality to grasp the Tao rendered it utterly meaningless. Chapter 95. I have a bold idea. The Golden Immortal stage necessitates an assessment of aptitude. And future cultivation will be fraught with challenges, all contingent upon one's fate. In other words, Yin Qing's ascendance to Great Luo was solely due to his inherent greatness. While the Tai Golden Immortal stage could be contested, the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Throughout the vast heavens, I, little Qinglian, humbly confess my limited experience. I have never witnessed a Great Luo Golden Immortal who achieved this solely through personal effort. Were any not born with divine grace, emerging into the world as Great Luo? Perhaps there are distinctions in strength among the Great Luo, but whether one can attain the status of Great Luo is an entirely different matter. Among those in the group, only about half possess the aptitude for Golden Immortal status. Can they still ascend? Yes, replied the wandering cultivator of primordial chaos. Smile. JPG Yin Qing's master. If this great calamity were to occur within a major sect, would it not be? Yunxia's expression turned slightly grim. It was evident that within a major sect, this would be an overt invitation for them to fill the calamity's void. Yin Qing smiled nonchalantly, speaking softly. A sect is not solely comprised of the three teachings, and I recall that to the east of Mount Sumeru lies the dwelling of ancient ferocious beasts to the west, the abode of the four great beast clans. Master, are you suggesting we should accumulate more merits? Zhao Gongming scratched his head, his face slightly flushed. Are disciples of the three teachings clamoring to accumulate merits? Is this not somewhat embarrassing? Brother, please refrain from speaking recklessly if you do not understand. Bai Xiao interjected, glancing at Yin Qing with a glint in her eye. Master, are you implying that during the great calamity, we could utilize them to fill the void? Sister, be cautious with your words. Yunxia admonished softly, frowning. There is no need. Yin Qing, intrigued, turned to Duobao. Duobao, as the elder brother of the Jie sect, and the most senior among the three teachings, what do you think? A disciple? Duobao rubbed his belly and chuckled sheepishly, exuding an endearing charm. I believe what my master uncle means is that they are inextricably linked to the Western Church. Furthermore, they serve as a catalyst. And it is precisely this connection that provides a legitimate basis for implicating the West. Yin Qing's eyes gleamed with admiration. The moment these words were uttered, they left Zhao Gongming and Bi Xiao in sheer astonishment. Yin Xiao, however, maintained a calm demeanor, clearly having considered this aspect as well. Truly, he was the senior brother of the Jie Jiao and the future Buddha. His intellect was undoubtedly remarkable, even amidst the great calamity ensnared within its very vortex. He possessed such clarity of thought. Such insights were likely beyond even his master's comprehension. The Western Church had secretly enlisted ancient ferocious beasts, such as the blood-winged black mosquito and the 12-winged golden cicada, as well as the four great ferocious beast races, Taotai, Hanan, Taotai, and Xiongqi. Of course, this was all conducted in secrecy, never disclosed to the public. Yet, they dwelled in the West without facing any reckoning from the Western Church. According to the modus operandi of those two individuals from the West, under normal circumstances, they would have long since been credited with meritorious deeds. Thus, the convolutions of the situation are self-evident. As for the specifics of how to proceed, that is up to you. I am entirely in the dark. Yin Qing shook his head, turning his gaze toward Yun Xiao and Duobao. Duobao patted his own belly and grinned. Master uncle, we shall do nothing. The conversation continued. Yet the topic no longer involved the West. Yin Xiao inwardly chuckled bitterly. The heavenly court, it seemed, was to be linked with them. Her contemplation ran deeper than Duobao's. The notion of a legitimate basis requires a point of origin. Master Yin Qing was subtly suggesting that we establish a connection with the heavenly court to reap benefits amid the great calamity. This calamity likely has ties to the heavenly court, and it is highly probable that it was orchestrated specifically for them. The only reason the heavenly court would go to such lengths was the once respected heavenly emperor who had come to the Bio Palace, only to be sent away with a scowl from the long-eared Dingguang Immortal. Perhaps he encountered similar treatment elsewhere. Yun Xiao comprehended everything, her gaze toward Yin Qing imbued with complexity. Yin Qing met her gaze for a fleeting moment, grasping the underlying meaning. This revelation astonished him somewhat. If his words were layered sevenfold, Duobao perceived 4 layers, while Yin Xiao discerned all 7 and even contemplated deeper implications. Senior Tongtian, this truly is the finest seedling of the Jie Jiao, he mused, acknowledging that in terms of talent, she may slightly surpass Duobao. Just look at the potential of the Yun clan. Qing was confident that had their master been present, he would have understood no more than 4 layers at most and would never have connected the dots to the heavenly court based on mere fragments of conversation. With intelligent individuals like Yun Xiao around, Qing was eager to engage in further discussions. Do you know the one in the Blood Sea? Qing's lips curled slightly as he surveyed the 4. Who? Chapter 96. Neza. I want the immortal Wuliang dead. As time passed, everyone seemed to be bustling about. The only constant was the unceasing flow of messages in the group chat, relentlessly refreshing. Despite their busy schedules, they somehow found time for idle chatter, which left Qing somewhat impressed. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. I want the immortal Wuliang dead. Neza erupted in furious exclamations within the group. While he felt indifferent to the plot shared by Qin Shi, upon reading the subsequent developments from Qing, Neza was nearly driven to the brink, his demonic aura surging. Qin Shi, what on earth happened? Who is the immortal Wuliang? Taken aback by Neza's messages, Qin Shi was startled. Who was this immortal Wuliang? At that moment, in the world of the demonic child Neza, at the Li residence in Qintang Pass, Neza panted heavily, flames flickering in his eyes. Damn the immortal Wuliang. He is the father of the East Sea Dragon clan, the father of Shun Gongbao, and my mother. He has truly committed countless transgressions. With his mouth spewing grandiose claims of everything is for the sake of the Chan teaching. The first rebel of the heavenly court. Who is the immortal Wuliang? Neza, hold your horses. Sun Goddess, we can share the group files publicly. Everyone can help you investigate. The group chat buzzed with messages, offering both comfort and suggestions for assistance. As Neza read through the messages, an inexplicable warmth washed over him. Everyone truly was wonderful. His heart a whirlwind of emotions. He promptly made the 2 plots public for all to read. Yang Jian was the first to click on the plot and began watching intently. Heavenly Eye, activate. This mere plot was quickly perused by Yang Jian. In an instant, even he felt a tinge of redness at his heavenly eye after witnessing it. This fellow had indeed committed egregious deeds. The first rebel of the heavenly court. My fate is determined by myself. Is there any way I can assist you? The first rebel of the heavenly court. The immortal Wuliang truly deserves death. Cloaked in grandeur and schemes, he shamelessly declares that everything is for the Chan teaching. The Chan teaching here is vastly different from what we know. We're God. This person bears a resemblance to Danzo. Ordinary mortal. Such a lofty title, yet such despicable conduct. He does not deserve to be an immortal. Qin Shi, you all read so quickly. Qin Shi was on the verge of tears, having only just begun to read while others had already finished. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, the immortal Wuliang possesses the ageless divine skill and is the true senior brother of the Chan teaching. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era image. JPG Qing shared a selfie of the South Pole from the primordial era. It was hard to believe that the immortal Wuliang's true form was the venerable Taoist depicted in the image. Qing had previously contemplated that the immortal Wuliang's true identity was indeed the South Pole immortal, the true eldest disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun, albeit not part of the 12 golden immortals. However, the South Pole in the primordial era was undeniably a figure of longevity. He did not engage in alchemy but rather spent his days nurturing spiritual roots, particularly the peaches of immortality. The peaches cultivated by the South Pole rivaled those from the heavenly court, and if given enough time, the South Pole's peaches would surpass those of the heavenly court in efficacy. Indeed, the South Pole practiced what was known as the ageless heavenly art, a technique innate to him. In the primordial era, he was someone who dedicated his time to cultivating spiritual roots, leaving all other matters to Guangqingzi. 7 rivers east and west. What is this sent by the immortal? Wandering cultivator of the primordial era. The immortal Wuliang of the primordial era. Though his true name is South Pole Immortal, he once used this title to visit the human race during the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era. Sun Goddess. The immortal you sent looks familiar at first glance. Ordinary mortal. The South Pole Longevity Emperor. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, not yet conferred as a deity. He is not one now. Qin Shi Immortal. How can we assist Neza? My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. I don't care whether I live or die. I only want him dead. Qin Shi realized a grave issue. They were lacking in strength. Neza resided in a 7th-tier world. Even if Neza unleashed his full power, he was merely a 6th-tier powerhouse. When compared to the individuals in their group, they seemed like mere children. Wandering cultivator of the primordial era, allow me to observe that world. Qing focused his spirit, casting his gaze into the world of the demonic child. The 3 pure ones. Dao Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and even the 2 saints of the West. Indeed, the backdrop was rooted in the primordial era. Everything in that world could be traced back to its connections with the primordial era. Thus, the challenges faced by the group members were indeed formidable. In a 7th-tier world, Saints stood at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, unable to ascend to the 8th tier due to the restrictions of the world. The Ling Pearl and the Demonic Pill, both comparable to 7th-tier spiritual treasures, were born from the fusion of yin and yang. Therefore, did every individual possess the potential to reach the zenith of the 6th tier? Qing stroked his chin, contemplating that the upper limit should extend beyond that. Yet, the limitations of that world were indeed vast. There remained several months until the celestial tribulation. Qing finally let out a sigh of relief. At this pace of development, by the time Neza faced the heavenly tribulation, he should have already matured. The Untamed One, do not worry, the plot will not commence for another 6 months. Qin, dear immortal. ISN to the flow of time different in each world? We're God. Once we open the chat group, time will synchronize. Common mortal, indeed, when using the training room. Time is also synchronized. Qin, oh? How come I was not aware of this? The most pretentious one. Does the group leader not know? Qin to him. Of course I know, and please call me sister. The most pretentious one. All right, group leader, I understand. The most pretentious one is muted for 1 minute by group leader Qin. Sun Goddess. You're killing me with laughter. Sun Goddess is muted for 1 minute by group leader Qin. Qin, I am a beautiful maiden. How could I resemble a man? Common mortal. Chuckles while covering mouth. JPG Heavenly Court's most rebellious one. Laughs. JPG Heavenly Court's most rebellious one retracts a message. 7 days river east and west. Brother Yang is stealing images. Heavenly Court's most rebellious one. You must be mistaken. My fate is my own. The Untamed One. Great One. What should I do then? The Untamed One. Actually, there is a way to earn points in the group. The Untamed One. If you accumulate enough points, you can enter a dream of prosperity or enhance your strength in the training room. The Untamed One. For details on acquiring points, please refer to the group announcement. Neza quickly skimmed through the plot then. My fate is my own. I'm sorry, Ao Bing. For the sake of my points, I can only put you through hardship. Qin? Neza, what are you planning to do? My fate is my own. I'm going to stir up the sea and then beat Ao Bing for 6 months. Can I earn points that way? Chapter 97. The Chronicles of the Chat Group Creator. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. We shall take our leave. Qin smiled and nodded at the 4 before him. After sending the 4 disciples of the out of the cave realm, Qin pondered over his treasure pouch. What might Tontian send over? After much contemplation, Qin did not rush to open it. The seals on this treasure pouch were crafted with the sword intent of the 4 swords of Zhanxian, indicating its immense value. As my master said, open it at the critical moment. Moreover, Duobao had mentioned this. Considering everything, Qin speculated that it was most likely a life-saving item. Perhaps the full force strike of the Zhanxian sword formation? A smile crept onto Qing's lips. This was indeed a formidable weapon. In the vast wilderness, only 2 beings could unravel this sword's mystery. When would he finish leveling up? Qin gazed at the chat group system, his eyes narrowing slightly. Immortal, we need 2 more. 2 more low-level systems? Qin raised an eyebrow. Where could he possibly acquire low-level systems? With no other options, he felt a sense of urgency. Waiting was no longer an option. Thus, Qin formed a sword gesture, and a flicker of spiritual thought blossomed within him. The ethereal image of a green lotus illuminated the heavens, the lights of myriad realms flashing before his eyes. Searching for coordinates. At this moment, outside the wilderness, amidst chaos, his vision expanded infinitely. From an outsider's perspective, he could discern a sword scar. The length of this scar was indeterminate, the great path radiating outward, where all things were engulfed in oblivion. Time and space were absent, fate and causality obscured. Countless tangible and intangible entities appeared dim and insignificant beneath this single sword strike. This ancient sword scar had lingered here for countless ages, the might of the celestial sovereign laid bare. In this realm, countless worlds were suspended above and below this sword scar. Above it lay the upper realm, and below, the lower realm. Within one of the vast worlds of the upper realm, a green lotus expanded infinitely, casting its reflection over that world, spanning billions of light years. The bubble of the world trembled slightly, as if in fear, or perhaps reflecting the emotions of its sovereign. Within that world, a primordial being clad in azure opened its eyes. This being, dressed in azure, had a visage like white jade, with long hair cascading down its back. Its features indistinct in gender. Most primordial beings were thus, as they had not yet fixed their yin and yang in the initial stages. Before this primordial being floated 4 or 5 golden light points. Each represented a system. Peculiar. The primordial being frowned slightly. Why is there still no reaction? Its voice bore no distinction between male or female. My name is Jian Li, born of chaotic essence. And I gained the Tao through the sword intent that shattered chaos when the spirit treasure celestial sovereign wielded it. To this day, I have traversed 2 cycles of reincarnation. Yet I have yet to grasp the great Luo method. By chance, I entered the master god space. Within, I witnessed the brilliance of lower realm beings. Thus, I emulated those predecessors, creating systems to disseminate to the lower realms, hoping to attain the fruit of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I have attempted countless times. Developing numerous systems, the divine choice system, dream simulation system, and even the emotion value system. I have created various systems. Ultimately, I discovered the most stable and pragmatic one, the chat group system. Its scale and growth are comparable, if not superior, to the master god space. However, my resources are limited, and such systems consume a great deal. I could only initiate it before putting it into operation, hoping it could plunder from other systems to promote itself, thereby conserving resources. But, where is my system? Jian Li furrowed his brow, having lost contact for quite some time. It seemed his system had vanished. He had attempted countless times to trace its whereabouts, but to no avail. What on earth is happening? This was the first time he encountered such a situation. His system had not ventured to the forbidden realms of the celestial sovereigns, nor could it possibly have gone to the supreme true realms of the wilderness. How could it simply disappear without a trace? Jian Li remembered clearly that he had not sent it to the upper realm. Could it have wandered into the wilderness or those forbidden worlds? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It would be wise not to frighten oneself. In that place, once a system ventured there, it would never return. Jian Li was aware that so many predecessors had perished in the wilderness, and he did not possess the courage to plunder its resources. So where could it have gone? Yes, it must be him. We have found the right immortal. A voice suddenly resonated throughout the world. Immortal, we will never forget. It is him. This voice. Is it from my chat group? Jian Li's eyes brightened, and he looked up. The world manifested, revealing a realm imbued solely with sword intent. Upon looking up, he initially saw no trace of the system. Is it the chat group? What are you doing? Jian Li inquired. Then, wait. No. Immortal? Who is this? In an instant of contemplation, a green lotus bloomed in the void. A figure trailed from the lotus. As this figure emerged, the heavens erupted in splendor, the earth surged with golden lotuses, and celestial melodies echoed, filling the world with color and boundless vitality. Jian Li's gaze gradually froze, even his thoughts numbed. What in the world have you brought back? The system's earlier words were no different from please welcome the esteemed guest. Jian Li fully exhibited the speed of a Tai celestial sovereign. In merely a fraction of a moment, he knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply, exclaiming, I, Jian Li, have the honor of meeting the great Luo sovereign. May the sovereign's life be boundless. The Tao be eternal. Qing cast a glance at him, then, with a step, lotus blossoms formed beneath his feet, rippling outward into the void. With a single step, he stood before Jian Li. Can this be used? Yes. What about this one? Yes, yes, yes. Choose a few that cannot be used, and pack the rest. Immortal. This old man still has stock. It cannot just be 4 or 5. What about these 4 or 5? They can all be used. Immortal. This old man definitely has stock. No matter, to spare a person is to show mercy. Qing smiled, then with a grand gesture, he gathered all the systems of Jian Li into his possession. Jian Li, lying prostrate, could not help but clench his fists. How could he possibly misunderstand the current situation? After collecting the various systems, Qing turned to Jian Li. After a moment of contemplation, he left behind a 9th grade blue lotus, saying, Your system is of use to me. This item can aid you in enlightenment. Use it wisely. Jian Li immediately approached with a smile, adopting a fawning demeanor. Thank you, esteemed one, for this precious gift. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall endeavor with utmost diligence, putting forth my very best until my last breath. No need for that. Simply continue with your usual tasks, Qing replied. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just tell me what kind of system you desire, and I will ensure it is created for you. Qing, that is unnecessary. Feel free to exercise your creativity. With that, Qing stepped out, leaving the place. If he lingered any longer, this fellow might genuinely cling to him like a child to an elder. Chapter 98. Weary. Let it be annihilated. This chat group system was simply a reflection of its master. With the chat group taken away, Jian Li exhibited no anger. Rather, He swiftly knelt in submission and began to ingratiate himself. Yun Qing was somewhat taken aback. Logically, one would expect the iron-headed youth of the myriad realms to be the most obstinate. Yet, this individual surprisingly recognized the prevailing circumstances. However, those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. One should not strike a smiling face. He had anticipated some resistance or perhaps a display of martial prowess, but evidently, none was needed now. He had acquired a low-level system and 4 intermediate systems, a commendable haul. Yun Qing entrusted these systems to the chat group system, and thereafter, he merely awaited the outcome. Returning to the cave abode, he glanced at the condition of the Sunstar. Dijun was still in the process of nirvana. With Bai Zhe and Liu guarding him, Yun Qing informed Bai Zhe that once Dijun awakened, they would learn everything. All was progressing steadily. Zhenxi? Another task? Sun Goddess, identification complete. Undoubtedly a traveler. Tianzong's Taoist priestess. Is it akin to the travelers of the group leader and Xiaohuahua? Commoner. There may be slight differences. Qi Tian He Dong He Shi. Do not underestimate the youth. Send the coordinates. Let me in. Qi Tian He Dong He Shi requests to enter the world. Qi Tian He Dong He Shi requests to enter the world. Qi Tian He Dong He Shi requests to enter the world. Viewing the 3 messages that appeared in quick succession, Xiaohuahua couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What are you in such a rush for? Xinxi, ahem. Xiaohuahua, you speak first about the other circumstances. Xinxi, Hualin Fei, do not be hasty either. Qi Tian He Dong He Shi, damn. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Hurry and let me in. Brother Xiao, I am your Huagu. Do not underestimate the youth, get lost. The initial ruler. So, what distinguishes this traveler from the group leader? Blind General Never Crashed uploaded the group file history of chat group development. Blind General Never Crashed. Just emerged from seclusion, feeling splendid. Blind General Never Crashed. New group members may review the group file history. It contains details about our past events. Blind General Never Crashed. There are also explanations regarding the traveler. Hong Huang's loose cultivator. Perhaps it's a reincarnated too. Sun Goddess. What is a reincarnator? Chen Shi. A notorious organization responsible for disrupting plots, completing specific tasks in various worlds. Martial God. So, what is the current situation? Yun Qing opened the group file uploaded by Xiaohuahua and soon grasped the entire context. From this angle, it still seemed too slow. Thus, Yun Qing directed his gaze downward. Instantly, he was taken aback. The initial ruler. So, what distinguishes this traveler from the group leader? Blind General Never Crashed uploaded the group file history of chat group development. Blind General Never Crashed, a notorious organization responsible for disrupting plots, completing specific tasks in various worlds. Blind General Never Crashed. There are also explanations regarding the traveler. Hong Huang's loose cultivator. Perhaps it's a reincarnator too. Sun Goddess. What is a reincarnator? Chapter 99. Unnecessary chapter. No need to read. Heavenly Court's first rebellious youth. There are ambushes, little brother. Why not let me handle everything? Just at that moment, when Yang Jian appeared before me through a wondrous teleportation spell, a thought flashed through my mind, and without hesitation, I suggested to him, Brother Yang Jian, perhaps it would be wise to find a place to conceal yourself. The reason for this recommendation lay in the fact that from the beginning, Yang Jian had shown no urgency or impatience to seize the ring, indicating his steady and thoughtful nature. However, I understood that with such an opponent, there could be no room for complacency or carelessness. At that moment, my finger gently moved, activating another powerful feature of the chat group live streaming. This external tool would serve as a vital resource for us to gather more information and control the situation. Through the screen, I could observe the surroundings in real time, leaving no detail overlooked. Simultaneously, with the wisdom and strength of my fellow group members, we might collectively confront the challenges and crises that lay ahead. Everyone could observe the battlefield together. Was this not a form of external assistance? Martial God, if I may inquire. Why has no task been triggered this time? Sun Goddess, I'm not sure. Blind General Never Crashed. Perhaps it is because the traveler has not made an appearance? Or there may be other connections. The initial ruler. Why not ask the lovely group leader? Xinxi Hihi, I am not certain either. Tianzong's Taoist priestess. Does everyone in the group possess such strength? My fate is mine to control. Pay up, and I will handle it all for you. Hong Huang's loose cultivator. Do you wish for a quick resolution? Hong Huang's loose cultivator. Let us discuss that later. First, let us deal with the present situation. Suddenly, the corner of Yun Qing's previously tense mouth seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible, tender hand, slowly yet gracefully forming a charming arc. This subtle gesture added an unexpected allure to his otherwise stern visage. Meanwhile, a glimmer of elusive mischief and barely detectable excitement flickered in his deep, pool-like eyes. That glimmer was as fleeting and brilliant as a meteor streaking across the night sky, as if an extraordinary spectacle was unfolding before him, captivating him utterly. Aha! This is simply delightful. Qing silently marveled within the depths of his heart. In this enigmatic and ever-changing wondrous world, it was astonishing to find such a multitude of uniquely special individuals gathered. Among them were travelers traversing from distant timelines, reincarnators who had experienced countless cycles of life and death, and those endowed with the ability to be reborn and defy fate. They resembled a band of travelers from diverse realms, fortuitously converging in this singular space, thus forming a unique and exceptional collective. Whenever Qing reminisced about the words he had just uttered, he could not help but smile faintly. In truth, the so-called crucial information he had disclosed to the crowd was merely the tip of the iceberg within a vast system of truth. The enormous secret lurking beneath was far more profound and complex than anyone could fathom. With this thought, Qing slightly turned his head, casting his gaze upon the individual standing beside him, and in a subdued tone, he quietly inquired, "Teacher, do you believe my approach is feasible?" Despite the gentle cadence of his voice, it harbored an unmistakable hint of anticipation and cautious probing. Chapter 100. The Celestial Cloak. The Spirit Kings were inwardly cursing their mentor for being so unreliable. Where was the preparation? Nonetheless, they had immense faith in the power of the fire lotus, otherwise they would not have fled in haste. The terrifying spiritual energy was distorting the very fabric of space, a testament to the fire lotus's formidable might. The young spirit emperor sensed something amiss, yet escaping at such a close range had become a ludicrous notion. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the crystal-like fire lotus blossomed in the void. The residual force of spiritual energy surged forth, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The young spirit emperor, caught unprepared at such proximity to the fire lotus, was utterly annihilated. Do not let him escape. Attack. He can only unleash this spiritual technique once. Leave no survivors. He must be killed. Booming shouts erupted from all directions as the fleeing spirit kings charged into the void. Simultaneously, powerful figures surged forth from every corner. Nearly 100 in total. My fate is mine, not heaven's. What a grand spectacle. Let me take part. My fate is mine, not heaven's request to enter the world. Neza was frantically sending messages, not wanting to miss such an opportunity for grand display. Xiao was drenched in sweat. Surely, Erlangchen would suffice. He did not wish to owe any more favors. Heaven's first rebel. It's fine. I alone am enough. Mundane person. Such a setup truly aims to eliminate Xiao. War God. How grandiose. They never intended for Xiao to leave alive. Heaven's sect young non. Hypocritical. The first individual was merely pushed forward to test strength. Qinshi. No. My focus lies on your Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus's preparation phase. Sun Goddess. You make me laugh. Ancient Wilderness Loose Cultivator Focus. Heaven's first rebel. Rest assured. These individuals are barely at the third tier. Swish. The assault of nearly 100 individuals unleashed a flurry of spiritual techniques, the terrifying energy threatening to tear the void asunder. In the eye of the storm. Swish. The void shattered, a rift opened, and a black cloak erupted from within. The cloak unfurled infinitely, instantly obliterating all spiritual techniques. Qinshi, what the hell? The Celestial Cloak. Heaven's first rebel? Ancient Wilderness Loose Cultivator. Excellent. It is Yang Jian's ultimate move, the Celestial Cloak. The adversary is doomed. Qinshi, the Celestial Cloak, which can only be countered by Qinxiang, has appeared. Heaven's first rebel. This is the new cloak that Hal Tian stitched for me. He even used it as a blanket recently. Sun Goddess. Really, there are too many points of contention. I hardly know where to begin. Qinshi, haven't you seen the plot? Sun Goddess. Precisely because I have seen it that I do not know where to start with the critiques. In the center of the black cloak stood Yang Jian, clad in silver armor and wielding a replica of a three-pronged spear. His silver-patterned heavenly eye shone brilliantly, dazzling under the sunlight. Heavenly eye, activate. Xiao bellowed. Yang Jian's eyelids twitched slightly. However, he was indeed prepared to use the heavenly eye. A flash of silver light. The void shattered. A beam of destructive radiance erupted from Yang Jian's heavenly eye. In an instant, the heavens fractured and the void collapsed. The silver light shot 300 miles, annihilating all in its path. Not good. Run. Yes. The void is being torn apart. There is no doubt. Run quickly. There are still high-level spiritual techniques. But could they escape? Yang Jian cast a glance and unleashed another beam of silver light from his heavenly eye upon the fire lotus. Boom. A deafening explosion. There were no survivors. Yang Jian spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the void that lay several miles away, barely concealing his excitement. Unfortunately, this power was not his own at present. Once this matter was settled, Yang Jian and Xiao landed on the ground. Yang Jian raised his hand to right the shattered carriage. Regrettably, the horse was gone, and the carriage lay in ruins. Chapter 101. Torturing Xiao, the blind general never crashes. So, what you mentioned earlier, are those all characters that have never appeared in the plot? Do not underestimate the young indeed. That is correct. These are the civil officials. 7 rivers east and west. I curse you. You actually opened a harem. These are military officials. Sun Goddess, enough with the banter. I have a question. Qin Shi, do not inquire. It is genuinely non-existent. Ancient wilderness loose cultivator. A hell of a joke. Mundane person. Do you believe in hell, immortal? Ancient wilderness loose cultivator. A hell of a jest? My fate is mine. Not heaven's. You make me laugh. Qin Shi, though I wish to joke, it's too hellish. My apologies. Yun Qing smiled, a smile of release. How many could gather in this group? Yun Qing calculated. According to the plot, 13 individuals could not muster even one complete assembly. Fortunately, the plot had changed significantly. And now 2 could be gathered. Qin Shi. 6. The blind general never crashes, quite so. Are you intending to gather them all? The first ruler. Do not betray the beautiful maiden. Oh, my fate is mine, not heaven's. What about your old flame whom you are about to meet? Most pretentious individual. Complicated, beyond comprehension. Have we arrived at the Black Tower space station? Jing Yuan observed the intelligence, incinerating the letter in his palm, and promptly made a decision. The plot of the Star Iron had commenced. Huan Long had already infiltrated the immortal vessel, and the Rakshasa would arrive in the coming days. Jing Yuan gazed at the black and white chessboard before him. A white piece fell, leading to a checkmate. Jing Yuan took out his phone, opened the communication interface of Fu Xian, and initiated a video call. What orders do you have, General? Fu Xian answered, a disgruntled expression appearing on the screen. Ha ha ha. Fu Qing, is your resentment truly that great? Jing Yuan teased, saying, I must step out for a while. Could you manage the affairs of the Divine Strategy Bureau for a few days? Humph. So now you seek me out? Fu Xian tilted his head, saying, General, the Grand Diviner is quite busy, especially with recent significant disturbances. No worries. I am aware of it all. Jing Yuan waved his hand with a smile, entirely unconcerned. Just help me cover 2 days of shifts, all right, Fu Qing? I'll give you a raise. What do you intend to do? Fu Xian rolled his eyes. That is a secret, not to be revealed, Jing Yuan shrugged, grinning. Let us settle this pleasantly. I have great expectations for you as the next general of Luofu. Please ensure you arrive at the Divine Strategy Bureau in half an hour. I shall proceed first. General, you? Beep beep beep. Jing Yuan abruptly ended the call. The guard stationed at the gate was instructed to expect a handover from Fu Xian shortly, and without delay, he departed from the Divine Strategy Mansion, transforming into a beam of radiant light. You scoundrel, General. On the other side, Fu Xian trembled with rage, her silver teeth clenched tightly, as if the fury within her was about to erupt. Yet, despite her intense resentment towards a certain individual or matter, the notion of the future general fell upon her parched heart like refreshing rain, evoking an involuntary sense of comfort and delight. Carrying this complex emotion, Fu Xian stamped her foot and turned away from the Taibu division, her heart brimming with indignation as she hurried towards the Divine Strategy Mansion. Her steps were brisk, akin to a tempestuous wind, causing passers-by to turn their heads in astonishment at the usually composed and serene woman's unusual haste. Chapter 102. A Draft. Do not read. Qin Shi gazed incredulously at the scene before him, unable to fathom, is this truly the individual I once knew? After granting you 3 opportunities, you actually struck without mercy? His eyes widened, as though witnessing an inconceivable event. Standing nearby, the martial god nodded pensively, slowly articulating, times have changed, in my view. Brother Zhao's decisive action likely stems from concern regarding that enigmatic soul hawk on the stage. His gaze shifted to the distant high platform, revealing a hint of trepidation. At that moment, a voice from the crowd interjected. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Brother Zhao's actions may be driven by self-preservation. He stroked his chin, appearing deeply convinced. However, just as the crowd engaged in lively discussions, a brazen voice suddenly rang out, "It matters not. I shall take action." The speaker was none other than the individual known as the Heavenly Court's first rebel. with arms crossed and a disdainful expression. He seemed to regard the competition with utter indifference. At that instant, everyone's attention was captivated by this dramatic spectacle. Some marveling at the display of strength while others speculated on the true identity of the Soul Hawk, creating an atmosphere of remarkable excitement. Yet amidst the clamor, one stood apart, Qing. His gaze flitted among the crowd, but his focus diverged entirely from theirs. At that moment, he furrowed his brow and murmured inaudible words to himself. This traveler lacks even a system? How utterly peculiar, how hard to believe. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation, internally lamenting, what era is it now? Others traverse realms with various golden fingers and systems at their disposal, yet this fellow is so woefully inadequate. Look at those traditional protagonists. Even if they lack a world-shattering system, they at least have something akin to a chat group as a crutch. And then there's this gentleman, truly a blank slate, utterly devoid of any merit, a veritable waste. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qing let out a deep sigh, his face marred by disappointment. Initially, he had harbored hopes of accruing numerous points from this newly joined member, yet given the current circumstances, such aspirations seemed futile. After all, the members of this chat group earned points based on their own abilities. If this traveler possessed no skills, it would signify the loss of a crucial source of points for himself. Consequently, not only would his rate of point accumulation slow, but the overall development of the chat group could also suffer. Alas, this predicament was indeed disheartening and discouraging. He had looked forward to welcoming a fresh member into their ranks, as the infusion of new blood often brings vitality and opportunities. However, reality dealt a heavy blow. The long-awaited newcomer proved to be of little use, reminiscent of the proverbial Edo who could never be uplifted. Chapter 103. The Universal Commission Qin, so decisive? The initial ruler. Be careful, Shao friend the martial god, by common reason. The spirit sovereign is likely merely a fourth tier within the group. I command my fate, not the heavens. Do not deceive the young and poor. Let me in. Sun goddess, this type of traveler is a first for me. Wilderness hermit, he lacks a system. He has developed solely relying on the awakening of the spirit emperor bloodline from the Soul Clan. The general who never crashed, so without a system. One can cultivate a good temperament? Common man, perhaps lacking a system prompts more meticulous actions. 7 rivers east and west, I suggest Erlang should wait for an opportune moment to strike. Do not deceive the young and poor. No way. Timing really does scare people. Sun goddess. Then why do you constantly time your rescues? Qin 60. Heavenly Court's first rebel. Interesting. Just as Yang Jian prepared to act, he suddenly halted. Arms crossed, standing in the void, quietly observing. Ding. Universal Commission issued. The chat group has received a world commission. Please eliminate the parasitic travelers and reincarnators. Task deadline. 3 years of spirit. Task reward. Issued according to completion level. Sun goddess. No way. The first Universal Commission has finally arrived. Common man, may I enter? 7 rivers east and west. I apply to enter the world. I command my fate. Not the heavens. I apply to enter the world. A series of applications ensued, causing Zhao's lips to twitch. They genuinely wished to enter his world. At that moment, Immortal, we've reached an agreement. Qing replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago. The chat group communicated with the world consciousness of the spiritual Qi continent. The spiritual Qi continent, riddled with issues, was already a lower realm on the brink of losing its magical essence. Now, with so many systems attempting to siphon the world's essence. Despite the presence of travelers without systems, they still posed a burden on the world's fate line. Moreover, hidden within were the reincarnators. This world was indeed fraught with calamity. Chat group, we come to assist you, ensuring Shao becomes the emperor. World consciousness, he was destined to be emperor. Chat group, with so many travelers, has the Soul Emperor ever had time to develop? World consciousness, it matters not. I shall intervene. Chat group, please. Let me have a taste. Oh no, let me assist you. World consciousness, not important. Chat group, I am backed by the highest true realms. World consciousness. Unintelligible. Chat group, I have the great Luo Golden Immortal behind me. World consciousness? Unintelligible. Chat group, Qinglian Daoyan. Zip world consciousness. Understood. How shall we collaborate? Chat group, world consciousness. I wish to see that earlier one. Chat group, youngster, do not be too greedy. Resolve those anomalies. And you shall certainly experience a renaissance. World consciousness, I want to see that earlier one. Show it to me. Qing was momentarily speechless, smiling faintly. He then conjured a third-tier Qinglian and stored it within the chat group system. In an instant, wielding a mere feather as a command, the chat group system directly dispatched the third-tier Qinglian. World consciousness. You may proceed at your discretion. A single third-tier Qinglian was inconsequential. Even simpler for Yin Qing than consuming mundane elixirs. He had exerted considerable effort to foster the development of the chat group. Thus, the Universal Commission emerged. This also revealed to Yun Qing that, in the eyes of the world consciousness, the chat group was akin to those entities, indistinguishable in nature. Securing the Universal Commission was indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 104, What Fault Have I Committed? Without the need to catch the book, the soul owl already comprehended its essence. With a loud thud, the book fell to the ground. Following this, Yang Jian lightly stepped forward. In an instant, the void was sealed. The surroundings transformed dramatically. As if entering a completely new realm, devoid of directions, with only a blinding expanse of radiant white surrounding him. Open, heavenly eye. Yang Jian commanded softly. The silver light from his gaze directly sweeping over the soul owl. In that moment, all spiritual energy dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the soul owl became as vulnerable as an ordinary person, easily at the mercy of others. The brilliance of the heavenly eye caused him to squint. As Yang Jian began to delve into this individual's memories, Shinshi, let us turn the tide. War God, let us turn the tide. Wilderness Wanderer, let us turn the tide. 1. Initial Ruler, let us turn the tide. 2. Sun Goddess, break the formation. East and west of the 7 rivers. Hey, what are you breaking? I was just about to give a 3. Common man, honestly, every time I see that 1, 2 at the back, I can't help but click it. War God, indeed. Shinshi, hey, you've come to the right person. Shinshi, it's too complicated to explain, so I 1T. Do not underestimate the youth. 6. Blind General never crashed. Screenshot. JPG Jing Yuan sent a picture showing the face that Xiao had just mentioned, saying, come try your luck with this one. Blind General never crashed. Common man. Does this look familiar to you? Common man. Shinshi. No middle finger? Poor rating. Sun Goddess. Not harsh enough. Poor rating. War God. Lacks a bit of aggression. Average rating. Initial Ruler. Good rating. Shinshi Ali. Don't indulge him. Who are you really? The soul owl struggled fiercely, yet his mind was engulfed in a wave of excruciating pain. My name is Yang Jian. Yang Jian truthfully replied. His eyes closed, with only the heavenly eye still observing. The true Erling Shin? You need not know. Yang Jian snorted coldly, and suddenly, a burst of bloodlight erupted from his heavenly eye. Yang Jian opened his eyes abruptly, filled with a fierce aura as he gazed at the soul owl. You dare to consume the bloodline of your parents? This act was akin to triggering Yang Jian's fatal flaw. The soul owl had, at the moment of his crossing, directly devoured the bloodline of his biological mother. His father was not spared either, and he had swiftly become a spirit sovereign. The heavenly eye exploded with power. A terrifying force forming a shadow behind Yang Jian, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour the soul owl. So what? They were never my parents. The soul owl gritted his teeth, futilely resisting. Yang Jian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as anger surged within him. Swish. The silver light flashed. The illumination of the heavenly eye transformed into a silver beam that pierced through the soul owl. Boundless magical energy surged into his soul, instantly rending it to shreds. The agony of being flayed alive rendered him desperate, yet Yang Jian showed no mercy. Such a person had indeed violated Yang Jian's deepest taboo. Damn. Your actions are unworthy of a human. Yang Jian advanced step by step towards the soul owl, whose soul was already in tatters, the endless void collapsing and shattering, tearing the spirit apart. Ugh. What wrong have I done? Chapter 105 Morix. I have no intention of hunting, but on another note. Ding. Multiverse Commission. Task 1 completed. Task completer. The first rebel of Heavenly Court. Completion rate. 100. Excellence rating. SSS. Rewards being issued. The first rebel of Heavenly Court earns points. 25,000. How much is issued is visible only to oneself. Shinshi, how many points did you all earn? Blind General never crashed. It's impolite to ask others about their earnings. Oh, group leader. Sun Goddess, it's fine. These are points, not wages. The first rebel of Heavenly Court. 25,000. Not bad. Tian Zong's little Taoist. I envy you. Why doesn't T my world have any travelers? Wilderness Wanderer, don't worry. There will be. We're God. Well, immortal. Having travelers may not be a good thing. Wilderness Wanderer, not for the world, but for everyone in the group. It's considered a reward. East and west of the 7 rivers. Damn. Why don't I have any? East and west of the 7 rivers. Fire Unicorn Fly. I've decided to start a deity substitute business. East and west of the 7 rivers. If I can't win, I want to take points. If I can win, I'll only charge task points. My fate is my own. This is something I should handle myself. War God. My lack of strength is embarrassing for everyone. Wilderness Wanderer. War God. Actually, you possess an advantage that everyone else lacks. War God. Morik sat in the wasteland, slightly taken aback. What advantage? Compared to the other group members, his strength was indeed lacking considerably. In terms of power, he was not as formidable as Reina, Jing Yuan, Neza, or Yang Jian. Even Fire Unicorn Fly surpassed him. So where did his advantage come from? War God. I would appreciate your clarification, Immortal. Wilderness Wanderer. Your world lacks a world master. Wilderness Wanderer, Qinshi, tell him who his prototype is based on. Qinshi. Immortal, can this be disclosed? Wilderness Wanderer, the emperor of a feudal dynasty, with too many mixed elements. Wilderness Wanderer, you can emulate the human emperor. Morix had always harbored such ambitions. Now, with the right timing and favorable circumstances, conquering the world and hunting for supremacy was not out of the question. Morix may be weak in the group, but in Teyvat, with his strength, he could annihilate all foes. War God, I have no intention of hunting. Nor will I instigate war for my own benefit. War God, however, on another note, I do not wish to see the suffering of the people. Qinshi, use the heavenly movement on the demon gods. War God, I had this thought before, but I felt the timing was not right. And I was not fully prepared. Perhaps there would be numerous difficulties. Wilderness Wanderer, let us check the power chart. War God, my points have been exhausted. I'm currently stuck at the 4th tier. Sun Goddess, stop pretending. Really, stop pretending. Sun Goddess sent a spirit challenge invitation to the group member. Do not underestimate the youth. Blind General never crashed. Yawn. JPG, initial ruler, indeed, at the 4th tier. I find it difficult to contend with you. My friend Yang Jian gazed at the 30,000 points in his balance and could not help but smile knowingly. Another step forward. The points he had previously spent were all gone, and now a new sum had arrived, bringing him considerable comfort. This time, he was determined to become a true immortal. Yang Jian pondered for a moment. 30,000 points might not be enough. He was but a step away from becoming a true immortal, yet that very step was enough to ensnare countless individuals. In the multiverse, a true immortal was a grand existence, while in his own world, that would mean a great Luo golden immortal. Where to next? East and west of the 7 rivers. I have a question. East and west of the 7 rivers. Fire Unicorn Fly was slightly taken aback. Although unsure of the meaning, he voiced his query. East and west of the 7 rivers. So, can we exploit a bug? Do not underestimate the youth. What the heck? Common man. Hiss. Sun Goddess. What a damn wicked path. Wushin. Ahem. It seems, perhaps, that it truly is possible? Blind General never crashed. You have found the way to exploit the bug. Blind General never crashed. I also have some methods for extending life. Ordinary mortal. The old Taoist feels that one's lifespan is now boundless. Wandering cultivator of the wilderness. By attaining the realm of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao, one can reach longevity, relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve immortality. Wandering cultivator of the wilderness. Of course, the prerequisite is not to be killed by others. Chapter 106, Jing Yuan. I've arrived at the Black Tower Space Station. At the Black Tower Space Station, Jing Yuan sat atop the star vessel, gazing at the colossal structure ahead, pondering for a moment. Throughout the journey, Jing Yuan had traversed like a rainbow, and to avoid drawing too much attention, he had taken out a star vessel. The Starry Sky train had already reached the Black Tower Space Station. As Jing Yuan surveyed with his divine sense, he even spotted the figure of the Star Core Hunter. Fortunately, he had arrived a bit early. Jing Yuan shook his head with a light chuckle, nearly missing the unfolding narrative. Dan Feng. As his divine sense swept over the figures below, Jing Yuan felt a sense of wistfulness. The Radiant Dragon Sovereign, the Moon-Drinking Lord, Dan Feng. Jing Yuan had no specific purpose for coming here. He merely wished to witness the phenomenon of the Star Core taking form and, perhaps, to bring Dan Heng back. Whether to alter the narrative or for the future development of the celestial vessel, it appeared that Dan Heng was indispensable. Dan Heng was not Dan Feng. He only desired to be a nameless guest. Yet, to put it plainly, he was merely evading his fate. The celestial vessel was currently a mess. Although Jing Yuan believed he could resolve matters similarly to the original plot, wouldn't that mean he would earn no points at all? This bit of golden crow blood. Who knows when it would be fully digested? Jing Yuan shook his head with a chuckle, then leaped from the star vessel, entering the Black Tower Space Station. The golden crow blood that Yun Qing had entrusted to him had only been utilized to about 30%. Just this 30%. Ding. View group member personal information panel. Group nickname. Blind General never crashed. Cannot be changed. Name. Jing Yuan. Age. 835 years. Cultivation. True Immortal. Strength. Level 6. Items owned. True Blood of the Golden Crow. Shurhua Dream Body. Divine Lightning Commander's Thunder Summoning Technique. Identity. Celestial Tactician General of the Starry Sky Railway. Star Hunter Order Envoy. Evaluation. Numerous external advantages. Newly entered level 6. Fitting the group nickname. Generally will not crash. Looking at his panel, Jing Yuan's good mood suddenly faded. Why was he always associated with crashing? Nonetheless, it was fortunate that the previous evaluation was, beware of crashing. He once again lamented the terrifying nature of the Golden Crow blood. That Luya had spewed just a couple of puffs, and he had become a true immortal, having absorbed less than 30% of the diluted substance. Even the old Heavenly Master would envy him, wouldn't he? Entering the Black Tower space station, waves of antimatter legions seemed to sense Jing Yuan's presence. Entities such as the Stompers and the Void Soldiers surged forward, rushing towards him. Whoosh! Golden lightning flickered. Jing Yuan merely raised his hand, and a multitude of Void Soldiers turned ash. Buzz buzz buzz, the alarm blared incessantly, and chaos erupted within the Black Tower space station. Two esteemed ones. How delightful. Jing Yuan leaned against the doorway, watching the two Star Corps hunters calibrating data, smiling as he raised a hand in greeting. Who? Silver Wolf furrowed his brow. Turning to glance at Kafka, they had been too engrossed when had someone arrived behind them. You are the general of the floating ruins? Kafka was taken aback, her dim pupils reflecting confusion. Silver Wolf sulked, saying, Elio's personal machine. This script doesn't include this scene, you know. Haha. Kafka chuckled lightly, saying, Silver Wolf. Didn't Elio mention before? The pawns of the Star Hunter are quite restless. Be wary of disrupting our script. So, who will engage the general, you or I? Silver Wolf posed. Chapter 107. Jing Yuan. Delightful. Haha. Jing Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Though Silver Wolf spoke thus, Jing Yuan did not sense any hostility. Was it really necessary to escalate matters? I merely wish to join the festivities. The manifestation of the Star Corps is a rare sight, and I am known to be a good-natured participant, coming to observe. Did the knowledgeable esteemed one grant the impoverished observer a boon? Silver Wolf interjected, grumbling. How does the celestial vessel know what we are about to do? Haha, I do not know either. Kafka replied, exasperated, smiling wryly as she looked at Jing Yuan. Unbeknownst to the esteemed general of the floating ruins, what brings you to the Black Tower space station? As I mentioned, you may consider me a mere bystander. Jing Yuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before laughing, a simple passerby here to watch. With that, Jing Yuan made a gesture inviting them to continue. Kafka and Silver Wolf exchanged glances, then chose to trust Jing Yuan. This general was renowned as a cunning fox. His title of Celestial Tactician General spoke volumes. He was not merely a warrior. Regardless of their intentions, it was best to heed the general's counsel for now. Otherwise, who could stand against the envoy of the Star Hunter Order? Jing Yuan leaned against the doorway, observing as Kafka inserted the Star Core into the vessel. Qiong. The Galaxy Baseball hero was thus born. Jing Yuan watched the entire process. In the end, he bid farewell to the two Star Corps hunters, even inviting them to visit the floating ruins or perhaps the radiant celestial vessel if they had the time. This left Kafka and Silver Wolf somewhat bewildered. Did the general of the floating ruins somehow know their next script? It was not outside the realm of possibility. The Celestial Tactician General was unparalleled in wisdom, possessing vast influence within the floating ruins, making it conceivable that all matters of the celestial vessel lay beneath his gaze. As Jing Yuan contemplated, two figures flashed before him, one green and one pink. The instant his gaze fell upon them, his spirit momentarily faltered. They looked identical. No, they were indeed the same person, the only differences being the dragon-like eyes and horns. Upon entering the chamber, Danheng also noticed the figure standing at the doorway. Danheng, there's someone who has fainted over here, March 7 exclaimed, hurrying towards Qiong. Meanwhile, Danheng turned his head. In an instant, their eyes met, filled with complex emotions. Haha, long time no see, old friend. Jing Yuan chuckled, greeting Danheng. Danheng regarded Jing Yuan, confusion evident in his eyes. Yet he still inquired, though I am not him, I still wish to ask, why are you here? To join the festivities. Jing Yuan replied, perplexed. I heard you were on the Starry Sky train. You might say I came to pay a visit to an old friend. Danheng nodded, then turned to March 7. She squatted beside Qiong, blinking her eyes as she looked at them. Dan Heng, do you know him? Of course, Jing Yuan replied. I don't know him, Dan Heng countered. Then do you know or not? March 7 was bewildered. The situation is complicated. Would you like to hear the details? Jing Yuan smiled lightly. Sure. March 7 nodded repeatedly. 3 seconds later, she realized something was amiss. How long will you take to explain? Someone has fainted over here. Another 3 seconds passed. Wait, how do you know my name? March 7 immediately shielded Dan Heng protectively. Casting a wary glance at Jing Yuan, her expression tense. Dan Heng. Chapter 108. Jing Yuan. Dan Heng. Who is this? March 7 whispered, feeling anxious. This individual appeared formidable, exuding an aura of strength. Dan Heng, he won't pose a threat to us, will he? Quickly, unleash your hidden power. I'll go summon Uncle Yang. Dan Heng, feeling a sense of helplessness, remarked, you should take the initiative. Hey, where do I have any? He replied, do not worry. He will not harm us. Dan Heng spoke again, then crouched down before Qiong. Based on his understanding of Jing Yuan, Dan Heng was quite confident about this matter. How about you perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? March 7 blinked, pointing at Qiong. Dan Heng took a deep breath. It seemed he was the only one capable of doing so. Do not concern yourself with him. At this moment, Jing Yuan smiled and said, in no time, he will awaken on his own. Upon hearing this, Dan Heng turned to look at him and nodded. March 7, however, was puzzled. How do you know? Oh, I saw him faint, Jing Yuan replied with a smile. March 7 suddenly found herself at a loss for words. All that she wanted to say was stuck in her throat. What brings you here? Since Qiong was unharmed, Dan Heng voiced his own question. Skeptical of the reason Jing Yuan had given. Everything from the past could be set aside. Jing Yuan spoke earnestly, I have no other purpose for being here. I merely wish to inquire if you would be willing to return to Luofu. If not, consider my invitation for you to visit the Xianzhou. Xianzhou? March 7 blinked. Looking at Dan Heng. I am not him. Dan Heng's expression remained calm, the unusual glimmer in his eyes fleeting. Luofu has a new dragon sovereign. Everything is no longer related to me and the so-called sins. If Xing were here, Jing Yuan interjected, perhaps he would say, do you think that by changing your appearance and identity, all that transpired can simply be dismissed? Dan Heng fell silent. Regardless, standing here today was merely Jing Yuan, inviting you to visit the Xianzhou. Jing Yuan smiled as he extended a hand. And by the way, I will help you resolve some minor troubles. As he spoke, Jing Yuan turned his gaze towards the door, his eyes deep and profound, as if piercing through endless voids. An arc of electricity flashed across him, golden lightning accompanied by blazing flames. In the blink of an eye, the intertwining of thunder and fire transformed into a lightning serpent that surged forth. In an instant, all chaos within the space station came to a halt. The staff and security personnel could only witness that two-colored lightning serpent, as if in a realm devoid of others. Wherever it passed, countless antimatter legions were obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Dan Heng felt even more helpless. The general of Luofu personally resolving such minor disturbances was indeed. Dan Heng, I will wait for you at the platform. Jing Yuan smiled, waved his hand, and then vanished into a streak of lightning. Moments after Jing Yuan left, March 7, still shaken, asked, Dan Heng, who is he? And what is this Xianzhou? Do you have a connection with Xianzhou? Do you know him? His name is Jing Yuan, Dan Heng finally said. The current military strategist of Luofu Xianzhou, and he was once my friend. Dan Heng crossed his arms over his chest. Let us not dwell on this. We should leave with him for now. 3 minutes after Jing Yuan's departure, an unexpected disturbance arose. It was not significantly different from the original plot. It was merely Jing Yuan's slight intervention that left his attire unscathed. On the platform, the apocalyptic beasts continued their assault. Chapter 109. Commission preparation. At this moment, Jing Yuan. Was he merely an unintentional passerby of the obliteration monarch? Jing Yuan gazed upon the figure engulfed in flames before him, a faint smile on his lips. Obliteration monarch, Fan Feng. Jing Yuan had departed just now upon sensing his aura. This individual appeared to be merely passing through the cosmic void. A hunting pawn? Fan Feng's tone was devoid of emotion as he regarded Jing Yuan amidst the flames. I never expected to encounter you here. What brings you, the avenger of the hunt, to my presence instead of pursuing your prey? It is merely coincidence, Jing Yuan replied nonchalantly. I came here to meet an old friend and happened upon you. Ah, what a remarkable coincidence, Fan Feng scoffed. In that moment, their gazes unintentionally drifted towards the Black Tower space station. At this point, there was no presence of any envoy-level power within the station. Is it necessary for the obliteration monarch to personally attend to such a minor scale? But you are here as well, Fan Feng remarked with a hint of incredulity. It is different. I am here to meet a friend, Jing Yuan grinned. However, at this moment, Fan Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror. Attempting to provoke someone with a vendetta was something he could afford to do, but it was unnecessary. Moreover, he genuinely felt he was merely passing through. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Jing Yuan, an inexplicable feeling of fatality. When did the Hun acquire such capabilities? For a moment, the two were locked in a standoff, and Jing Yuan casually pulled out his phone and began scrolling. I can still catch Genelefan's live stream. Fan Feng dared not act recklessly. Jing Yuan was too peculiar. Closed Eyes General never crashed. To be honest, I've never felt this exhilarating. Closed Eyes General never crashed. Encountering the obliteration monarch made him too afraid to act rashly. Xinshi Lao Jing, how did you get your hands on this template? Closed Eyes General never crashed. Indeed. Why is that? Closed Eyes General never crashed. If it were before, I would have been the one too afraid to act recklessly. In the past, when facing the obliteration monarch, Huanzhong could be considered one of the weaker among them. Just a single Huanzhong was not a match for him alone. Now it could be said that he had turned the tables. An inexplicable thrill surged within him. From now on, who would dare to tread the path of fate? Who would not cultivate immortality? Oh, others cannot cultivate immortality? Then I shall cultivate it myself. When it comes to the narrowness of fate, Jing Yuan had the most authority to speak. Closed Eyes General never crashed. Why is the live stream still on? What are you doing? Jing Yuan had been speaking for quite a while, yet no one responded. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the notification bar indicating that the live stream was still active. Hongwang Isanxiu, live stream collecting spiritual fire, rapid version of Shaoyan Emperor's journey. Closed Eyes General never crashed. I see. I must take a look. Jing Yuan directly entered the live stream. Upon entering, he found Xiao surrounded by a vortex, with thunder and flames clashing around him. Countless comments scrolled across the screen. My fate is determined by me. Let me in. You all gather your spiritual fire. I'm going to gather a soul emperor. Sun Goddess, if you want points. Just say so. My fate is determined by me. I'm so anxious. Without points, how can I defeat the infinite immortal? Seven Heavens River East and West. It's very simple. I just need to become an immortal. Chapter 110. Preparation, however. For those who were enthusiastic about chatting and exchanging ideas, there existed an extremely crucial and vital entity, the Bodhi ancient tree. It resembled a beautiful dream, immersing one in it, traversing through countless cycles of reincarnation. As for the ethereal scenes presented by those cycles, Qing remained entirely unaware. Nevertheless, it was certain that this mysterious object must hold significant importance and great utility for everyone. Reflecting upon the original text, the descriptions of this tree were merely glossed over, making it truly difficult for anyone to glimpse its entirety and comprehend its genuine mysteries. After much contemplation, Qing decided to utilize his expertise in fortune-telling and announced in the group, "Oh dear, I sincerely apologize, my fellow chat companions. It seems we should refrain from shearing the wool of the group members here." Hongwang Isanxiu gently stroked his beard and spoke slowly. I possess an object that harbors boundless vitality. If brought beside the Bodhi ancient tree, it may assist in revitalizing it. He scanned the group, a glimmer of mystery flashing in his eyes. The wandering sage spoke again, saying, "The power of this ancient Bodhi tree is unparalleled in the realm of mortals. Friends, you might consider entering the realm of 100 dreams and reincarnations, where you can perceive the ways of heaven and earth and gain insights into all phenomena in the world. It may greatly benefit your cultivation." At that moment, a member of the group, known as the first rebellious one of the heavenly court, could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed loudly, "Immortal, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to speak. I am willing to serve you." He gazed at the wandering sage with a look of sycophancy, as if he were eager to seize this rare opportunity. The first rebellious one of the heavenly court added, "Immortal, I believe I can do it." The wandering sage replied with a gentle nod, "Do not rush to achieve success. The Soul Emperor has a system and is also among the entrusted of the myriad realms." Another voice chimed in, "Immortal, allow me to assist. What is the true strength of Neza?" Qing furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. He felt that Neza's strength seemed somewhat lacking. It should be noted that at this moment, Neza had not completed his magnificent transformation and had yet to reach his peak state. Even with the support of that mysterious and ancient background of the primordial era, the gap still appeared difficult to bridge, akin to an insurmountable chasm that left one sighing in despair. The original lawgiver lamented, I too am quite eager, but alas, I am but a fragile maiden. The wandering sage responded, this is precisely prepared for you, the cycle of 100 lives. The commoner remarked, Immortal, I may not be able to leave. The wandering sage nodded slightly and spoke softly. I am aware of this. You need only to focus on your cultivation and do not be distracted. His words exuded a sense of calm and composure, as if everything were under his control. Meanwhile, 7 days east and west burst into raucous laughter. His voice echoing through the heavens. Ha ha ha. If it comes to this matter, it must undoubtedly be mine. His face brimmed with confidence and pride, seemingly filled with absolute certainty. However, when questioned by the sun goddess, 7 days east and west suddenly fell silent, his previous arrogance quickly diminishing. He scratched his head, an awkward expression crossing his face as he stammered. How about we postpone it a couple of days? Immortal, please show me some mercy. The wandering sage chuckled. Ha ha ha, it matters not to me. The key is whether you can still be a match for the Soul Emperor after a few days. General with closed eyes interjected, Immortal, how about I take the lead? Chapter 111, Departure. Since this was an entrusted task from the myriad realms and not a mission, the members had to bear the cost of a dimensional breaking talisman. At this moment, Jing Yuan looked at the blazing wind before him. Friend, I must take my leave. Having seen the crisis at the Black Tower space station resolved and the apocalyptic beast lying down, Jing Yuan decided to depart. Had he not accepted this task, he would have intended to meet the astral train once more. Finding a deserted place, Jing Yuan crushed the dimensional breaking talisman. Observing Jing Yuan's departure, the blazing wind instinctively clenched his fists, being threatened by this figure. If it were General Yaoping, it would be fine. But how could General Luofu stand before him threateningly? Why was he here? The blazing wind pondered, but as his gaze fell upon the astral train crew. The Mingming clan. Interesting. The dragon of Luofu? Huanlong seems to be with Luofu, right? The blazing wind smirked disdainfully, and his thoughts became clear. Below, on the platform beside the train, Walter stroked his chin, the grip on his cane tightening. Why would a general of the Luofu celestial ship appear at the Black Tower space station? Jizi spoke, but as she did, she unconsciously turned to look at Danheng. Danheng's eyes twitched imperceptibly as he said, he must be here looking for me. He dealt with most of the void soldiers at the space station. Indeed, Walter nodded, adding, the astral train has no enemies. This General Luofu has also shown goodwill. Yes. March 7 nodded repeatedly and said, he even invited us to visit Luofu. Ha ha. Jizi chuckled. Little March's suggestion is excellent. Perhaps we can visit the Luofu celestial ship afterward. After all, an invitation from the top forces of the universe is worth our attention. Yay. March 7 clapped in delight. So, is no one concerned about me, the galactic baseball hero? Chu raised his hand sheepishly. By your logic, it's hard to believe you're a newborn child. Danheng quipped seriously. You cannot judge me by worldly standards. Rules are meant to be broken, Chu declared, hands on hips. Indeed, that is just like you, Danheng replied, speechless. Then shall we head to the Luofu celestial ship next? March 7 blinked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The original plan cannot be postponed. Walter adjusted his glasses and said, the next destination was already confirmed to be Yalalo No. 6, a world that has not been visited for nearly a millennium. Thus, the exploration journey of the celestial ship will be placed after Yalalo number 6. That is perfectly fine. March 7 continued to clap, looking very pleased. The supplies are complete, so let us set forth, Jizi smiled. Let us depart. Chapter 112. True Fire. The commoner remarked. This seems somewhat absurd.